Chapter 701, Suicide Charge. Siagwa team has no choice, M16 said helplessly. The Xi'an national team's position in this circle can be said to be the worst, although a lot of smoke can temporarily block the Ukrainian team's view. It takes a lot of smoke to block the Ukrainian team's view, and the time is very short. The Xi'an national team also decisively took advantage of this opportunity to rush into Colombia. Zhou Lili raised her gun, and the other three players pulled directly towards the rock where the Colombian team was. The enemy's position is locked, and as long as there is someone behind him with a gun, it is almost a battle with a 100% chance of winning. The Ukrainian team and the Norwegian team are also fighting here. Then it feels like the American team is at a disadvantage. It's hard to lose in this position, M16 said. The American team now directly took a few steps forward, occupying the pressure of a few digits in the circle, and squeezed out of its own room. It still depends on how the fight turns out, 5,400 said. The game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds changes rapidly. This game is actually a bit similar to the first game. The American team is Russia's position, but in the end, the Russian team failed to win. It is very possible that after the several teams outside the circle are dealt with, they will attack the US team from outside the circle at the same time. It is not certain. CHN_211 used an M416 headshot to knock down COL_Martin. One by one. The last one. After Zhou Lili reported the information to her teammates, she began to walk into the safe zone herself. The safe zone has started to refresh. Seeing Zhou Lili knocking down a Colombian player, the three Siagwa team members who charged began to shrink. Opposite is a lone wolf. If the players from the Siagwa team disperse quickly, the Colombian team players can find an angle to hit the third person from an angle that the other two players cannot hit. However, if the three players from the Siagwa team are very close together, even if the opponent pulls out, the three members of the Siagwa team can react quickly and not give their opponents a chance to wear 1 through 3. With the firepower of one person, it is impossible to knock down 3 people with one shot. Even the stupidest opponent can react. Continuous peek is theoretically very useful, but when the Siagwa team rushes closer, Mao Xiaomo has a stone to replenish his gun at any time, and Wang Hao and MC rush. Basically, the Colombian team members have no chance. However, because of Siagwa's charge, the Colombian team's position was also affected, and they were directly knocked out by enemies far away. There are only 4 teams left on the field. After the Siagwa team hit the stone, they continued to move forward to seal the cigarettes. However, their cigarette stocks were already somewhat insufficient, and they still had some distance to go if they wanted to enter the circle. I took a sniper bolt, Mao Xiaomo said to his teammates. In this situation of forced entry, if the opponent does not have the power to target them, but they are afraid that the opponent will try their best to block their side, then no matter how good their skills are, they basically have no chance of winning. In this terrain, the US team has a huge advantage. After Mao Xiaomo changed to the M24, the guns he carried also changed to M249 plus M24, a level 3 set. The M24's bullet muzzle velocity is still faster than the Kar 98K, and he has no choice now. Team Xia continued to keep 3 cigarettes and threw the rest away. The purpose of these 3 cigarettes is to seal their feet to replenish their status after they successfully enter the circle. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Gunshots kept ringing out from the right. The Ukrainian team really has no time to take care of the Siagwa team now, even if the Siagwa team is behind them. If the Siagwa team wants to steal now, they have every chance to get on top of the Ukrainian team and play a complete backup. But now the Siagwa team staffing is relatively complete, and Mao Xiaomo also wants to try to see if he can get into the circle. Although the Siagwa team's OB did not cut into the battle between the Norwegian team and the Ukrainian team, the battle was very fierce due to the harassment of the third-party American team. The American team was also very smart. They directly sent 3 people to move to the edge of the Xi'an national team, trying to forcefully block the Xi'an national team. On the other side, only Iron, who should be considered the strongest in personal ability, was left. The Norwegian team fell to the ground with 2 people. 3 players from the Ukrainian team fell to the ground. But because the poisonous circle refreshes very slowly, both teams are still trying to save it. The Siagwa team also took advantage of this stiff opportunity to directly pull away and rush into the safe zone with 4 people. Suicidal charge. The Xi'an national team here did not choose to play against the Ukrainian team. Go to the safe zone, M16 said in surprise. He originally predicted that after the Siagwa team defeated the Colombian team at this position, they would go directly north to play Ukraine and Norway. and there was a high probability that they would be able to get into the second position. However, Team Xia actually chose the more risky lap without cover, which was somewhat beyond Joy's expectations. Mao Xiaomon naturally has his own ideas. The Xiaogui team does not have much pressure on points now. And when the American team divides its forces to defend the other side, there are opportunities on their side. And their equipment is very good. As long as the two snipers can make achievements, it may not be possible to rush down. This is FPP, not TPP. Although the American team has a bunker, they don't dare to show their heads casually. They can only keep ducking left and right to see where Xiaogui's team is. Nothing showed a small part of his body, and was almost shot in the head by Mao Xiaomon. Oops! Pity! Almost! It almost hit the table. Mao Xiaomon has done less sniping. Although he still has a high level, he doesn't use it often and doesn't play it often. So he must be a little jerky. After one shot passed, Mao Xiaomon himself shook his head. An ever-changing battle. Nothing pulled out directly after the sniper to beat Mao Xiaomon. But I didn't expect Mao Xiaomon to directly change to M249. One shot pushed Nothing back again. Nothing is also one of the few 4-star SSS players. But in the duel with Mao Xiaomon, he was at a disadvantage. But here comes the bad news. Wang Hao and MC failed to withstand the opponent's firepower. One after another was knocked down. USA_Matthew used an M416 headshot to knock down CHN_MC. USA_Matthew used M416 headshot to knock down CHN_45AI. Matthew's precise shot directly killed two people. This player must be familiar to everyone who is familiar with Liquid. The core player of Liquid's biggest rival EG is also a young talented newcomer, who caused a lot of trouble for Liquid when he first debuted. Now nearly a year has passed, and Matthew has grown into one of the core members of the American team. Chapter 702, God Descends to Earth. This is the result that everyone can imagine. We are all the top players in the profession. If there is no cover, and there is a team with cover, no matter how well you perform, you will still be at a disadvantage. But Joe Lily's shot of 98k gave an instant response. Boom! Pulled a bolt, and closed the gun with a headshot. The #1 sniper of Xiaogui team. God of War Joe Lily. Pretty! All Xiaogui team fans shouted. CHN_211 used CAR 98k to knock down USA_Matthew with a headshot. Then Joe Lily jumped horizontally. Pull the bolt. Open the camera. Another shot. 98k at 15x lens. So scary. This shot cost 98k. And it also penetrated Automati's head directly. CHN_211 used CAR 98k to knock down USA_Matthew with a headshot. Two consecutive 98k headshots instantly reversed the situation. God of War Joe Lily. 2 shots from heaven. It's so beautiful. I found the most correct time in the gap between the opponent's movements. Today Joe Lily is the real God of War. Joy and Yahao sang and shouted wildly. Everyone can see that Joe Lily is in a state of fighting. Even ordinary viewers know that there will be times when players are in a crazy state on the court. Joe Lily today is very scary. Mao Xiaomon laughed from the bottom of his heart when he saw Joe Lily's head exploded twice. Joe Lily then shouted, Rush! I'll fight! He dare not show it! No. Dare. Do. The 4 domineering words also represent Joe Lily's strong self-confidence. Joe Lily and yesterday are completely two different people. Yesterday, people on the forum kept shouting that emotion needed help. Today, Joe Lily stepped forward directly. Joe Lily's concentration has reached its peak. If gods stand in the way, they will kill gods. If they stand in the way of Buddha, they will kill Buddha. Nothing really dares to be revealed. The situation was instantly reversed by Joe Lily alone. Mao Xiaomon jumped directly in front of Joe Lily. Joe Lily held his sides behind him. Nothing is very stressful. Iron was also surprised. 2 of his teammates fell instantly. But the situation on his side did not allow him to help his teammates at all. There is only one lone wolf left in the Ukrainian team. And there are 2 players left in the Norwegian team. They won't be able to hold on to this circle. The worst situation. Although most of the enemies in the 3 directions are dead. But they are not dead. This means that there are 3 gun lines pointing at the American team. If the US team is fully staffed, they still have the strength to fight. After all, the combined number of their opponents is almost the same as theirs. But now 2 of them themselves have fallen to the ground and must retreat. Get back! Iron! Let's see if you can help me! Nothing shouted at Iron. Although Iron didn't speak much, he still listened to the conductor and directly chose to give up his position to the Norwegian team. The Norwegian twin stars, James and Rain, also successfully entered the circle at the expense of two teammates. The game was very brutal, but it was acceptable for each team. They all sent the core of their respective teams into the safe zone. Just like many sports competitions. The last shot of 100 meters. Finally, it's the decisive battle between the strongest members of each team. Mao Xiaomo has Zhou Lily's gun. He rushed directly to nothing. Nothing could not avoid it. So he pulled it out by force. But Mao Xiaomo's reaction was very fast. Directly exchanged blood with nothing. Emotion! Pretty! Even the audience in front of their mobile phones and computers smashed their fists. Shout out across the country. CHN_MO used an M249 headshot to knock down USA_nothing. Dead end. Live. Here, all three heads of the American team were taken away by the Seogwa team. And the number of heads of the Seogwa team also came to 4. However, Zhou Lily took some poison and was harassed by the American and Ukrainian teams from afar. He was poisoned directly outside the poison. In this battle, Zhou Lily really sent Mao Xiaomo to the finals in a desperate situation. Leave it to me. Okay. This wave of fighting was beyond Mao Xiaomo's expectations. But the result was already very good for them. CHN_MC was killed outside the safe zone. CHN_45AI was killed outside the safe zone. CHN_211 was killed outside the safe zone. Surviving teams, 4. Number of survivors, 5. 4 teams, 5 people. In addition to the Norwegian team, which still has 2 players. The remaining 3 teams, Seogwa, Ukraine, and the United States, only have 1 player left. But this player is the core of the team. This circle, Western cutaway, forehead. The constant cutting corners also left Seogwa team's commentary speechless. But in this circle, all teams are outside the circle. In terms of the current position, Iron is the player closest to the circle. Players from the other 3 teams are all around the circle. And they have to move every time the circle is swiped. But with this terrain, doesn't the Seogwa team have an advantage? Well, I'm a little unsure. Msjoy carefully observed and analyzed it. And nodded. Our terrain should have an advantage over the Norwegian team and the Ukrainian team. We can continue to move forward on this small slope. In the Seogwa team, Wang Hao said, they are going to fight over that terrain. Even just by looking at the minimap, Wang Hao can immediately recreate the situation of the Norwegian and Ukrainian teams in his mind. This is the gap between players and coaches. This circle should directly determine the outcome. It will be very difficult for the Seogwa team to win in a row. The main thing is how the team on the other side performs. And whether Iron can withstand the impact of the Norwegian team and the Ukrainian team. Now there are no bunkers on the way each team enters the circle. The ideal situation for Seogwa's team would be for the American team Iron to be unable to withstand it. And then face off against the team on the right. Msjoy analyzed. The best situation is definitely like this. Iron is cleared. And then Mao Xiaomo, who is closer to the circle, shoots. But this is only an ideal situation. It's a pity that Emotion just threw out the only remaining cigarette to protect himself. Otherwise, he should have a great advantage. Msjoy explained. After entering the circle with his remaining health, Mao Xiaomo could only seal a cigarette under his feet to spray medicine. Otherwise, it would be easily stolen by an enemy in a dark corner. The American team doesn't have much cigarettes to begin with. And the main damage dealer, Iron, doesn't carry much cigarettes with him. So he has used them up long ago. Not to mention playing against Norway and Ukraine for a long time. There are still 30 seconds until the safe zone is refreshed. The last 30 seconds. The scene was also very silent. Once these 30 seconds pass, the second game will come to an end. Okay. The safe zone here is starting to refresh. Emotion is touching up. Iron is in no hurry to come out. The Norwegian team is also very smart. James charges. And Rain, the god of rain, helps him eat poison and set up guns. In an instant, each team launched their own actions. The commentary was tongue-tied for a while. Simple, the lone wolf of the Ukrainian team, had no choice but to follow the poisonous circle. But Rain, who had been waiting for a long time, attacked him directly from the poison circle. A precise sweep without any mistakes. Taking Simple away, the Ukrainian team was destroyed alone. Nor_Rain used AKM to kill UKR_Simple. A gunshot rang out. Iron starts to pull out and attack. As soon as Iron's gunshot sounded, Mao Xiaomo walked up with all his strength. I want to pull out a sideways position. although they are running on a slope without cover. No team has time to deal with Mao Xiaomao now. If Iron falls to the ground, he will turn around and hit the Norwegian team members directly. If a member of the Norwegian team falls to the ground, he can only watch and fight, with or without cover. Even in 1v2, Iron is still calm. Dodge peek, constantly flashing left and right. The operation is dazzling. Rain was directly poisoned to death. James was also shown to death by Iron. The plot is very similar to the first set. The last two people alive on the field were Iron and Mao Xiaomao again. Speaking of which, Iron was also brought out by Mao Xiaomao. And the two of them are also very destined. In 2 consecutive sets, Team Xiao and Team USA both came to the end. On the stage of the finals, a huge stage was once again set up for Iron and Mao Xiaomao. After the Norwegian team was wiped out, China and the United States locked in the top 2 again. Another wave of 1v1. Although Iron has bunkers, but the distance between him and Mao Xiaomao is not very close. At such a medium distance, the rifle cannot shoot, and the accuracy is not high. But Iron also did not replace it with a 4x scope, and still used a red dot. He knows who his opponent is, with the opening speed of 4 times the scope. Facing a super player like Mao Xiaomao who knows everything, he can easily be hit twice by his opponent who has the gun ready. This wave of 1-on-1. Let's see how both sides deal with it. The commentators of the Xiaodhua team are also very nervous. If this is a chicken, it will be 2 chickens in a row in the winners bracket finals. If the group stage can be counted, the Xiaodhua team can even be regarded as 3 chickens in a row. This is the highest arena in the world. People around the arena were nervous and frightened. On the contrary, the 2 people in the center of the field were very calm, thinking about the next play and tactics. Although there is a bunker at this distance, the advantage of having a bunker is not as great as imagined. Although Iron's playing style was very immature when Mao Xiaomao first met him a year ago, a good player must be a player who knows how to play. Iron is completely different now than it was a year ago. A moment, Iron pulled it out and fired twice, then retracted it instantly. His 2 shots were very fast, and he had no intention of achieving actual results. I just want to see where Mao Xiaomao is. CHN_MOVS, USA_Iron. Again. Chapter 703. 2 chickens in a row. Although Iron entered the first team of the professional team much later than Mao Xiaomao, it is no longer what it used to be. Both parties are close friends, but they will show no mercy. Iron immediately retreated after firing these 2 shots. He had already found out Mao Xiaomao's location. Mao Xiaomao also responded with 2 shots at a very fast speed. Unfortunately, Iron closed it very quickly, and neither side successfully hit the other. If the camera shows Mao Xiaomao, you can see a slight smile on the corner of Mao Xiaomao's mouth, then run directly towards the slope. Oh! Emotion here ran directly up. At this time, Iron can come out and fight directly. But Iron chose to pack the first aid kit first. Joy exclaimed. Mao Xiaomao seemed to have guessed that Iron would choose to pack a first aid kit on the spot. Go straight up. He understood Iron. Iron's shooting skills have nothing to do with Mao Xiaomao, but all of Iron's professional habits and playing methods are learned from Mao Xiaomao. In this case, Iron will most likely choose to spray medicine in place, because the intention is too obvious. The 2 shots Iron took just now were just shots from his position, and they had no killing intent. Iron will have 2 options next. The first is to know Mao Xiaomao's location and directly pull him out for the second wave. The second is to retract it, take poison and medicine, and then pull it out to beat Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao took another look at Iron after he put away his gun, and then the safe zone brushed against the bodies on both sides. Mao Xiaomao was sure, so he walked directly towards the safe zone to prevent himself from taking poison. This wave of speculation on Iron's psychology is too accurate. Iron didn't think too much about it, and he didn't rush to pull out a first aid kit even after he hit it. In his mind, Mao Xiaomao might be holding him in place, because Mao Xiaomao had no cover and Iron could hit him if he pulled it out. After finishing a first aid kit, Iron then inserted another needle into his body. Mao Xiaomao counted the time carefully, and when Iron finished packing the first aid kit, he looked back and held it up with his gun. Iron didn't show up. In this case, you can only use the second first aid kit. It is easy to predict the time of the first aid kit, especially for top professional players like Mao Xiaomao, who are more sensitive to time. The time for each first aid kit is fixed, and this poison can only keep filling first aid kits. If there were other teams on the field, Iron might take a beating to stay in the rankings. But now that there are only 2 people left, they will definitely come out and fight. Everyone is certain of this. The moment Iron pulled out his second first aid kit, Iron pulled out. But Mao Xiaomo is already ready. Iron's preview point is not where Mao Xiaomo was just now. Mao Xiaomo must have gone up. But his blood volume may not be healthy. He has cover and a chance. This bow MO god has no cover. Okay. It's set up. The preview is to the left. Mao Xiaomo's preview position was on the left. Because the last wave of Iron probed from the right. Professional players will have this mentality when they don't know what's going on outside. And they don't dare to show their heads from the same position. But it's just Mao Xiaomo's personal gaming experience. And it's not a guaranteed skill. We were very lucky that Iron popped up from that location. 4 times the M249 shot in 1 shot. Direct headshot. Take Iron away. CHN_MO used M249 to kill USA_Iron with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. Xiaogua team. 2 chickens in a row. Pretty. 1 shot. Just 1 shot. He shouted so excitedly. He even wants to shout now that Xiaogua team has entered the finals 4 games ahead of schedule. I feel like Iron is being shown off this time. There's no way. They both know each other too well. Msjoy smiled and shook his head. Xiaogua team's 2 consecutive chickens. Mao Xiaomo lived up to everyone's expectations. In the final decisive stage of the second set, he was very decisive and made accurate decisions. He successfully represented the Xiaogua team and scored another chicken. Countless Xia Kingdom audiences were immersed in a sea of joy. No more group stage struggles. The Xiaogua team officially set sail. In the winners bracket finals, facing countless strong enemies, I managed to bite 2 chickens. These 2 chickens also cheered up all the Xia Kingdom audiences. The camera showed the members of the Xia national team and the American team. Iron was not affected by the wave just now, and listened quietly to the teammates of the American team discussing the game. The members of the Xiaogua team also completely relaxed. In this set, Xiaogua's team will win the chicken with 5 kills. And the American team will be second with 6 kills. Norway is third with 5 kills. And Ukraine is fourth with 3 kills. Both teams don't have many heads. Yihao looked at the results after the game and said. Msjoy responded. Yes. The head distribution in this game is relatively even. These teams have all chosen the strategy of avoiding battle in the early stage and exerting their strength in the middle and late stages. The attrition circle basically did not participate in the battle. It should be relatively easy for the members of Team Xia and Team USA now. Xiaogua's team had 2 consecutive chickens. And the American team's second place in 2 consecutive sets basically locked the 2 places to advance to the finals. Msjoy analyzed. After 2 sets, both teams' scores should be around 1,000 or even higher. Yes, but you still have to try your best to play. In this arena, every game is a memory for the players in the future. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds games are different. Being weak today does not mean the team is weak. Being strong today does not mean the team is strong. Whether it is esports or competitive sports, the competitive status of the players is very important. Xiaogua's team looked very good today. Especially Zhou Lily, who performed at a very high level in both sets. Okay, let's take a look at the standings after the 2 games. Team Xia and the United States should be far ahead. After Msjoy said that, the standings were displayed on the big screen. Olympic PUBG Winter Group Final Standings. 1. CHN/Xiaogua, R1, 600, R2, 550, total, 1150. 2. USA/USA, R1, 540, R2, 460, total, 1000. 3. KOR/South Korea, R1, 340, R2, 180, total, 520. 4. COL/Colombia, R1, 190, R2, 320, total, 510. 5. Rus/Russia, R1, 360, R2, 100, total, 460. 6. Norway, R1, 50, R2, 400, total, 450. When the standings were announced, everyone was in awe. Team Xia and Team USA are already far ahead. The fact that the third place is the Korean team is a bit unexpected. There is no way. The teams that performed well in the second set, Ukraine and Norway, were outside the top 8 in the first set. Russia, a team that performed well in the first set, also fell outside the top 8 in the second set. Now after 2 sets, only Team Xiaogua and the United States can be considered to have performed stably. Few other teams have achieved better results in 2 consecutive sets. Okay, look at the standings. The points gap is already quite large. China and the United States are in the top 2 here, and 3 to 6 are South Korea, Colombia, Russia, and Norway. The points are not too different. They are already twice as far behind the first group. Then let's take a look at the teams that everyone is paying more attention to. The Dutch team led by Ibiza here has 180 points and is temporarily ranked 15th. The much-anticipated Brazilian team currently ranks 8th with 330 points. Hey, it seems to be higher than I thought. 5,400 smiled. They didn't see much of the Brazilian team in these 2 sets. A silent team. But the results were pretty good. The ranking points in the 2 sets were almost the same. And I got to 8th place. First a commercial. Then we'll talk after the commercial. At the end of the second game, after a 5-minute commercial, the camera returned to the studio. The price of this advertisement was very expensive, but the longest advertisement was won by the Vans Hong Group, Chung Yao's father's company. He has deep pockets and has funded the IFCD Club, a very popular PUBG club across the country. The advertising effect is perfect. Back in the studio, Mstoy also analyzed the status of each team. Siagua's team is still focused on fighting. If we take a longer view, the state of the finals should be very important. Today's game has actually proved that Siagua's team has the ability to compete at the highest level in the world. Mstoy analyzed. The competitive status of the players is so critical. No matter what the event is, it is not good if they show their status too early in the group stage. It is good news that Siagua team will show its status again in the winners group finals. After talking about several teams in succession, Mstoy mentioned 2 teams that surprised everyone. Brazil and Netherlands. The Dutch team is as fierce as a tiger in one operation. Looking at the results, they are second to last. The last place is still the Croatian team with only 70 points. Although the Brazilian team is currently ranked 8th, its record of 0 kills in 2 games is also attracting attention. This team, known for its front-facing strength, seems to have lost itself in this arena. Mstoy said, the problem with the Dutch team is still their command. They are too superstitious about circle tactics. With this rhythm, we definitely can't rely so much on circle tactics. There was no holding back. Mstoy spoke his mind. Chapter 704 Brazil team. In fact, Mao Xiaoma also discussed with Mstoy the pros and cons of these teams. When watching the video at that time, Mao Xiaoma did not think that the Dutch and Brazilian teams could achieve very good results. Although the Dutch team has good frontal ability, its command is Ibiza. Cough. To be honest, Mao Xiaoma still knows Ibiza very well. 2 words no. As for the Brazilian team, their opponents in the group stage were too weak. But to be honest, their style of play was a bit amateurish. Several players are former CSGO professional players and have never been exposed to this kind of macro-level battle before. Although CSGO is an FPS, it is actually a small-scale battle, and the 2 types are not the same. The Brazilian team's players are very inexperienced. This game cannot be played by 4 players who are new to the game. Mstoy said, in this game, you can create an advantage in team battles through operations. In both sets, the Brazilian team dropped players during the transfer process, and then basically there was no sound. Then do you think the Brazilian team and the Dutch team could adjust next? Yihao asked with a smile. The Siagua team advanced to the finals ahead of schedule, and everyone felt relaxed. Mstoy coughed. I don't know about the Brazilian team. The Dutch team. Cough. Mstoy also had a smile on her face, and everyone could almost understand what Mstoy meant. Although the Dutch team's frontal strength is good, it is not particularly outstanding among so many strong teams. In addition, the command is average. If they want to achieve very good results, they will not be able to achieve very good results unless God is on their side. After chatting for 5 minutes, the third set of the game started soon. Everyone in the Siagua team and fans watched this game with ease. 2 consecutive chickens, ranking first with 1150 points. Even if the Siagua team loses 4 sets in a row now, they may not be eliminated. Okay, the third set has begun. It's a route from north to south. The first circle was filled with a large and small electric circle. Is the fate of the Sia national team coming? What a coincidence is that the first circle actually contains an extremely large electric circle on the lower right side. And it is basically impossible to reach and port in this circle. Siagua team directly defended a small power plant. This tactic is not very common. The terrain of the small power plant is actually not easy to defend, because the place is relatively large and can be entered from all four sides. The Xiaogua team also considered the circle factor. No team would come from behind, and one team was guarding the small power plant, making it difficult for others to rush. Xiaogua's current position is a bit interesting. Msjoy smiled. The camera shows the Xiaogua team. The four people were hiding in four corners inside the small power plant, much like assassins hiding in the dark. This kind of law-abiding is rare for everyone, as long as these positions are not knocked down by others from the outside. Basically, no one can enter this small power plant. Who can get in? There is firepower from all directions. The next two circles are relatively satisfactory circles. For the Xiaogua team, a satisfactory circle is a good circle. Now still in a position near the center of the circle. Now the Xiaogua team still has a car, and other teams don't dare to come in now. Xiaogua's team is relatively safe, Msjoy analyzed. First of all, this position in the Xiaogua team is easy to move around and can go out from all directions. Secondly, others don't dare to come in. In this position, if a team rushes in, the Xiaogua team will indeed not have enough firepower. But if you want to rush towards the other side, you will definitely have to drive to the opposite side. No matter how bad the Xiaogua team's marksmanship is, they can kill at least 1 to 2 people without any pressure. This is the third circle, and no team is willing to reduce personnel in this circle. But something unexpected happened, and it turned out to be a particularly good situation. I froze instantly on the fourth lap. I brushed an unsolvable large electric cut corner circle, and the edge of this white circle is right at the wall of the small power plant. Team Xiao wanted to leave as soon as they saw the circle, but a team rushed over directly. The four brothers of the Brazilian team took advantage of the Xiaogua team's opportunity to go downstairs and directly rushed into the small power plant. This is definitely not the way a normal strong team plays. The two teams were frozen in the small power plant, and no one could get out. The safe zone began to refresh. Mao Xiaomo knocked down a Brazilian team member with 2 shots and then decisively chose to charge. MC, the newcomer, finally played his first wave of exciting moves since the 9th set of the Olympic Games. Killed 2 people directly with guns. The Xiaogua team only defeated Mao Xiaomo and Zhou Lili and successfully defeated the Brazilian team. According to Msjoy, the Brazilian team is a bit confused now. They just keep walking into the circle without any tactics at all. The players' small-scale cooperation has not been effective, which has not harmed the Xiaogua team who have a tacit cooperation. The group is destroyed. Xiaogua's team is already very skilled in this coordination. It's hard to imagine that this is a team that has just been working together for 2 months. MC is also very savvy, even though he has just entered the professional arena. But also look at who his teacher is. All the top PUBG workers in Xia Kingdom are helping him improve. After the group stage the day before, MC was the one who was criticized the most. No one has any objections to Zhou Lili being the #1 sniper. There is no sniper in Xia State who can replace Zhou Lili. In terms of libero, Wang Hao has also shown outstanding strength, and the position of libero is meant to do dirty work. No one would object to the location. It's the position of assaulter. Domestic Show, Liang, and Ballet all have a lot of fans, and they are all top-notch assaulters. Originally, there were a lot of outstanding talents in this position in the country, but in the end, a newcomer was chosen that no one had ever heard of. I didn't feel anything during the Asian qualifiers, but once I got to the Olympics, I felt like I was holding back the Xi'an national team. MC is a relatively young player with little competition experience, but precisely because of this, what he was thinking about was relatively simple. His condition may also be restored in one wave. Knock down 3 people in one wave. The encouragement from Mao Xiaomo and his teammates also made MC laugh for the first time. It's not that fans don't give young players a chance to make mistakes, but this is the Olympics, and this is the arena that people across the country are looking forward to. There are countless professional players who want to play in this game, and MC must perform as he should. After the Xi'an national team defeated the Brazilian team, he took a look at the situation behind him, rescued the people, applied medicine and moved directly. But the firepower of big manufacturers is also very fierce. After going around in a big circle, I found a gap and got into the big power plant. Fortunately, it is in the center of a circle, but there are only 2 people left in the Xiaogua team. Chapter 705, Law of Conservation of Character. The next game will not have much to do with the Xiaogua team. The 2 members of the Xiaogua team hid in 2 small boxes, although it is in the center of the circle. I don't dare to move too much. Fortunately, the circle is still relatively normal. After entering the large power plant, Team Xia is still in the safe zone. It wasn't until the 7th circle that the Xiagua team was forced out of the circle. The safe zone of Dachang can accommodate a lot of people, so there are still 7 surviving teams, because the Xiagua team doesn't know the distribution of the surrounding teams. As soon as he came out, he was knocked down immediately. And then, he was directly pressed up and taken away by the Norwegian team. In this way, the Xiagua team achieved 7th place in the 3rd set. In addition to the 5 kills gained previously, the Xiagua team also achieved a result that was above the passing line. Mstoy said, Xiagua's team ranked 7th in this set, which is 190 plus 50. 240 points. A result that is beyond the passing line. But the US team is still on the court now. After this set is over, the first place may be the US team. The situation of the American team is similar to that of the Xiagua team. There is also a lone wolf left to survive. But the position of this lone wolf is very good. When the 7th circle is cleared, almost all the teams have to move. A massive attrition. The scene was very chaotic. Team members from all directions who wanted to enter the circle had to forcefully fill up the smoke because they did not have enough cover. Some teams even bumped into their opponents in the smoke. The teams are shrinking one after another, but the members of the American team remain motionless. After a fierce battle, the Norwegian team and the Croatian team both came to the finals, including the American team. There are only 3 teams left on the field. Interesting. If the Croatian team, which is currently last, wants to get into the top 3 in this set, the points will rise immediately. It's also funny. The Croatian team was in last place after 2 sets, and could have scored at least 400 plus points in this set. European teams. None of the teams that can advance to the top 4 of the group are good. In this set, everyone really saw the ability of the Croatian team. They were also a team on the sidelines in this set. Not a Destiny team. He came in through a sudden transfer. There are currently 6 players on the field. 2 from the Norwegian team, 3 from the Croatian team, and 1 from the American team. The Norwegian and Croatian teams here probably don't know the position of the American team. Mstoy analyzed. The Norwegian team and the Croatian team may both think that there is one more person on the other side than actually. On the 8th lap, it was on the American team's side. The safe zone begins to refresh. The teams on the left and right move towards one side of the circle at the same time. The position of the American team was instantly awkward. Jean's sharp eyes saw Matthew directly. 2 shots and take it away directly. As soon as the gunfire rang out, the United States was wiped out. And the remaining 2 teams knew what kind of situation was coming next. 2 versus 3. Although the Norwegian team has a numerical disadvantage, it is closer to the circle. Really, when the Croatian team entered the circle, they directly pressed into the circle. Throw a few grenades over. The Croatian team was so overwhelmed that they couldn't even lift their heads. After James knocked down 2 players with 5 shots, the Croatian team had no chance to win. He was immediately stuck outside the circle. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Nor. Okay. Then let's congratulate the Norwegian team on their success in winning the chicken game. In this way, the Norwegian team should be able to enter the first group now. The Croatian team and the US team are ranked 2nd and 3rd. The Xia national team is 7th. The winners bracket finals are halfway through. It's also the break time between games. The standings are also displayed on the big screen. Olympic PUBG winner group final standings. 1. CHN/Xiagua, R1, 600, R2, 550, R3, 240, total, 1390. 2. USA/USA, R1, 540, R2, 460, R3, 360, total, 1360. 3. Norway, R1, 50, R2, 400, R3, 610, total, 1060. 4. KR/South Korea, R1, 340, R2, 180, R3, 190, total, 710. 5. COL/Colombia, R1, 190, R2, 320, R3, 190, total, 700. 5. Russia, R1, 360, R2, 100, R3, 240, total, 700. After half the race, the standings are also very interesting. The top 3 teams, Team Xiagua, the United States and Team Norway are far ahead. The score gap between the teams ranked 4 to 16 is not particularly large. They are all within one set. The Siagwa team and the American team are still the two most stable teams. The Siagwa team placed 2 first and 1 seventh in 3 sets. And the American team placed 2 second and 1 third. All in the finals. Another team that is more unexpected is the Korean team. The South Korean team actually achieved a very stable record in the winners' bracket finals filled with strong opponents. And is still ranked 4th after 3 sets. Although this more tactical style of play left the Korean team with few heads, it could still score a relatively stable score. The play style is not pretty, but it is practical. The Brazilian team and the Dutch team are still in a relatively struggling state, and the rankings of the two teams have also fallen to the bottom. After 3 games there is an intermission of 1.5 hours. This halftime break is also a very important adjustment time for each team. The atmosphere in the venue today is completely different from yesterday. Because whether it was today or yesterday, there were very many Siag Kingdom spectators in the stadium. The atmosphere in the stadium also has a lot to do with the Siagwa team state record. When Siagwa's team is good, the atmosphere in the stadium will explode. If Siagwa's team is not in good condition, the enthusiasm of the audience in the stadium will definitely be affected. On the second day of the game, the Siagwa team's audience was much more enthusiastic. On the first day, no fans had the heart to applaud the foreign team. How could the Clay but cheer for the foreign team when he was in danger of crossing the river? Ibiza also has a lot of Siagwa fans because of Liquid and Malxiamo. While passing by the auditorium, Ibiza also heard the cheering sounds of countless Siag national team fans. Come on Ibiza! Come on Ibiza! Don't give up! After staying with Malxiamo for so long, Ibiza naturally knows the meaning of the word, come on, shouted by Siagwa team fans. They are currently in 16th place in the standings, which is the last place. Ibiza was a little moved. The esports atmosphere in the Netherlands is not as good as that of Ukraine or Sweden. And there are not many fans of the Dutch team at the scene. But the fans of the Siagwa team were shouting for Ibiza to come on, which also moved him a little. It happened that the Siag national team passed by the Dutch team. And Malxiamo also smiled and patted Ibiza's butt. Oh! Come on Godimo! The audience at the scene was also very excited. Malxiamo waved to everyone and returned to the lounge. The members of Siagwa's team are all in good condition. And there shouldn't be any big problem in qualifying for the winners bracket today. Within half an hour, the 4 of them also went outside the venue to get some fresh air, wash your face, and continue on the field. Sports athletes will control their diet very strictly before the game to prevent food poisoning from causing stomach upset and affecting the game state. So no one dares to eat randomly before the game. Back on the field, 16 teams continue to compete for 8 places to advance to the finals. Okay, welcome back. What you are watching now is the finals of the winners group of the Olympic PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds event. Back in the game, everyone's spirits have been lifted again. Esports has always been synonymous with passion and victory. Now Siagwa team is still ranked 2nd, and the point situation should be said to be relatively stable. But of course, we still hope that Siagwa team can perform more and better. Mstoy said seriously. He also said funnily, I hope that the Siagwa team will use more punishment circles in the next few games. It's good that this statement also made everyone a little confused. What does Siagwa team mean to use more punishment circles in the next few games? What do you mean? Mstoy also asked with a smile. Yahao explained seriously. One thing I have always believed in is the law of conservation of character. The law of conservation of character simply means the conservation of character. There are always good times and bad times. If you are in the winners bracket finals, and the Siagwa team wins 6 games in a row, don't panic. Right. When your character is not good, you will run out of money in the winners bracket finals. Anyway, you will definitely advance. In the finals, destiny will come. Perfect. What he said also made everyone laugh. Mstoy replied. That being said, everyone still hopes to see the Siagwa team win again. The circles in each game are random. But if you believe in metaphysics, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't exist. It depends on how you understand it. Some people feel that if they win 3 times in a row, they will not win again the 4th time. Some people feel that if they win 3 times in a row, they will definitely win the 4th time. In fact, they are 2 different ideas. Well, it's just a joke. Okay, let's get back to the topic. Mstoy brings everyone back into the game again. The 4th set begins. After the halfway period, the status of each team is different, which is also related to the current results of each team. The Seoul team and the American team are more relaxed, and their vision may be more long-term. The fourth set of the match. Team Seoul and the United States have already begun to adapt to the finals format in advance. Chapter 706. Thoughts on the new competition system. No one from the Seoul national team or the American team fought when they saw it. Race 4. Lap 4. Team Seoul and the United States are both in a shooting position. But there was a team driving through the wheat field, and they didn't choose to shoot. I understand. Team Seoul and Team USA are already adapting to the finals format in advance. Joy suddenly realized, if Seoul team wants to sweep away this position, he will definitely be able to sweep down 2 to 3 people from the Dutch team. Under this old competition system, it is 20 to 30 points. But it is likely to be attacked from other places, and will not be killed directly. But it will not gain much for the Seoul team. I'll give you a brief introduction to the format of the finals. The format of the final is called the Golden Rooster system. To put it simply, whichever team gets 3 chickens first will be the final champion. Joy introduced. But in fact, everyone is already very familiar with this competition system. Because the competition system is too simple. That is, eating chicken equals winning. If you don't eat chicken, it will be useless for you to kill the second 199 times. Regarding this competition system, everyone's initial thought was that luck would increase and the competition would become very ugly. The Seoul team has also discussed this competition system more than once. Mao Xiaomo's idea is that in this competition system, if everyone plays with the purpose of winning the chicken, the game may become very different. Because there are many things that you cannot predict. Mao Xiaomo's own understanding is 2 words. Have to. Lose. In this competition system, the 2 words, gain and loss, are very important. A situation like this happened to the Seoul team in the 4th set. By letting the Dutch team go, the Seoul team will gain the integrity of its own defense. But it will not lose anything, because the Dutch team will have no impact on their entry route into the next circle. If you shoot the Dutch team, you will not get any direct benefits under the new competition system. But you may lose the integrity of your own armor. As we all know, armor becomes more difficult to replenish as it reaches the back, because it is inherently a consumable item. In this case, judging whether letting the opponent go will have an impact on one's own subsequent games actually depends on the commander's judgment of the situation. Mao Xiaomo felt that letting the Dutch team go would have no impact on his future games. And it might also serve as a troublemaker to disrupt the situation on the court and kill more enemies. There was no point in attacking them. If you kill a member of the Dutch team, there will not be much benefit to the Seoul team. At the same time, if you are hit in the head or someone is shot in the head and falls down, it is really an act that harms others and does not benefit yourself. The most important thing is how to determine whether a team's direction will affect you. This issue may become the key to the new format. Joy didn't make it too obvious. The commentary booth is a public place, and his words will definitely be spread. And he believes that Mao Xiaomo's understanding will be ahead of the commanders of other teams. Mao Xiaomo's understanding will be referred to by the commanders of all teams. But what Joy said still made everyone not quite understand. I understood one thing. Everything is about eating chicken. You choose to fight or not. After today's game, whether it is the 8 teams that advance to the finals and advance, or the 8 strong teams that fell into the loser group, they will change their playing methods to cope with the new competition system. Before the start of the finals, no team has played in the new competition system. Experience. Even though the Seoul team has practiced a lot domestically, there is still a big difference between playing against strong teams. The Seoul team and the American team changed their playing styles just to test the rhythm of the game. Because of these 16 teams, there is a high probability that more than 12 will continue to meet in the finals. The American team adopted similar tactics to the Seoul team, but they screwed up. When the Brazilian team they let pass was brushed in the next circle, blocked on their route into the circle. Because the current situation of the Seoul team is not very important, the camera was directly shown to the American team to see how the American team responded to this situation. But the American team was directly blocked by the Brazilian team with a backhand. He was stuck alive on the edge of the circle and gave the Brazilian team a hand. Forehead. It can only be said that the American team gave the Brazilian team a hand. If the American team wanted to shoot at this distance, they would definitely be able to shoot down. Joy smiled. Now the Brazilian team is still at a rock bottom after 3 games. In the 4th game, if the American team wants to, they can play directly. The Brazilian team did not say 100% in the last round. 90% will be wiped out by the team. Where is the American team? somewhat invincible. As a result, the American team let the Brazilian team pass. And the Brazilian team thought there was no one there. As a result, the American team came in from outside the circle and had a head-on encounter with the Brazilian team. This kind of head-on encounter is the strength of the Brazilian team. And the terrain advantage does not give the American team a chance to come back. And the team is directly destroyed. This group is also likely to be the key to the Brazilian team's winners bracket finals. The Siagwa team is completely different, although everyone is in a state of exploration, because there are domestic teams that have trained with the Siagwa team. And Mao Xiaomo himself has studied for a long time. He let the Dutch team go. It is a decision made after thinking. The Dutch team was also surprised that the Siagwa team did not export them. They originally had the mentality of blindly infiltrating the circle. But they actually got in. The Sia national team doesn't care. The Hungarian team is confused. Originally, it was impossible to let the Dutch team come over in that position of the Siagwa team. This suddenly broke the balance on the field. The Dutch team not only broke through the Siagwa team's defense, but also occupied a hilltop that was fatal to the Hungarian team. Directly hit the Hungarian team's back. With the Dutch team's marksmanship, they basically didn't give the Hungarian team any chance. And they also scored 4 kills. When the Dutch team wiped out the Hungarian team, Mao Xiaomo was also thoughtful. What Mao Xiaomo thinks is that this competition system may lead to some unpredictable situations. In the previous old competition system, when the tactics of each team were basically determined, Mao Xiaomo himself could make accurate predictions and judgments. In this competition system, there may be some irregularities. To put it simply, conventional rules cannot be used to think about the problem. For example, it is impossible for people to come to this place. And it is impossible for people to come to that place. The entire team's thinking must be changed. It's a pity that the current team is in a state of exploration. In this case, it is very likely that the finals will become very unpredictable. Okay, Siagwa's team is still in the safe zone. The next circle refreshed, and the Siagwa team was still in the center of the circle. Chapter 707, The Incomprehensible Style of Play. In this circle, Siagwa team is at least in the top 5. But fortunately, they all remembered what they said before. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it really makes some sense. It has been fate that you should not panic. Okay, Siagwa's team is now on a good hilltop. It seems that I have no intention of taking action, Msjoy said. The Siagwa team is now playing in a final style. In their current position, they will attack whoever attacks them. As for the teams that are not a threat to them, they can leave them alone for the time being. If you shoot at this position, no matter how many points you get, there will definitely be points recorded. In this circle, the Siagwa team kept pretending to be dead, and occasionally fired a few shots to tell other teams that there was someone on this slope. Until the next lap, Team Siagwa is still safe. Okay, this circle is very critical. The attrition circle has passed, and Siagwa team once again entered the top 8. Before, I didn't dare to directly say that I would advance to the finals in advance. With a 4-set played like this, I can already congratulate the Siagwa team in advance. In theory, they have already advanced directly. After a rough first day, Siagwa's team seemed to find its form on the second day. Even though the American team was eliminated, it was firmly ranked first after the 4th set. But in this set, God didn't want Team Sia to have an easy time. A fatal cutaway circle. It directly made Msjoy and others exclaim, "How biased is this circle? It's a bit difficult in this position." Yes, it's not easy to get there even if you have a car, Msjoy analyzed. But we still need to get rid of the Russian team behind us first. The Russian team has no cars, so they will definitely hit the Siagwa team. After Msjoy said that, the camera showed the Russian team. Shade 1 led the team directly to the foot of the hillside of the Siagwa team. It's not easy to rush up this hillside, but there's nothing the Russian team can do. Coming. Stuck them, Mao Xiaomo said to his teammates. Then the Siagwa team spread out every word. The 4 players stood directly in their respective positions. The Russian team is laying out the cigarettes first. Wang Hao's position needs to be changed. Shade 1 smoked, and Wang Hao's position also moved directly backward. Mao Xiaomo saw clearly where his opponent was pulling the cigarette, and he threw a thunderbolt at it. Boom! This thunder. It landed precisely at the feet of Shade 1. CHN_MO used a frag grenade to knock down Russ_Shade 1. Pretty. This thunder. The Russian team is leaving, Msjoy exclaimed. To everyone's surprise, the Russian team was knocked down by a player, and immediately wanted to leave. The Xiaogui team was reluctant to use thunder to make up for Shade One, but they saw Russia leaving. Ta-ta-ta-ta! Several members of the Xiaogui team raised their guns and shot. Knocked down 2 more members of the Russian team in the gap between the trees. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down Russ_Flamey. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down Russ_Mir. Pretty. These shots are really beautiful. Mjoy and Yehao both praised sincerely. Only emotion can shoot this gun. 5400 also followed suit. Xiao Mo. But in fact, these shots were a bit lucky. They were all aimed and fired in the gaps between the trees. The shots were not as good as the opponent's catch. The Russian team members kept hitting the muzzle of the guns with these shots. Mao Xiaomo didn't expect it either. There's nothing you can do about it. And it's not the Russian team's fault. No team can have an eye in the back of their head. This wave of Russian team can be said to be indecisive, although they are worthy of any team on the front. The situation just now is that the Xiaogui team occupies an advantageous terrain. They are still a 3-on-4 team. In theory, as long as the Xiaogui team does not act stupidly and waits for the poison to swipe their cards, there is nothing they can do. So Shade One also directly ordered the retreat in the team. As a result, only one team member was withdrawn. At this time, the safe zone also begins to refresh. This member of the Russian team can only be said to be a matter of life and death. But fortunately, the target was relatively small, and no one noticed him. Okay. The Russian team has been repulsed. The next step is to take a look at the Xiaogui team's decision-making. Yes. The Russian team gave Xiaogui team enough time to enter the circle. Mjoy analyzed. If the Xiaogui team plays according to their usual style, that's the way they play in the old format, they may reach this small slope. But I don't know what emotion is thinking now. I can't guess. Mjoy drew a circle on the map. It's a small pit on the strong side. Although this position is a bit passive, it is easy to attack. If you win this position and enter the circle, your performance will rise to another level. Okay. Team Xia is getting on the bus. Let's see how it transfers. Mjoy says it. Xiaogui team begins to transfer. At first, no one felt anything strange about Xiaogui team's transfer route. But Team Xiaogui found a small gap and inserted it directly into the circle. Xiaogui team entered the circle directly. But there is no room for Xiaogui's team to park at this location. What a rush! The Xiaogui team style of play was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. As a result, the 4 vehicles of the Xiaogui team formed a formation, and Wang Hao pulled the gun line and rushed directly to the top of the Brazilian team's mountain. Xiaogui's team wants to storm the top of Brazil's team. Impossible. 5,400 shouted. He didn't know why Mao Xiaomo made such a decision. Go attack a hill in the center of the circle that is almost impossible to attack. Mjoy couldn't understand Mao Xiaomo's decision at first. But as a commander, Mao Xiaomo couldn't make stupid mistakes. All decisions were meaningful. So Mjoy was also thinking about it carefully. What is the purpose of Mao Xiaomo's transfer? Oh, I see. Mjoy's eyes lit up. And she suddenly thought of a possibility. And it was basically a fact. But I haven't waited for Mjoy to explain it to everyone. The Xiaogui team rushed into the safe zone at full speed. This is not considered a blind attack on the safe zone. The Xiaogui team knew that there was someone on the top of the mountain. But they still chose to rush forward. The Brazilian team never thought that a team would rush up to them. But by the time they reacted, the Xiaogui team was already almost there. But the Brazilian team was in a great position and responded quickly. Coldzria fired backhand directly. He directly swept down Wang Hao, who was traveling at great speed. BRA_Coldzria used M416 to knock down CHN_45 AI. Audiences who are familiar with CSGO may know that the player Coldzria is the famous rain god, who is also a benchmark in the CSGO professional circle. After switching to PUBG, he also has a large number of fans. Coldzria is also a relatively competitive person, practicing guns crazily. As a result, with his impressive FPS talent and experience, he rose to the 5-star SSS level in a short period of time. In this level, the original PUBG player, Mao Xiaomo, James, all took a few years to come up with. The Brazilian team was already desperate in this set, but they didn't expect it. The second-place American team raised their hand and let them into the circle. And the first-place Xiaogui team also raised their hand and gave them 40 points. Wang Hao was directly knocked down by Coldzria. But Wang Hao's gun line has been pulled very well. In a team, The free man has to do the job of pulling the gun line, especially in this kind of hard attack. The player who pulls the gun line is almost certain to die. But someone must sacrifice for the team. So even if the statistics of a team's libero are dismal, it does not mean that he is not a good libero. Wang Hao drove his motorcycle at the front alone, directly attracting the firepower of the Brazilian team. This will reduce the firepower attack of the three vehicles behind. MC. Mao Xiaomao swerved and stopped in the middle of the slope, using the tree as a cover to start spraying. In the Xiaogui team, Wang Hao was also reporting the enemy's position with his teammates. The first two of you are going to move to the left and the right. The other one is far away. I don't know about the other one. Wang Hao reported all the information he saw. It also directly made Zhou Lili understand where he should stop. There will be such a tacit understanding among several teammates who can play. Zhou Lili stopped directly on the edge of one side, preventing the Brazilian team from reaching MC and Mao Xiaomao, who were being sprayed by the Xiaogui team. But what was a little desperate was that as soon as Zhou Lili stopped, she was instantly killed. BRA_Fair used AKM to knock down CHN_211 with a headshot. The last member of the Brazilian team who didn't show up. Xiaogui's team finally knew where he was. But it doesn't help anymore. Everyone on the commentary desk looked a little disappointed. They are from a god's perspective, knowing where the members of the Brazilian team were. As soon as Zhou Lili stopped at that position, they knew that the Xi'an national team was gone in this set. Otherwise, in 3-on-4, there would be no chance. Zhou Lili was defeated in this wave. Then it would be a bit uncomfortable for Emotion and MC. Joy says it. MC was directly knocked down by the Brazilian team Fair, who was pulling the gun line not far away. Then Mao Xiaomao knocked down another Kolsria, who was about to pull the gun line. If he didn't make up for it, the Brazilian team members would kill him directly. BRA_Fair used SKS to knock down CHN_MC with a headshot. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down BRA_Kolsria. BRA_Fair used AKM to kill CHN_MO. The Xia Kingdom team was destroyed. Hardly any effective resistance was offered. Then the Xi'an national team will be wiped out. The ranking is fixed at 6th place. There are not many players in this game. Only one. Which is a pity, Joy said. Chapter 708. The Netherlands and Brazil turn around. The 3 Russian players that the Xiaogui team had just knocked down, except for Shade 1, who were replaced by them. The 2 players behind the Xiaogui team did not go to make up for them, and directly let other teams make up for them. At that time, the transfer was relatively quick and decisive, and there was no time to make reinforcements. Several members of the American team looked thoughtful as they watched the Xia team being wiped out. They did not laugh at Xiaogui's team's transfer. On the contrary, after watching Xiaogui's game, they also had some thoughts. 6666666. Is this Emotion's command? Leading the team to deliver? You don't want to play anymore after being promoted. Right. It's kind of funny this wave. It's all for free to the group of 4. Stop fighting later and go home and sleep. Anyway, I've been promoted. Why are you spraying me? You can't criticize me for showing off in front of the whole country? Is this the so-called first command? Above the barrage of Xiaog was live broadcast. Also because of the Xiaogui team's wave of group destruction. The rhythm is soaring. All the firepower was poured into Mao Xiaomao, although he has the largest number of fans among all the players in Xia Kingdom. Because of deep love and deep responsibility, there will be fans who have fans. Because of this summer national team, Mao Xiaomao did not take Wei Shen to the United States, did not let XED join the national team, and did not let Shou and Liang enter the main selection. These people are also players with a very large number of fans in the domestic PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds community, and they have directly offended N fans. But they will still cheer for Xiaogui's team during the game. Once there is a problem with Mao Xiaomao's command, countless cynicism will follow. But fans don't understand. Joy and Team USA understand. Yehao and 5400 also thought about it, and belatedly understood what Team Xia was thinking. As I said before, the Xiaogui team is playing this game as a final. In other words, the Xiaogui team is rushing to eat chicken. The position targeted by Mjoy can indeed allow the Xiaogui team to enter the top 5 smoothly. But it is difficult to say the top 3. And it is even more impossible to win the chicken. I understand. Team Xia wants to eat chicken. It's like saying it's a game, 5400 said. After saying this, everyone was a little thoughtful. So I might as well continue to explain to everyone. Xiaogui's team is trying to grab this mountain. As long as they grab it, there is a 70% chance of winning the chicken. You are right. The Brazilian team is in a great position on the top of the mountain. The only shooting position in the circle. As long as you occupy this position and wait for the next circle, it is basically impossible to have a full formation or to threaten the position of the Brazilian team. As I said before, this set of the Siagwa team will be the final. If it were the final, maybe Siagwa team would rush to this mountain without hesitation. With Mjoy's explanation, everyone can clearly understand what Team Xia is thinking. But the difficulty of charging up this hill was too high. Even though Wang Hao's gun line was so well drawn. 2 remained and 1 was killed. Later, Zhou Lili was also stolen by a Brazilian team member who didn't know his position, causing Siagwa the collapse of the team. However, this wave of decision-making, based on Joy's analysis, does not seem to be a big problem. This barrage was instantly embarrassing. After Siagwa's team was wiped out, he was watching the Brazilian team's game and discussing the decision-making just now. Similarly, on the other side, the American team, which was OB Xia's national team, was now OB watching the Brazilian team's game. Except for Iron, the other 3 people were discussing some things. If you have a god's perspective, you can hear that they are discussing similar things. But it's not something as simple as Siagwa team's decision-making, but something deeper. After this wave of teams, the foreseeable final situation, that is the battle for the top of the hill in the center of the circle. Team Xia and Team USA basically have the same idea. When it comes to the finals, for a position like the Brazilian team, there will definitely be more than one team competing for it. By then, this position will definitely not be as impregnable as this plate. Winning this position does not mean that you will be able to defend this position. Once the circle is transformed into a situation where there is a high probability of winning the chicken if you occupy this hilltop, there will definitely be countless teams trying their best to rush up. It is hard to say what will happen by then. 0% chance of eating chicken and 1% chance of eating chicken. In the finals, everyone will definitely choose the 1% chance of winning the chicken, even if they are last or second to last, because there is no difference between second place and first to last. Mao Xiaomo had told his teammates before, they have only one goal. That's the championship. So there was a head on the way, and the Siagwa team watched to make up for it. Siagwa team will not choose to make up for any kills that affect itself. Now that he is on this stage, even if he is in second place and gets a silver medal, Mao Xiaomo will feel like a loser. Okay, in this case, the Brazilian team will be shooting. This is a bit high and may set a kill record, Mjoy said. The Brazilian team started killing mode in this set. The Xia national team and the American team were both defeated by the Brazilian team, plus a few of their previous heads, plus the heads from the finals. The number of people is also growing rapidly. The Brazilian team already has 20 heads. There are 9 more people. The record for this Olympics is the 22 kills created by the US team in the group stage. I don't know if the Brazilian team has a chance to break through this time. Although this record may not mean much, it is a shot in the arm for the Brazilian team that is now at the bottom. The 3 teams currently on the field, the Netherlands, Brazil, and Portugal, are all at the bottom. This set is also very interesting. The top teams have already left the field early. Not only the Brazilian team, but the Dutch team also played well in this set. The safe zone begins to refresh. The Dutch team and the Portuguese team knew that they could not shake the Brazilian team's shooting position in the center of the circle. So they desperately fought with each other to determine the outcome. The Dutch team successfully defeated the Portuguese team in a 3-on-2 situation. But the Brazilian team came right over. Strong personal strength plus the advantage of numbers. The Brazilian team did not give the Dutch team a chance, knocking down 2 people directly in one confrontation. Then he successfully killed 23 chickens. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, BRA. Okay. Then the Brazilian team also successfully won the chicken in this set. And with 23 kills in a single game, he broke the 22 kills created by the US team in the group stage and set a new Olympic record. Every Olympics there will be an Olympic record. More importantly, the Brazilian team and the Dutch team relied on their outstanding performance in the 4th set. Successful turnaround. Chapter 709 Experiment. For games later. Olympic PUBG winner group final standings. 1. CHN/Siagwa, R1, 600, R2, 550, R3, 240, R4, 210, total, 1600. 2. USA/USA, R1, 540, R2, 460, R3, 360, R4, 40, total, 1400. 3. Norway, R1, 50, R2, 400, R3, 610, R4, 80, total, 1140. 4. Brazil, R1, 170, R2, 160, R3, 70, R4, 730, total, 1130. 5. Colombia, R1, 190, R2, 320, R3, 190, R4, 200, total, 900. 6. Russia, R1, 360, R2, 100, R3, 240, R4, 170, total, 870. Okay. After this game, the Siagwa team has firmly ranked first in the standings. And the Brazilian team has also successfully jumped to the 4th place with this record-breaking 23 kills. The road to promotion is very good, Msjoy said. This battle is too crucial for the Brazilian team. The Dutch team also scored a high score of 490 points in this set, and now ranks 9th with a total score of 690 points. We also see hope of advancing. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds points-based competition system makes it difficult to determine the promotion situation, especially if the top 8 advance. It is possible that a team like Brazil will come back in the next set. No one can predict it. However, fans of Team Sia and Team USA have already firmly advanced to the finals, 2 rounds ahead of schedule. With this score, even if we don't play in the next 2 rounds, we can still advance steadily and be ranked very high. Now, both the Sia national team and the American team should focus on adapting to the finals format. But with all due respect, I don't think the effect is very good, 5,400 said. Msjoy nodded. Indeed, this lineup for the upper bracket finals is a very suitable lineup for training the team. But there is definitely a big difference between the old format and the new format. Each team has different goals. For other teams, it will be much easier to fight without 2 very fierce competitors, Siagwa and the United States. Sure enough, in the 5th set, the Brazilian team once again got chicken. The Sia national team and the American team both died due to the transfer of the center of the circle. It was obvious that after the 4th set just now, the American team was also discussing Siagwa's method of forcing the center of the circle to hit the destiny point. The result was once again a loss of 80 points to the Brazilian team. The Brazilian team's luck is really good. In the 5th set, they are in a destined position. Moreover, Siagwa and the United States attacked them one after another, so no other team dared to come over. When the Brazilian team cleared up all the situations, the overall situation was actually decided. Before the last circle is refreshed, take the initiative to defeat Norway and South Korea and win chicken again. 2 consecutive sets of chickens also made the Brazilian team turn around. With 640 points in this set, they successfully surpassed the Siagwa team, surpassing the Siagwa team's 1,690 points with 1,770 points, and successfully jumped to the top of the list. After 5 sets, the top 4 teams have all advanced to the finals. In this case, I can congratulate Siagwa, the United States, Brazil, and Norway in advance for successfully advancing to the PUBG finals to be held at the Tokyo Sports Olympic Stadium on August 4th 1 to 2 rounds in advance, Msjoy said. 5,400 added. This ranking actually proves one thing. The strong will always be strong. Teams like China, the United States, Norway, Brazil, and Russia are all among the top 8. As long as they don't have too many problems with their performance, there shouldn't be any big problems in advancing to the finals. Regarding the first-level teams, everyone has a standard of measurement in their mind. Among the teams that everyone was optimistic about before the game, only the Swedish team, ranked 6th in the world, is still in a relatively low position. But if you think about it carefully, it's not incomprehensible. There are 4 members of the Swedish team, and the strongest one, Face Leader Haxi, is only a 2-star SSS level player. But looking at the opponents at the same level, Siagwa has a team led by 5-star SSS level Malshama. Norway has a team led by 5-star SSS level James. Brazil has a team led by 5-star SSS level Koldzera. Russia has double 5 stars, Shade 1 and Flamey. The American team has 3 4-star players with strong overall strength. To put it simply, Sweden does not have a strong point in its formation that can truly compete with opponents of the same level. This makes it difficult for the team to win in head-to-head confrontations. For example, If the Xiaogui team's other 3 players are weaker than Mao Xiaomo's front, they will choose to use Mao Xiaomo's front as the main attack point, with others assisting. But the Swedish team cannot do this. After 5 sets, the game also entered the real decisive moment. In addition to the top 4 teams that have already advanced, the teams ranked 5 to 12 below can also enter the top 8 if they perform well. The 4 teams ranked at the bottom actually have little hope, unless they can win the chicken with a relatively high kill score in the last set. But for the Hungarian, Swedish, Spanish and Croatian teams, in such a terrifying lineup, it is almost impossible to kill the chicken with high kills. It's even more impossible than Japan's dramatic comeback in the group stage. Many teams are more than 1 level ahead of him. Neither Team Xia nor the United States care much about the title of number 1 in the winners' bracket finals. Otherwise, they would not be able to experiment with their playing style in such an occasion. Although they failed twice, both teams were not without gains. Forcing the center of the circle is a life-threatening method, but it cannot be a tactic that must be implemented in every game. When the opponent is strong, a 1% chance of success is almost equivalent to 0%. You still have to look at the situation. Carefully look for routes into the circle, and then use your strength at the right place. The PUBG event of the Tokyo Olympics. The 6th game of the winners' group finals has officially begun. This game has different meanings for each team. The top 8 can directly enter the finals, so no team will give up hope early. In another arena, Game 6 of the losers semifinals has just begun. In fact, the lineup for the loser group semifinals this time is not very weak. There are European powers like Finland and Italy, which have caused trouble for the Xiaogui team more than once in the group stage. The atmosphere in the semifinals of the losers bracket is completely different from that of the finals of the winners bracket. The audience at the scene was not as enthusiastic as the winners bracket final. This is a lose-then-go-home game. As long as they can enter the finals, they can write the top 16 of Olympic PUBG on their resume. But it's meaningless if you can't make it to the finals. The top 8 will advance to tomorrow's lower bracket finals, and the bottom 8 will be eliminated directly. After a day of adjustments, the Finnish team has obviously made a big change. It may also be that the intensity of the game suddenly dropped and they returned to their familiar rhythm. 5 games, 3 chicken results, leading by a huge advantage. Among the top 12 teams in the world, 2 were eliminated in the group, England and France, and 9 teams were in the upper group finals. In other words, in this game, there was only 1 team in the top 12 in the world, the Finnish team, and they still number 1 in the world. The following teams, Italy, Switzerland, Belgium and Lithuania, all have relatively stable scores. It mainly depends on the battle for the 6-8th place at the back. When the 6th set of the 2 sides started almost at the same time, the 8 teams in the PUBG finals, and the 16 teams in the PUBG loser group finals, are also gradually released back to the final set of the upper bracket finals. In fact, everyone has little expectations for this game. The Xiaogui team has advanced ahead of schedule, and is in good shape. As they adapt to the new style of play, many people have already set their sights on another losers bracket semifinal. The game was really exciting. Every team didn't want to lose. It was a life and death battle. This was a quality that the winners bracket finals didn't have. The last set was also very interesting. With an extreme P-port circle, from Jinxiadian to Port P, one has to go through a lot of terrain in the middle. And Mao Xiaomo didn't dare to make that choice, abandoning the car directly. A big wave of sailing came. Moreover, the Xiaogui team sailing was particularly interesting. They did not choose to land directly, but stopped at the sea for 2 circles without moving. It doesn't mean much to enter the circle now. And these 2 circles basically confirm that the finals will be in Port P. It will be a wave of street fighting. As long as the Xiaogui team finds a safe position to go ashore and get in, it won't be a big problem. The American team was also quite interesting. They wanted to occupy the barn in Port P, but 2 of them were killed. Although the Dutch team's lone wolf in the barn in the center of the circle was cleared, Ibiza was very decisive. 3 people rushed directly. In fact, the Dutch team is also on the verge of promotion. Making such decisive decisions this time was beyond Joy's expectation. This wave of Dutch teams rushed in and forcibly cleared the American team at the cost of 2 people falling to the ground. But fortunately, both of them can be supported. The American team also left the field early in 3 consecutive sets after good results in the first 3 sets. But it did not greatly affect their spot in the finals. The Xiaogui team finally found a good position on the 4th lap and successfully landed. Chapter 710 successfully advanced to the finals. When it comes to street fighting, it still depends on the specific situation at the time. The specific position of each circle determines whether the center of the circle has an advantage, or the edge of the circle has an advantage. Looking at the refreshed direction of this circle, the two barns in the center of the Dutch team are likely to become the last location in the finals. The Dutch team was also very smart. They didn't rely on the big ones, and forced the two barns to let one out. Safe area refreshed. Sure enough, this position in the Dutch team was immediately coveted by everyone. However, because it is the last set, all the teams that hope to advance want to play more steadily. And the bottom teams that need points are even less likely to grab this room. They need points. But the Dutch team's room is not a place that can be target shooting position. What follows is a wave of melee in the circle. The Siagwa team wanted to enter this housing area, but if the other teams didn't move, they couldn't move either. When the fifth circle was about to end, there were an unprecedented 14 teams left on the field. It was an extremely rare match. Because it was a street fight, many teams had reduced their numbers. It was precisely because of the street fight that many lone wolves and remnant teams were not eliminated. It is very dangerous to clean up a lone wolf in street fighting. If you want to clear out a housing area, you must first look at the housing type, and then you can choose a cleaning strategy. However, many housing areas require external mines to be thrown or guns to be rushed in. In the finals with a large number of people, it is difficult to do such a thing. Not to mention that the players defending the housing area have a natural advantage. They can hold the door, or the stairs make it difficult for other teams to enter. The Dutch team is also very stubborn. They did not observe the vision of other teams. But the three of them chose three places that would not be hit by lightning, guarded the first floor of the housing area obscenely, and directly gave up the second floor. This is also a very rare way of playing. This style of play is actually liquid style of play, or it can be said to be Mao Xiaomo's style of play, because of the location of the barn. The second floor is too easy to be struck by lightning. If a team enters the first floor and others come in from outside, the people inside will have almost no room to fight back. But guarding on the first floor is different. First of all, the opponent in this position does not dare to stay outside. In the finals of street fighting, staying outside is courting death. There will be different attacks in the room. But if you force entry, it will be difficult to get in with several gun barrels pointed at the door. This is a style of play that doesn't care about kill points at all. With the current points situation of the Dutch team, a stable score of around 300 points will ensure they can advance to the finals. From last place at the beginning to the edge of promotion now. The Dutch team does not want to miss this opportunity. Facts have also proved that the tactics and strategies of the Dutch team are very effective. The Croatian team stumbled into the Dutch team's room. 2 people were knocked down in an instant. The last member of the Croatian team did not enter the room. Nor did he not enter the room. Suddenly he was embarrassed outside the room. And he was picked off by the Siagwa team, who was far away. As a result, the Croatian team has officially lost hope of advancing to the finals. And they will also participate in the loser semifinals tomorrow. The Croatian team's defeat in the upper bracket final was actually acceptable. There is a huge gap with several strong teams, and they can clearly feel it. They will also focus on tomorrow's game. Another safe zone. This circle is another concentric circle. In this case, most of the teams in the circle will have to move. As a full formation, the Siagwa team's numerical advantage is also reflected. While spreading smoke into the circle, he eliminated the lone wolves of the Swedish and Ukrainian teams. Although he was knocked down and brought in team members. Because the circle was refreshed very slowly, he was still successfully rescued without any attrition. The teams on the field also began to reduce their numbers on a large scale. Every time a team is eliminated, the point situation on the field will change. Croatia, Hungary, Sweden, Spain, and Ukraine have already been eliminated early and lost the opportunity to directly advance to the finals. The Ukrainian team's performance in these 6 games was also somewhat unsatisfactory. In fact, it is the same problem as the Brazilian team. The core members of the team, Simple and Edward, are both former CSGO professional masters and do not understand PUBG's tactical ideas so thoroughly. The Brazilian team currently ranks first in points. First, it has better luck. And second, it is really strong in the front. Both are indispensable. After all, Siagwa team entered the circle on the ground. Or they were attacked by the Brazilian team when they were about to stick to the side of the barn. Both teams wanted to seize another barn. But the Brazilian team had a smaller number of people and suffered a big loss from the front, being eaten alive by the Siagwa team. The Xiaogua team also lost 2 people. With only 2 people, Mao Xiaoma and MC did not choose to defend the first floor. They ran directly to the stairs on the first and second floors. This position would not be thrown to Lei Yi. They will not be attacked immediately, and they will be able to respond immediately when a team comes in. The Brazilian team was eliminated early, and the Xiaogua team, which originally had a small point difference with the Brazilian team that ranked first in points, had the opportunity to take the first place in points. As a fan and audience, since there is a chance to be first, who would want the Xiaogua team to only finish second? In the real-time standings, the Xiaogua team has officially surpassed the Brazilian team and temporarily ranks first, with the American team eliminated early. The battle for first place is still between the Norwegian team and the Xiaogua team. At the end of the previous 4 sets, the difference between the Norwegian team and the Xiaogua team was only 20 points, which can be ignored. It just depends on the performance of this game. But looking at the situation, the Norwegian team is full of people around the circle, so it's hard to say. The number of players is getting smaller and smaller. In fact, the situation of the Dutch team is almost stable. After defeating the American team in this set, they also pretended to be dead for a whole game. In the end, they should have got the result they wanted. The final round was completed 2 barns away. The Norwegian team cleared Denmark and Colombia and successfully occupied the only bunker. Jeans and Rain are in the safe zone, and the other 2 are desperately trying to stop the remaining enemies. After a fierce battle, the Xiaogua team failed to break through and was beaten to death in the housing area. The Dutch team survived until the end and got second place as they wished. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Noor. Okay. Thus, all 6 games of the upper bracket finals of the PUBG project have ended. The final standings are also displayed on the big screen. At the end of the game, the standings were instantly displayed. At last, with the wonderful performance of the last set, the Norwegian team successfully surpassed the Xiaogua team and the Brazilian team and jumped to the first position. And many strong teams such as Xiaogua, the United States, Norway, Brazil, and the Netherlands also advanced successfully. Chapter 7:11, Xi'an National Team. Come on. Olympic PUBG Winner Bracket Finals Scoreboard. 1. Norway/Nor, total, 2250. 2. Xiaogua/CHN, total, 1930. 3. Brazil/BRA, total, 1870. 4. United States/USA, total, 1590. 5. Netherlands/NED, total, 1440. 6. Russia/Rus, total, 1340. 7. Colombia/COL, total, 1330. 8. Germany/GR, total, 1210. 9. Korea/KOR, total, 1160. 10. Portugal/POR, total, 1120. 11. Denmark/DN, total, 1070. 12. Ukraine/UKR, total, 790. 13. Sweden/SWE, total, 610. 14. Spain/ESP, total, 570. 15. Hungary/Hun, total, 530. 16. Croatia/CRO, total, 510. Okay. In this way, all 8 teams have been selected to advance to the finals. They are Norway, Xiaogua, Brazil, the United States, the Netherlands, Russia, Colombia, and Germany. To be honest, there is not much difference from my predicted top 8. 5,400 said. This time in the upper bracket finals, the 8 teams that qualified are all strong teams. It is also a pity that the Korean team finished in 9th place. In this case, they will participate in tomorrow's loser group finals with the remaining 8 players, and the Xiaogua team can get a day of rest to prepare for the finals. Everyone also felt a little pity that the Korean team did not advance to the finals. After all, Xiaogua and South Korea are the last 2 teams in Asia and represent Asia's FPS. Okay, the semifinals of the loser group on the other side have also ended, and the top 8 teams have been announced. The screen instantly showed the first 8 scores of the loser semifinals. Olympic PUBG Loser Group Semifinals Scoreboard. 1. Finland/FIN, total, 2530. 2. Italy/ITA, total, 1640. 3. Belgium/BL, total, 1510. 4. Czech/CZE, total, 1330. 5. Switzerland/SUI, total, 1210. 6. Lithuania/LTU, total 1200. 7. Austria/AUT, total 1150. 8. Iceland/ISL, total 1080. The loser group may be a unique team. We didn't watch the game. At this point, the Finnish team scored 500-plus points, which is an average of 500 points per set. Maybe the ferocious beast will come up from the loser group. 5400 nodded. Yes. As a result, PUBG eliminated 8 teams from the Olympic Games again, except for 2 Asian teams and 3 American teams. The remaining 19 teams are all from Europe, which has a strong FPS heritage. At the same time tomorrow, the losers bracket finals will be held, and the top 8 teams will participate in the esports finals on August 4th. Okay. What follows is an interview with Emotion. After Mstoy said that, the scene changed. Mao Xiaomao stood calmly in front of numerous media and faced countless cameras. Calmly. Standing at the front is CCTV5, a reporter from CCTV. After receiving the reply, the CCTV reporter nodded slightly and asked Mao Xiaomao, "Hello, Team MO. Congratulations on successfully entering the finals with 2nd place. May I ask what adjustments the team made today? It is very different from yesterday's group stage." This female reporter is obviously not the type who doesn't understand the game at all. But as long as the audience knows a little bit, they can see that the Xiaogua team is in much better condition today than yesterday. Mao Xiaomao replied calmly, "It's just about adjusting your mentality, including me. This is the first time for all 4 players to play in such a high-level game. Maybe they were tighter on the first day, but today they are much better. Captain MO is also very humble." The reporter laughed and said, "Everyone can see that on the first day, Mao Xiaomao dragged the Xiaogua team into the winners bracket finals all by himself. One man got more than half of the heads. Team MO. Today's 6 games went very smoothly. It is very likely that these teams may meet again in most of the finals. Will this match in the winners group finals help you understand your opponent's playing style and style?" Mao Xiaomao curled his lips and replied, "It's different. The format of the finals is different from today's. Each team's playing style has become unpredictable. I don't know what will happen in the finals." The reporter continued to ask, "We saw in the last few games today, the Xiaogua team is obviously trying to adapt to the style of play in the final. Do you have any special preparations for the final format?" Mao Xiaomao replied, "This is a good competition system. I like it quite a lot. But it's not very mature yet. Sometimes there is a bit of luck in playing chicken. It's quite unexpected that the organizer uses this competition system as the final competition system. Try your best to fight in the finals." Mao Xiaomao made a fool of himself. Joking. Could they really explain their tactical preparations? The reporter smiled awkwardly, realizing that he had asked a question that Mao Xiaomao could not answer truthfully. But he quickly adjusted. "Which teams does Team MO think its main competitors will be? Norway and the United States. These 2 teams should be the strongest." Mao Xiaomao answered truthfully. The reporter was also very smart this time, and did not ask questions like, "Isn't the Brazilian team the strongest opponent?" Mao Xiaomao did not answer the official question of being his biggest enemy. Only strong people are qualified to say such things. There are several teams that are better than them. They have to admit that only those who can face themselves can become stronger. They can't predict the outcome of the finals, but they just want to be first. Last question. I have a precious rest tomorrow, so I don't know what the team will do. Mao Xiaomao smiled and said, "Take a day off. The last day is a new competition system. All teams have a blank research on other teams, and repeated research will not be of much use. I will bring the gold medal back to the finals." The reporter nodded. "Okay. Thank you, Captain MO." Mao Xiaomao nodded and expressed his gratitude to friends from the media. "We are all workers fighting on the front line. No one is easier than anyone else. To put it bluntly, there are people in front of the stage and people behind the scenes." Then he left with a smile, leaving everyone with a king-like figure. The camera returned to the commentary room. Mstoy, Yehao, and 5400 also had infinite emotions. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. When I first met Emotion on CBL, he was still a teenager who had just entered college. Now he has grown up to be able to carry the Xia Kingdom FPS on his shoulders. Mstoy shook his head. Mao Xiaomao has changed. But he has not changed. Emotion has indeed matured a lot. The 18-year-old Mao Xiaomao may feel young and energetic when he says the same words. But when I say it now, I feel like a true king. 5400 also said, "Yes, Emotion has matured a lot. But what remains unchanged is his strong self-confidence. which is why he can become the captain of the Xi'an national team. Mao Xiaomo's growth trajectory is not very fast. 2 years' time. It can be said that Xiaoguo's audience and fans have witnessed his growth along the way. Frustration when you first started. There is also the obscurity of PCI when it is about to enter its peak. These are the things that have brought Mao Xiaomo to a level that no Asian has ever reached before. I sincerely hope Team Xia M16 can win this championship, even if the opponents we face are very strong. When we get older, we will remember this period of hard work. Everyone can remember it with a smile. It's a good thing that what I said was a bit emotional. And there were many people in all parts of the country. Everyone is praying for the Xiaoguo team with their hands clasped together. For these commentators, this commentary career is also very special. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. How long is the life of a game? They don't know that there may be a new esports game in 2 years. This game replaces. But for them, the experience was absolutely unique. As Joy herself said, he has done commentary on StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm. But what is most memorable is his professional commentary experience in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Personally, he also hopes that the Xiaoguo team can win this game. Everyone knows that there are too many unsatisfactory things in this world. And there are too many things that fail to fulfill people's wishes. But what they really want is that their future memories will be perfect. Team Xia! Come on! Countless fellow commentators. Countless fans. Countless people working behind the scenes. Countless Xia Kingdom professional players. They all came from the bottom of my heart, and I shouted silently in my heart. Team Xia. Come on. A bright red 5-star red flag also appeared on the screen, with 5 big characters on it. Come on! Xiaoguo team! And the live broadcast of the winners group finals has officially ended. Chapter 712 Support. For these webcast workers, they still have their last day of work tomorrow. They will also narrate tomorrow's losers bracket finals. And after that, all their tasks are over. The 3 esports finals on the last day will be broadcast live on CCTV5. CCTV Sports Channel. The audience at the scene dispersed sparsely. Team Xia also thanked the audience and left the field early. In the audience stage, there were countless people familiar to Mao Xiaomo who came to cheer him on. Too much. Parents. Good. Muyun. There are also the group of brothers from his university dormitory. Wan Dongfang. Sun Zheng. Jiang Xinxin. Qi Luang. Wei Jiqiang. And Wang Chen. Zhang Xiaohua. The current CD players also have the old CD players. There are also many fans who have always supported Mao Xiaomo, including some fans who have been supporting Mao Xiaomo since the CD. Mao Xiaomo didn't know about the arrival of these people, and they just silently cheered for their friends. The cost of going to Japan is not particularly high, and since Muyun is a rich organization, all those whose family conditions are not particularly difficult choose to come to Japan. No one wants to miss such a rare opportunity. Seeing their friends standing on the Olympic field and fighting hard, they can also shout as much as they want off the field. If you go back to 2 years ago, Wan Dongfeng, Wei Jiqiang and others, who could have imagined that friends who play blackmail, play games, and compete with them every day would now become one of the strongest FPS players in the world, representing Xiaoguo on this stage. During this process, the person who pursued his dream with Mao Xiaomo in the beginning, Muyun gave up his career path. Cheng Yao went to finish her studies, what she really wanted to do. Good is also on 2 professional teams with him now. It's a bit sad, but that's the reality. Go to the end. Although Mao Xiaomo was the only one left, everyone was still there. Mao Xiaomo kept thinking about it on the way back. What is it that has been able to support him until now? Passion for gaming? Desire for victory? The pursuit of dreams? Repayment for state cultivation help? Or responsibility? He doesn't know. Maybe they all have it, but these are not as enthusiastic as before. Looking out the window at the fans shouting with all their strength to cheer for Team Xiaoguo. Maybe this is also the reason. A person's life is a process of constant pursuit of satisfaction. If one day he is tired of this arena, he will leave. But now, he wants to win. He wants to keep winning. Win on behalf of Xiaoguo team. The people in the arena gradually dispersed. After watching the Xiaoguo team's bus leave, everyone jumped away excitedly. The Xi'an national team successfully advanced to the finals. To be honest, before the start of the Olympic Games, everyone did not think this was anything to be happy or excited about. Mao Xiaomo is almost invincible in liquid. But when you actually step onto the field, you understand the real difficulty. And in this arena, anything can happen. This venue will host the losers group final match tomorrow. But the audience of the Xiaogua team will not come. Without the Xiaogua team, there will be no attraction for them who are now in high spirits. We are all ordinary people. Cheering for the Xiaogua team is actually a kind of emotional catharsis. In life, it is rare to have such an opportunity to shout as much as possible and share all the emotions with Team Xia. The 4 people return directly to the Olympic village. For them, there is still a final day of decisive battle. And now is far from the time to celebrate. Today is not the same as the first day. Their next finals were played in a completely different format than before. The previous game videos were not helpful, so they did not choose to go to the training room. But behind them, there are thousands of professional players from Xia Kingdom. Several team members were lying on their respective beds. In the WeChat group, for AM_God, I think that in the new competition system, it is not necessary to force the center of the circle. As long as there is a chance to win the chicken position, there is no need to rush. 17_Shokes, yes. Our team has also discussed that this format depends a bit on luck. OMG_Shirong, keep the staff at full capacity. Fighting is not impossible in the early stage. Throwing objects are too critical in the later stage. For AM_God, yes. If you have throwables, you won't be afraid of disadvantageous terrain. At least you have a chance to win. It all depends on your performance. 17_Show, actually, you don't need to carry as many bullets as in the old format. 17_Shokes, entering the game late is actually more risky than the old format. Countless professional conductors and professional players from Xia Kingdom are expressing their opinions on the new competition system. They also practice the new competition system in Xia Kingdom. Although they didn't play a lot, they all had their own experiences. Game understanding is inherently a process of integration. Mao Xiaomo has actually thought about these things. But it is impossible to cover everything. But now these things about the new competition system can only be discussed on paper. No one knows what kind of intensity and style of play will be seen in the real finals. It's also possible that what they're discussing right now is useless. But in the end, the fight is definitely positive. There may not be that much target shooting in this competition system, because the income is not high. By then, the front may become the mainstream of the competition. This is what Mao Xiaomo thinks. Tomorrow will be a day for LOL and Dota 2. They will face their respective opponents in the semifinals. Tomorrow's schedule is very tight. There are 2 LOL semifinals in the morning, 2 Dota 2 semifinals in the afternoon, and the PUBG Losers Bracket final in the evening. They are all the last steps leading to the last day. The difficulty level in LOL is not very high. They have to face the United States in the semifinals. On the other side, the Dota 2 project is also going through many obstacles and will face a powerful opponent, the Russian team. This Russian team is composed of players from the world's top team VP. The Xiaogua team could only compete with them 50-50 before and had no advantage. The other final was between the American team led by Sumail and the Canadian team, teammates from the EG era. This battle is also a focused battle. As for the specific timetable for the last day, the esports project is said to be full on August 4th. In the morning, the LOL third place match is BO3, followed by the finals, BO5. Generally speaking, BO8 games will not be fully played. In addition, the overall progress of LOL is relatively fast, and it is predicted that it will end in about 5 hours. In the afternoon is the third place and finals of the Dota project. It is also a BO3 and a BO5. It is expected to end within 5 to 6 hours, because the esports event ends at the end of the day, and PUBG is the last event. I don't know what time it will be played. Chapter 713 Chungyao. August 3rd is a very important day for the Xiaogua esports team. Semifinals of both events. Every game is extremely crucial. Narita International Airport. Planes from the United States landed on the island nation. Countless passengers flying from the United States to Japan walked out of the lobby. At this time, most of the passengers flying from the United States to Japan were here for the Olympics. There are still many major events in the Olympic Games that have not yet been completed. Among the crowd, a girl threw herself into the boy's arms. This scene is so common at the airport that many passengers don't even take a look. Moreover, the girl looks Asian. It's normal for relatives to be a little intimate when meeting relatives. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao hugged each other tightly. Even though Mao Xiaomo was wearing a mask, Cheng Yao still recognized him in the crowd and rushed towards him. People say that girls in love are naive. And they are absolutely right. I think back at the beginning, Cheng Yao's character was somewhat aloof from strangers. At that time, She didn't expect that she would turn into such a lovely girl now. Of course, this is only true in front of your lover. Time flies so fast. And the love between Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo has been almost 2 years. In the following year, they get together less and stay apart more. Mao Xiaomo sees each other once a week when there is no competition. But not when there is competition. Definitely. During those months at DreamHack, we basically didn't see each other. But some feelings never change from beginning to end. Mao Xiaomo always felt that she was a little sorry for Cheng Yao. And Cheng Yao also felt that she was a little sorry for Mao Xiaomo. Cheng Yao didn't sacrifice anything for Mao Xiaomo. But she was always silently behind him. This kind of relationship is envied by friends around two people. There hasn't been any quarrel in the past 2 years, which is rare among other couples. Although it can't be said that it doesn't happen. The two of them didn't have much to say. And all they needed to say was said on the phone. However, he hadn't seen Cheng Yao for a long time. The moment he saw her, Mao Xiaomo felt that his heart was instantly filled with warmth. How long are you going to hold me? Cheng Yao pouted and looked at Mao Xiaomo. 1 day. Puck. Cheng Yao didn't bring anything with her. She took 5 days off when she came to Japan. It was precisely because of her trust in Mao Xiaomo that she chose to come before the finals. She didn't feel that she would be a fetter or burden to Mao Xiaomo. It is sustenance and motivation. Aren't you hot when you're wrapped up so tightly? Cheng Yao chuckled. Mao Xiaomo's hat and mask look a little out of place in the summer. But there is nothing we can do. It was already very difficult for him to leave the Olympic Village. At the critical moment before the final, if something happens to the captain of the Xiaogua team when he goes out, who can take the responsibility? Mao Xiaomo also knew the seriousness of this matter. So there was nothing he could do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. Hong. Mao Xiaomo felt like he was back to his teenage years again. Mao Xiaomo has completely different personalities in front of outsiders and in front of Cheng Yao. Shit! Childish! In the eyes of outsiders, Mao Xiaomo is confident, domineering and mature. But in Cheng Yao's mouth, there are only 2 words. Stinky and childish. Which are actually quite vivid. Are you tired from flying? Fortunately, I was resting on the plane. In the audience at the Dota 2 arena in the afternoon, 2 more uninvited guests. In a corner, 2 people were eating popcorn and watching the Xiaogua team's game. The time for them to get together today is too short. In the evening, when the PUBG lower bracket finals are over, Team Xiao will have to go to a meeting. The 2 people naturally attracted the attention of many Xiaogua fans and PUBG fans at the scene. Especially the audience in Xia Kingdom felt a little nostalgic when they saw this golden couple. It can be said that most people started to like Mao Xiaomo from that IFCD. But I haven't seen Cheng Yao for a long time. But no one should forget this Xia Kingdom's #1 female professional gamer. The girl who was sniping with Zhou Lily on the court. When Mao Xiaomo left IFCD, there were different opinions from the outside world. And many of them were pointed at Cheng Yao. But then nothing happened. With the rise of Denovo and Liquid and the return of Mao Xiaomo, time diluted everything. Now seeing these 2 people again, everyone feels nothing but nostalgia. Mao Xiaomo rarely declined fans' requests for photos. And these fans were also very talkative. If other couples didn't want to be disturbed, they spontaneously sat down not far from Mao Xiaomo. If anyone wanted to get autographs and photos with Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, they would take the initiative to stop them. The first Dota 2 semifinal on the field has come to an end. After the Xiaogua team reached 1 o'clock. Although they were at an economic disadvantage in the second set, they already had a clear advantage on the field. The opponent's system with Dark Ranger, as its core, was already a little weak when the game lasted for more than 40 minutes. On the other hand, the Xiaogua team successfully turned the situation around with the brilliant performance of Maybe and AME. Dota was the first game Mao Xiaomo played when he first came into contact with games. But at that time, he was playing Dota 1. When he was in junior high school, Mao Xiaomo spent almost all his time playing Dota 1. In high school, there was really no one to play with Mao Xiaomo. And since PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds had just come out, everyone went to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Of course, having played CSGO and CS, he was naturally addicted to it. Especially playing in a queue with his brothers is where the real fun of the game lies. But when I think back to my original dream of playing games, it seems that I wanted to become a professional Dota player. The rules of this kind of MOBA game are similar. Although Cheng Yao has never played it, she can still feel the situation of the Xia Kingdom team through the cheers and sighs of the Xia Kingdom audience. This wave of meat mountains, maybe without any mistakes. The mid laner's explosive output took away Russia. A wave of 1-4-5 team battles directly caused the Russian team to play GG. Siagwa team took away Russia 2 o'clock and successfully advanced to the finals tomorrow. The scene exploded after the Siagwa PUBG representative team and the LOL representative team advanced to the finals one after another. The Dota 2 representative team also successfully advanced to the finals. The three Xi'an national teams may become the biggest winners of the esports events in this Olympic Games. Let's go! Mao Xiaomo squeezed Cheng Yao's hand. Don't you want to watch another show? Mao Xiaomo shook his head. Without Siagwa team, what would I watch? Take you for a walk. Mao Xiaomo smiled. Originally, he wanted to take Cheng Yao to the Olympic Village for a walk. But the management of the Olympic Village was too strict. Mao Xiaomo also worked hard for a long time yesterday. But to no avail. Otherwise, if you walk around the Olympic Village, you might be able to see a sports star in just 3 or 5 steps. The kind that you could only see on TV in the past. If they go to the Olympics this time, the Siagwa esports team will not have time to communicate with other teams. Not only them, but other teams are also working hard to prepare for the competition. This is a competition held every 4 years. And no one is embarrassed to disturb it. Other side, even if there are 3 representative teams of LOL, Dota 2 and PUBG in the same training room, they don't have much overlap with each other. When Mao Xiaomo stood up, nearby fans also gathered over. Emotion! Come on tomorrow! Emotion! Come on tomorrow! Come on! God Emo! Mao Xiaomo held Cheng Yao's hand and kept saying thank you. No matter what, he will definitely try his best. Regarding Mao Xiaomo, everyone really has nothing to be ashamed of. He fought against the Siagwa team until the finals. In the 3 major categories of esports, Siagwa team has always been strong in LOL and Dota 2. But in FPS, Siagwa team has always been relatively weak until Mao Xiaomo appeared. Let everyone see hope. Ordinary viewers may not be able to understand this feeling. If there is an athlete who leads Siagwa football, various 1v3, 1v4, and 1v5, to the World Cup finals, knockout rounds, and finals, I am afraid that everyone will only have 2 words for him. And that is fanaticism. Mao Xiaomo is such a player. The most perfect leader image in everyone's mind is Mao Xiaomo. Appearance, character, strength, all are impeccable. But for some female fans, the only flaw is that they have a girlfriend, and her girlfriend is very good looking. Mao Xiaomo took Cheng Yao all the way through the auditorium. Many people who recognized the 2 of them shouted to Mao Xiaomo, "Come on tomorrow." It's rare to not think about competing. Mao Xiaomo also took Cheng Yao for a walk aimlessly. A few months ago, Mao Xiaomo often took Cheng Yao around the United States. But his mood was different now. If anyone can give Mao Xiaomo strength, Cheng Yao may be the only one. Come on for the final. Cheng Yao leaned gently on Mao Xiaomo's shoulder. I will. More than a year ago, on the PCI podium, all the pictures are still vivid in my mind. We lost, and it was probably a defeat that we could never win back. I will become stronger so that I won't lose. If I want to lose, I will die. Mao Xiaomo looked at the sky. He has become very strong. Very strong. With Cheng Yao by his side. In the audience, he suddenly felt more confident about the final. Xiao Mo. Cheng Yao pulled Mao Xiaomo out of his thoughts. Mao Xiaomo turned around and Cheng Yao took the initiative to kiss him. Well, I haven't been so happy for a long time. A group of lovers were enjoying their time in a park in Tokyo, Japan. The weather in Tokyo is great. In summer, the air is also very bad. However, there is an indescribable tension and solemnity in the city. In this city, countless victories and defeats, laughter and tears have been experienced. Tomorrow will be the day when Mao Xiaomo leads the Siagwa team to the final stage. Win or lose, heaven or HL. All in one thought. Chapter 714. The eve of the decisive battle. 10 at night. Mao Xiaomo finally returned to their training base. And the other 3 members of the Siagwa team had been waiting for a long time. Cheng Yao is here? Well, I just sent it back. Mao Xiaomo replied. Both Wang Hao and Zhou Lili are very familiar with Cheng Yao. MC also met several times while training in the United States. In the evening, Cheng Yao and I just had some dinner at a Japanese restaurant and did not follow the instructions of Joy's coaches. Mao Xiaomo knew the consequences of doing this. If he really had a bad stomach or other problems, he might become a sinner of the country. But so what? Just treat him as willful. In the evening, Cheng Yao was sent to her prospective father-in-law and mother-in-law. And she also saw her parents. After saying a few simple words, Mao Xiaomo rushed back. There was no stopping anyone. Their children had more important things to do. How was the game? Mao Xiaomo sat down and asked. Zhou Lily pursed her lips. Wang Hao is watching. But I'm not watching. At this time, the losers bracket finals game was over. The dust has settled. The top 16 of the Olympic Games are officially formed. Top 8 in Olympic PUBG winner bracket finals. 1 frowny face Norway/Nor. 2 frowny face Siagwa/CHN. 3 frowny face Brazil/BRA. 4 frowny face United States/USA. 5 frowny face Netherlands/ND. 6 frowny face Russia/Rus. 7 frowny face Colombia/COL. 8 frowny face Germany/GR. Top 8 in Olympic PUBG loser bracket finals. 1 frowny face Finland/FIN. 2 frowny face Ukraine/UKR. 3 Sweden/SWE. 4 frowny face Belgium/BL. 5 frowny face Lithuania/LTU. 7 frowny face Portugal/POR. 8 Denmark/DN. 8 South Korea/KOR. It's over. Here are the top 8. Wang Hao gathered everyone together and took a look at the final list. Of the 8 teams in the upper bracket finals, 5 successfully broke through. The only thing that can be said to be a bit surprising is that the Italian team was eliminated in 10th place. Everyone is still optimistic about this team. Among the 16 teams currently in the finals, the Finnish team has played against each other in the group stage, and 12 teams have played against each other in the upper bracket finals. The only 2 teams that have not played against each other are Belgium and Lithuania. These 2 teams are average. I don't think they are very powerful. Wang Hao gave his most pertinent evaluation. The Belgian and Lithuanian teams are actually not very far behind teams like Portugal and Denmark. The European FPS style is right there. The 16 teams in this final are equivalent to the highest level competition in the world. All the teams that should have entered. And none of the teams that should not have entered. The Korean team's luck has also improved. They were ranked 9th in the upper bracket finals and were eliminated at the buzzer. Today they were 8th in the lower bracket finals and advanced at the buzzer, which also made the Korean people extremely happy. Although they also entered the finals of LOL. After all, the Korean team has always been in a leading position in the world in LOL projects. Asia has always been a weak team in FPS events. But this time 2 teams were promoted. Many news headlines say that Asian FPS is on the rise. The members of the Siagwa team's coaching staff were still in the venue. And Mao Xiaomo took everyone to this meeting. Mao Xiaomo didn't say anything about the new competition system. Because no matter how much he said, it was almost just talk on paper. Because no one knows exactly what will happen tomorrow. Brothers, I just asked Chung Yao a question. Mao Xiaomo's sudden words also made everyone a little confused. How could they be related to Chung Yao? Ask her what she thinks of the new format. They all know that Chung Yao is a good PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player. But countless professional players from Xia Kingdom have given them advice. Such as God, Shou, Smile, Wang Xian, Liang, and Dying. They don't think Chung Yao can give them any advice. What helpful suggestions do they have? She said something to me. Mao Xiaomo looked at everyone. You can defeat all enemies. After Mao Xiaomo said this, everyone was stunned at first, and then deep in thought. Chung Yao is right. We have to be confident and show our best strength. Sometimes there may not be a very safe route into the circle, but as long as you have a gun in your hand, you have a chance. You can't give up. Mao Xiaomo's eyes were as bright as fire. Then, he was on PCI. Last minute, faced with the encirclement and suppression by 3 people from OMG. He gave up resistance and did not pick up the gun in his hand. But standing in this arena, if faced with such a situation again, he will not give up. And he will not allow any of his teammates to give up. Win the championship! Win the championship! Mao Xiaomo said to everyone seriously. We only want the championship. The runner-up doesn't want it. Understood? Wang Hao. Understood. MC. Understood. Zhou Lily. Must. More like a pep rally. At this time, the PUBG project is not like LOL and Dota 2 where you can suddenly come up with a strategy. We can only go to the battlefield and fight with bayonets. Several team members came early and had nothing to do afterwards. So they all went back to rest early. Mao Xiaomo warmed up his hands in the training room alone. Played for 2 hours. And then returned to the Olympic Village. What will greet them tomorrow is the final decisive battle. August 3rd. In the LOL project, the Siagwa team and the South Korean team defeated their respective opponents 2 o'clock and advanced to the finals. In the Dota 2 project, Team Sia and Team USA defeated their respective opponents with scores of 2-0 and 2-1 respectively, advancing to tomorrow's finals. In the PUBG project, all 16 teams, including the Siagwa team, have been announced, and they will also compete in the finals tomorrow evening. Everyone has visited the new venue in advance. Different from the previous group stage and knockout rounds, there is no soundproof room, replaced by the soundproof headphones that everyone is very familiar with. In fact, it's not something special, and everyone has come into contact with it more often. No big impact. Siagwa Esports team. 14 main members. They all had a very important night. On the eve of the decisive battle, everyone suffers from insomnia to varying degrees. And there is nothing wrong with that. Tomorrow is the Olympic final, the highest stage of world esports. There are a few people who can care less and not be nervous. There was only one person who slept particularly well, and that was Mao Xiaomo. Maybe it was self-confidence. Maybe it was the strength Cheng Yao brought to him. He didn't know that this time he would fight for his country. August 4th. This is a day that esports players and fans around the world are looking forward to. Finally arrived. Chapter 7:15 The Final Decisive Battle. 1. The Siagwa Esports team has different schedules. By the time Mao Xiaomo and the others woke up, it was already noon. At this time, in the Tokyo Olympic Stadium, the LOL finals also reached the final moments. The Siagwa team was in very good competitive shape today. In the first 3 sets, they temporarily led the South Korean team 2-1. In the 4th set, they also entered the most tense late team battle. It can be said that one mistake can ruin the whole team. Mao Xiaomo and the others were eating lunch and paying attention to the situation of the LOL Esports team. At this moment, the Korean team made a fatal mistake. The fatal flash ruins the whole situation. After the Siagwa team was wiped out in one wave, they went directly to the base. Won the final crown. BI. Mao Xiaomo turned off the TV. Come on, brothers. It's the final battle. Just had a light lunch. The Siagwa PUBG Esports team held its last training before the finals, which was also for the players to find their condition and warm up their hands. As the saying goes, there are no good games in finals. In the finals, all the teams and players had more worries and were afraid of making mistakes. So they played very conservatively, making the game very ugly. This is a consensus whether it is in the Olympics or the World Cup. A truly epic final will never happen in a competition like this. The LOL finals in the morning were also extremely unwatchable. But fortunately the Siagwa team won the game. It is very peaceful for the Siagwa PUBG Esports team. The goals of all 3 teams are the same. The results of the other 2 teams have no substantial significance to them now. The end time of Dota 2 in the afternoon should be 5 p.m. Then change the venue. After all, Dota 2 games are the same as LOL games. Only 10 computers are needed. But PUBG is different. Therefore, the original time of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is 5:30. But because it is not yet certain when the Dota 2 finals will end, it is necessary to bring the Siagwa PUBG Esports team to the venue early. The progress of the esports finals was slower than expected. In the morning, the 3rd place match and finals of LOL were played until 11:30 noon. In fact, this time is relatively normal. The 3rd place match of Dota 2 also officially starts at 12 o'clock. The 3rd place match between the Canadian team and the Russian team also progressed relatively normally. In just 1.5 hours, the Russian team took away its opponent with a 2 o'clock victory, won the 3rd place in the Olympic Dota 2 event. Near 2 o'clock, the Dota 2 finals begin. 2 former geniuses, LGD_maybe and EG_sumail, representing the Sia national team and the American team in the finals. At 4:30 p.m., the Siagwa PUBG Esports team came to the arena to sign in. But the finals of the Dota 2 project are still in progress. And we have just reached the 3rd set. In the 2nd set, both sides were very conservative and used defensive lineups, resulting in a game that lasted 70 minutes. In the end, the US team won, with a score of 1-1. In the 3rd set, the American team still has the advantage. The time of 4:30 is the prescribed time. All teams must come to sign in, and then prepare to play in the waiting area. But no one expected that the Dota 2 finals process would be much slower than imagined. In the waiting area, Mao Xiaomo also met several Liquid teammates. James, Ibiza, Iron, and several old opponents of, for example. Several players are friends off the court. And all PUBG finalists are also relatively friendly. Since they could not do anything else in the waiting area, The 64 PUBG finalists watched the Dota 2 game together. In the third set, the American team did not give Xiaogui any chance, continuously expand the lead despite the advantage. And finally the economy crushes the Xiaogui team away. At this time, the time has come to 5 p.m. because there is almost no warm-up time in the finals. These 16 teams only came to the finals after finishing their warm-ups. However, looking at the progress of the Dota 2 finals, it may not be over for a while. Many players began to close their eyes and relax. This time will most likely allow all players' hands to cool down. Team USA 2:1 Team Xia. The game has reached a desperate situation. The fourth set will resume in 5 minutes. Xiaogui team's last fight still chose a defensive system based on Medusa. Another long game. At 45 minutes, Medusa took out the Dota representative equipment Holy Sword, opened a wave of 5, and destroyed the American team. Then the 5 members of the American team bought live. However, Xiaogui's #1 assistant, FY Mystery, took out 3 more points and exchanged 1 for 5 in a wave to take away the American team and even the score to 2-2. Although the Dota 2 game was not short, it was very entertaining, and the head count was 45:51. Although the Xiaogui team was lagging behind, they successfully won the game. At this time, the time has reached 6 o'clock. This Dota 2 finals has been a fierce battle for 4 hours. It is a drain on the physical strength of both teams. It is also a torture for the PUBG players in the game waiting area. The feeling of waiting for the game is very uncomfortable, because you will think a lot, and some players even start to tremble before the game. There were tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. It should be the largest esports event in history. Mao Xiaomo and his teammates were also sitting on a chair nearby to rest. They all seemed to be in good condition, without any signs of nervousness or depression. Several of them are considered competition-type players, and it is inevitable to feel a little nervous. However, they know that as soon as they sit in that position and pick up the gun, many of their emotions will naturally disappear. They are afraid that the more they think about it, the more they will think about it. The results really affected the state. The Dota 2 finals on the field have reached 6:45. The deciding game has also entered a critical moment. The Xiaogui team chose a set of enemy magic plus blue cats, a highly mobile lineup, while the American team has a positive system. The Xiaogui team is at an absolute disadvantage. In the entire Xiaogui team, only maybe Blue Cat had the economy. In the midterm, the Xiaogui team gave up all outer towers to create space for Amy's enemy magic, and finally won the first wave of team battles since the finals. But it didn't help. The 5 members of the team were all very useful. After catching one person, they went straight to the high ground of the Xiaogui team. Amy's enemy spell did not choose to come back and defend, but chose to directly push the American team to the high ground with soy sauce days. But the demolition speeds of both parties are not at the same level. After the American team demolished the Highland Tower, they also went straight to the base. There is a huge difference in speed between 5 people demolishing towers and 2 people demolishing towers. And maybe's Blue Cat was also killed by Yongzhu after killing the opponent's soy sauce that he couldn't buy alive. Just at this time, maybe buy a job. Blue Cat updates A staff refresh. Avatar. You can hear how loud the cheers are in the waiting area. The Xiaogui team's commentators are crazy. At this critical moment, maybe sold all of his Ice Armored Blood Essence prosthetic legs and updated them with A staff and refresh. Everyone who knows Dota 2 should know. How many people can maybe control now? Take off directly from the spring. Grab 3 people in the crowd. Then fly back to the spring. Fly out again. A sheep with a knife and a sheep. And a blow with the wind. Keep flying back to the spring. Maybe showed his calmness in this highest arena. AME's enemies are demolishing the house like crazy. Team USA sees the situation is going wrong and wants to run away. But in front of a Blue Cat equipped like this, it is impossible to escape. The refresh ball refreshes the CD of all items. Do it again. The Blue Cat god came down to earth and kept everyone. The anti-mage demolishes the enemy base at the same time. The 5 members of the Xiaogui Dota 2 team also roared and hugged each other. And the audience also ushered in the climax of the day. An epic battle. It happened in the decisive game of the Dota 2 project. Sumail, the talented mid laner of Team USA, covered his face and cried. Mao Xiaomo and the others didn't know what happened at the scene. But at 7 o'clock, staff finally entered the waiting area. Get ready. Enter the venue in 10 minutes. And start the game in 30 minutes. This sentence also made the atmosphere in the originally silent waiting area become a little solemn. The game numbers have already been drawn. Seogwa's team is number 7, which is probably in the center of the field, and is also the 7th to enter the field. While the stage was being set up, the audience was also cheering crazily. But the Seogwa PUBG esports team cannot feel all of this. The 3 projects on site are all joint tickets, and 1 vote will win the day. Many spectators at the scene have been watching since the morning, and have also witnessed the Seogwa team's 2 championships. There were already a lot of spectators at the venue, but it was already full at around 5 o'clock. They are all spectators coming to watch the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. The venue was packed with tens of thousands of people, and even Mao Xiaomo had never seen it. The live audience of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is much larger than that of Dota 2 and LOL. Although the number of players may not be as large as the other 2. Those who come to watch LOL and Dota 2 games will definitely watch PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. After all, it is a one-vote vote, and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has a very wide audience. But people who come to support Seogwa PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, specifically many of those seeking survival, did not choose to come to the scene very early. The immediate family and friends of the Seogwa team are basically all Chung Yao, Cheng's father, Cheng's mother, Mao's father, Mao's mother, Gu, Zhang Xiaohua, Mu Yun and other brothers all came to the arena together. After waiting for 2 hours, the Dota 2 finals are finally over. The atmosphere of winning the championship was unforgettable for them. But the protagonist is not the Seogwa PUBG representative team. The 4 members of Seogwa's Dota 2 team finished celebrating and left the field. After walking to the interview area, I still can't contain my excitement. Chapter 7:16 The Final Decisive Battle. 2. The on-site construction was very fast. In less than 5 minutes, the dim main stage was completely set up. There is a large screen between the main stage and the auditorium, which shows the situation of the game. Of course, the players cannot see this situation. There is also a long distance between the main stage and the auditorium, so there is no possibility of any cheating. There are 2 professional supervisors next to each team seat. The heat on the scene has not dissipated. Only when you feel the atmosphere at the scene can you truly understand what shock is. There is half an hour between the 2 games, but the PUBG finals, originally scheduled for 5 o'clock, has been postponed to 7:30. But it is indeed good news for the Seog Kingdom audience. The time in Seogwa is 1 hour ahead of Tokyo, although the time in Tokyo is 7 o'clock. It is 6 o'clock in Seogwa. Thursday is a working day. Many fans who like esports but are struggling with work cannot go to the scene, and can only go there, watch the game on TV and computer. At 6 o'clock, they just finished get off work and had dinner, lying at home and watching the game quietly. This time period can also be said to be the prime time period of Seogwa TV. CCTV5 is also the first time to try to broadcast esports competitions throughout the day. Although there is no specific data, judging from the amount of discussion online, it may achieve a perfect result. After the Dota 2 finals ended, a short sports news broadcast was also conducted for half an hour. And at this time, the Tokyo Olympic Stadium, the main stage lights come on. Compared to the empty Dota 2 stage and LOL stage, PUBG's 64 seats are more like a battlefield. The battlefield now is bright and bright. But the next moment, it may be filled with smoke. Suddenly, the lights flicker. The sound of the scene is ringing. The next thing that will be held is the Olympic PUBG Finals. English, French, and the organizers Japanese. 3 languages. This triggered cheers from the audience again. Next, let's welcome Team 1. Team Norway. Wow! Finally, players began to enter. The entrance to the finals was much more formal than the previous games, and the scale of the scene was unprecedented. Even James trembled subconsciously when he entered the venue. Tens of thousands of people were present, dark one after another. Countless cheers constantly impacted the players' psychological defenses. No esports player has ever experienced such a big scene. It is a challenge for all players. The Norwegian team is also very popular, with 2 super popular players, James and Rain. But in Japan's game, when the Japanese team was eliminated early, it was the Seogwa team's home court. The door to the waiting area was opened, and everyone heard thunderous cheers. Most people, including Mao Xiaomo, were trembling in their hearts. I have never experienced such a scene. The Norwegian team and the Russian team entered the field one after another. At this time, the Seogwa Dota 2 esports team passed by the Seogwa PUBG representative team that was about to enter the venue. Maybe, FY, and AME all came forward and gave Mao Xiaomo and others a big hug. Tears, excitement. Mao Xiaomo can still feel their emotions. Congratulations. Come on you guys. Maybe patted Mao Xiaomo on the shoulder hard. It may be very difficult to hand over the next shot of Xiaogua team to Mao Xiaomo. But it must be done. Aim. FY. I just kept saying 4 words to a few friends. Come on. The fear and uneasiness in this arena need to be overcome by yourself. Just sit in position. Don't think too much. Play the game well and win. It's that simple. Next. China. The staff at the scene reminded Xiaogua that the team was about to enter the field. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath and walked first. After hearing the news that Xiaogua team was entering the field, he walked out of the waiting area. The double championship of Dota 2 and LOL is both motivation and pressure for them. But now, a few people don't think so much. They just work hard and it's over. The next one to enter is team number 7. Team Xiaogua. Wow. Wow. Whoa whoa. Come on Team Xia. Come on Team Xia. Tens of thousands of people. More than half of them are from Xia. Crazy shouting. Get on the field. Mao Xiaomo found that he was calmer than he thought. Take a deep breath. On to the main stage. The atmosphere seemed to be welcoming a champion. It's like a home game. The cheers that the Xiaogua team received were both expected and unexpected. Ibiza and James all shook their heads. They originally thought that the cheers Liquid received during the Xia Kingdom game were unprecedented. But they still underestimated the enthusiasm and national cohesion of Xia Kingdom fans. There is a saying circulating in foreign countries. Xia people, the more difficult the time, the more united they become. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the familiar location. Xiaogua team's family and friends group. Except for a few elders, everyone was cheering for Team Xia. Standing at the front is Cheng Yao. Although she couldn't hear her voice, Cheng Yao's appearance at this moment was definitely something no one had ever seen before. Mao Xiaomo! Come on! Cheng Yao's heartbreaking voice. It seemed to have penetrated into Mao Xiaomo's ears. I don't know why. Mao Xiaomo wanted to cry so much for a moment. But I was filled with emotion. Good and Zhang Xiaohua both looked at Cheng Yao, who they were familiar with but not so familiar with. Good. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth in a daze, unable to believe what she saw. Is this really the eldest sister Cheng Yao he is familiar with? No one dares to offend Sister Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao shouted out with all her strength. Cheng Haijun also nodded happily. Such feelings between men and women are really rare. The most important thing for a man to attract a woman is worship. Mao Xiaomo did it. Smelly monkey! Come on! Good. Who had regained consciousness, also started shouting. Little brother M.O. Come on! Although Zhang Xiaohua's voice was small, she still sucked milk with all her strength. All the groups of relatives and friends, including Mao Xiaomo's, Shou Lily's, NC's, and Wang Hao's, all used all their strength to shout for their friends, relatives, and Xiaogua. On the field, bathed in cheers, the Xiaogua team took their seats. Mao Xiaomo, who sat down, roared angrily. Roar! Team Xia! The other 3 people all had red eyes. He yelled with all his strength. Come on! The loud voice made all the players look at him. They felt the killing intent and madness of the Xiaogua team. Chapter 717, The Final Decisive Battle, 3. The last team is entering the field now. The Korean team. All 16 teams and 64 players have entered the venue. There were tens of thousands of people at the venue. And in the center of the venue, 16 bright red number plates flashed with their respective national flags, accompanied by live cheers. The entrance ceremony is completed. All teams are sitting in their seats. The staff and players will debug the machine together. At 6:20 Xiaogua time, the short sports news had just ended, and the screen switched to the much-anticipated PUBG Finals. CCTV. CCTV. What you are watching now is the finals of the Tokyo Olympics esports event PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I am the commentator Yu Wenwen. Next to me are 2 famous PUBG coaches and 2 well-known commentators, Mstoy and Yehao. This live broadcast of the finals also gave everyone a surprise. I originally thought that there might be no familiar commentators, but this time CCTV5 also invited 2 highly popular PUBG commentators as guests. Hello everyone in front of the TV. I am the commentator Mstoy. Hello everyone. I am the commentator. It's rare that guests with English code names can appear in CCTV's TV commentary. Because time was tight, I didn't make too much small talk. Welcome both guests, Yu Wenwen said very politely. She is also a young host, but she is still very familiar with these 2 guests. She has also cooperated in the Olympic PUBG Asian qualifiers. For this cooperation, As long as you pay attention to your words and deeds, and don't say bad words on CCTV 5. It should not be a problem. Very big. Our current commentary desk is on the second floor of the venue. Looking down is the center of the field. Now you can see that the players are already doing the final adjustments. Actually, for them, this is the first time they have encountered such a big scene. Even when I was listening to the cheers on the commentary stand, I was a little scared. Joy said. Yuwen also has a very nice voice. And he is a top student in broadcasting and hosting. Yes, because this is the first time that esports has been shortlisted for the Olympic Games. In the LOL event at noon and the just concluded Dota 2 event, the Xiaogua team defeated the enemy without any danger and won valuable prizes. 2 gold medals, Yihao then said. But the PUBG project is a little different from LOL and Dota 2. First of all, PUBG is an FPS project. The FPS level in Asia is not high in the world. Unlike the first 2 projects, the Xiaogua team has always been the first-class team in the world. Mjoy nodded. Yes, and PUBG has a lot more uncertainty than LOL and Dota 2. So it's hard to say who will win the championship. There is no favorite, as Mjoy said. After watching the upper bracket finals, many teams are very close in strength. The special finals is still a new competition system, and it is even more uncertain who will win. But judging from the previous games, the American team should be the team with the strongest overall strength. There are no shortcomings in the team, and their execution is also very strong. The camera was also given to the Xiaogua team. The 4 Xia players are carefully debugging the machine, and it seems that the debugging is almost completed, and they are still making final confirmations with the staff. What I'm given now is Mao Xiaoma, the captain of the Xia Kingdom team. Players and coaches in the general circle call him Emotion, because he is the first SSS-level professional player in the Xia Kingdom, and he is also one of the 5 highest-level players in the world. One of the SSS-level players. The current captain of Team Liquid has won more than 10 competitions today. Joy will give you popular science tips. A perfect resume. This is Wang Hao, the current libero of the Xi'an national team, and one of the top liberos in the country. What I see now is Zhou Yang, whose ID is MC. He is a very talented rookie player, and has performed many outstanding performances in this competition. If you follow PUBG, you are already very familiar with the 4 members of the Xiaogua team. Although some people don't want to admit it. In their respective positions in the country, these 4 players are the 4 most suitable players for the Xiaogua national team. Otherwise, Mao Xiaoma would not choose them. After introducing the players, the commentator also began to introduce the format of the finals. This final uses a completely new format. It's called the Golden Rooster system. This format has been discussed countless times, but for viewers who don't often watch PUBG, it's still quite new. To put it simply, only by eating chicken can you get substantial results. Which team can get the 3rd chicken first will be the champion. A format where 3 chickens win the championship. The following rankings will be based on the number of chickens eaten first. If the number of chickens eaten is the same, the ranking will be based on the number of heads. Everyone should be able to understand. Joy introduced. In this format, the final champion will not care about the number of kills. But if the runner-up is a team with 2 chickens and 10 kills, and another team with 2 chickens and 15 kills, the latter will be ranked higher. Yuwen also responded. Yes, this is a game that I don't know how long it will last. In many sports, you don't know how long the final will last. It may end in 2 hours, or it may end in 3 hours. But this is the first time for everyone to see such a long final. Theoretically, the shortest time will end within 3 sets, with one team having 3 consecutive chickens. Although this is relatively rare in professional arenas, it is not unheard of, and it happens quite often. Judging from the current average of a set of 40 minutes, the game may end in as little as 2 hours. But if the game is very long, in theory, each of the 16 teams will have 2 chickens, and the winner will not be determined until the 33rd set. 33 sets, 40 minutes each, 22 hours. Of course, this situation is only theoretical and is basically impossible to happen in real life. However, in this final, the Xiaogua team's psychological expectation was 8 sets. The winner should be decided within 8 sets at most. Regardless, this is a long game. The Xiaogua team has maintained sufficient physical strength from yesterday to today to cope with this highly anticipated finals. Joy said, today's Xiaogua team's condition is not bad from the afternoon point of view. Especially Mao Xiaoma's whole temperament feels different from the previous few days of games. Chapter 7:18 The Final Decisive Battle. 4. Many viewers may not know that these PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds players arrived at the arena at 4:30, which means they waited in the waiting room for 3 hours. All the contestants' hands should be cold now, Joy said. The 3-hour waiting time actually affected the players' condition somewhat. The first one is what everyone calls the field problem. All teams came here after warming up, and the 3-hour cooldown will definitely have an impact. Another point is the enthusiasm of the players. Anyone who has played a game or participated in other important competitions will know that before the game, the players will actually boost the morale of the team, and then elevate themselves to the most excited and best state to play the game. But these 3 hours actually have a great impact on the players, and the players need to remobilize their emotions and state. The game starts in 3 minutes, and all teams have started their final warm-up. The audience at the scene was waiting with bated breath. Siagwa team fans still have a common question. Where is the jumping point for Siagwa team? During the group stage, the Siagwa team was kicked out of the airport. He chose to compete with the Greek team for City R and successfully captured City R. In the finals of the winner group, the Russian team was at the airport. The Dutch team was at our city, and the Finnish team was eliminated. The Siagwa team chose the Finnish team and achieved good results. This time the finals, the Russian team, the Dutch team, the Finnish team, and the Norwegian team are all there. They respectively occupy the airport, R City, Big and Small Electricity, and Y City, for places that the Sion national team skipped. In this case, Siagwa's team will have a fierce battle no matter which point they are familiar with. There will definitely be places that can accommodate the team's development in other places, such as Shangqing district where there are few people, such as the wild area. No one knows what the Siagwa team will decide. But in such an important game, everyone didn't think that the Siagwa team would have a fight with their opponents in advance. Because of this competition system, it is very, very important not to reduce the number of players in the early stage. All the final teams were introduced by Mjoy, among the top 12 teams in the world, except for England and France, who were eliminated in the death group of the group stage. The other 10 teams have successfully advanced to the finals, namely Finland, Russia, Brazil, the United States, Ukraine, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Siagwa, Netherlands. The remaining 6 teams are the German team ranked 13th in the world, the Portuguese team ranked 15th, Lithuania, Belgium, Colombia and South Korea. Among these teams, the Korean team is a more unexpected team, but not so unexpected. The Korean team's playing style is like this, but you have to say that the tactics of those teams in the finals are more advantageous. United States, Norway, Siak Kingdom. Here are 3 answers given by Mjoy. These 3 teams are 3 teams with relatively comprehensive play styles. Of course, these 16 teams all have their own shortcomings. The Finnish team has a mediocre front. The Russian team has no tactics. And the Brazilian team lacks experience. But when it comes to eating chicken, once it comes to the arena, the barrel of the gun is the most important part. Okay, then our game starts right here. The much anticipated PUBG Finals. The world's highest level stage. Start now. Mjoy and Yahao's voices are also full of passion. Belongs to esports. Pure blood and passion. Come on, brothers. Fight. Wearing sound-isolating headphones, the Siagwa team entered the game. The dark crowd keep cheering, looking at the countdown to the start of the game. All the teams are ready. Norwegian team, James, Rain, both rub their wrists. Russian team, Shade 1, Flamey stares at the screen. Team USA, Iron looked at the screen seriously, preparing for a real battle with strong men from all over the world. Dutch team, Ibiza closed her eyes and kept praying. Countdown to 1 minute. Final warm-up time. Even Malashiamo's heartbeat gradually started to beat faster. All contestants took a deep breath. 30, 29, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown reaches 0, the roar of a plane taking off was heard at the scene. The big screen at the scene also showed the game's screen. Wow! Oh! Tens of thousands of people cheered. This final battle finally officially kicked off. CCTV. CCTV. What you are watching now is the finals of the Tokyo Olympics esports event PUBG. I see here that the first game has already started. Yuanwing could not suppress the excitement in his heart. As a newcomer, she had never expected to be able to take charge of such an important occasion. For her, this is also an opportunity. Mjoy immediately answered. Yes. The route of the first game is a diagonal route from Port N in the southeast to City Z on the upper left. Except for the Colombian team going to Port P. There shouldn't be any big problems with this route. Take off. The Russian team still landed at the airport they are familiar with. The Korean team is still Port N. The Finnish team is hot. My City and Prison Air Raid Shelter also jumped their respective teams. Fans of the Siagwa team are eagerly awaiting it. They are watching what kind of jump point Siagwa team will choose in the final. The plane is halfway through. The Sia national team and the Netherlands parachuted at the same time. Oh! Wow! No way! Msjoy and Yehao exclaimed at the same time. They are all the coaching staff of Siagwa team. And they are also familiar with Siagwa team's jumping points. During the pre-game discussion, they also decided on our city as a jumping point. But what really surprised them was definitely not the Siagwa team's jumping point, but another team. Team Colombia. Just now Msjoy said that Port P of the Colombia team was not easy to get to. So the Colombia team fell directly to the side of the school and our city, plus the American team, whose original jump point was at the school. For teams parachuted at the same time. The American team, the Sia national team, the Colombian team, and the Dutch team, for strong teams, all fell down at the same time. There was also a burst of exclamation at the scene. Several teams also saw their opponents at the same time, and were a little at a loss. It was already a very risky move for Siagwa team to choose her city, because her city already had a team, and it was a strong Dutch team. Siagwa's original intention of choosing our city is also very simple. This place is a resource area in the center of the circle. It is an advantageous resource area for this competition system, and the Siagwa team has an advantage against the Dutch team. So what we thought before the game was to go to our city and beat the Dutch team away, Msjoy said. This is what they think. If there are many differences between the Golden Rooster system and the points competition system, fault tolerance is also one of them. When competing for the championship in a points competition, the error tolerance rate is very low, because one box may directly say goodbye to the championship. The error tolerance is very low. But in this new competition system, there is not much difference between second place and last place, and the fault tolerance rate will be much higher. That's why the Siagwa team dared to adopt such an early strategy. Being fat first is not fat, and being fat later is overwhelming. For the Siagwa team, this our city is too crucial. Some fans watched the winners bracket finals and felt that the Siagwa team was completely concerned about their jumping points. Because even if it was the first time to use the small and large electric tactics, the Siagwa team succeeded in winning the chicken in the first 2 sets. Out of their absolute admiration and trust in Mao Xiaoma. Many people think that Mao Xiaoma can win the chicken with any tactics. But they forgot one thing. In this new competition system, many teams' playing styles will be different from the old competition system. According to the predictions of the Siagwa team's coaching staff, there may be much less target practice and fighting in the early stage under the new competition system. But the first set, for teams landed directly near the schools or city. Look at the choices of these teams. Team Sia. It seems like we are still going to land in our city. The situation has changed. The American team still missed school. The Colombian team and the Dutch team seem to have had some exchanges. At the same time, they flew away from our city. Things always develop in such twists and turns. Fans of Team Siagwa were worried at first, and then almost simultaneously said, It seems that the Dutch team has left and gone to Water City. The Colombia team here seems to have given up on our city and is preparing to grab housing in the school district. But they are not as fast as the American team, Msjoy said. In an instant, Team Sia had exclusive control of our city. But there is bad news. The car outside our city was driven away directly by members of the Colombian team. From a god's perspective, there are no cars in the garage of our city, which means that the Siagwa team is likely to face the dilemma of not having a car or having only one car. But fortunately, the Siagwa team is still very safe. But that's not the case for the other team, Colombia. They landed in the school district building almost at the same time as the American team. But the Colombian team members turned later. Obviously half a beat too late. Iron and Nothing are very lucky on the roof. I picked up 2 guns directly. He climbed down the stairs and rushed towards the 2 Colombian team members. Did you agree that there wouldn't be too much fighting in the early stage? The American team plays very hard. In fact, in this situation, it all depends on the team's choice. Because they don't know what the Colombian team will choose. But if they can kill safely, harming others is self-interest to a certain extent. Colombian team members are still picking up guns. Iron and Nothing rushed in. Ta. USA_Iron used AKM to knock down COL_J with a headshot. After knocking down one person, they went straight to the second floor and heard the voice of another enemy. Chapter 719 The Final Decisive Battle. 5. The two brothers Iron and Nothing have a great understanding of each other and are very decisive. Rushed directly to the second floor. Another member of the Colombian team was also directly knocked down by Iron before he could find the gun. USA_Iron knocked down COL_Martin with an AKM headshot. Won the first kill in the Olympic finals. The American team also showed decisiveness that surprised everyone. Whether it is the previous competition system or the old competition system, everyone is rushing to win the chicken. As long as the team performs well, any competition system should not be a problem. However, the SEA national team's commentator did not pay attention to the US team's actions to clear out the Colombian team, but was a little worried. It will be more difficult for SEA team to do this. Both vehicles were driven away by the Colombian team, Mstoy said. The last two members of the Colombian team drove into the garage, and the only two cars on the road respectively, and drove directly to the wild area on the east side. From the OB perspective, there are no cars in the R City garage, and the bridge next to it. The first lap without a car is even scarier than having no equipment or firearms. This is the finals, and the Golden Rooster system. The requirements for transfer are too high. Then maybe Emotion will take some risky moves. In the Siagwa team, Wang Hao also reported the news that Mao Xiaomao had no car in the garage. MC also reported that there were no vehicles on the bridge next to it. As long as there is a car, they can work together in Beishan to find a car and enter the circle. In fact, the mentality of the team members must have changed at this time. Mao Xiaomao thought about it and came up with a good method. For the Siagwa team, they now have two paths. One is to attack the United States, and the other is to attack the Netherlands. There are only two ways to grab the opponent's car, and there is no other choice. At this time, the first safe zone was also refreshed. Okay, Mstoy explained. The first safe zone has been refreshed. This is an eastern circle centered around a little bit below Y City. In this circle, the SEA national team, the American team, and the Dutch team are all in the safe zone. The first lap is not important to the Siagwa team, because they don't have a car, Yahao said. Team Sia's position is great when there is a car. He can directly insert into the center of the circle. But if the Colombian team messes with him like this, it will be very uncomfortable for Team Sia. It's like having a pretty girl lying on the bed, and you can't get hard. Now the SEA national team is searching for guns, and is facing a very embarrassing question. That is whether the American team and the Dutch team will leave. Mstoy said seriously. It will definitely take some time for the Siagwa team to search for guns. But the Dutch team and the American team are two strong teams, and the transfer speed is very fast. If the Siagwa team wants to fight them, this time is very important. Moreover, as the team preparing to attack, the equipment of the Siagwa team should not be too poor. Everyone is an opponent of equal strength. It is impossible for you to beat others M416 and AK with a UMP9. Siagwa's OB has been targeting Siagwa's team. Mstoy also constantly analyzes the disadvantages of playing the American team and the Dutch team. As for this terrain, I can only say that as long as both sides are conscious, it is not easy to fight, Mstoy said helplessly. But it's also true. Whether it's our city playing against the school or our city playing against the water city, it's not easy to fight. There is a large part of the flat ground in the middle. As long as the opponent is aware, it is basically impossible to defeat. No one knows whether Siagwa team can play or how to play. The Siagwa team's luck was not very good. They searched a lot of houses in succession, but they still couldn't find a set of equipment that could be used for a battle. At this moment, the Dutch team in Shuicheng and the American team in the school have moved. Oops! The American and Dutch teams are leaving, Mstoy sighed. This will make Team Sia very uncomfortable, Yahao said helplessly. There was nothing that could be done about it. After careful consideration, Mao Xiaomao still did not choose to beat the American team or the Dutch team. But in this case, would the Siagwa team have a way to survive? In this kind of competition, it is almost impossible to win without a car. Let's see how Emotion decides. Mstoy frowned. This circle is not easy to enter on foot. They can enter the jungle area where the Colombian team fell. But if they are wiped out in one circle, the Siagwa team will be very embarrassed. The Siagwa team is not in a hurry to enter the circle. In fact, it doesn't have much impact if they don't leave first now, because they don't have the conditions to enter the center of the circle. But the Xiaodhua team made an unexpected move. They chose to enter Water City? Xiaodhua's team is running poison in reverse, Yuwen also said. Although she doesn't understand PUBG's tactics that well, she still understands what it means to run poison in reverse. Hiss. Msjoy also hissed, wondering what Mao Xiaomo was thinking. They saw the Dutch team enter Shuicheng, and they must have almost searched it. If the Xiaodhua team needs resources, they shouldn't go to Shuicheng. It's okay to go to the school district. There are several houses that the American team hasn't searched yet. Until Msjoy saw the movements and positions of the 4 members of the Xiaodhua team. Msjoy and Yehao explained at the same time. I see. Team Xiao wants to collect tolls. The Xiaodhua team's formation was so artistic. Mao Xiaomo stood on the high slope outside Shuicheng. Very arrogant. The other 3 people also found positions near Shuicheng, since their vehicle was snatched away by the Colombian team. Their target has never been the American team or the Dutch team. They have aimed at the German team. The German team in the uptown area. They have studied the German team's ideas for entering the circle. Mao Xiaomo feels that the reason why this team is so strong is that their command is very spiritual. They never enter the next circle just for the sake of one circle. So they often choose some comparisons. Good transfer point. But in this circle, Mao Xiaomo thought about the idea of changing to the German team. Maybe the German team would go through the bridge in Shuicheng. Because this is an eastern circle. The teams in the west, especially the German team in the uptown area, have 3 routes to choose from. One is the road leading into the circle from the direction of the ruins. Generally, no one would choose to take this road. One is to go north, entering from the northwest side of the circle. This is the most popular route for Western teams to enter the northern circle. But this circle is a circle with the lower part of Y City as the center. In other words, the next circle will most likely be a southern circle. If you enter the north now, you have to go south in the next circle. This is more difficult. There is no place to come. And there must be more than one team in the north. The last road is the road that Xiaodhua team is currently blocking. A one-way bridge on the Shuicheng side. If this bridge is used by passers-by, the passing rate is very low because it is too narrow and there is no place to stop. It is almost certain that anyone who is blocked will die. However, this is a professional game and an Olympic final. In a Golden Rooster game, there is no benefit at all from blocking the bridge. Absolutely not. What's the point of blocking the bridge when heads don't count? In this circle, teams in our city or Water City can enter the circle and grab the center of the circle. The German team did not expect anyone to do such a non-profitable thing. Just as it happens, if the Xiaodhua team blocks the bridge, they will still gain a little bit. And this profit is very crucial to the Xiaodhua team. Team Xiao wants to block this bridge to get the car. This is a bit crucial, Msjoy and Yehao also said after understanding the purpose of the Xiaodhua team. Xiaodhua team is not looking for equipment or heads. It must be for vehicles. But will the German team cross this bridge? Yuwen asked. But unfortunately, Msjoy and Yehao couldn't give her the answer because they didn't know it themselves. Mao Xiaomo believed in the commanding level of the German team. So he felt that the German team would definitely come, with at least a 90% probability. Therefore, after they were stolen by the Colombian team, they still did not panic. Because Mao Xiaomo instantly thought come up with ways to deal with it. Several team members also believed in Mao Xiaomo's judgment. And given their current situation, there was no better way. Listen to me. Mao Xiaomo's confident voice came to mind in the Xiaodhua team. Don't show it later. If there is more than one car, leave the first one alone and leave it to me. On the cars behind you. Just point at people. Don't sweep the cars. Our target is the car, not the head. Remember, you have practiced this before, Mao Xiaomo said seriously, rarely speaking too much. They want to take down the German team's cars, but they cannot damage the vehicles too much. If a car loses more than 1/3 of its health, then the car can be said to be almost useless, and it will have no reaction if it is swept away. Time. When they were in the United States and at the Liquid Youth Training Camp, they all practiced this map. Burst shooting in a high-speed moving vehicle. Although it is a T0 level picture, everyone has practiced it. The difficulty of that picture is much higher in reality, and it is not particularly difficult for the players of the Xiaodhua team. I see. Understood. Several teammates instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. Kill. But keep your clothes clean from blood. The Xiaodhua team has been waiting. And the Xiaodhua team's audience has also been waiting. Xiaodhua team's OB perspective was given to the German team. And the transfer really started. And just as Mao Xiaomo expected, the direction is exactly the direction where Xiaogui team is guarding the bridge. The audience at the scene saw another OB. So there was no shouting. However, in Xia Kingdom, the audience in front of the TV couldn't help but shout, "Emotion is awesome!" This unpredictable tactic. It can only be said that this is the only one in the world. When the German team's 3 cars were transferred, the OB perspective on the scene also happened to give the German team that was moving and the Xiaogui team that was blocking the bridge. Chapter 720, The Final Decisive Battle. 6. Wow! Oh! The atmosphere at the scene suddenly exploded. If the German team looks up now, they may find some clues. But all the teams can't hear the outside world and are focusing on the game. I'm coming! The German team is here! Msjoy and Yehao are both excited. It was a dead game. And I felt like I was being forced to live by Mao Xiaomo's command. The German team's command is very smart. But they would not have thought that someone would choose to block this bridge in this competition system. In their opinion, it is a completely unprofitable move. 3 cars. 3 jeeps. A covered jeep with 2 people in it drove at the front, followed by 2 roofless jeeps with 1 person in each. There's nothing we can do about it. A jeep with a roof is much safer than one without a roof. So this car can only take the lead. Coming! 3 cars. The front one is a jeep with 2 people, and the 2 behind are roofless ones. One with 1 person. Zhou Lily saw the German team's vehicle through a small gap. There were a total of 3 jeeps, and he had a clear view of all vehicle configurations and personnel distribution. The German team's car also roared over from the west, almost at full speed. They also have to rush. They never thought that this bridge would be blocked, so they had no precautions at all. When the first car drove into the fire coverage of the 3 members of the Xiaogui team, everyone was worried. But it was discovered that the Xiaogui team did not fire at the first moment. Msjoy and the audience all exclaimed. They didn't expect that Xiaogui team didn't choose to shoot. Is it possible to let the first car go and hit the 2 cars behind? This style of play is not uncommon. Professional teams have always had this habit. But their ideas were overturned once again. The camera shows MC at the bridge. The moment the second car drove over, Mao Xiaomo gave the order. 4 guns were pointed out at the same time. A moment. The German team suffered a devastating blow, falling from earth to H.L. The 4 players from the Xiaogui team connected and swept. The German team has no room for resistance at all. CHN_45AI used M416 to kill GRE_Crystal with a headshot. CHN_211 used M416 to kill GRE_Kiev. CHN_MO used an M16A4 to kill GRE_YNCK with a headshot. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill GRE_W1CKK with a headshot. German team. Compiled from Manchu. It only took less than 3 seconds for the group to be destroyed. The first game of the Olympic finals. The first team to leave is born. Germany team. The German team was a bit confused until death. The group was wiped out instantly. The scene also welcomed the first wave of cheers. A dead chess piece instantly becomes a living chess piece. Most of the people present were fans of the Xiaogui team. So you can imagine the cheers? Anyway, Good has never heard such shocking cheers from tens of thousands of people in his life. This wave is so beautiful! Everything from decision-making to marksmanship is impeccable. Msjoy shouted excitedly. The camera just showed MC, because he is the person closest to the bridge. And he is also the main output. The rapid burst of shots just now was very accurate. Although no kills were harvested, it is obvious that the Xiaogui team is trying not to harm the vehicle. The purpose is to play against the German team. The director of the Xiaogui team was also very troublesome. He slow-played the footage of the German team being wiped out and added a stopwatch next to it. From being attacked to being destroyed. Start the timer. 1. 2. Time freezes. Time 2.2 seconds. In other words, it only took 2.2 seconds for the German team to be wiped out. It was just cheering. But whether it is the audience in Xiaogui, South Korea, Japan or the world, everyone stood up and exclaimed. OBs all over the world have shared the last shot of Mao Xiaomo. The first car of the German team is here. Mao Xiaomo's first shot. First shot. Copilot. Head. Second shot. Copilot. Die. The third shot. Driver seat. Head. The fourth shot. Driver seat. Die. Only 4 shots were fired. And the reserve order of 36 to 145 is very eye-catching. for shots in a row for headshots. It also made everyone take a breath of air. Anyone in the audience who knows PUBG will feel their scalp numb. There is no commentary on site. Only a big screen. But commentators all over the world are saying the same thing. Is this a marksmanship that humans can do? Just fired 4 shots in a row. Vehicles moving at high speed. Gunshot to the head. The German team was not even given time to react. The camera turned and showed the 3 vehicles seized by Xiaoguo's team. 2 open jeeps. They all lost a little blood, which is harmless. But the camera then shows the jeep with the roof moving slowly due to inertia. Intact blood volume. Full blood jeep. Although everyone has thought about it, it was still shocking when I actually saw this full-blooded jeep. Emotion is in pretty good condition today, Mjoy said. These shots are so accurate. He knew Mao Xiaomo's level. It was impossible for Mao Xiaomo to hit such a high-speed target. The accuracy must be very high. But 4 consecutive headshots were too nonsense. Yes, I feel that the 3 hours of cooling down before the game did not affect the Xiaoguo team members. Yihao nods. Originally, they were worried about whether the late start of the game would have an impact on the Xiaoguo team. But seeing Mao Xiaomo's amazing marksmanship, everyone suddenly realized that their worries were unnecessary. Mao Xiaomo could feel it himself. He was in good shape today. Full of energy, expectant, and excited. Mao Xiaomo is a person who likes challenges. That's why he goes so crazy when playing Alvin's training maps. Every time he breaks through a level of challenge, it actually feels like a sense of accomplishment for Mao Xiaomo. Winning a game without a challenge doesn't mean much. At least that's how Mao Xiaomo felt. But this final is different. There are so many strong players. And Xiaoguo's team is not particularly top-notch. A huge challenge is placed in front of Mao Xiaomo. To be honest, Mao Xiaomo has not had the desire for a challenge for a long time. The 4 members of the Xiaoguo team licked their bags. And they were filled with money. In fact, the German team also searched for a lot of supplies. But the Xiaoguo team still chose to bring all the throwing objects. All of them. Mao Xiaomo alone has 9 smoke and 3 thunders. And only 130 rounds in the spare list. This is a golden chicken system. And everything is aimed at eating chicken. After finishing the rectification, the Xiaoguo team began to enter the circle. The moment Zhou Lily got on the jeep that Mao Xiaomo had driven down, she noticed the jeep's health. And her eyelids jumped. The jeep was full of health. Mao Xiaomo actually shot these 2 people down without missing a beat. A very wide distance. Chapter 721 The Final Decisive Battle. 7. When the Xiaoguo team finished reorganizing and began to move, it was already the last team among all the teams. Under the new competition system, even teams that are far away from the circle have accelerated their pace of entering the circle. Okay. Second lap. Take a look, Mjoy explained. In fact, the second circle is also very critical for the Xiaoguo team, because the Xiaoguo team is now at a position on the edge of the circle, and it already occupies some disadvantages in its position. But fortunately, this is only the first circle. The second safe zone is refreshed. I actually painted a western cutaway circle. Then the outfield area of the school, where the Xiaoguo team is located, is in the center. If you really survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. Mjoy also smiled. This circle took too much care of the Xiaoguo team. Not only did the Xiaoguo team's position instantly become the center of the circle, but the entire Western Conference had no team. Xiaoguo team still made a move, contrary to everyone's expectations. All members of the Xiaoguo team have been transferred. They moved from the original housing area to our city garden. As we all know, the gun position and field of view in our city garden are not very good. But in the original wild area, you can practice target and observe the surroundings. For such a position, the Xiaoguo team actually let him go. Mjoy was not surprised at all. This transfer of Xiaoguo team is their understanding of the new competition system. First of all, the garden is in a position to the west, and the wild area is in the center of the circle. From the perspective of the team, this position must be a target. And is it useful for target practice? Target practice in this format is useless. They might as well ensure their own safety. Retreat to the garden, and then wait until the attrition circle passes before starting to exert their strength. This is the difference between the old format and the new format. The garden position is much easier to defend than their original jungle area. And in this circle, information is actually not that important. Mjoy analyzed. The wheat fields in Y City and the large open space next to the school are all places where no one can stay. So it is easy to guess the locations of other teams. In another room in the center of the circle, the Korean team and the Dutch team also started fighting. The Korean team moved very quickly. After all, it is a team that focuses on tactics. When they arrived at this room, the Dutch team also rushed over. In desperation, the Korean team could only forcefully accept the challenge. The Dutch team had no intention of winning this area. But by the time they arrived, it was too late to retreat. If you want to retreat, you will definitely be punished by the Korean team. This kind of pressure-free attack that the opponent will not resist is a must for any team. One less person means one less opponent. The two cars of the Dutch team successfully passed over, and the Korean team also pulled out directly. A fierce exchange of fire. As a result, the third team, the Norwegian team, also started to think about it. I kept watching from a distance, weighing the pros and cons. James is thinking about whether there is enough profit from such an impact in the second circle. The Norwegian team over here is watching. Oh, go ahead. Msjoy was also surprised. Everyone was surprised. Under this competition system, the battles that took place in the early and midterm were not what they imagined. All teams were reluctant to fight and waited until after the attrition circle. On the contrary, under this competition system, the competition for the center of the circle runs throughout the entire game. Depending on how your team plays, it will determine whether your team can enter the center of the circle, which circle it will enter the center of, whether it will hit the edge of the circle, and which circle it will start to exert force on. In this format, there may be 16 different playing styles for 16 teams with different styles. In the old competition system, to be honest, everyone's playing styles are similar. The kill system is about early battles, and the point system is about late-game competition. No one expected that this new competition system would be so enjoyable to watch. Ibiza is very brave and in very good condition today. One person can face two Korean players without falling behind. 2 headshots take out 2 enemies. Off the court, Liquid team leader Chris and analyst Alvin also came to the scene. As leaders of the PUBG project, they naturally came to watch this decisive battle of the century. Alvin tilted his head and said to Chris, "These guys are in pretty good shape today." He is an analyst. He knows about Ibiza, Malxiama, and the normal level. The state and level shown today are much higher than their normal level. "MC, what are you going to do? Send it to Liquids." "Okay, that's what I thought." Chris smiled. She is lucky to be able to have talents like Malxiama, James, Ibiza, Iron and MC. One team is not enough. Although they are Americans, in this kind of competition, no matter who wins the championship in their club, they will be very happy. On the field, Ibiza also cooperated with his teammates to directly defeat the Korean team. As soon as the Korean team on this side was defeated, the Norwegian team rushed closer. Stimulate. Really exciting. Before the game, many people didn't like this format very much, but now they can only say that it's really good. Income. That's what all teams have to think about. The Dutch team is fighting against the South Korean team. If the Norwegian team intervenes, there is a 90% chance of taking over this room. At this time, you must consider whether it is worth it. The selection of the Norwegian team did not exceed Msjoy's expectations. Sure enough, I chose to charge. Although 2 members of the Dutch team fell, Ibiza held on, and another member was also saving. Several cars parked around this housing area, and the Norwegian team was also attacked by the Russian team not far away. The Norwegian team is reckless. Let's see if Ibiza can hold it. The focus of the field is on Ibiza. If he can successfully knock down a member of the Norwegian team and cause damage to the opponent, it will definitely slow down the Norwegian team's attack. James is not very reckless. A thunderbolt was thrown, exploded the location of Ibiza. In order to avoid this thunder, Ibiza could only forcefully evade it. This also gives James and his teammates time to get closer. Once Ibiza loses her position, she can't go back. In this corner, she will be pulled sideways to deal with it. Ibiza jumped over and wanted to enter the room area before making plans. Between lightning and flint, James killed Ibiza with 5 shots within a gap. There was another burst of exclamations at the scene. "James! Awesome! Wow!" Msjoy and Yehao both exclaimed. These shots from James are no less difficult than the 4 shots taken by Malxiama just now. James used M16 to knock down MD_Ibiza. At the same time, the members of the Norwegian team also eliminated all the members of the Dutch team. Complete the team elimination of the Dutch team. Before the second lap was over, there were 13 teams on the field. which was really beyond everyone's expectations. Jean's wave of shooting is replayed live again. Just like what Joy said. The gods are fighting today. Fighting between gods. This kind of marksmanship is really beyond the scope of people's cognition. It's so unreasonable. It just so happens that these people are all from Liquid. Everyone finally knows why Liquid dominates the world. It's not like monsters can't beat the main force. Yes. Logically speaking, shouldn't the finals be a little restrained? Yahao said helplessly. Each of these monsters is in better shape than the last. Joy also smiled helplessly. I'm not a player. How do I know? In fact, if you look at James, Ibiza, Mao Xiaoma, and Iron, they all have excitement in their eyes. In the club, it can be described as invincible. There is no club in the world that can compete with them. But in such a big arena, there are so many opponents worth fighting. Top players like them are competitive, confident, and even arrogant. The excitement brought by the challenge is far greater than the excitement brought by the championship. The difference in difficulty of winning the championship directly leads to the level of excitement of winning the championship. Xiaodhua team is the challenger. They are not challengers. In this competition format, 3 teams and 16 people have already been lost before the second circle has been refreshed. It's a bit unexpected. Yihao Yidao. He really didn't expect that this competition system would lose so many people in the early stage. Even according to the old competition system. In the second round, or even the third round, there are 64 players, and it is normal for 60 players to survive. Well, I can only say that there is still a gap between the audience and these professional players in their understanding of the game, Joy said. Joy also has her own opinion on why this competition system is like this. Everyone can directly feel that under this competition system, there is obviously less target practice. So the battle between teams is a team battle, and there will rarely be attrition midway, Joy analyzed. In the case where there is not much gain in kill points, everyone has chosen to reduce unnecessary target shooting. If you want to get ranked, the right way is to win the game. Looking at these 2 circles from a god's perspective, Joy can already feel the general rhythm of this competition system. The players on the field may feel that it is a little slower. But with Mao Xiaomo's level, Joy does not need to remind him. After the second circle was refreshed, Team Xiaodhua also stayed in the garden honestly. They are in a good position now, and don't need to make any risky moves at all. Some teams from the south and southwest also drove directly to the school and school buildings. This information was captured by the Xiaodhua team, and did not have much impact on the Xiaodhua team. Chapter 722 The Final Decisive Battle 8. The refresh of the third circle is crucial. Look at the third circle. Oh! It's brushed in the northeast direction. But it's not a cut-angle circle, Joy explained. The third circle is in the northeast. Except for the teams on the southern mountain range that need to be moved. Almost all the teams in the circle are on the northeast side. Xiaodhua's words are still within the safe zone. In this safe zone, our city, schools, and school district houses are all on the edge of the circle. And the garden is in a location near the west of the center of the circle. At this moment, the center of the circle happens to be the housing area that the Netherlands, the United States, and Norway were competing for. This room area is snatched and this circle is brushed. As long as the Norwegian team defends this room area, it will be able to enter the finals without any accident. That's what this housing area is all about. The southern ranks began to shrink, because within the entire circle, there are large wheat fields and plains in the east, and there are not many places where teams can actually be stationed. So many teams have chosen the southern mountains, and they have no other choice. The teams on the southern mountain range will naturally have some minor frictions, but because it is a chicken-eating competition, there is no point in fighting with the opponent in this circle. The Norwegian team occupied the center of the circle, and no team dared to attack the room. This circle was truly passed smoothly. In the past, these rounds were filled with gunshots. Every team is harassing and doing target practice. But under the new competition system, many teams don't bring so much ammunition, and they won't waste bullets on meaningless actions. The fourth circle is the attrition circle under the old competition system. This circle is an explosion circle of heads, because the refresh rate in the fifth circle is very small. Once this circle is refreshed, the general tone of the game will be set. No one knows what the new competition format will be like. The fourth circle. Let's see if the Xi'an national team needs to be transferred. The fourth safe zone is refreshed. I painted a circle in the southeast. This is equivalent to saying that the Xiaodhua team's room area has been swept out of the safe zone. Just at this time, something that surprises audiences around the world. Something that no one had ever imagined happened. The Xiaogua team was preparing to transfer. And suddenly a bunch of garbled codes popped up on the computer. Then the game popped up. Mao Xiaomo was startled. And then looked at his teammates around him. What the hell? This string of garbled characters appeared on the computers of Zhou Lili, MC, and Wang Hao. Then everyone's game jumped out. The scene was suddenly greeted with waves of exclamations. Then, there were bursts of boos. All players' game interfaces popped up. Huge accident. Xiaogua team's commentator is still worried about Xiaogua team's transfer. Suddenly, I found that everyone's game jumped out. The offline LAN crashed. So many years. There have been many PUBG games that had to be restarted due to various reasons. But such an accident happened on such a big stage of the Olympic finals. What's going on? Msjoy. You and Wen and Yehao didn't expect such an accident. What a funny surprise. The director also received the news and relayed it to Msjoy. Okay. Viewers, it seems that there is something wrong with the LAN here in Japan. It may take about 10 minutes to repair. I don't know how to deal with it after this set. The on-site referee will probably need to communicate with the players. Msjoy said helplessly. Everyone hopes to see a fair and just game. But such a problem suddenly occurred in the 4th lap of the first set. No matter how we deal with it after that, it will be impossible to be fair and just. Because there is no way to replicate the previous game. What can be done? Mao Xiaomo leaned on the chair. Leisurely. He doesn't care. Although Xiaogua's team is full. Its position is very poor. It is estimated that they will not die in the next circle. In the next circle, there is an 80% chance that the team will be wiped out. This kind of situation has not happened before in the professional arena. But no one handling can satisfy everyone. No matter how it is handled, it will be acceptable to the Xiaogua team. There were also constant boos at the scene. Bursts of boos. Such a big stage. Such a wonderful game. Suddenly happened like this. There is only 2 words: disappointing. Today's PUBG game is also constantly difficult. Impacting the player's mentality again and again. Really unique. Mao Xiaomo took off his headphones. Just as the referee on duty for the PUBG Olympics came over. After talking about Xiaogua's position, Mao Xiaomo nodded and stood up. Following him to the back of the main stage. The captains of each team were called over one by one. Ibiza almost laughed when she saw Jim's somewhat ugly expression. As soon as this circle was cleared, the biggest advantage was the fully staffed Norwegian team. Who knew it would be like this? All 16 captains gathered, plus several referees and staff. I'm very sorry. Due to the negligence of a staff member, there are some problems with our local area network. The referee is from Italy and said, just tell me how to solve it. Mao Xiaomo said directly to the referee. You really don't need to listen to nonsense. Our referee's opinion is to restart the game, and the previous game will be invalidated. The referee took a deep breath and said to everyone, that's not fair. Mao Xiaomo said before anyone else could speak. The captains of several eliminated teams took it back before they could be happy to see what Mao Xiaomo had to say. Mao Xiaomo has a tendency to be the first person in PUBG in the world. And his words are also very weighty. Will the eliminated team be resurrected? Mao Xiaomo shrugged. Yes, that's what our referees discussed. The referee didn't care about Mao Xiaomo's opinion and said to everyone, it's kind of ridiculous. James was already a little angry and said directly, this is the game. If you are not satisfied, you can choose to withdraw. The referee still said, to retire? Impossible. All teams are fighting for the final championship. And James and his Norwegian team cannot give up halfway. Then why did you call us here? It's ridiculous. After Mao Xiaomo finished speaking, he waved his hands and left. The captains of several teams also shook their heads and left one after another. But the overall situation is decided. During the much-anticipated and long-awaited final battle, such a situation occurred. All PUBG game fans in the world wanted to destroy Tokyo. It ruined a perfect stage in their minds. Mao Xiaomo returned to his seat. What's wrong? Reopen. It's okay. Mao Xiaomo put on his headphones again. Chapter 723, the final decisive battle. 9. Then the news we got here is that it will be reopened. It's a bit unprofessional. Because it's a golden rooster system, and there are no compensation points. Yehao shook his head helplessly. They just received the news that the LAN has been completely fixed, and the next game will start in 5 minutes. At this time, Japan time has reached 7:55 p.m., which is nearly 8 o'clock. Which means that the first set of the game will not officially start until 8 o'clock. Although we definitely support the Seoul national team, we still hope that the Norwegian team will not affect their mentality and provide everyone with a more exciting competition. What Joy said also surprised Yuan. In competitive sports, it doesn't matter what the opponent's problems are. If the opponent is injured, we can target this weakness infinitely. Winning is everything. But esports is different. Everyone is pursuing stronger opponents and a higher stage. Even in the Olympic finals, fans of Team Seoul also hope that Team Seoul can use their own strength to win 3 chickens and take away the gold medal. The on-site referee team also told everyone the results in 3 languages. Reopen. The one just now is invalid. There were endless boos at the scene. As ordinary viewers, they may not know how big the positional advantage of the Norwegian team is. They only know that the result of this treatment will be very beneficial to some teams. Yuan's reaction was also somewhat unexpected. She is a sports worker, and her perspective on issues is somewhat different from that of esports commentators like Joy. This is also part of the game. Just like a misjudgment in football or basketball, or an accident in short track speed skating. It's all part of the game. Yuan would also explain the short track speed skating competition. In this competition, players often collide when cornering. A collision may be just one person's mistake, but it will affect various countries and regions, and many people will leave the competition. Is it fair? It's not fair, but it's part of the game, whether it is a mistake in the rules or a mistake by the organizer. As players, what they should do is concentrate on preparing for the game. Seoul team should not be affected in any way. After all, there is no direct gain or loss. Joy said truthfully. Seoul's team is not in a good position. It is acceptable for Seoul's team to restart. Of course, if Mao Xiaoma is given the choice, he will definitely choose to continue the game just now. Only in this way can the game be complete. Competition. Although this idea is rather naive, the 3 eliminated teams have another chance and are gearing up. The atmosphere is a bit dull for the Norwegian team, and they are the biggest victims. But now, all we can do is set our sights on the next game. 8 p.m. Tokyo time. I have experienced an accident, but it is indeed the first game of the Olympic PUBG finals. Starting again. As soon as the plane took off, all eyes were fixed on the route. This is true for everyone. Players, spectators, commentators. Okay. This is a route from Port P to Town K on the upper right. Joy has also returned to commentary. However, the surprise in the last set also has an advantage. That is, it allows all teams to know the team situation of their jump points. There was no situation like the first set where Colombia, Seoul, and the Netherlands all competed for our city. Okay, the Colombian team here still returned to Port P and did not choose to go to City R again. The top team also suffered a big loss. Yes, in the new set, the jump points also appear to be very harmonious. The Seoul team still chose our city, but no one competed with them in this set. The Dutch team jumped to Water City, and the American team was still a school. The 3 teams here are also very harmonious. There's a car this time. 3 cars. The Seoul team also successfully controlled all the vehicles near our city, and did not suffer the same dilemma as in the previous game. This one feels more comfortable. Joy sighed. This one has a car, so it can be used to advance into the lap early. Some clues of this competition system can be seen in the last game. The competition for the center of the circle is very fierce. If there is a chance, the Seoul team is still willing to go to the center of the circle to gamble. All teams fell down, and there was no conflict at the jump point. Safe zone refresh. Ouch! Oh my god! The airport area? Joy and Yehao explained with a frown. This circle is so beautiful. This cannot be said to be an airport circle. It is a circle of 50% from north to south, with West Bridge as the center. Maybe which side it is, Joy said. The first safe zone also frightened all the teams. This is a yin and yang circle. What is the yin and yang circle? It is this circle, with the airport island accounting for 50% and the north accounting for 50%. Next circle. I don't know whether it goes to the inside of the airport island or to the north. In this circle, I suggest Team Seoul not to cross the bridge first and wait and see. Joy's idea is relatively conservative, and it is also the idea of most people, because this circle may be north or south. It is not too late to wait until the next circle to make a decision. But Joy did not expect that the Seoul team adopted the opposite tactic. After just gathering all the basic equipment, the Seoul team started to move directly, because there are no teams in the north of Shichiao. The Xiaogua team can be said to be the earliest one.
Xiaogua's team has started to move here. Are they going to occupy the quota-wild area of Shichiu?
Mstoy guessed. It is true that the bridgehead of the West Bridge is a very, very good place, and there is room for processing whether it is north or south. But no one expected that the 4 members of the Xiaogua team rushed directly onto the bridge.
Xiaogua team wants to cross the bridge?
Neither Mstoy nor Yahao thought that Xiaogua team would make such a bet, in case this circle has to be brushed back to the north.
Okay, I get it now. Team Xiao wants to circle the center.
Mstoy suddenly understood what Mao Xiaomo was thinking. Mstoy continued to explain to everyone.
As I said before, in this competition system, the center of the circle is very important. I don't mean that the center of the circle is critical, but the good terrain in the center of the circle is critical. This circle may be brushed to the south or north. If we brush south and Xiaogua team chooses the head of the West Bridge, Xiaogua team will not be able to grab the center of the circle. If we brush north, the Xiaogua team will also not be able to grab the center of the circle. If we brush north, the circle will probably look like this.
Mstoy drew a big circle on the map. In this big circle, the western bridgehead is not in the center of the circle, but on the southern edge of the circle.
But if the Xiaogua team crosses the bridge first, the next circle will be the airport island. Team Xia has the right to choose the best terrain. If it comes back, Xiaogua team can choose to come back.
What Mstoy said is a bit difficult to understand. In fact, if you brush north, even if there is a team at the West Bridge, under the new competition system, they will not choose to block the bridge to block the Xi'an national team. They will enter the circle. After all, it is only the second circle, not to the point of clearing the circle. It's complicated, but everyone seems to understand it a little bit. Mao Xiaomo took Team Xia directly across the bridge and then stopped. A location familiar to all PUBG viewers in Xia Kingdom. Xiaogua team's western bridge. This format? Will the Xiaogua team still choose to block the bridge? The benefits of blocking the bridge are quite large. Fortunately, he analyzed some of Xiaogua team's thoughts on blocking the bridge in his mind and said. Mstoy nodded.
Yes. The first one is because the Xiaogua team can prevent teams from the north from coming. If there is a team in this circle that has thought about it, but sees that there is a team on the opposite side, they can choose to give up directly. There is not much profit. The second one can also gather most of the teams in the north, causing internal friction. Third, no matter where we brush in the next circle, Xiaogua's team will move.
Mstoy analyzed. Xiaogua team is not in a hurry to move. Anyway, there are not many teams in the airport island, and they are on the west side. If they really attack the airport island in the next circle, they can just leave.
The Xiaogua team's bridge blocking tactics have also changed a bit,
Mstoy said. The Xiaogua team's original 4-man position was with 2 people standing at the bridge. But this time all 4 people moved to the hillside. Safer. Even if no one was killed, it would not be a loss to the Xiaogua team. There was no point for killing someone, so it was a symbolic defense. When the Xiaogua team took their position, all the teams on the field began to move. It's true that when I see teams on the road, they don't even fight. The Portuguese team was on a hilltop, watching the Dutch team's vehicles pass by not far away from them. If they concentrated their fire, although they would waste some bullets, they would at least be able to detonate one vehicle. Under the old competition system, it would definitely be a hit. But under the new competition system, the Portuguese team would be able to blow up one vehicle. The format was not profitable, and the Portuguese team did not take a shot. But being cowardly is equal to death. The Swedish team and the Norwegian team here met when they were moving to the wheat fields outside P City. No one fired at the beginning, and the Swedish team also wanted to make a peaceful transfer. Who knew that the Norwegian team just drifted and got out of the car to shoot? Click out 2 people directly. The number of survivors on the field has also become 62. The Norwegian team also quickly licked the bags of the 2 Swedish team members, carrying all the throwables. This is the benefit. Everyone is still exploring. Under the new competition system, both the players' playing style and the commander's playing style and mentality must be adjusted in time. And here, the Xi'an national team also welcomed a team crossing the bridge. The camera turned. Give it to the bridge in the west. The Colombian team did not choose to sail. After all, sailing would require discarding all the vehicles, which would be a huge loss. And under this competition system, there is a high probability that no team will block the bridge. Originally, there were fewer teams blocking the bridge under the old competition system. So we drove directly from Port P and chose to cross the bridge directly. Behind the Colombian team is the Dutch team that transferred from Water City. They also saw the Colombian team's vehicles. But they had no intention of stopping and followed the Colombian team to prepare to cross the bridge. Chapter 724 The Final Decisive Battle. 10. Oh! Colombia is going to get hit! If you don't know where you were hit, it means you fell into a trap. Kill them all! Save your head! Mao Xiaomao said when he saw the Colombian team's vehicle. You can lick your pussy from this position. No problem at all. Duh. Violent gunfire suddenly rang out. FXCK! The Dutch team was so frightened that they suddenly turned around. Originally, they wanted to follow the Colombian team, because they thought that the bridge would never be blocked. But reality gave them a heavy blow. Fortunately, there was a Colombian team in front of them to block the gun. Otherwise they would be the ones who died. The Colombian team was a little wary at first. Just in case. It was the finals after all. But they relaxed when they saw no one at the bridge. Several cars did not keep distance. As a result, 4 guns were fired from 2 directions in an instant. The Xiaodui team does not have many bullets. But if they defeat the Colombian team, they will have bullets. Spend money for free. Don't let an enemy go. Boom. CHN_45AI detonated the vehicle and killed COL_J. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down COL_Martin. CHN_MO used the M16A4 to knock out COL_Benitez. Although the last member of the Colombian team rushed through the Xiaodui team's position, he was killed by Mao Xiaomao not long after running. The Colombian team is destroyed. After a disappointing start in the previous set, the Colombian team still left the field very early in this set. Okay. Very smooth. Mjoy was not surprised by Xiaodui team's marksmanship and routine operations. Now Xiaodui team's gun line distribution is very tacit. Generally speaking, Mao Xiaomao is responsible for the first person in this situation. Because no matter what the situation is, Mao Xiaomao is absolutely confident to shoot down the first person. And then the following are try your best to deal damage. And after Mao Xiaomao kills the first person, he starts to replenish his gun. Oh, these heads are all good. Mjoy suddenly discovered that the helmets of the 4 Colombian team members were basically intact. Because the Xiaodui team moved relatively quickly. Their supplies were not that rich. Originally, there was only 1 level 2 head and 3 level 2 armors. 4 head? Is it possible that you didn't start it on purpose? Yi Haoyi said, slightly surprised. He himself doesn't quite believe that the Xiaodui team has now reached such a point of doing whatever they want. Indeed it is. In this wave of shooting, Mao Xiaomao lowered the headshot line so that even if the enemy was hit, it would not be on the head. For this reason, he almost let 1 person go. The other team members also tried their best to sweep the car and keep these enemy armor. Now Mao Xiaomao's state feels like he has entered the state of transformation. And he feels a little free to do whatever he wants. This, amid the exclamations of Mjoy and Yehao. The Xia team happily licked a wave of packages from the Colombian team. All 4 team members are equipped with brand new level 2 suits, plus a customary rifle. Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lili also have high-power bolt snipers on their backs. And they have all kinds of medicine and throwing objects. There is no shortage. What we are waiting for now is the refresh of the next circle. The upper right corner swipes the screen. Not all teams got the news that the Colombian team was wiped out. Nearby teams heard gunshots from the western bridge, combined with Xiaodui teams. History of blocking bridges. Everyone knows it. Xiaodui team. Old position. He is here again. Are you crazy? This format is still blocking the bridge. Similar curses came from countless teams. The Dutch team also stopped directly at the turret and 2-story building in the north of the west bridge. They had no way to cross the bridge and had to block one by one. Countless teams were crowded at the northern bridge. And there were only 5 teams on the entire airport island. Based on statistics from previous professional games, the probability of this kind of yin and yang circle hitting the airport is 73%. Mjoy also revealed a data that surprised everyone. More than 70%. The probability is indeed a bit high. But no one knows the reason. Okay, let's look at the second lap. After Mjoy said that, the camera also showed the map. The first circle is refreshed and a new circle appears. Ouch! Southern Cutaway Circle! As Mjoy expected, this circle was still an airport circle. And it's an extreme southern cutaway. In this circle, about 40% of the area is sea area. And because few teams in this circle choose to sail, it is impossible for anyone to do so in the entire West. Xiaodui team immediately started to move.
Among the 5 teams on Airport Island, only the Siagwa team is in the west, Mstoy analyzed. When Ibiza saw the circle refreshed, it also continued to pay close attention to the Siagwa team's movements. As he expected, the Siagwa team went to grab the center of the circle and had no time to deal with them. Now there are 2 choices before the Dutch team. The first is to go to the position where Siagwa team was just now and block the northern team. The second is to follow the pace of Siagwa team and enter the center of the circle. If the bridge is blocked, the benefits will be very small. The Dutch team also started to move. The entire western bridgehead became extremely smooth because of the Siagwa team's transfer. The screen was shown to Team Siagwa, who moved without pressure and arrived at a room in the center of the circle. The terrain of this housing area is very good. Yes, there cannot be anyone behind them. This means that the area that Siagwa team can control is quite large, and it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is also easy to move. This position has obviously been studied by Siagwa team, but there are not many opportunities to use it. The probability of this position becoming the center of the circle is too small. I didn't expect that Siagwa team would occupy an absolute position on such an important occasion. Excellent location. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a vehicle near Team Sia, and the sound was also heard by Team Sia. The libero of the Finnish team was also observing the surrounding situation on his motorcycle. They came from Dongqiao and walked directly along the seaside to the center of the circle. They discovered the location of the Siagwa team, so they settled for the next best thing and chose another housing area. There aren't many places in this circle where people can stay, Mstoy analyzed. There was also some friction among the teams crossing the bridge at the western end of the bridge. Many teams had to forcefully drive away enemies in order to defend their positions, and the number of people on the field began to gradually decrease in the second circle. There is nothing we can do about the airport circle. It is impossible to have teams on all sides like the mainland circle. They are spread out widely because they have to cross the bridge, and all the teams crossing the bridge from the west are going in the same direction. Chapter 7:25 The Final Decisive Battle. 11. Okay. The Korean team here was also wiped out when they crossed the bridge. The number of people on the field dropped sharply, and the Korean team, Colombian team, and Swedish team were also wiped out one after another. The Siagwa team is still in the center of the safety zone, because the terrain of the airport island is not very rough. Teams are stationed on various mountains. There will definitely be large-scale friction when these teams move in the next circle. The third circle. It's the center of a circle. In this case, there won't be much sea area. Yes, but it is still a very stable position for the Siagwa team, Mstoy and Yahao analyzed. A brush in the center of this circle is equivalent to basically brushing out the sea area, and then compressing the living space of the eastern team and the back team, 200 meters away from the east side of the Siagwa team room. A team also stopped, although the Siagwa team on the field did not know the identity of their opponent. From a god's perspective, this was the Norwegian team, which still grabbed the center position of a safe zone in this set. The 3 teams with better field position are Siagwa team, Norway team, and Finland team. But what about the Finnish team's room? It's not easy to go north in the next circle or the next circle. The Siagwa team is blocking them. But I don't know how to brush the circle, because the Siagwa team's position was relatively safe. More attention was focused on the battlefield in the northeast. Fans of Siagwa's team on this hilltop still remember that in the group stage, there was a set where the Iceland team played against Siagwa's team. When this circle is drawn, it is equivalent to driving the teams crossing the west bridge and the teams crossing the east bridge in this direction. However, it is not easy for the Ukrainian team to move now. There is an American team stuck at the foot of the mountain next to them. Although everyone talks about grabbing the center before the game, in the game, there is not enough conditions and space. There is basically no difference between blindly grabbing the center and dying. Sure enough, when the safe zone started to refresh, the northeast direction turned into a pot of porridge. It's not that everyone wants to play, but that many teams really don't know where to go. In the game, transfer is also an art. When the art is not artistic enough, you have to rely on the front. Just like the Russian team, they are obviously a team inside the airport island. But in the third circle, the 3 room areas in the center of the circle are actually occupied by 3 inexplicable teams who don't know where they come from. This must be a transfer problem. The number of people on the field steadily decreased. The number of players in the old competition system dropped sharply in the attrition circle. But the new competition system is different because many teams died on the way to implement tactics. Another team was wiped out by the group, and the third circle ended. with only 12 teams left on the field. The Xiaogua team's audience didn't pay much attention to the fierce battle in the circle before. The teams they followed, the United States, Norway, Russia, and Finland, were relatively safe and did not have any fighting. This is the difference between top teams and non-top teams. There is still a gap in operations and thinking. Okay, this circle is more critical. The third circle ended. Although everyone focused on this circle, they did not worry too much. This position of the Xiaogua team is still very advantageous. As long as they don't brush the corner circle in the east, it shouldn't have much impact on the Xiaogua team. However, the fourth lap still had to set the tone for the entire set. Safe area refreshed. All Xiaogua team fans and spectators took a deep breath. Really are. What are you afraid of? I almost cursed him. But because it was a live broadcast on CCTV, I took it back. A far east cutaway circle. In an instant, the Xiaogua team was swept from the center of the circle to the edge of the circle. This corner circle is a bit uncomfortable. There is also the Norwegian team in front of the Xi'an national team, Mr. explained. In this circle, the Xiaogua team and Finland team's room divisions have become the edges of the circle. And there is no team in the center of the circle. No one thought that this circle could be so extreme. Within the Xiaogua team, the Norwegian team is leaving, and we will take their housing area, Mao Xiaomo said firmly. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, all members of the Norwegian team started driving directly towards the center of the circle. The Xiaogua team also wanted to attack, but they did not have the conditions. Okay, the Norwegian team has entered the center of the circle, occupying several small block towers on both sides of the road, Mr. explained. The small houses in the center of these circles are all occupied by the Norwegian team. As a result, the teams inside the airport may be blocked, and the plane wreckage should not be able to block the Norwegian team's gun line. The Xi'an national team here has also begun to move. Immediately after the Norwegian team left, Team Xia directly got on the bus and transferred, rushed outside the Norwegian team's room. The Finnish team also had the same idea as the Xiaogua team, but they were obviously half a beat too slow. Hearing that the Norwegian team was evacuating the housing area, as soon as they got on the bus, they heard that the Xiaogua team entered the housing area not far from them. Whether it was mental arithmetic or not, there was no way the Finnish team could move faster than the Xi'an national team. Xiaogua's team is now at the highest point in the circle. Yes, Mr. explained. Xiaogua team's position. If the circle is a little further to the west, this position is definitely an excellent position. A destiny shooting position. But now that this position is to the west, it may not be within the circle in the final round, and it is not easy to go down the mountain. Until now, the audience of the Xiaogua team can only pray for a refresh of the destiny circle. After the Xiaogua team arrived at the room area, they didn't care about the enemies at the bottom of the mountain. They turned back and blocked the enemies behind them. Although I don't know if anyone will come, I can still clear the enemies behind me in this circle. The housing area where Team Xiaogua is currently located has a small slope behind them. The four of them have pulled up to the top of the slope, leaving the bottom of the slope completely unattended. There was no way anyone could climb that high, and without any cover under the watchful eyes of the Norwegian team. Buzz buzz. A car went to the original housing area of the Xiaogua team. There is only a small place in this housing area in the safe zone. Sure enough, Germany is moving. The German team and the Xiaogua team are also very destined, and they met directly in 2 consecutive sets. A head-on battle is about to begin. The German team cannot move in its current position, and can only forcefully play against the Xiaogua team. However, playing on a low slope and on a high slope is always a disadvantage. The German team could roughly guess the position of the Xiaogua team. 2 people set up guns, and the 2 cars rushed directly down the slope of the Xiaogua team. Zhou Lily poked her head in, and was shot. 2 people. 3, 2, 1. Pull. Following Mao Xiaomo's order, 4 members of the Xi'an national team were pulled out of the German team at an unexpected time. After the German team defeated Zhou Lily, the remaining 2 players were also ready to rush forward, because they judged that the enemy needed to be sprayed with medicine. But I didn't expect that the enemy would be so tough. And they just pulled out 4 people to sweep. He was close to the Xiaogua team, and after replacing Zhou Lily, who was still alive, he was also killed by MC with a supplementary shot. GR_Kiev used an AKM headshot to knock down CHN_211. CHN_MC used the M416 to knock down GR_Kiev with a headshot. On the other side, Mao Xiaomao and Wang Hao did not make any mistakes in their gun duel, and they completely defeated their opponents in the mid-range duel. The last member of the German team pulled directly, but MC had been waiting for a long time, set up his gun in advance, and completed a round of exchanges with Crystal. Take away the enemy directly. This wave. The German team didn't even have time to throw the projectiles. The Xiaogui team immediately pressed forward. Very decisive. Although Zhou Lily fell down once, she was able to pull away and clean up behind her. This is very critical, Joy said. The Finnish team has been helping the Xi'an national team. Yes. A detail that no one noticed was that when the German team was fighting against the Xiaogui team just now, the Finnish team on the southwest side of the circle was also constantly harassing the German team, and even took 2 heads from the Xiaogui team. Well, it seems that we stole 2 heads from the Xiaogui team. The Xiaogui team now only has 6 heads. After Joy said this, everyone also discovered it. The number of heads is still useful, but I can't say it's useless at all, Yuwen said. For her, as long as the Xiaogui team wins a medal, it will be a breakthrough in Xiaogui's FPS, and the head count plays a vital role in the subsequent rankings. You could say the same thing, but PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game about competing for first place, and second place is meaningless. You definitely have to take the kill. But in the past many times, replacement was the first priority. Now it can only be said to be the icing on the cake on the basis of the team's safety. The Xiaogui team didn't dare to lick the German team's box, and the Finnish team was watching eagerly next to it. God knows how much the Finnish team wants to steal the Xiaogui team's room. As long as one person is knocked down, I'm afraid the Finnish team will directly pull out an angle to touch. The Xiaogui team refused to give them this opportunity. In fact, there is no need to collect too much information about this circle. The shape of the circle is relatively simple, and it is impossible to have people in many places. For the Xiaogui team, we still need to figure out how to get down this mountain, Joy said seriously. However, compared to going down the mountain, it seems more practical to brush the destiny circle. Survival on the field, 40. Lives on the field, 36. Lives on the field, 32. The attrition circle is still the same attrition circle, and the number of people on the field has also begun to decrease sharply. The Brazilian team and the Dutch team that everyone is familiar with were both wiped out in the process of entering the circle in the north. In this circle, most of the teams gathered around the northern circle. There are people in the only few housing areas in the circle, and everyone on the mountain doesn't know where to stay and where not to stay. It is impossible to run around looking for a place without purpose. No one had much expectations for the 5th circle. This was a circle with a very small refresh rate. But this circle once again made everyone exclaim. Chapter 726, The Final Decisive Battle. 12. This is a cutaway circle to the southwest, Joy shouted. As soon as the circle was cleared, Team Xia's position once again became the edge of the circle, and the position of the Norwegian team also became the edge of the circle. This circle is definitely beneficial to the Xiaogui team, and it is likely to develop into a mountain battle next, Joy analyzed. The advantage of this circle for the Xiaogui team is that they don't have to go down the mountain. If they went down the mountain from the same position just now, they would be shot at from everywhere, and the probability of survival would be less than 10%. But once this circle is cleared, the next circle is likely to be a mountain battle, which is a very good result for the Xiaogui team. Even in a mountain battle, the Xiaogui team is located at a high altitude and will definitely not be at a disadvantage. The Norwegian team was really stunned when they saw this circle. I just went down the mountain to grab the center, but I didn't expect to go up the mountain again. Although the situation of the Norwegian team is also not optimistic, the OB of the Xiaogui team still focuses on the Xiaogui team. Okay, the Xi'an national team is going to get stuck on the white circle here. If you want to fight in the mountains, you must block the edge, Joy analyzed. This is common sense. In mountain warfare, it is definitely not a good decision to grab the center. There is no room area in the center of the circle, and if there are enough bunkers, you will be attacked by enemies from 360 degrees without blind spots in the center of the circle. With the marksmanship of these professional guys, it is impossible to survive. At most, a lone wolf or a team stuck in a hole will survive. The rest of the game will have nothing to do with them, and they will almost die as soon as they take the lead. This set also played very much like the old format. Yes, mountain battles are all fought in the same way. Joy nodded. This set was very similar to the previous games, and there was only one way to play in the mountain battle. At the edge of the circle, clear out all the enemies behind you. Then control as much area as possible. Wait for the circle to be cleared. And take the next step. This is how mountain warfare is fought. The 4 members of Seogwa's team pressed out of the room and went directly to the edge of the white circle. In the 5th poisonous circle, they must not leave any threat behind them. But there is more than one team that wants to enter the circle of Seogwa team. On the other side, the Russian and American teams also had a fierce exchange of fire while seizing the northern mountain range. Theoretically, these are the top two teams in terms of head-on strength. The beating was also very brutal. The Russian team exchanged 3 for 4 and successfully defeated the American team. But again, in mountain battles, you must think about the consequences. While the Russian team and the American team were fighting, the Danish team also came over. The Russian team with only 1 person left could not withstand the charge of the full Danish team. The group is destroyed here. There are many things that need to be paid attention to in mountain battles. Because once a firefight occurs in mountain battles, it will be a 4v4 team battle. Teammates have to pull the gun line and replenish their guns. They have no conditions to worry about other enemies. So it is easy for the third team to get involved. Therefore, quick victory is the prerequisite when playing. And the team must have the mental premise to deal with the third team. The Russian team did not expect that this team was the American team. So they just replaced 3 of them, giving the Danish team time to figure it out. On the Seoul national team side, the Lithuanian team and the Belgian team also touched from 2 directions. All Seogwa team fans are worried again. In this situation, they are most afraid of being flanked by the 2 teams. The Lithuanian team here wants to ban cigarettes. The Seogwa team has started shooting. Fortunately, Wang Hao is looking in the other direction. To everyone's relief, the Seogwa team's discipline was very good. Even during target practice, Wang Hao was still observing the direction of the Belgian team. The Lithuanian team knew that someone was near the circle. But they had no car and had no choice but to forcefully spread out a thin line of smoke to advance. Fortunately, under this competition system, the team brings more throwing objects. Although the Seogwa team's firepower was fierce, fortunately no one was lost. Suddenly, Wang Hao shouted in the team. A group of people are approaching here. I stopped smoking. Evacuation area. Wang Hao shouted directly. Although Wang Hao is not the commander, because he is a free agent, he gets the most information in team battles. He is usually the deputy commander in the team. And there cannot be too many voices in the team. So the other 2 people, Zhou Lili and MC, are basically 2 thugs. Mao Xiaomao believed 100% in Wang Hao's judgment. Although Wang Hao's performance this year was average, he was instantly activated when he came to Seogwa's national team. Definitely a top libero who needs room to play. Wang Hao called out 3 people in the evacuation area. Mao Xiaomao, Zhou Lili, and MC retreated immediately. Wang Hao sealed 2 cigarettes, put away his gun and ran back. The situation on the field has undergone some subtle changes. Because they didn't hear the gunfire, the Lithuanian and Belgian teams were a little cautious and came up very slowly. The Seogwa team took this opportunity to retreat to the housing area. The Belgian team came up a little faster, but the Seogwa team retreated to the housing area, and there should be no way to press them out, Mjoy explained. This wave of Seogwa team's command is very tacit and decisive. Yes, everyone thought that this wave of command was directed by Mao Xiaomao. But little did they know that it was Wang Hao who made a judgment in a split second. Otherwise the Seogwa team might have fallen into a pincer attack by the 2 teams if they were a little slower. After a very decisive move, the Belgian team made a move. I directly saw the Lithuanian team going up the mountain. At this moment, the Belgian team immediately got down. They're already in the zone and don't want to attract anyone's attention. Under the new competition system, heads are nothing in front of the chicken game. But the Seogwa team threw a thunderbolt directly near them. Boom! This thunder. It directly attracted the attention of the Lithuanian team. Oh! The Lithuanian team wants to touch the Belgian team. Pretty! Mjoy smiled. Although it has little impact on the Seogwa team, it is still annoying to have 2 cowardly teams behind them. The Lithuanian team also analyzed the situation. If they were to touch it honestly, they would probably be flanked by the 2 teams. They knew where the Seogwa team was. So they decisively chose to enter the circle on the left side. The Belgian team couldn't help but take a look. But the Lithuanian team opened the way with a grenade. The grenade array directly knocked down a member of the Belgian team. At this time, you can see the difference in style between the 2 teams. The Belgian team is still a bit biased. Their position is not a particularly good position.
There is no need to play so conservatively. Moreover, when they observe that the Siagwa team that just fired the gun has no one in the position, they should first block it. The Lithuanian team went up the mountain and then made plans. I was scared, but I didn't expect the Lithuanian team to directly face me. Chapter 727 The Final Decisive Battle 13. The Belgian team had no choice but to forcefully take on this wave of team battles. But the position has been opened up by the Lithuanian team. Although it was low and high, the Lithuanian team pounced very fiercely. The two parties exchanged fire directly. Siagwa's team did not make a save for the sake of being conservative. If both sides were to fight quickly, they would just turn around and attack them. Without cover, the team would be easily wiped out. So it was not worth it. The Lithuanian team and the Belgian team are also old rivals. They have played from the European competition to the Olympic finals, and their strengths are also very close. However, the mentality of the two teams is a bit different. The Lithuanian team is more competitive, while the Belgian team is more timid. There is nothing wrong with this. There are too many super strong teams on this field. Facing these super strong teams, if the strength is lacking, you will either fight or be cowardly, and you will definitely have few opportunities to play normally. This time, the two teams met and fought to the death for a position on the edge of the circle. After a wave of exchanges of fire, the Lithuanian team lost 2 people, but they still knocked down the entire Belgian team. The Siagwa team also took the opportunity to steal a head from the Lithuanian team, bringing the number of heads to 7. Okay, the Belgian team here has also been destroyed. There are not many teams on the field now. The Siagwa team must clear out the 3 Lithuanian team members behind them, no matter what the next circle is. Mstoy analyzed. It goes without saying that everyone understands this simple truth. It can be determined that the finals is a mountain circle. In the mountain circle, the first purpose for the Siagwa team is to block the Lithuanian team behind them, and then try not to go to the high shooting position. This competition system is different from the old competition system. Although the shooting position at a high point can guarantee a lot of kills in this circle or the next circle, once the circle is cleared, it is also very dangerous to move from the high point. The field has also entered a stage of large-scale attrition. Okay, there are not many surviving teams now, and the next circle is likely to become a mountain battle up and down the mountain. It depends on how the team handles it. Mstoy was also a little nervous. In the final round of the finals, the commentators who were not present were a little nervous, let alone the players who were on the field. The Norwegian team sneaked up to the foot of the mountain on the southeast side, ready to go up the mountain at any time. The Finnish team also left the room to observe other teams. The northern team originally had many remnant teams, and they were also killed one after another in the battle on the 5th circle. What everyone didn't expect was that none of the 3 super strong teams of the United States, Brazil, and Russia made it to the finals. Okay, there are still 7 teams on the field. The fully staffed teams include Siak Kingdom, Finland, Norway, and Denmark. The other 3 teams are all remnant teams, and their positions are not particularly good. They may have to be cleared in the next circle. Yes, and even if they can enter the circle, 1 or 2 people cannot pose a threat to the full formation. Mstoy analyzed seriously. This is a competition system that pursues first place. There is no point in finishing second. It really is meaningless. Circle 6. Brush in the center of the circle. In this position, Team Siagwa can reach the circle in 2 steps. But the primary goal is to get rid of the Lithuanian team first. There is terrain around the circle where you can stay. As soon as the circle was drawn, Wang Hao said immediately. He clearly remembered this terrain. There was terrain around the white circle they were going to enter, but they still had to clear the area behind them first. A very simple truth. There is a bunker at the edge of the circle. If you advance to the edge of the circle and block the enemies outside the circle, you will be attacked directly if your back is exposed to the enemies inside the circle. If your back is exposed to the enemies outside the circle, you will also be attacked. In this case, it is the best choice to block the enemy behind you in the blue and white circle and then enter the circle. On the 6th lap, the Lithuanian team immediately started to smoke. They did not wait for the poison circle to refresh before moving. They wanted to buy time to deal with the battle. Although they only have 3 people, they have to fight this battle. They have no choice but to break through the Siagwa team's defense line to enter the circle. The Lithuanian team here is starting to smoke, but the Danish team is touching up. The camera suddenly showed the fully staffed Danish team, and 4 people began to circle around the blue circle and move towards the mountain. The Danish team wants to enter the circle from the mountain. It's easy to explain. We cannot say whether this choice is right or wrong.
because no one knows whether the Danish team will succeed or what this wave of decisions will bring to the Danish team. The Lithuanian team didn't pay attention to its flanks at all, and neither did the Siagwa team. All the Siagwa team's eyes were attracted to the Lithuanian team. It's over! The Danish team wants to eat up both the Siagwa team and the Lithuanian team. Might see two teams flanking, Mstoy said helplessly. Although the Siagwa team occupies the housing area, the two brothers Wang Hao and MC are outside the housing area, and they are also the team's gun line needs. The Danish team could have entered the circle directly, but decided to go up the mountain for a better position. The lone wolf at the foot of the mountain can see clearly, but he didn't shoot. He took the opportunity to touch the inside of the circle. If the lone wolf wants to win the chicken in the end, luck is an essential ingredient. But unfortunately, both lone wolves were defeated by the Finnish team further away. Now the Finnish team is trying its best to clear out the enemies in the circle, and their positions are no secret. But in fact, the Norwegian team was much smarter at this time. The lone wolves in the circle had no impact on them, so they did not attack when they saw them. On the contrary, these lone wolves might help them harm a team. Even if one person is eliminated from the full formation, it is still good news. There are only 5 teams left on the field, except for the Lithuanian team, which only has 3 people. The other 4 teams are full, and there are still 19 people left alive on the field. The Lithuanian team is still smoking. Suddenly, the team members saw the Danish team members coming up with guns. Before he could even shout out, he was knocked down directly. And the other side, another member of the Danish team, who pulled a gun, also knocked down a member of the Sia team. Both sides took action almost at the same time. Den_Devis used M416 to knock down CHN_MC. Den_Dupree used M416 to knock down LTC_Nice. Oops! Wang Hao reacted quickly. He's not dead, Mstoy explained. Wang Hao judged the opponent's position as soon as MC was shot. He shrank directly behind the tree. But even so, he was beaten to a pulp. MC should be replaced directly. The Danish team is playing 2 teams at the same time. The Danish team's gun line is very open, but Team Sia's response was also decisive. Put cigarettes! The circle is almost closed! Mao Xiaomao shouted. The Danish team looks down on them too much. How did they come up at this time? A few cigarettes to match the cigarettes sealed by the Lithuanian team just now. Directly seal all the time between the Siagwa team and the 2 opposing teams. And the Lithuanian team is obviously not a good one. There is no way to bully the Danish team without getting into the smoke. The members of the Danish team who played the first point did not expect the Lithuanian team to be so decisive. A mistake occurred in a 1 versus 2 situation. This is not the first mistake in the finals. A wave of carbine. Once again, let's have some other voices in the scene. The OB on the scene and the OB of the Siagwa team are completely different perspectives. The OB perspective of the Siagwa team is definitely based on the Siagwa team, while the OB perspective of the on-site OB is the overall situation. In this game, the audience saw many ordinary professional players. Mistakes you can't even see in the game. Various carbines. But the stronger the player, the more stable his performance will be. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game that requires strong psychological quality. The victory or defeat can be determined by marksmanship in a split second. Under the huge pressure of the Olympic finals, many familiar players made mistakes to varying degrees. The Danish team was directly knocked down and made up for the first point. And their teammates didn't even have time to make up the shot. A wave of 2-on-3 from the Lithuanian team. One of the players named XHW showed great bravery. 2 ducks. Nice 2 headshots. To be honest, everyone has never heard of this player from the Lithuanian team. But these 2 headshots show that he is very capable. Although he may not be at the SSS level, he definitely has the ability. The Danish team did not expect that the Lithuanian team was so strong. He was bulldozed by 2 Lithuanian teams. LQ_XHW killed DN_30 with an AKM headshot. The Danish team was defeated by the 2-man Lithuanian team. Oops! It shouldn't be! Mstoy also sighed. The audience at the scene also exclaimed. The Danish team, top 10 in the world, was defeated by the 2-man Lithuanian team. Although the Lithuanian team had a terrain advantage, the Danish team's own carbine was the reason why the team was destroyed. Yi Hao sighed. But this is also a good thing for the Siagwa team. Lithuania with 2 people and Denmark with full staff. They definitely hoped to face the former. The Sia national team was also surprised when they saw the Lithuanian team defeating the Danish team. They had just been observing the kill information in the upper right corner,
and they knew that there were only 2 people left in the Lithuanian team. In other words, they only need to face Lithuania with 2 people. The safe zone begins to refresh. Before the 2 members of the Lithuanian team had time to apply medicine, the safety zone began to refresh. But fortunately, the brushing in this safe zone is relatively slow. The Lithuanian team added 2 cigarettes to the smoke that was about to dissipate. Then squat down and apply medicine. Team Xia also tried to wear smoke, but failed. Boom. Boom. CHN_211 used a frag grenade to knock down LU_XHW. XHW, who had just shown his bravery in a wave, was directly blown down by Joe Lilly in the smoke. In this kind of closed circle shrinking, Xiagua team only needs to throw it outside the circle. And 9 times out of 10, they will gain something. The last member of the Lithuanian team also knew that he had no chance, so he simply rushed out to defend. But Xiagua team members had 3 guns. At the same time, tongues of fire were sprayed out, giving the Lithuanian team no chance. Chapter 728 The Final Decisive Battle 14. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill LU_Arlf with a headshot. The Lithuanian team was destroyed. Okay. Xiagua team is also entering the circle. There shouldn't be any obstacles. The situation on the field has become very simple now. The 3 teams were actually on the same side of the circle. The Norwegian team is at the foot of the mountain. The Finnish team is on the mountainside. And the Xiagua team is in the best position, almost at the top of the mountain. There is no terrain in the center of the circle. It can be said that the direction of this circle is very important. Okay. Let's see how this circle turns out. The Xiagua team needs to make positive preparations. However, it is a bit disadvantageous that the Xiagua team only has 3 people, while the Finnish team and the Norwegian team are both in full formation. Yes! The safe zone is reached. New safe zone refreshed. A southern cutaway circle. A southern cutaway. Then Xiagua's team will have to fight down the edge of the circle. In this southern corner circle, the Xiagua team is the only team not inside the circle. Now the Finnish team is located on the southwestern edge of the circle, while the Norwegian team is located on the southeastern edge of the circle. And the Xiagua team wants to come down from the mountain and steal the Finnish team's position from the southwest edge of the circle. Although it is difficult, this is the only way for Xiagua team. It's a bit difficult, but I still believe in our Xiagua team members, Mjoy said. The only good thing is that the one standing in front of the Xiagua team is the Finnish team and not the powerful Norwegian team. With a full 4v4 team, the Xiagua team may not be able to defeat the Norwegian team. Not to mention that now, the terrain, number of people, and location are all at a disadvantage. Team Xiagua didn't choose to smoke. Give me a gun! Fortunately, I saw the 3 members of the Xiagua team at an angle, and instantly saw the Xiagua team's intention. Although the distance between the circles is very short, the Xiagua team still wants to use their guns to open the gap. But a 98k gunshot instantly throw the Xiagua team into H.L. Boom. FIN_Jimby used Car 98k to knock down CHN_MO with a headshot. The soul of Team Xia, Mao Xiaoma, has just revealed his head. He was immediately killed by Jimby's magical sniper shot. This shot, the OB on site didn't even give it. Oops. But fortunately it can be saved. It should be salvageable, because the safe zone has not been refreshed yet. And Mao Xiaoma fell behind the slope. Zhou Lily ran directly to the rescue. Then he threw his helmet on the ground. It's not easy to fight, Mao Xiaoma said seriously. Now all the attention of the Finnish team is on the Xiagua team. This kind of numbers and terrain do not have an advantage, and the opponent is still stuck in the circle. This kind of equipment is also very uncomfortable. Let's spread the cigarettes. Still have a chance. Wang Hao glanced at it and said. Mao Xiaoma nodded. This is the only way. But once the smoke is spread, they can only passively enter the circle, and the chance is not very great. The Finnish team is very smart. It just won't compete with your Xiagua team. The Xiagua team will have to force their way in through smoke and mirrors. Mjoy sighed. If we analyze it rationally now, it is already very difficult for Xiagua team. Sure enough, the moment I first smoked, Zhou Lily was killed by Chuan Yin, but Mao Xiaoma and Wang Hao could only move forward passively in the smoke. Oh shit! James! Take action? You old fox! Mao Xiaoma cursed secretly. Now is a very good time for the Norwegian team to take action. The first is because most of the Finnish team's firepower is attracted by the Xiagua team.
and the second is for the Norwegian team's own opportunity to win. If the Norwegian team doesn't take action now, and allows the Finnish team to block the Siagwa team, then it will be a decisive battle between a fully equipped Finland and a fully equipped Norway. But as mentioned before, the Finnish team is on the mountainside, and the Norwegian team is at the foot of the mountain. The terrain of the Finnish team is better than that of the Norwegian team. It is most likely to be high and low. The Norwegian team can rely on their frontal strength to fight a 50-50 split situation. But if they take action now and fight against the Finnish team, the Siagwa team will come out of the smoke and help them hit the Finnish team's back. It's like the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team are attacking Finland from both sides. Mao Xiaomo couldn't believe James couldn't understand the benefits of this. As one of the best players in the world, James has always been known for his superb marksmanship and good awareness. But James, the old fox, after seeing Zhou Lily fall to the ground, she chose to lead the team and touch her. They also didn't want the Siagwa team to maintain a strong fighting capacity. They knew the strength of the Siagwa team very well. Even with 3 people, they still had the strength to fight against them even with Mao Xiaomo. But with 2 people, they are not afraid even if they are facing the magical Norwegian team. The Finnish team is very disciplined. The teammates behind the break saw all the members of the Norwegian team touching it. Jimby blocked the Siagwa team, and the other 3 people all rushed to the front battlefield. Although it is a battle between lightning and flint, the audience feels that life is like a year. The reason is that the safe area is a bit slow. The 2 members of the Siagwa team moved forward slowly. The Norwegian team members also waited patiently for the Siagwa team's attack, and completed a wave of double-sided attacks with the Siagwa team. For the Norwegian team, the biggest threat was definitely the fully staffed Finnish team. Boom! Boom! Mao Xiaomo pretended to throw 2 thunder. I didn't fool James either. They are not in a hurry at all. What is anxious is the Siagwa team, which also temporarily reduced the Finnish team to 1 person on the front. And the Norwegian team went up decisively. But the gunshots were silent. Although the Norwegian team knew the position of the Finnish team, they were not in a hurry to play. The battle of wits and courage among the veterans. Well, now both the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team want to wait for the other side to make the first move. But the Siagwa team can't afford it. The circle brush is here. No solution anymore. If Team Xiao wants to win, they can only rely on chaos. Msjoy just finished speaking. Wang Hao took the lead and rushed out of the smoke. Jimmy shoots instantly. Then Mao Xiaomo pulled it out from another angle. A wave of swaps completed. As long as Jimby's marksmanship is a little better this time, Wang Hao won't die. But there was no way. Jimby was also a big-hearted person. So under such circumstances, he still shot Wang Hao directly in the head. FIN_Jimby used AKM to knock down CHN_45AI with a headshot. CHN_MO used M16A4 to hit FIN_Jimby with a headshot. The battle of wits and courage among the veterans is not over yet. Chapter 729 The Final Decisive Battle. 15. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down Jimby, he also entered the circle. And Wang Hao is also trying hard to crawl into the circle. It seems we can save it. Msjoy did not expect that the Finnish team ignored the Xi'an national team behind them. Let Wang Hao climb into the circle. Mao Xiaomo directly saves people. This is something no one expected. James also cursed Mao Xiaomo secretly in his heart. From Siagwa's position, he could reach the Finnish team's back with just a slight lean. If it were a match in the old format, the Siagwa team would be defeated by the Finnish team without hesitation, and then at least be ranked second. But second place in the new format is meaningless. There are still 2 people in the Siagwa team who are still capable of fighting. Wang Hao was rescued, and fans of the Siagwa team waved their fists. 2 people. There is still hope. Now the distance between the 3 teams is very close, and the relationship between them is also very subtle. If the Siagwa team disposes of the Finnish team now, they will basically have no chance in a 2-on-4 situation. And their firepower will not be at the same level unless there is particularly good terrain. However, the Norwegian team is obviously not in a hurry. Since the Siagwa team and the Finnish team have not developed as they imagined, they still have an advantage in numbers, and their position is closer to the center of the circle than the other 2 teams. When the safety zone is cleared, they are still the team with the best chance. The game featured a scene that had never been seen in recent years. The Finnish team knew the position of the Siagwa team, but all 3 players had their backs to the Siagwa team. The Siagwa team could hit 3 backs with just 2 people, but the Siagwa team did not choose to take action. Msjoy analyzed. The Finnish team knows that the Siagwa team does not want to touch them. Once they knock down 1 to 2 people, the Norwegian team may directly suppress them. Yes.
Under the new competition system, these teams are all teams with good tactics, thinking very clearly, regardless of whether to kill or not. You must make the most correct decision for your team.
This safety zone is going to be wiped out, and the Norwegian team will definitely be the most advantageous side, because the Siagwa team and the Finnish team will definitely be poisoned. Yes.
New safe zone refreshed. This circle should be the decisive circle for the 3 teams.
It's a concentric circle. No matter what happens in this circle, the Siagwa team and the Finnish team will be the first to take the poison.
Decisive circle. Concentric circles. All 3 teams are outside the circle, but the Norwegian team is closer to the circle.
In this case, it is very likely that the Finnish team and the Siagwa team will fight first.
As soon as Joy finished speaking, she exclaimed,
Is there any talk about Team Siagwa and Team Finland entering the circle hand in hand?
Joy looked at Yahoo speechlessly. Does the Finnish team want to play the national team in the summer? But it definitely does. The Finnish team can't wait to kill the 2 members of the Siagwa team right now, and then have a 3-on-4 head-on with the Norwegian team. Although they have a disadvantage, they are on a high slope, so they have a chance. But the key is that they can't touch Siagwa's team now. Once they do, Siagwa's team and Norway's team will attack from a pinch, and they probably won't survive for 3 seconds. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao stayed at the edge of the circle, feeling like they had nothing to do.
2 cigarettes are not enough,
Mao Xiaomo said to Wang Hao. If they still have enough smoke in this circle, they still have a chance to mix it up. But in the 2 waves just now, they have lost a lot of smoke. Although they accumulated a lot of smoke in the early game, they cannot withstand the team's behavior. Consumption.
Have you beaten me? Beat. Otherwise there is no chance.
Mao Xiaomo nodded. 1 left and 1 right. Between the lightning and flint, Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo were on the left and right, pulled out at the same time.
Siagwa team needs to think about something.
Oh! Joy exclaimed. Now the audience also starts cheering. Although it may not be the most perfect way of playing, it is the most skillful way for everyone. With their backs completely turned, Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao didn't make any mistakes. The person who killed 2 people instantly also drew his gun, killed the 3rd Finnish team member. The Finnish team didn't make any reaction. After all, they didn't even look back. CHN_MO killed FIN_Sambi with a headshot. The Finnish team is destroyed. Survival on the field. 6. The Finnish team felt helpless in addition to anger. It was really uncomfortable to feel that their destiny was not under their control.
Team Xia is going to fight hard. 2 against 4. Yes.
All Siagwa team spectators are looking forward to the birth of a miracle. After Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao knocked down the Finnish team members, they also press forward with the Norwegian team at the same time. This is a situation that the Norwegian team wants to see, and it is also a situation that Siagwa does not want to see. The chaos didn't break out, mainly because the 3 teams were on the same gun line. Now I can only force myself to face it and see if there are any miracles. The Norwegian team went uphill as soon as Siagwa team took action. The 2 teams are getting closer and closer. There is no bunker in the center of the circle, so this battle is inevitable. Boom, boom, boom. Before the battle, both teams threw almost all the grenades in their hands, leaving at most 1 to 2 grenades. But because both sides don't know each other's position, they are also testing their positions. The 2 Siagwa team cannot take the initiative, because when the defender has a numerical advantage, it is difficult for the attacker to take advantage. From the perspective of vision and reaction, the defender must be the first to discover the attacker. The safe zone begins to refresh. This is the ultimate finals. Finally started refreshing. Even if the Norwegian team has a numerical advantage, they are still very cautious. Jeans clearly knows how strong Mao Xiaomo is. Among the 5-star SSS players that everyone has been praising now, only Mao Xiaomo is the only one who can compete with him, or even be stronger than him. He was also at a disadvantage in the one-on-one battle within the team, so he is still very cautious in the 4-on-2 situation. The Siagwa team's guns were drawn very wide. I just want to use my personal ability to solve the problem. But the moment Wang Hao encountered Rain, still haven't fought. A team member on the flank attracted fire, and it was already too late to draw the gun. Nor_Rain used M416 headshot to knock down CHN_45 AI. The situation instantly became Mao Xiaomo 1v4. But Mao Xiaomo's position was also locked by Jeans. Why?
It feels like the chances are slim.
It was rare to say a word of frustration. 1v4 is not impossible. But you have to look at the situation. If there is terrain, and the opponent must charge, 1v4 has a small probability. But in this situation where the position has been locked and the enemy is killed, there is no chance. Although I said I would not give up until the last moment, there was no point in resisting anymore. Nor_James used M416 to kill CHN_MO. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Nor. There was also a brief cheer at the scene. The Norwegian team is a team worthy of respect. After restarting with a big advantage in the first set, they were able to maintain a high level and win the first chicken in the second set, which is enough to prove the level of the Norwegian team.
Okay. It's a pity that Seogwa team handled the situation in the first set. I think they handled it very well. But I can only say that there is nothing we can do. Congratulations to the Norwegian team for winning the first set. Being able to perform at a high level under such circumstances is really impressive.
Mjoy and Yehao were also not in high spirits. This is not a professional competition. This is the Olympic finals representing the country. And second place is equal to failure. They also don't have much heart to praise the Norwegian team. When the camera showed Team Seogwa, there wasn't much emotion. This set is not a winnable set, but I didn't win it. In fact, there were not many opportunities at the end. The game is not just this one. So adjust your mentality as soon as possible to face the next one.
I see here that the Seogwa team is in pretty good shape. Being in second place is actually a bit demoralizing. Yes, he is still in second place with a high kill.
If this set were placed under the old format, the Seogwa team would have had 11 kills, plus 400 points, for a total of 510 points, which is not much different from the first place Norwegian team, which had 2 kills and 520 points. But under the new competition system, there is one sky and one earth. So this is where everyone feels it's a bit demoralizing. At the end of the first set, the leaderboard is updated instantly. Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals Ranking 1. Norway/Nor dash 1 times chicken dash 2 kill. 2. Seogwa/CHN dash 0 times chicken dash 11 kill. 3. Lithuania/LTU dash 0 times chicken dash 7 kill. 4. Denmark/DN dash 0 times chicken dash 5 kill.
Okay. The Norwegian team here won the first set and ranked first. The Seogwa team temporarily ranked second due to its head count advantage. The third and fourth teams were Lithuania and Denmark respectively.
Mjoy reports. This ranking list is also relatively simple and easy to understand. First, rank according to the number of chickens. If the number of chickens is the same, then rank according to the number of kills. However, these 11 kills are definitely not as good as 1 chicken in everyone's heart. With 3 chickens winning the championship, the Norwegian team has taken the first step. The atmosphere of the Norwegian team is also unprecedentedly good. The team is struggling. And even if there was an accident in the last set, it will be a boost to the morale of the whole team.
There will be a simple 5-minute break here, and the second set will begin in 5 minutes.
After Mjoy finished speaking, CCTV entered a short commercial. There is only a 5-minute break between each set in the final, and a 15-minute break after every 3 sets, which is also a very valuable break for the players. No one even had time to go to the toilet. The second set started immediately. Chapter 7:30, the final decisive battle. 16. The CCTV commentator only had time to take a drink of water before rejoining the commentary of the final. Just after the game, we did a simple analysis. In fact, they only had 1 to 2 minutes of rest time, which was just enough to drink water.
Okay. The second game here is about to start in 30 seconds. I still hope that the Seogwa team can stabilize. And I also hope that the fans of the Seogwa team can trust the 4 players on the field.
Mjoy said seriously. In this game, you never know who will win the next game. The Norwegian team scored first and got a good start. In fact, it was also a warning to other teams.
Okay. The game begins. It's a route from north to south. Let's see if there is any change in the team's jump point. There is a high probability that there will be no change,
Mjoy said. In this kind of final, everyone still prefers to use tactics that they are more familiar with.
Huh? Team Saw has made a small adjustment. It's better to choose resources. This choice is critical.
Under Mjoy's explanation, the Seogwa team still chose the R-City area, but they were different from the previous set. In the previous set, they were afraid that the Dutch team would go to Water City. So all 4 players jumped to R-City. Something happened in this set. After a change, only Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo were left in our city. Zhou Lili and MC moved to Shuicheng to search. This also makes the best use of available resources. However, anyone who understands the PUBG game should know that the proportion of resources in the game is definitely not as high as the position. The first safe zone refreshed. Everyone's eyes were drawn to it. Everyone still remembers the airport circle in the previous set. But the Xiaogui team handled that airport circle very well.
Okay. The safe zone is refreshed. The first circle. Huh?
Not only Joy and Yehao exclaimed. All the viewers found it a bit incredible.
Is it another Twilight Circle?
Because only an edge was seen. Joy guessed. OB gives you a panoramic view. It is a yin and yang circle centered around the farm in my city. However, this circle is very different from the circle in the previous game. The circle in the previous set was 50% airport and 50% northern land. It was a pure 50-50 circle. Team Xiaogui chose a more gambling style of play. This plate is different. This plate is 70% northern land, and only 30% is within the airport island. It is completely impossible to play the finals on the airport island.
In this case, this circle should be played as the third circle. Yes,
Joy analyzed. As for this circle, since it is impossible to brush the airport island, it can be said that in the first circle, you can see the approximate shape of the circle behind. Joy knew this situation, and Mao Xiaomo naturally knew it too.
Collect everything and basically pretend to go,
Mao Xiaomo said.
I can go. I can go too.
MC and Zhou Lili and Shuicheng responded one after another.
Is Shuicheng so fat?
Wang Hao said a little unconvinced. It didn't take long for the basic equipment to be ready.
3 thunder and 4 smoke. 2 thunder and 2 smoke. Walk.
After hearing about everyone's equipment, Mao Xiaomo actually led the team to transfer shortly after landing. Shuicheng is not fat. But this game is. MC and Zhou Lili searched a few rooftops and basically had a set of equipment. You must leave this circle early. Otherwise it will be difficult to enter. In this circle, there will be a large number of teams staying in the northwest mountains, observing and entering the circle. Anyway, they can search the small wild area within the circle.
Xiaogui team immediately started to move. To be honest, this time is a bit early, and the equipment may be a bit poor.
What a reasonable analysis. But when the Xiaogui team's OB perspective cut to Xiaogui team, both Yehao and Joy exclaimed in disbelief.
It seems the equipment is okay.
Joy smiled and said,
That may be because we have better luck this time. Neither Shuicheng nor our city are particularly rich in resources.
Xiaogui avoided the American team and drove directly into the circle from the northwest. From near the school to near the My City farm. There are no large resource points on this section of the route. So the Xiaogui team did not encounter any obstacles and rushed directly to the center of the current circle. Within this circle, almost all the teams from the Eastern Conference are included. And the Belgian team in My City can be considered aborigines. But they didn't expect that the Xiaogui team would take the point earlier than them. 2 cars entered the circle directly and occupied the farm. The search begins. After the first set ended, Mao Xiaomo did not review the game, but briefly looked at the search videos and jump points of each team. The Belgian team did not take advantage of the good resources in the farm. So when the Xiaogui team rushed over, I have confidence in my heart. When I arrived at this room, the door had not been opened, because there was a precedent of Lily being tricked to death by a lone wolf during the previous game week. Everyone was more careful. But fortunately, there were really no enemies in this area. At this time, many teams that are qualified to compete in the circle center have also begun to move.
There are still many good locations in this circle. Yes,
Joy said. In this circle, because everyone can roughly estimate what the attrition circle looks like. The purpose is relatively clear.
The resources of the Xiaogui team have also been greatly supplemented. And the rhythm is perfect.
What is the perfect rhythm in the early stage? It means occupying the center position of a circle when resources are sufficient. But many times, except for the situation of the Destiny Circle, the two cannot be achieved at the same time. When you obtain one thing, you must give up the other. Fortunately, the Xiaogui team's tactics were relatively successful in this set, and they had both.
Let's see what kind of tactical arrangement Xiaogui team will make.
In this case, it is definitely impossible for the Xiaogui team to do nothing and wait for the safe zone to be refreshed. The farm is relatively low, and the view is not very good.
Transferred. Why are there only 2 people transferred?
To everyone's surprise, only Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo made, okay, transfers in this wave of Siagwa team. The remaining two people, Joe, Lily, and MC, stayed on one side of the farm.
Split the troops? Isn't that a bit bold?
Yuan asked. Joy thought for a while and said,
It's hard for me to judge. There must be a team coming to circle the center in this circle. But because this is an earlier circle, they may not go all out. The Siagwa team is betting a lot. Today,
Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao, armed with guns, came to a location they were familiar with. A fake garage on the mountains north of my city. Chapter 731 The Final Decisive Battle. 17.
I hope no team will come to charge. But I think the center of the circle is dangerous. Right.
It's easy to say. They also saw it in the first game. Many teams were obsessed with the center of the circle. It was definitely a risky move to divide the troops at this time. Ms. Joy shook her head.
Under what circumstances will these teams choose to rush to the center of a circle? Or what kind of circle center is worthy of these teams fighting for? To put it simply, when your position is not very good, you choose to grab a position where you can enter the finals.
Ms. Joy said a bunch of things in one breath. But if you think about it carefully, you can still understand it. Sure enough, the Portuguese team originally wanted to enter the Siagwa team's fake garage. But with the combined efforts of Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo, they drove the Portuguese team away.
Fortunately, the Portuguese team did not choose to rush.
Yuan said, There are only 2 Siagwa team members in the fake garage now. If the Portuguese team chooses to rush forward, they may not have much to do.
The Portuguese team will definitely not rush. This is the first circle, and it is an attack that has no profit at all.
Ms. Joy analyzed. All teams entered the circle from all corners, except for the Siagwa team, which dispersed. The other teams hugged each other tightly. It is very important to maintain a full complement of players in this format. If one person is missing, it will be very difficult in frontal combat in the middle and late stages. Although the Norwegian team only scored 2 heads in the last set, these 2 heads were precisely the 2 most critical heads. This is the idea of almost all teams to wait until the finals and find another chance. In the first circle, 64 players survived. But there are at least 4 teams in the northwest mountains of the entire circle. If a large-scale transfer is to be carried out, there will definitely be some friction.
Look at the second circle,
Ms. Joy said. Safe area refreshed.
Okay, it's a northeastern circle. In this circle, the Siagwa team is a farm and should not be used,
Ms. Joy said. In the current circle, the airport island has been completely removed. But there is still some sea area in the south. My city, prison, air raid shelter, big and small electricity, and the 2 positions occupied by the Siagwa team are all in the safe zone. But the fake garage occupied by Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao is closer to the center of the circle. In this case, it is equivalent to the division of troops in the previous circle that has benefited. Otherwise, the fake garage position that the Siagwa team is familiar with will be directly occupied by the Portuguese team.
Really? Siagwa's team has begun to move. The Northwest Mountains will be very fierce in this circle. Yes.
The camera goes to Team USA. They have to face a dilemma after coming out of school. No car. It's almost the same as Siagwa team's first set, with only 1 car. The American team didn't dare to drive in from the mountain. As a result, this circle was brushed with a northeast corner circle, which was equivalent to killing the American team.
The American team here wanted to touch the Dutch team, but the Dutch team slipped away. Ouch.
So angry. It's also funny. Several members of the American team reluctantly fired several shots at the Dutch team's car exhaust. This circle is still very big, and the Dutch team also has many videos of entering the circle. In desperation, the American team could only move forward on foot. The camera once again showed the Siagwa team, and the 4 of them still accounted for 20/20ths. Joe, Lily, and MC occupied another fake garage above Mao Xiaomo's head. The Portuguese team didn't even look at this fake garage just now, because it was easy to get awkward with Mao Xiaomo and the others below, and no one could leave. Finally, teams began to engage in firefights in the circle. After a wave of exchanges, the Korean team was also wiped out after the transfer. Under the new competition system, the Korean team did not seem to find a rhythm that suited them, and once again died in the process of entering the circle. The second circle was still a relatively calm safe zone. Each team found a place where they could stay and did not move in a hurry. Only 2 teams entered my city, both without cars.
The third circle. This circle should not be a big problem for the Siagwa team. After all, it is in the center of the circle. But we still hope to create a destiny circle.
Time flies. under a highly tense environment. The third circle was reached in an instant. The third circle. When it was refreshed, all the live audience and the audience in front of the TV exclaimed again.
Another cutaway? It's a cutaway circle on the east side. As a result, there aren't many teams in the circle. Look at the Xi'an national team. It moved very quickly,
Joy exclaimed. The Xiagua team is always ready for large-scale transfers. And they were originally in the center of the circle. Although the circle was cleared and their fake garage became the edge of the circle, most of the teams were behind Team Xiagua. The two cars roared directly into the circle. Give me the panorama. Countless teams drove their cars towards the center of the circle. This circle is centered on the left side of the small power plant. My city and the big power plant are still within the circle. The constant cutting of corners makes the circle very biased. The indigenous Finnish team also occupied the small power plant.
Forehead? Why do these strong teams like small power plants?
It's okay, and a bit confusing. But every team has their own ideas. There are no obstacles in Xiagua team's way into the circle. He rushed directly into the wild area opposite the small power plant. This jungle area has a very good view. And it can also block enemies behind mountains. When Wang Hao rushed over, he reported that there was no one. Another Portuguese team that followed Xiagua's team into the circle also chose a jungle area. But this jungle area was closer to the small power plant, and was not easy to defend.
These teams should be the teams in the best condition. Yes.
Mstoy nodded. Look at other teams. Especially the teams in the northwest mountains. It feels like at least half of them will die after this circle. Now for these teams. The two fake garages where the Xiagua team just stayed are the best locations. It was another corner circle, and the American team was a little desperate. They can only walk 1 kilometer into the third circle, where there are a lot of people. Life or death is a matter of fate. But most of the teams are still thinking about their own ways to get into the circle. And they have not seen the 4 running players of the American team. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Lives on the field, 53. Lives on the field, 49. Survival on the field, 45.
Dutch team. One of them will die. Denmark team. 2 dead.
In the Xiagua team, everyone must report every death. If they can meet in the finals, this information will be of great help to them. Chapter 732 The Final Decisive Battle. 18. The safe zone begins to refresh. A battle to enter the circle that has nothing to do with the Xiagua team has officially begun. Teams on the entire west, northwest, and north sides began to exchange fire and enter the circle. No team wants to start fighting for their lives in this circle. But there is no way. Many teams do not have cars and can only enter the circle on foot. In this way, many battles will occur on the road. What is unexpected is that the American team showed very strong combat effectiveness. Killed 2 remaining teams in succession. Although a lot of smoke bombs were used. We advanced into the circle step by step.
The American team actually made it into the circle.
Mstoy and Yehao were also a little surprised. They originally thought that the position of the American team was definitely gone. But now, even though the head armor is completely damaged, and almost all the throwing objects on the body are gone, for people are still in the safe zone. Strong personal strength and teamwork. Before the game, some people had always called the American team the best team in terms of overall strength. In fact, this is absolutely true. But if Mao Xiaomo was asked to choose his biggest opponent, Mao Xiaomo should choose the Norwegian team. Because the opponent is James, his biggest opponent. Although the 4 players on the American team are all SSS level and ranked very high. When Mao Xiaomo faced these 4 people, the frontal pressure was not particularly great. As long as the duel can be won, the situation may be reversed by Mao Xiaomo on his own.
Xiagua's command and transfer are too stable.
Yuan Wen also lamented that the world's #1 conductor would rarely have any large-scale confrontations or unsolvable dilemmas in the early stages. From the beginning of the qualifiers, and before the attrition circle, the Xiagua team was in a pressure-free situation in most situations.
Yes.
Mstoy and Yehao nodded. Although they didn't say it, everyone knew how strong the Xiagua team's command was. There is no pressure to enter and exit the player circle. Every step is planned very well, and the situation is grasped very thoroughly. It depends on whether this last-minute kick can be successful. Because of the special nature of this circle, the reduction of team members started earlier than in the past in the 4 circle. When the 4 circle began to be refreshed, many teams were still fighting fiercely outside the poisonous area or were just waiting for a while. Look at the direction of the next circle before making a decision. Safe zone refresh.
This poison is already a bit painful.
The poison circle damages 3 points per second, which is a bit overwhelming for the team outside the poison.
The fourth circle. Concentric circles. Well, what should I say? I can accept it,
Joy said. Brush this circle. The housing area occupied by the Portuguese team was placed in the center, while the small power plant occupied by the Finnish team and the housing area occupied by the Siagwa team were located on the edge of the circle. The probability that the Siagwa team can survive this attrition circle safely is still very high. But not being in the center of the circle is also a hidden danger. This circle is another big impact on the enemies in my city.
Everyone in this circle, my city, must come out. I guess I'm almost dead. Let's take a look at the situation on the Sion national team first,
Joy said. No matter how happy the other teams are playing, they actually have little to do with the Siagwa team. My city is in the southwest of the circle, and the Siagwa team is in the northeast of the circle. They can only meet in the finals. Siagwa still has a team here, Sweden. They circled down from the east side of the lumberyard, and were now near a small pile of rocks on the edge of the circle. Although the Siagwa team did not see them, Wang Hao had been observing and doing the task of cutting off the rear.
The Swedish team is really bad. Not revealing at all.
Yi Hao sighed. This was simply an impossible situation under the old competition system. The 4 members of the Swedish team hid behind the bunker without showing their heads and had no desire to observe the gun. Meaningless gunfights have almost disappeared under this new format.
Sweden did the right thing. Even if they see the Siagwa team, what can they do? There is no other meaning except for the Siagwa team to find them,
Joy said. No observation. No gun shooting. No target shooting. Just stay there, motionless, and wait until there is nothing you can do before moving. This is how many teams play. The circle on the Siagwa team side will definitely not move. And the Swedish team circle behind them will also not come out of the pit. It is not interesting to watch. The Siagwa team's OB also cut to the center of the circle. The Norwegian team invaded the Portuguese team's room. Fans of Siagwa's team that competed in the previous round must have hoped that the Norwegian team would die quickly. No one can let the Norwegian team win the chicken. If the Norwegian team gets the match point directly in the next round, the pressure on each team will be extraordinary. But it backfired. This wave of James played very beautifully. Although his teammates were knocked down one after another, James still performed steadily and knocked down 3 people. There's a gunshot here. The unexpected team came over. Team Finland, the Finnish team, which was originally in the small power plant next to the circle, walked up the slope. After climbing over the slope, they could reach the housing area where the Norwegian team and the Portuguese team were fighting.
Team Siagwa is observing here. Will you choose to fight? You can fight. It would be good to weaken the Finnish team,
Joy suggested. Mao Xiaoma, Zhou Lily, and MC all aimed their guns at the Finnish team. Once they fired, they could take away at least 1 to 2 people, even if the 2 sides were separated by a distance of 200 meters. Although this distance could not make it possible for the guns to hit each other. But knocking down 1 to 2 people is not a big problem.
Still didn't choose to fight. Yes.
With a complete sideways movement, Team Siagwa actually let him go. This is a very weird game screen. But that's the interesting thing about the new format. You can't predict the course of the game based on common sense. Within the Siagwa team, a little too quiet, Mao Xiaoma did not order the shooting. And neither MC nor Zhou Lily fired without permission, even though they were confident of killing a member of the Finnish team.
Do not hit,
Mao Xiaoma said affirmatively. MC and Zhou Lily didn't even think about the reason. And they didn't need to know. And they resolutely followed the order. This side profile of the Finnish team is very tempting. But it doesn't mean much to the Siagwa team. If the Finnish team really succeeds in occupying the center area, it will be good news for the Siagwa team. Because once the center of the circle is brushed, the Siagwa team can completely block all the enemies behind them, and then enter the circle from the small power plant along the line that the Finnish team just took. They can also choose to attack the room area at the center point, which is not an invincible room area, and people can stay around this room area. But if once the shot is fired, if the Finnish team is scared back or hides behind the southern slope, then they will be really embarrassed, and entering the next circle may become very difficult. This is not a question that needs to be thought about. Mao Xiaoma thought about it very carefully. It is impossible for the Finnish team to retreat to the small power plant when they reach this position. They know the position of the Siagwa team. If they return to the small power plant, they will be at odds with the Siagwa team, and no one can move. The fierce battle between Norway and Portugal has just ended. The Finnish team encountered an unexpected enemy. The Lithuanian team also heard the gunshots and came over, just in time to bump into the Finnish team. The Finnish team's twin guns Jimby and Samby, who took the lead, reacted very quickly, knocked down 2 members of the Lithuanian team in one blow, and immediately fell to the ground. The other 2 Finnish team members took up their positions directly. After a wave of exchanges, the Finnish team defeated Lithuania. But the Norwegian team in the room also rescued 2 people. Only 1 person has been replaced.
The Finnish team is saving people here. This is going to be a fight,
Mstjoy shouted. Although the Finnish team defeated the Lithuanian team, they also lost 2 of their own team members. They threw a cigarette on the spot and prepared to rescue. But the moment Mstjoy spoke, the Siagwa team fired. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. 3 guns. Crazy output. The 2 remaining members of the Finnish team were killed directly in the smoke. CHN_211 used M416 to kill FIN_Jimpy. CHN_211 used M416 to kill FIN_Sampi. The Finnish team is destroyed.
Pretty. In this case, the Finnish team is destroyed. But the Norwegian team still has 3 people,
Mstjoy suddenly thought. The Norwegian team occupied the room. And because of this wave of fighting between the Lithuanian team and the Finnish team, they pulled together their teammates and successfully recovered.
You're a bit lucky.
According to the normal development of the game, Norway, a room with only 1 person standing, would definitely be rushed down. But the 2 teams happened to meet, and the Siagwa team also interfered. This kick was also of great significance to the Siagwa team. They cleared a very large no man's land. The reason just now was because I couldn't kill the Finnish team in seconds, and I was afraid that the Finnish team would make up for it. This time, if there was a chance to defeat the Finnish team, I could get a few more kills. It was a stress-free target practice, and it would only waste a few bullets, so it wouldn't hurt.
Now Siagwa's team must be clear about the Swedish team behind them. Otherwise accidents will easily occur,
Mstjoy analyzed. Because the Swedish team did not show its head, Wang Hao observed for a circle and found no trace of his opponent. It was easy to let down his guard at this time. The 4 members of the Swedish team stayed behind the stone, ready to wait for the next safety zone to be refreshed. But at this moment, they heard the sound of the vehicle starting. Buzz buzz.
There's a car! Let's take a look. There's a team moving ahead. Don't show it,
Swedish Captain Hackseat said to the players. I saw Hackseat slowly rubbing it out, revealing a small head, just in time to see Wang Hao's eyes widening in the room. FXCK. Hackseat cursed. Chapter 733 The Final Decisive Battle. 19. Hackseat just stuck out a little head. Wang Hao shot 2 shots in a row. Take it away directly. CHN_45 AI used M416 headshot to knock down SWE_Hackseat.
Pretty. In this case, the Siagwa team should have discovered the Swedish team,
Mstjoy and Yahao said. Although Hackseat was knocked down, Hackseat still crawled behind the bunker without much effort.
Although the Swedish team can save people, once this position is discovered by the Siagwa team, it will not be easy to move. Heap of stones. There are people. Swedish team. 4 people.
Wang Hao accurately reported the opponent's information, although the Swedish team only revealed 1 person. The Swedish team's kill information and killed information had not appeared before, so the Swedish team must still be full. Team Xia didn't know if there was anyone here at first, but the sound of Zhou Lily and SE's cars had just attracted the Swedish team, which exposed their position. Zhou Lily and MC drove directly to the location of the small power plant. This position can not only take care of each other with Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao's room, but also open up a very long gun line. In this case, the only Swedish team behind them can almost be said to have no way to survive unless they take down the Siagwa team with guns. However, it is obvious that the Siagwa team with strong execution will not make such low-level mistakes to give the Swedish team a chance. They only need to just wait until the next poisonous circle is refreshed and do some target shooting.
Okay. The Siagwa team sent 2 players to step on the small power plant's point. In this case, it will also give them an early step into the circle. Yes,
Mstjoy and Yahao analyzed. They looked at it from an overall perspective. If the Siagwa team wanted to enter the next circle, they would definitely have to take the same path that the Finnish team had just entered. They would check out the points in advance so that it would be more convenient for them to move later. The 4th circle, the heavy attrition circle, was also fought very fiercely. The teams in the entire southwest and west were in chaos, and the teams that had secured positions in advance were shooting wildly. This circle is different from other circles. The center of this circle is difficult to enter, and there is almost no particularly good location. Even the room area of the Norwegian team in the center of the circle is very average. Therefore, teams that have the ability to occupy the edge of the circle choose to occupy the position near the circle, and try their best to deal with the enemies behind them in this circle.
If the fifth circle is cleared,
the teams outside these circles will die.
Yes. Starting from the fifth circle, the damage of the poison circle is a bit high. Unless you keep spraying medicine, you will fall to the ground in a moment. The OB of Seogwa team didn't even want to pay attention to the large-scale attrition. Came directly to the fifth circle. This circle is the circle with the smallest refresh rate, but it has a great impact on the Seogwa team and the Swedish team.
This circle. Take a look. It's still a concentric circle. But in this case, the Swedish team still has to move. They don't have a car. So how can they move? The problem is here.
The Seogwa team is in good condition, and the Seogwa team's commentators are also relatively relaxed. As soon as the circle was swiped, the Swedish team's position on the edge of the circle was no longer inside the circle. The Swedish team didn't waste any time and started spreading smoke right away.
The Swedish team wants to go down the hill. I want to take advantage of the time to go around the mountain and make a circle from the front. It's a good idea.
Mstoy analyzed. Going around the mountain, the Swedish team's survival rate may still be 20%. If they want to directly use smoke to force their way into the circle guarded by Seogwa's team, or in this situation without too many bunkers, it is no different from giving someone a death.
Will the Seogwa team do target practice this time?
That's fine. The Swedish team's smoke bombs have been laid out. If the Seogwa team wants to, they can beat the Swedish team hard. Team Seogwa still missed this opportunity for target practice.
No fight. Seogwa's team didn't choose to play.
Mstoy and Yehao said at the same time. Once again, facing a team that could do target shooting, Team Seogwa chose to give up. Hitting this target is not particularly meaningful. The key is that the Swedish team cannot affect the Seogwa team's subsequent progress. The safe area is now cut in two by a road in the center of the circle. The northern part of the road accounts for about 40% of the area, and the southern part 60%. Therefore, even if the Swedish team goes to the north, apart from bringing some trouble to the northern team, there is no direct conflict of interest with the Seogwa team. On the contrary, they will be happier if they can go up and consume the Seogwa team, their rival on the mountain. Lens to Team USA. They already have some basic equipment on them, which is completely different from the last time I saw them. They destroyed another team in my city, grabbed a lot of resources, and made it to the finals. But they didn't encounter any strong enemies on the way. The strong teams that are still alive are the central room area of the three-person circle of Norway, the small slope on the western side of the American team, the Seogwa team occupying the eastern side of the circle without any team interference, the northern mountain range of the Brazilian team, and the Russian team and the Finnish team are already in the process of entering the circle. The group was wiped out.
There are not many teams on the field now. There are only 8 teams. The sixth circle is the circle that determines the outcome.
Mstoy said without exaggeration. If the sixth circle is cleared, the situation on the field will become very clear, and the commentators will have an idea about the team that has the best chance to win.
The best thing is to brush the center of the circle. In this way, the Seogwa national team does not need to forcefully attack the Norwegian team's housing area, nor does it need to make any large-scale transfers. The only thing I'm afraid of is the corner circle. Whether it's the 4 corners, the Seogwa team is afraid of it.
Mstoy analyzed. Even if it is the cut-off circle of Seogwa team's destiny, Seogwa team's position is not very good. They have to hit the slope in front of the small power plant. Otherwise, the terrain is not very good. There is a team on the mountain on the right, and it is not sure on the left. Are there any lone wolves or other teams?
Circle 6. Very important.
Mstoy finished. New save zone refreshed.
Really?
Another western cutaway circle. Oh, this circle is really a bit deadly. In this case, the Seogwa national team can only choose to beat the Norwegian team, but it should have an advantage. Yes,
Mstoy analyzed. In the current circle, the center of the circle has become the room area occupied by the Belgian team, and the original room area of the Norwegian team in the center of the circle has become the east side of the circle.
There are now 3 housing areas in the circle. One is the jungle area with a fake garage next to the small power plant of the Norwegian team, the 2-story house of the Belgian team in front. There is also the Colombia team's housing area on the far west side. There are 4 good houses in this housing area, But there are very few Colombians,
Mstoy analyzed. Now from God's perspective, the entire south is deserted. The Lithuanian team, which was just defeated by the Finnish team, is the last team in the south. The American team touched the Colombian team's room from the western circle and wanted to attack by force. At the same time, there was a firefight on the mountain, and the Siagwa team also began to advance.
Okay, the Siagwa team is on the move and must capture this housing area. If they can fully occupy this housing area, the Siagwa team's chances of winning will be infinite,
Mstoy said. If the Norwegian team's room can be captured, first of all, there will be no interference around the Siagwa team, and no team will attack this room. Secondly, there is enough terrain in this housing area for the Siagwa team to touch the position of the Belgian team's housing area in the center of the circle in the next circle. Even if they were to draw a corner circle in the northern mountains, Team Siag could cross the road smoothly by sticking to the edge of the circle without any hindrance. This is a position where you can move in and out easily, and that position in Belgium is too easy to trap. If the lap is not there, it is easy to be killed.
Norway team, 3 people,
Mao Xiaomo reports. Just now, when the teams of Norway, Portugal, Finland, and Lithuania were playing at a high level, Mao Xiaomo clearly remembered that it was James who finally killed all the enemies in this room. And they also cleared out other enemies. If nothing else, there are only 3 members of the Norwegian team in this room.
The Norwegian team is having a hard time. Didn't dare to open a window. The 3 of them hid in the fake garage to see if they could trick Team Siagwa,
Mstoy analyzed. Because the Siagwa team is located on a high slope, and the second floor of the fake garage is facing the direction of the Siagwa team. Some positions cannot be stood at all. For example, there is a very good defensive position in the fake garage. It is outside the door on the second floor. If you jump on the fence next to the window, you can see the stairs through the window. It is a very invincible gun position. The 4 members of the Siagwa team first cleared a wave of points in the south to prevent any team in the south from being a yellow bird. And then 4 people pounced on them. The Norwegian team is very uncomfortable. They know the position of the Siagwa team, but they can't go out to fight this time. The team on the mountain may hit their target, so they can only stay in the housing area. Mao Xiaomo leaned forward and made sure that there was no one in his field of vision.
Lily set up the gun. Clear.
After that, Zhou Lily set up her gun on the spot, and the other 3 members of the Siagwa team, Mao Xiaomo, MC and Wang Hao, rushed straight down. If anyone from the Norwegian team dares to take action at this time, the M416 in Zhou Lily's hand will definitely hit their head.
Explode the location.
Mao Xiaomo continued to give orders. Wang Hao and MC also had a tacit understanding. They opened an angle and pinched 2 thunderbolts directly in their hands. This sound was clearly heard by the Norwegian team in the room. But they were not on the second floor. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderbolts were thrown directly through the window on the second floor. What was blown up was the center and small room on the second floor. After 2 thunderous explosions, as the smoke filled the air, Mao Xiaomo said with certainty,
"It's all on the first floor. Don't worry."
Why is Mao Xiaomo so sure? It's because of these 2 thunders. These 2 mines would definitely be difficult to kill if they were exploded directly. But Zhou Lily did not see the enemy avoiding the grenades, and Mao Xiaomo did not hear the enemy's footsteps. Chapter 7:30 for the final decisive battle. 20. Mao Xiaomo was close to the side of the room. With his hearing level, he could hear the slightest movement of the enemy, even if there was a huge thunder god. In professional competitions, people often use Thor to cover their footsteps or climb through windows. But it cannot be completely covered. At such a close distance, it is impossible for any sound to escape Mao Xiaomo's ears. After confirming that no one of his opponents was on the second floor, Mao Xiaomo's mind appeared where his opponents might be hiding on the first floor of the fake garage.
Staircase. The small room on the right. And behind the door on the first floor of the fake garage. There might be someone.
Mao Xiaomo reported 3 locations where his opponents might hide. If this speech was exposed, it is estimated that audiences around the world would shout incredulously. 3 people, 3 places. Mao Xiaomo guessed everything correctly. It's okay to deceive the leaders of other teams. But when they meet Mao Xiaomo, James and his Norwegian team can only admit that they are out of luck.
Lily, blow up the stairs. Wang Hao will set up the main entrance. And MC and I will clear the back of the room area.
Siagwa team's battle plan was formulated in an instant, with extremely high tactical execution and smooth coordination. The Siagwa team pretended to be pacing while preparing for battle. James hid behind the only door on the first floor of the fake garage, waiting for the Xiaogua team to attack the building. He had a lot of room for maneuver, but he felt something was wrong. If it were any other team, James really wouldn't have any doubts. But this team, the Norwegian team, clearly knows that this is the Xi'an national team. And it is a full Xi'an national team. They must know their situation. It is impossible for them to play so hard. It is not in line with Mao Xiaomo's commanding style. It's understandable that I bombed the second floor earlier. James' eyes suddenly lit up. Said to his teammates, "Charge! There's a gun at the front door! There's someone with a gun on the mountain!" Another genius-level player with a godlike consciousness. The Norwegian team's originally passive defensive posture instantly turned to offense. Although James was not very clear about the position of the Xiaogua team, he could hear 2 footsteps, which meant that the other 2 people must be setting up guns. One must be on the second floor of the mountain, and the other must be on the front. This wave of speculation all corresponds to reality. Audiences around the world. Who would have thought that there would be so many games and contests in the PUBG game? James caught Mao Xiaomo off guard. Just as the 2 men were pulling towards the right, James stood up and leaned forward to attack. The first moment Mao Xiaomo heard James' footsteps, he still raised his gun. But James has heard Mao Xiaomo's position clearly. Shoot directly and confidently in advance. 2 gun heads directly hit Mao Xiaomo in the head. Nor_James uses M416 headshot to knock down CHN_MO. All the Xia Kingdom viewers couldn't help but take a breath of air. NC's response is also very fast. But he only hit 1 shot and was taken back by James. 2 members of James also rushed out from the front and put huge pressure on Wang Hao. A wave of dodging guns didn't kill anyone, but Wang Hao was instantly disabled. The situation of Xiaogua team took a turn for the worse. "Don't chase! Help the front!" Mao Xiaomo shouted, because he saw MC trying to rush over to deal with the remaining health of James. But James will definitely open the door and enter the house at this time and ask his teammates to help cover and spray medicine. "Howard, put medicine! I'll show you the front." Zhou Lily casually threw the thunderbolt in her hand and took out her gun to help Wang Hao hold the front door, preventing his opponent from rushing out. When Wang Hao heard Zhou Lily's words, he stuck himself in the corner and grabbed a first aid kit. The Norwegian team is not in a good position, and they don't dare to rush out. Mao Xiaomo fell to the ground, and Team Xiaogua couldn't help him for a while. An offensive and defensive battle that can analyze countless tactics. From the Xiaogua team and the Norwegian team, both teams showed strong execution and tactical literacy, which also made the Xia Kingdom audience watching this game in Xia Kingdom stand up. Wang Hao packed the first aid kit in an extremely dangerous environment this time. Mao Xiaomo also commanded, "Lily, come down and fight head-on." As soon as she said this, Zhou Lily directly touched it and posted it around the room area. "Get ready to rush. I'll fight." After Mao Xiaomo finished speaking, he crawled towards the main entrance of the fake garage. The members of the Xiaogua team instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo meant. Mao Xiaomo wants to sacrifice himself, create space for teammates to attack. Belief. Mao Xiaomo believes in his teammates. It's not just his teammates who focus on him. Emotion is crawling. I need to help my teammates explore their horizons. It can also attract the opponent's immediate firepower. Joy instantly understood what Mao Xiaomo was thinking. Mao Xiaomo knew in his heart how powerful his opponent was. James and Rain were both top-tier SSS-level professional players. If they really fought, the 3 members of the Xiaogua team would really have an average chance of winning. It was not that he looked down on his own players. Only this method can give Team Xia a chance to win. Mao Xiaomo climbed in directly. The moment the Norwegian team's gun fired, both sides were pulled out instantly. Xiaogua team's tactics are perfect, although Mao Xiaomo was replaced instantly. But his teammates also took this opportunity to rush in and engage in a passionate gun exchange with the Norwegian team. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Nor_Rain used AKM to kill CHN_MO. CHN_211 used M416 headshot to knock down Nor_Rain. Nor_8C used AKM to knock down CHN_211 with a headshot. A moment. The upper right corner was swiped. A wave of passionate exchange. The members of the Xi'an national team and the Norwegian team fell like wheat. It was precisely because Mao Xiaomo attracted the first wave of firepower from the fallen team members. It is equivalent to giving Xiaogua team a beautiful first move. But even in such a situation, the situation is still a 50-50 situation. The Norwegian team is not sitting in a corner either. All rushed out. After Zhou Lily and Rain exchanged,
Wang Hao was also knocked down by James after defeating 8C. And James and MC. Two people. It's all residual blood. He has residual blood. He has residual blood. Siagwa team and Norway team. Wang Hao and 8C shouted with red eyes at the same time. In this housing area, there are only two people standing. MC and James, who both have only a trace of blood. The moment he heard the opponent's residual health, they all rushed toward each other. Chapter 735 The Final Decisive Battle. 21. One is one of the strongest players in the world. One is a newcomer who has just entered the profession. The two people are very different in terms of fame and strength. But the fate of Siagwa team is now in MC's hands. At this moment, there are countless thoughts and worries. But the battle between the two sides was also fought between lightning and flint. MC had no hesitation or nervousness at all. This kind of decisive battle doesn't give them time to react. Hearing the footsteps, he pulled out and shot over the shoulder. Msjoy and Yehao both swallowed their saliva. After a wave of exchanges, only James and MC were left. This talented boy who just turned 19 has to shoulder such a heavy responsibility at this moment. Ta. There is residual blood on both sides. Just got in touch. The outcome is decided. Pre! Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. All sound broken. Yuanwen finally understood. What is esports? The scene also erupted with the craziest cheers since the final. CHN_MC used M416 to kill Nora_James. The Norwegian team was destroyed. Nice! Beautiful! MC! MC is awesome! Hack! Awesome! Countless people shouted crazily. At this most important moment, MC, the rookie player that everyone has been criticizing, defeated James, one of the strongest players in the world. In a close battle, the Siagwa team was successfully lifted from the edge of the cliff. Mao Xiaomao smiled slightly. That's why he insisted on bringing this newcomer to the Olympic finals. Facts have proved that his vision was right. After MC kills James, MC and Wang Hao also shouted out. Nice! The haze that had weighed on MC's heart these past few days was gone. Even if he doesn't pay attention to the internet, he can feel it himself in the games of the past few days. His role on the court is very small. This is a battle that belongs to MC. This wave of team battles is really an epic team battle. And it feels like it can be recorded in the annals of history, Msjoy said without exaggeration. From the Siagwa team's preparation and tactical arrangement, to the Norwegian team's counterattack, to the Siagwa team taking the initiative to attack with Mao Xiaomao. This offensive and defensive battle cannot be regarded as a textbook-level offensive and defensive battle. This is an offensive and defensive battle between two fairy teams. The Norwegian team was able to fight with the Siagwa team until the last minute in a 3-on-4 game. And they were still the ones defending the penalty area. From a tactical perspective, the Norwegian team actually did not suffer a loss in this wave. But the last wave of Mao Xiaomao's wave was too critical to attract the first wave of firepower. Otherwise, judging from the head-on battle situation later, the three members of the Sian national team cannot beat the three members of the Norwegian team head-on. They are a bit fierce. Yehao sighed. I can only say that MC withstood it and defeated James 1v1 in the end. Msjoy's voice was a little choked. She had just shouted, and her voice was broken. This is the unique charm of esports. The camera is on MC again. The man who defeated James head-on. Another cheer from the audience. In fact, the close-range sweep depends on reaction and shooting. In this wave, MC did not give himself any room to adjust. He shot to the limit. He and James both had only one shot of health and won the battle. MC rescued Zhou Lili and Wang Hao. And there were only 3 people in the Siagwa team. This is also the first time in the history of the Siagwa national team that Mao Xiaomao died first and his teammates did not die. In the past, they had been playing with Mao Xiaomao as the core. But now that Mao Xiaomao is gone, it is also a question whether the Siagwa team can still perform at the level it should. Siagwa's team played very well this time, but Emotion's death was a bit hurt. In this way, Siagwa's team will not be fully staffed. Not being fully staffed in the finals will have a huge impact on the team, Msjoy said. However, this result is much easier to accept than group destruction. The 8 teams have been reduced to 5 after this wave of battles in Xia Kingdom and Norway. The American team was fully staffed and successfully cleared the Colombian team's 2-person room. The center of the circle was the Belgian team's room, which was also full. There were 2 teams, the Brazilian team and the Swedish team, on the northern mountain range. But these 2 teams all suffered casualties.
and only 2 team members were left.
Okay. In that case, there are still 5 teams. 15 to survive. Which team do you think has the greatest chance of winning the game?
Mjoy asked. Yahao replied.
Of course. From a rational perspective, the US team is actually the team with the greatest chance.
But right? Our position is very obvious.
Seogwa team's commentator is Seogwa team's support team. The last chicken team, the Norwegian team, was eliminated. Many teams were relieved, such as Finland and Russia, which were eliminated. They were all teams hoping to win the championship. If one team got 2 chickens and 10 teams all got 1 chicken, they would definitely not. Hopefully the former happens. This set didn't have that big of an impact on them. In this kind of battle of the gods, if the Norwegian team is given 2 chickens in a row, it will put too much pressure on other teams.
Okay. Lap 7. Let's see how it shrinks.
Mjoy just finished speaking. All the spectators who were watching the game shrank.
It's a northern cutaway circle, Mjoy said.
Yahao said in a deep voice.
In this circle, I think the Seogwa team is still acceptable. After all, it is on the edge of a narrow circle. You can cross the road along the edge of the circle and enter the circle. There should be no danger. Yes, the US team is in the same situation. So there is likely to be a wave of melee,
Mjoy predicted. In the current circle, there are 2 narrow side positions, respectively, the Brazilian residual team and the Swedish residual team. The Seoul national team and the American team will definitely choose to enter the circle from 2 sides, while the Belgian team can only enter the circle directly. This means that there are enemies in all directions of the circle, and it is very likely that they will rely on the terrain in front, thus developing into a big melee.
The Belgian team must be the last to move in this position. Otherwise, both the Seoul national team and the American team can export them. Really, Team Seoul and the United States are starting to move. It only sealed a cigarette that suppressed the Belgian team's vision.
The Seoul national team and the American team here have a tacit understanding and started to seal the smoke in the direction of the Belgian team almost at the same time. They are not afraid of the enemies on the mountain, because they have no vision. They can cross the road directly. The only thing they worry about is the Belgian team members on the edge of the circle may attack them.
Seogwa's team should still pay attention to the Belgian team later to prevent this team from going around Seogwa's team from behind.
Mjoy says it. 3 members of the Seogwa team successfully crossed the road and entered the circle under the cover of smoke, occupying a position on the edge of the circle. The Seogwa team did not stop. They had to hit the high slope along the edge of the circle before the Belgian team crossed the road. This final round is full of ups and downs. The entire terrain is high in the north and low in the south. If they can attack and occupy the northern position, they will definitely have the greatest advantage. But at the same time, Team USA also has the same idea. Moreover, the US team has a full complement, so there are not so many worries when executing tactics. And it must be much more decisive. The Norwegian team is destroyed. Seogwa Brazil is disabled. And Russia is destroyed. On this field, no one can handle the full US team. The 4-man team rushed directly towards the Brazilian team's position. The 2-man defense of the Brazilian team can only be described as a mantis blocking the car when the eldest brother in the team is dead. Iron breaks through directly with nothing. Successfully took away the Brazilian team. On the other side, the progress of the Seogwa team is obviously much slower. There was a stalemate with the members of the Swedish team. The terrain on their side was much more difficult than that of the American team.
The Belgian team has also left the room. Get ready to go up the mountain. The American team continues to clear the circle.
Mjoy and Yahao kept explaining. All teams are taking action. But what is more worrying is that the American team directly started sweeping the circle. Although it was a new competition format, the American team did not play very conservatively, but chose to take the initiative and began to clean up the team along the edge of the circle.
From the perspective of the American team, among the dozen or so people still on the field, they have an absolute advantage. Boom! Boom! The Belgian team here was very obscene. They stopped directly at the edge of the circle. They did not participate in the battle between the Seoul national team and the Swedish team. And they did not want to harass the American team. The safe zone begins to refresh. The 7th circle has started to refresh. But the 4 teams still on the field have all entered the safe zone. The American team touched directly over the Swedish team.
This wave, the United States is going to hit Sweden's back.
After Mjoy said that, the American team fired. Several people didn't hesitate at all. Start scanning directly.
2 members of the Swedish team were discovered instantly. USA_nothing used AKM to kill SWE_Haxi with a headshot. USA_Iron used M416 to kill SWE_JW with a headshot. The gunshot above suddenly rang out. Mao Xiaomo immediately shouted in the team. Yes! Top! Push up a little. Their current position is too bad. If the Swedish team is wiped out, their position will be just enough to take over and then engage in a firefight with the American team. But they now have no manpower to deal with the Belgian team. So they can only make a quick decision to see if other situations happen. Xiaogua's team is pushing up. We're going to fight this time. But it's not easy to fight. There's a Belgian team down there. Mstoy analyzed. There are currently 11 survivors on the field. And 3 teams are in full formation except for the Xiaogua team. Boom! MC threw a thunder and rushed upward directly in the direction of the thunder. Zhou Lili and Wang Hao also threw 2 incendiary bombs. But these 2 incendiary bombs were instantly exploded in the air. Chapter 736 The Final Decisive Battle 22. These 2 incendiary bombs. He was shot twice by Iron in the air. And it exploded like a flying saucer. Precise marksmanship. This is a basic skill. And even in the Xia Kingdom, there are some talented players who can do it. But in such a large-scale competition, if your hands don't shake at all, you can shoot one shot at a time. At least above the SSS level. The incendiary bomb can be exploded in the air. But it is not easy. The American team also rushed over directly through the only small slope. This wave! Let's see if we can handle it! Although it's 3 versus 4. I can't be sure of anything in this kind of mountain battle. The first point changed from Mao Xiaomo to MC. It's also the trust that teammates have in MC. The first point of the American team is Matthew, the ace newcomer of the American PUBG professional team EG. But at the moment of the encounter, MC's reaction exceeded people's expectations. Just raise your gun and shoot. Matthew's reaction was unexpectedly slow. Everyone has no idea how fast the 2 people react. But MC, who was in good condition, actually won the fight. CHN_MC used M416 to knock down USA_Matthew with a headshot. MC is beautiful. Look at Wang Hao's side. Mstoy and Yehao shouted. But at the same time, Wang Hao was also knocked down by Iron on the flank. Zhou Lili wants to push it. But the Belgian team is touching. The lens gives a panoramic view. When the Xia national team played against the American team, the Belgian team, as a traditional strong team in Europe and the United States, also directly touched the top. But this is great news. They chose the direction of Team USA. This time the Belgian team did not choose to touch from the direction of the Xiaogua team, but directly went up the mountain from the front. According to the position of the Belgian team, even if they defeated the Xiaogua team and went head-to-head with the American team, their position would still be at a disadvantage. Team USA is high. They are low. It's better to take advantage of this opportunity now, and see if you can defeat the American team. But there is someone in the US team coming in behind. Former CSGO professional player Nothing. The traces of the Belgian team were discovered immediately. The constant throwing of throwing objects blocked the progress of the Belgian team. Team America is going to pounce. They can't afford it. Mstoy analyzed. As expected, the American team didn't want to be caught in a situation where they were attacked from both sides. And there were only 2 people on Team Xia's side. Iron and another Team USA teammate rushed forward. MC took the medicine and knocked down someone again. But then, he was knocked down by Iron who shot again. CHN_MC used M416 to knock down USA_Automatic. USA_Iron used an M416 headshot to knock down CHN_MC. Zhou Lili also stepped forward. There is only 1 team member left again. But everyone has already seen the outcome of this game. Even if Zhou Lili wins, it doesn't mean much. Nothing. Who is responsible for the backup? Can't stop the Belgian team from moving forward. Just go back and retreat. Being tough here is for nothing. But this wave of battle between the American team and the Xiaogua team can no longer stop. Iron can only forcefully clear Zhou Lili. All the spectators of Xiaogua team were excited at first, then nervous, and finally disappointed. USA_Iron used M416 to kill CHN_211 with a headshot. Xiaogua team. Team destroyed? Why? I simply never fought before, Mstoy said helplessly. When Zhou Lili faced Liquid's main member Iron, it could be said that she was crushed head-on. Zhou Lili had just raised her gun and was already shot. The gap in frontal strength. In fact, by this time,
Both the players and the audience of Seogwa team have already faced the gap between Seogwa team and these strong foreign teams, especially frontal strong teams like the United States and Russia. The Seogwa team was wiped out, and there was a moment of silence on the scene. Falling into the top 3 in both sets is a bit unpleasant. If it were the old competition system, Seogwa's team would definitely be number 1 now. But now, it's as if everything hasn't started yet. The footage of the Seogwa team showed the Seogwa team being destroyed by the group. The 4 of them still communicated with normal expressions. Even Zhou Lili and Wang Hao, who had just been knocked down one after another.
It seems that the Seogwa team's mentality has not been greatly affected. Yes, for the Seogwa team, the game has just begun.
What Mjoy said was also what Mao Xiaomo said to the team members. Zhou Lili's final death in this game was innocuous at all, at least for the overall situation. In Seogwa's position, even if the team defeated the United States, for members of the Belgian team would overwhelm Seogwa and still die. So there won't be any huge psychological pressure. After the American team defeated the Seoul national team, there were still 8 survivors on the field. But the ones that are really still standing, there were only 2 people, Nothing and Iron, and the other 2 were lying on the ground. The Belgian team also knows this information. A team that can reach the finals cannot give its opponents breathing time at this time. The 4 people spread out and rushed over. But what they didn't expect was that the 2 players from the American team would be so decisive. The 2 of them immediately dispersed. Pulled it out directly. Iron didn't lose any blood when he killed Zhou Lili. And he is still in good health now. Although there are many opponents, they are in a mobile state. The first wave of dodging guns. The 2 players from the American team miraculously defeated 2 members of the Belgian team. Eradicate the numerical disadvantage instantly.
Oh!
The Seogwa team's commentator also exclaimed. Iron's condition is also really good, with headshots from a moving target, which makes no sense. However, these 2 people, Nothing and Iron, are both SSS level leaders. The Belgian team does not have such a strong point, so it suffers greatly when attacking. When Iron heard his teammates saying which side he was the last 2 on, he just took out a mine and threw it at them. Nothing was difficult to defeat 2 opponents and was knocked down directly. But this mine also disabled the members of the Belgian team. Iron went around the slope and pulled up. Saw a scalp. Kill him with 1 shot. USA_Iron used M416 headshot to knock down BL_Boylov. And the last member of the Belgian team is still alive. The situation was instantly reversed by the American team. The reversal process is lightning fast. This is the gap between the world's first-tier teams and the second and third-tier teams. 2 against 4. Chapter 737 The Final Decisive Battle. 23.
Iron! The opportunity is great.
Mjoy and Yehao praised sincerely. The cooperation of the American team was just right. The 2 of them opened up a sufficient gun line, and then quickly contracted it after knocking down the enemy.
This way.
Iron met directly with the last player from the Belgian team. But the Belgian team members, who are now exhausted, are unable to pose any threat to Iron. Only 1 shot hit Iron. Iron took away the members of the Belgian team with 2 shots. USA_Iron used M416 to kill BL_Gerard with a headshot. The second game is over. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, USA.
Okay.
With the cheers from the scene. The second game officially came to an end. The American team completed a classic comeback despite a huge disadvantage.
The second game here is over. The winner is Team America. It was not easy either. In the end it was 2 versus 4. But the American team's personal strength is still very strong. There is no doubt about this. Yes.
It would be nice to sing along with Mjoy. The American team was really strong in this set, and they managed to get in from the circle of punishment.
But this is not good news for the Seogwa team. Both the Norwegian team and the American team have 1 chicken in hand. The most important thing is that these 2 teams are not weak teams, and they are not the kind of chickens that rely on luck. It can be said that the Seogwa team started half a beat too late.
Mjoy said seriously. Whether it is the Norwegian team or the American team, they are one of the biggest competitors of the Seogwa team. They eat chicken and put a lot of pressure on the Seogwa team. However, the Seogwa team's first chicken has not yet arrived. Although they have 2 sets, they all performed very well. But they still came up short in the end and lost both sets to their opponents in the finals.
Let's take a look at the ranking list of the finals first. The halftime break is very short, so don't go away. I will bring you the 3rd set later.
Mjoy nodded. Then the rankings were displayed on the big screen. Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals ranking.
1. USA/USA dash 1 times chicken dash 13 kill. 2. Norway/Nor dash 1 times chicken dash 7 kill. 3. Siagwa/CHN dash 0 times chicken dash 19 kill. 4. Lithuania/LQ dash 0 times chicken dash 12 kill. 5. Colombia/COL dash 0 times chicken dash 9 kill. 6. Denmark/DN dash 0 times chicken dash 7 kill. Enter a brief commercial break. Everyone can clearly see the standings in just half a minute. Although the Siagwa team is still ranked third, the two previous teams have already won, and their number of chickens is still 0. The most fundamental thing is stuff is not promoted. If the American team and the Norwegian team perform well next, the Siagwa team will be in a very dangerous situation. Time passed quietly. And back in the studio, Mjoy also analyzed the rankings with everyone. Okay, everyone has seen the ranking list here. Now the American team and the Norwegian team are both 1 chicken. But the American team is temporarily ranked first with the advantage of head count. And the Norwegian team is second only to the American team. Among all the teams that have no chicken, Siagwa's team has the most kills, ranking third, followed by Lithuania, Colombia and Denmark. If they want to win a medal, it will be difficult for them to surpass the third place based on their kills alone. It's safer to eat a chicken, Mjoy said. Siagwa's kill count is very impressive. A total of 19 kills were obtained in the 2 sets, which was far ahead of the total kills of all teams, which also left everyone with a question. Is there something wrong with the Siagwa team's tactics? In this format, killing means nothing. On the contrary, the American team and the Norwegian team, which did not have many kills, each scored 1 chicken. At the end of the second set, there were many voices attacking Mao Xiaoma on the internet, and the content was similar. Still living in the old competition system? There is no difference in the number of heads. Brother, God Mo has really stepped down from the altar. His ability to adapt is too slow. Although the Siagwa team performed well, this is not the old competition system. Be patient. What a shame. After only 2 games, many impatient trolls started to abuse and attack. These people have just found a channel to vent themselves on the internet, venting the scolding, depression, and failure that cannot be countered in real life through the internet platform. On the other side, Mjoy also talked about this issue. Siagwa's team now has a lot of heads, but it doesn't mean there's something wrong with their tactics. On the contrary, Siagwa's tactics are more dependent on their own performance. What can I say? Although it seems that Siagwa team has no other options in these 2 sets, it can actually do better, Mjoy said. The Siagwa team did not perform perfectly in these 2 sets. They all result in attrition during the battle. If they cooperate tacitly and perform perfectly, the best situation should be that there will be no attrition. Just taking the last set, Mao Xiaoma was killed in a 4-on-3 situation. This is very difficult. It shouldn't be. Yes. If the goal of the Siagwa team is to win the championship, they still have to do their best. The American team or the Norwegian team are just chickens. The Siagwa team still has a great chance, Mjoy encouraged. Game 3 is ready. The scene has also entered the last-minute preparation stage. It is not surprising that the Siagwa team failed to score in 2 games. Looking at the 6 games in the group stage and the 6 games in the upper bracket finals, the Siagwa team only won 3 chickens in total. The chicken eating rate is 25%. This chicken eating rate is actually pretty good, but it is far from a very stable situation. It's not a surprise that there was no chicken in 2 games. But even so, Siagwa's fans, relatives and friends are all very worried. This game may be over in 2 or 3 sets. If the Siagwa team doesn't win, it may be too late. Even from such a distance, Chung Yao could feel Mao Xiaoma's gaze. Just like it was on CD back then. Chung Yao raised her right fist above her head. Not many people were familiar with it. But Mao Xiaoma took one look and got back into the game. There is support from loved ones, and support from the country. He must win. Chapter 738 The Final Decisive Battle. 24. Another brand new plate. Team Xia is going to cheer up, Mjoy and Yehao said at the same time. No matter what the audience of the Siagwa team says about the Siagwa team, as members of the coaching staff, they know how competitive and hardworking these children are. During that time in the United States, they practiced from dawn to dusk just for this day. What they were afraid of was not that the Siagwa team would lose, but that the dreams, hard work, and struggles of these children for so many years
would be destroyed in one day. The third set of the game officially begins.
Okay. The plane is taking off here. It's a route from north to south.
Joy just finished speaking. There was also a shocking cheering sound at the scene. Tens of thousands of Xia people shouted in unison.
Team Xia! Come on! Team Xia! Come on! Team Xia! Come on!
Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison. This is a rare scene in the world. And fans from other countries, who came to watch the PUBG finals, were filled with admiration and only envy. This is a great country. 5,000 years of history. Xia Kingdom. These people are all proud to be Xia people. Only those who have a sense of national pride truly deserve to be counted as Xia people. The 4 members of Xiaogua's PUBG national team were wearing sound-isolating headphones. But they couldn't hear the shouts of countless Xiaogua fans at the scene. But they know. Behind them stood countless Xia people. Thousands of Xia people.
Come on! Brothers! Come on!
Mao Xiaoma shouted.
Come on!
MC, Zhou Lily, and Wang Hao also shouted loudly. The high fighting spirit of Xiaogua team. Never fade away.
Xiaogua's team is still a point in our city. And there are enough vehicles. That way there won't be any surprises.
Joy said. What he was afraid of was that this damn place in our city didn't use cars. There was no way to make a transfer strategy on foot in this crappy place.
The next step is to pray that the circle can be better. In fact, there are many circles that are more beneficial to the Xiaogua team. But they don't seem to be used very often.
Joy just finished speaking. The first safe zone refreshed. Brush on the upper left. The long-lost Shangxiaching district.
This circle. I haven't seen you for a long time. Yes.
Joy explained. Strictly speaking, the first safety zone is not the so-called upper and lower city circles. It is a circle centered on the city head of the upper city, roughly where the courtyard is, including the upper and lower cities. The northern circle is bounded by the sea, and the southern circle is the last resource. The point is P City, which is a relatively remote circle.
But this circle is good for the Xiaogua team. Yes. The rumor is that the Xiaogua team will go directly to occupy the courtyard without any accident.
Joy also knows Mao Xiaomo's tactics very well. Mao Xiaomo's command. Sihiyuan is a must-occupy spot. From CD to IFCD to Liquid, Sihiyuan has always been Mao Xiaomo's favorite spot. So once the circle is cleared, the Xiaogua team has the conditions to transfer. Just to see if the team in the upper city will steal it. At the beginning of the third set, 2 people still lost during the car grabbing process. They were players from the Lithuanian team and the Belgian team. Both teams had already lost their numbers at the beginning of the game.
I can leave. I can leave too.
Not long after the game started, MC and Zhou Lily shouted in Shuicheng. Wang Hao also raised his eyebrows. Is Shuicheng so fat? Wang Hao was also thinking in his mind. Looking at the shabby equipment on his body, he did not report that he could leave.
Come on. Sihiyuan, I'll go with you. 3 of us will occupy the spot. Wang Hao, you search until everything is full.
After Mao Xiaomo said that, he got in the car and started transferring.
Xiaogua's team has begun to move,
Joy said, looking at the camera. The Xiaogua team chose to move 3 people, leaving Wang Hao to search alone to collect more supplies for the team.
Xiaogua's team plays with 3 players occupying points. It should be considered a regular play style in this competition format.
It's easy to say. Judging from the previous 2 games, almost no one will use 2-2 to occupy points. Except for the Xiaogua team. Most of them transfer collectively. For teams close to the circle, 3-person point occupation is also a relatively conventional way of playing
in this competition system. Because the point in the center of the circle is more critical, very few teams will choose the gambling style 2-2 point occupation. As for the earliest 1-person point occupation, it has been eliminated. Now the team sees that 1 person just goes straight to it. Sorry, it doesn't make sense at all,
Joy analyzed. This time, the Xiaogua team also drove directly along the bridge to the courtyard.
Okay, there is no team in this courtyard.
Joy and Yehao had long seen from God's perspective that there was no team in the courtyard in the center of the circle. And they were not worried. There are 2 teams in the upper city. One is the German team that is close to the direction of the Xiaogua team. And the other is the Dutch team that was later driven in. At the other end of the city. For the German team, they want to take this point. But they don't dare to line up many people to defend it. Although there are many resources in Shangqing district, they are difficult to search and require a long time to search. Moreover, The German team has studied the conventional playing styles of many teams and team leaders, and found that many team leaders love the quadrangle, especially the Siagwa team. Siagwa's team is only in 3rd place now, and the German team has no intention of targeting them. Anyway, it is the first circle, so they still choose to give up the position in the center of the circle instead of occupying it. In fact, it is also a very wise choice.
Okay, in this way, the German team has observed the movements of the Siagwa team, and has seen at least 3 people. In this case, they will not covet this place, and other teams are powerless. It can be said that no team can get through, even if a team comes from the direction of our city. Wang Hao can detect it immediately and report the information to his teammates.
Ms. Joy continued her analysis. Because her city is not in the safe zone, basically no team will stop in our city. And if they want to walk, they will not come from this direction.
In this circle, the Siagwa team won't have much to see. Stand firm. Wang Hao will collect enough resources and join the large army later. It will be very stable.
Yehao also told everyone that Siagwa team will not do anything in this circle. The OB of Siagwa team also understood what the explanation meant, because they couldn't keep their focus on the Siagwa team, especially in the early stage when the Siagwa team was idle and relatively stable. The Siagwa team did not relax their vigilance. The 3 of them carefully observed in 3 directions. There is not much information that can be obtained from this position, but Siagwa team still tries its best to obtain useful information when it is safe. Mao Xiaomao doesn't need to think about the Siagwa team's transfer route. He has played in this circle countless times. Both conventional transfer routes and unconventional transfer routes are stored in his mind. The members of the Siagwa team don't need to talk about this. The circle shape with the courtyard as the center is also a tactic that has been mentioned separately among Mao Xiaomao's tactics.
In this circle, it's actually acceptable as long as you don't swipe the Xi'an national team from the south. Actually, the south side is fine, but this bridge is a bit sad. Yes.
Yihao nods. If the next circle is in the south, then the Siagwa team needs to pass a small bridge that is not long, but it is very likely to be attacked by the German team at the top of the city. This is their only worry. In the first lap, Ms. Joy originally thought that more battles would take place on Longji Mountain, but unexpectedly, only one team was on Longji Mountain. The other teams chose the left and right sides for the sake of safety. No more information. Once the circle was drawn, they walked along the foot of Longji Mountain into the center of the circle. There was also a small-scale firefight in the wild area of Ji Town, because there are many wild areas, and vehicles passing by on the flat ground have little resistance. They can weaken their opponents in the early stage, when they have sufficient bullets. These teams that come to the wild areas and advance to occupy points are naturally happy to do so. The number of survivors on the field also increased to 59, at least in the first 3 games. This number of survivors was relatively small.
5 people were dropped from the first circle, all from different teams. Yes, I said before the game that if you are dissatisfied with the editing, the team's tactics and execution will be greatly compromised.
But don't say it too early. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a typical game where anyone can win. It doesn't mean you are strong enough to win the final victory.
Okay, the first circle here is about to be completed. Wang Hao has already joined the main force. He still gave the best equipment to Mao Xiaomao.
Here Wang Hao stopped the car and gave all his level 3 armor and level 2 armor to Mao Xiaomao, and also carried an M16 with 4x power on his back. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility of Mao Xiaomao. So he directly put on this equipment. This equipment was not for his teammates to compliment him, but for him to lead the team to victory. He knew this well.
Second circle. See which direction it will brush. Siagwa team's vehicles have started to move.
Ms. Joy nodded. The Siagwa team's tactical execution is very strong, and all members are on board and ready to move at any time. Safe area refreshed. The second safe zone appears. His.
Wow! It's a northeast corner circle. In this case, the situation becomes a bit complicated.
Neither Ms. Joy nor Yehao judged whether Siagwa should make a transfer at the first time. They are still in a location close to the southwest circle, but it is a very safe housing area, and the terrain is also good. After a while, they can clear the circle and go straight to the center of the circle. But Team Xia still chose to enter the center.
Siagwa team still has to enter the center. This is Emotion's choice,
Ms. Joy said. The reason why the Siagwa team did not choose to stay in the courtyard is that occupying this position will force people to a desperate situation, and the team that is cornered will fight for you. Chapter 739 The Final Decisive Battle. 25.
A principle that has been passed down from ancient times. Don't drive people to the edge. Whether it's a human or an animal. When cornered, they will bite you desperately. In this current circle, Port G is not in the safe zone. And neither is Shanxiaching. Many teams have to go through this traffic thoroughfare at the entrance of the courtyard. If it were the old competition system, the Xiaogua team's quadrangle position would definitely be a perfect shooting position. And they could gain a lot of kills. But this is the second circle. And you can't completely kill people. What is the premise for the team to be stuck? The team inside the poison will be poisoned if they don't enter the circle. Therefore, the tactic of stuck in the poison circle is usually used after the fourth circle. Otherwise, in the second circle, if you are on the edge of the poison, it will not hurt others even if they are in the poison. If you don't let them live, they might not let you either. Live. The tactic of getting stuck on the poison side is one of the most commonly used tactics by ordinary players. But remember to use it when the poison damage is very high. Otherwise the team behind you cannot clear it. And getting stuck on the poison side will be meaningless. Xiaogua's team has begun to move. And the goal is very clear. Xiaogua's transfer was very decisive, and without thinking. They had specially practiced this circle. And they rushed directly into the center of the circle. A hilltop position they often entered. This location is very good. It's obvious that the Xiaogua team has studied this hilltop before. Msjoy nodded and said, because the mountains are almost the same on the map. Xiaogua's team went straight into the center, which shows that they know the topography of this mountain. Oh! The Korean team is also in the center of the circle. We are passing by the Xiaogua team. The Xiaogua team should be able to fight. From a god's perspective, the Korean team's goal seems to be the mountain range in the center of the Xia team's circle. But they didn't know there was already a team. The sound of the car was very loud. And Mao Xiaomo immediately observed the situation of the Korean team. Sweep the car. Keep the armor. Mao Xiaomo said to the team members. Their current equipment is not particularly good. Except for Mao Xiaomo himself. The M16 gun itself has relatively few requirements for accessories. And it has the best equipment in the entire team. The equipment of teammates is very average. Wang Hao and MC are both level 1 and level 1 armor. If they defeat or drive away the Korean team now, there will be no big gains for them. They have now established their position. If a team attacks, it is impossible to be snatched down. The 4 members of the Xiaogua team are now very close to each other. It is easy for people to get headshots in the car. But in this game, heads are more important than others. Armor is more important. There is a huge difference between level 2 and level 1 heads. It doesn't matter whether we can defeat the Korean team as a team. What's important is to take off their equipment. The commentators of the foreign team saw this scene and directly sentenced the Korean team to death. They had seen the Xiaogua team shooting skills, especially the set that was cancelled. And the wave that blocked the German team was even more impressive. With just a few shots, everyone was headshot. Especially the player with the MID. 2 out of 4 shots. Headshots. Bug-like marksmanship. So the commentator of the foreign team did not think that the Korean team had any hope of survival when it was about to hit their face. The South Korean team was still communicating, saying that this place was safe and secure. But the next second, they were violently attacked by the Xia team. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Dang dang dang. All bullets. All poured into the chassis of the Korean team's vehicle? Puff. Puff. If the Korean team's tires hadn't been blown out one by one, everyone might have thought that there was a big problem with Xiaogua's guns. The members of the Korean team were really confused. The vehicle was shot wildly by enemies at close range. But not a drop of his blood was lost. The tires of the 3 cars were blown out one after another. Just hit it on the road. Boom. CHN_211 used M416 to detonate the vehicle and killed KR_SexyPIG. CHN_211 used M416 to detonate the vehicle and killed KR_BenZ. 1 car was directly hit, and 2 other cars were forced to stop on the road. Unfortunately, only horizontal vehicles can be used as a qualified bunker. And the Korean team's vehicles were not controlled at all. A vehicle parked vertically not far from the Xiaogua team. Mao Xiaomo also directly killed this kind of enemy without mercy. They destroyed 1 vehicle and almost had 2 sets of armor. And the most important thing was that the Xiaogua team did not need to take any risks. The last member of the Korean team knew that he would die. But he still wanted to make a final struggle. Duh. Boom. He blew up his car, and although he was damaged by the blast, he still survived. Just when the Korean team members were making the final struggle to apply medicine, a thunder falling from the sky.
Mao Xiaomao stopped his teammates from trying to throw thunder. It's really not cost-effective to waste a few projectiles on this lone wolf. One is enough. Grenade throwing is also one of the courses that I have been training in liquid for a long time. And Mao Xiaomao has also practiced it to the extreme. Just one. From God's perspective. A perfect arc. It hit the back of a Korean team member. Boom. CHN_MO used a frag grenade to kill KR_SimSN. This thunder is a three-pointer. Yes. Very accurate. In this case, the Korean team will be wiped out again. Joy explained. The Korean team has also struggled in these games. Well, the problem must be huge. But it's probably more difficult to say whether it can be solved within this competition. Joy said without hesitation. Even they don't know what went wrong with the Korean team in these games. Whether it was because they didn't adapt to the rules or something else. However, if you think about it carefully, you can understand that the Korean team has always been a high-ranking team that can get ranking points. But under this competition system, it is useless to have a high ranking. Maybe the Korean team's own playing style has also changed. But this I'm afraid only they themselves know the changes. Then if this happens, the Seogwa team will have 4 packs and no shortage of armor and medicine. Yes, the Korean team is from Port An and has relatively abundant resources. Joy and Yehao sing together. They have seen the growth of the Seogwa team. The Seogwa team's current state of freedom of movement was not possible in the previous Seogwa FPS. When a convoy comes over, whether it wants a car or armor, the Seogwa team can execute it perfectly. This kind of marksmanship and execution were impossible to achieve before. Fortunately, Seogwa produced Mao Xiaomao, a genius-level FPS player. Chapter 740, The Final Decisive Battle. 26. With the addition of this wave of equipment from the South Korean team, it can be said that the Seogwa team has nothing missing, including medicines, armor, and positions. It still depends on the next direction of the game. There are more teams on the west side and more teams on the east side. The Seogwa team is in a very good position. Yes, the Colombian team originally wanted to come, but seeing the vehicles bombed by the Seogwa team is equivalent to saving their lives. In the second lap, the battle has not officially started yet. A lot of people were lost in the early stages of this game. Before the second circle was over, there were only 52 people left alive on the field. The team density was relatively small, and there were many positions in this circle, so there were no other fights. Everyone probably knows about today's circle, which is cutting corners, cutting like crazy. The third circle was, as expected, another corner cut, but a northern cutaway. This circle will be more beneficial to the Seogwa team. Yes, although it's not in the center of the circle, it's in a good location. Joy and Yehao continued their analysis. This northern corner circle is roughly a circle centered on the shooting range. This circle is still close to the center of the circle, and close to the southern edge of the circle. If this circle is drawn upwards, the Seogwa team can also fight directly along the mountain, or they can choose to drive around. There are many ways, but it is still a matter of choice and emotion. Joy analyzed. Judging from the performance of these few sets, the Seogwa team is indeed a very stable and strong team. There will be no low-level mistakes in every set, and its own strength has also been recognized. The finals were stable, but there was still a little bit of luck. Seogwa team's early transfer. No matter if you show it to the audience or to a professional coach, there will be nothing wrong with it. Every transfer is stable and precise, with no faults to be found. In this circle, Seogwa's team may not have many roles. The enemies near our city are the most ferocious to kill, but since there are only about 50 of them, the fight in this circle will definitely not be very intense. We still have to focus on the 4th circle or even the 5th circle, because it is a semi-mountainous circle. Teams can be stationed in many places within the circle, and it will not be time to go all out for a while. The third lap passed tepidly. Although there was a brief exchange of fire near our city, no one was lost. In order to ensure their own safety, each team did not choose to fight their opponents in this circle. We have come to the familiar attrition circle again. For the 4th circle, it is best to have the Seogwa team at the edge of the circle. In this way, it will be a more comfortable state to kill all the enemies down the mountain from the hillside. Joy also said what he said expectations. Mountain warfare or shooting range warfare. If it were a mountain battle, cutting the corner in the south would not necessarily be good news for the Seogwa team, and the center of the circle would definitely become the target of public criticism. The 4th circle. It's a northeastern circle close to the northeast corner, but it doesn't count as a corner.
Xiaogua's team can now use all their strength to block all the enemies behind them that are about to enter the circle, and then attack upwards. The only thing that's a little unclear is whether the circle is on the shooting range or on the mountain. Now it's half and half, Joy said. The fourth lap was refreshed, which is good news for the Xiaogua team. The only uncertainty is that it is difficult to judge whether it is on the mountain or in the shooting range in the next lap. Cut from the upper left to the lower right. The southwest half is the mountains, and the northwest half is the shooting range. There must be trade-offs when choosing a team. Under the same probability, the location on the mountain is definitely better than the location on the shooting range down the mountain. There is no doubt about this. But risk is also a consideration. For example, if a team is at the bottom of the mountain, they have the conditions to go up the mountain. But it is not absolutely safe. At this time, it is time to make a decision. After all, it is impossible not to take risks. The Xiaogua team did not choose to move. They were in a good position. Even if they were under the shooting range, they would still be the most advantageous team because they had cars. It can be said that the divine punishment in this game will not have much impact on the Xiaogua team, and will not directly push the Xiaogua team into HL. Xiaogua's team is in a good position now. We have to look at our own performance later in this set, Joy said. If you want to win chicken, in addition to luck, your own performance must not go wrong. Okay. There's not a lot of teams here. I don't know if any team will come up from this position, Joy said. There are not many teams in the south now, and the vehicles are relatively complete. If there is no car in this circle, it will definitely be gone. Let's see what the Russian team will choose. They didn't perform well in the final. The position of the team in the south is not very good. It is a helpless move. As soon as the circle was drawn, all the teams started to move. It seems that no team is willing to come from this mountain. Yes. The Xi'an national team is too difficult to break through. It's almost impossible. The Russian team also knows this very well. While Joy was speaking, the Russian team began to move, and the direction they moved was to the west. There was no choice to take the Xiaogua team's side. The other two teams also chose to force their way around the east and west sides, preferring to take some poison rather than go up the mountain. They can clearly see the position on the mountain. If there is a team, it is definitely impossible to let other teams come over. The only ones who can stand on this field are the world's top teams. The distance to enter the circle is too long. Even if they are novices, it is unlikely that they can get in. Even if they get in, their own team will definitely suffer heavy casualties, which will not help the situation going forward. Instead of doing this, it is better to try and enter from the side of the circle on both sides. Maybe you can find a gap where there is no one and enter the circle to gain a position from the front. But it is a pity that the Russian team's tactic of taking poison and circling failed. The Dutch team, which was stuck at the edge of the circle, defeated them all. In this way, the Russian team was eliminated again. On the other side, the Brazilian team was also eliminated. These two teams that were favored by everyone before the game were far less stable than the three teams from China, the United States, and Norway. The screen showed that Xiaogua's two major competitors, Norway and the United States, were still fully staffed and in a very good position. It has something to do with their transfer, and it also has something to do with their jump point. The American school and the Norwegian city Y are both resource points that are easy to enter the circle. It is normal for them to occupy a relatively good position. In the fourth lap, the fierce battle really started. On the east and west sides of the circle, countless teams began to enter the circle. Relatively speaking, the location of the shooting range on the east side is more accessible. This is partly due to the terrain. The bigger reason is that the teams on the mountain will stick to the circle, while the teams down the mountain will stay behind their respective bunkers. There is no such thing. The conditions are to stick to the edge of the circle. So teams entering the circle from the outside will have some breathing time. The Swedish team was also very smart. They made a large circle and entered the northern circle. Although the terrain there was not very good, they had vehicles and could continue to move after taking a breather. It's estimated that it won't start until the sixth circle, so we have a rough idea, Joy said. As we all know, the refresh rate of the fifth circle is very small, especially this 50-50 circle, which may not have a great impact on the situation. In the fourth circle, the battle in the attrition circle was still much quieter than the usual attrition circle. In this circle, some teams are on the mountain, and some are at the bottom of the mountain, and each has a lot of space. So some remaining teams have successfully squeezed in. It was easy for Xiaogua team to confirm that there was no one behind him. After confirming that there was no one behind him, Wang Hao was left to look behind him just in case. Yes, it will be easy to deal with Xiaogua's team after they clear their behinds. It just depends on the next battle. Yes, it's best to fight in a mountainous area. In this case, the danger to the Xiaogua team will be smaller. The fifth circle is indeed a concentric circle. The refresh rate is very small. But most teams have to move. Especially the teams on the mountain. Because everyone adopted the same tactic in the last circle. Sticking to the edge of the circle. They all had to move further inward. The Xi'an national team is clearing the border here. Yes, we fought very proactively. But be cautious. After this circle was cleared, the Xiaogua team chose to clear its east side. Mao Xiaomo actually has a lot of ideas for why he cleared this direction. The current safe zone is divided into two parts. From the northwest to the southeast. But if they can occupy this southeast position, no matter what the next circle brushes, up the mountain or brushing down the mountain, they can handle it perfectly. This is a prudent tactic. The Xiaogua team didn't care about their west side. And the team there wouldn't touch it. Moreover, they cleared the side. If they couldn't forcefully clear it and solve it quickly, they would still retreat to their original position. Okay, now on the east side of the Xiaogua team is the Danish team. With only 2 people. Joy gives everyone information from God's perspective. The Danish team, which had only 2 people on the east side of Xiaogua's team, had just entered the circle after a lot of fighting. Xiaogua team cleared it directly. Xiaogua team has realized at this time that the number of people may not be very large. Yes, Joy analyzed. The Xiaogua team chose to push 2 and 2, and they couldn't see anyone at first glance. In this circle, it is impossible for a team to be so stubborn on the mountain. The only possibility is that there are not many people hiding behind a tree. Fortunately, Mao Xiaomo is pulling to the flank, and there is no team that can interfere with him. Because of the slope, the teams at the bottom of the mountain cannot harass Team Xia, nor can the teams on the mountain. Team Xia can safely and boldly clean up this circle. Mao Xiaomo's eyesight is very good. Even if the opponent only shows a small foot, still found it accurately. But I didn't fight immediately. Chapter 741 The Final Battle, 27. Okay, I must have seen this foot. But I didn't choose to fight directly. If only one foot was exposed, it would be impossible to fall instantly. The players in this arena will definitely be able to react. Yes, Joy and Yahao analyzed. At the same time, Wang Hao took out a thunder. He threw it directly under the tree where Mao Xiaomo reported. An instant thunder. The Danish team member was not given any chance to react. Boom. CHN_45 AI used a frag grenade to knock down DN_Device. Falled. Wang Hao said. There's another one. Press forward and don't knock anyone down. Mao Xiaomo said to the team members. If it were a 3-man team, the Danish team would not choose to stay behind the tree. Mao Xiaomo has always been confident in his own judgment. Clear. Mao Xiaomo stood on the flanks. And the remaining 3 people also shrank together, ready to supplement their teammates' shots at any time. The positions of the 2 Danish team players were definitely not far away. So the Xiaogua team members also cleared the positions tree by tree. The fallen member of the Danish team climbed out and took a look at the distribution of the Xi'an national team members, and was instantly replaced by Mao Xiaomo. But this glance directly made the Danish team a little desperate. For members of the Xiaogua team, 4 clears in 1. The Danish team has no chance. Sure enough, the distance was getting closer and closer, and there was no way to avoid it. The last member of the Danish team had no choice but to stand up and fight. But at the same time, he was discovered by Mao Xiaomo on the flank. The Xi'an national team's gun line was very wide, and Mao Xiaomo directly hit the last enemy of the Danish team on the flank. Ta-ta-ta-ta. CHN_MO used M16 A4 to kill DN_JW. Keep clearing it up. Okay. The Danish team here was wiped out, and there is no team left on this side. It is very clear from God's perspective. After the Xiaogua team defeated the Danish team, there were no other teams or lone wolves on the Xiaogua team side. However, the Xiaogua team still completed the count and successfully controlled a relatively large area. On the top of the mountain, lone wolves are also being cleared one after another. In this competition system, even if everyone gives up a lot of kills, they still have to make sure that their surroundings are absolutely clean. Otherwise one will be stolen during the fight, and the whole game will be lost. To put it simply, everyone is cleaning up the surrounding enemies in a safe environment, without the threat of being targeted in the past.
These teams are more decisive in counting, and the difficulty of lone wolves becomes even greater.
The remaining teams on the field were cleaned up a lot. Yes, there are only 10 teams left now. Seogwa's team and their biggest competitor, the United States and Norway, are still on the court. These strong teams are relatively stable.
It was only at this time that everyone truly understood how strong Liquid was. Seogwa, the United States, Norway, plus the Netherlands. The souls of 4 teams make up this Liquid.
Now there are only 10 teams left, and a large number of them may be eliminated in the 6th round. Yes, if this circle is a mountain circle, the reduction in personnel will not be too serious. But if it is a shooting range circle, it will be a bit difficult. Look at the refresh of the circle.
Strictly speaking, in the 3rd game, there has not been a real large-scale firefight until now. Starting from the 6th lap, there may be a wave of large-scale firefights.
Okay.
The 6th safe zone is refreshed. The fans of Team Seoul finally breathed a sigh of relief. Team Seoul's lap luck has always been poor, but this time, they made a good corner lap.
This is a complete cut to the mountain. It's a southwest cutaway. In this case, does the Seogwa team have to guard this circle?
Yihao asked. The Seogwa team is now in a narrow position on the edge of the circle. Someone must come up to this position. The Seogwa team's choice is very critical. The Seogwa team did not choose to defend the edge of the circle, but retreated a little higher.
Probably not. At this position, Seogwa team knows that there is someone on the slope. If they insist on guarding the edge of the circle, accidents will easily occur.
Mjoy said seriously, and everyone understood what this accident meant. If they guard the perimeter, they will definitely have a major exchange of fire with the enemy. But if this is the case, the American team above them will definitely pounce on them. There is no doubt about this. And with the enemy behind them, fans of the Seogwa team were also a little frightened.
Okay. Seogwa's team still retreated some distance. It's not a difficult situation to deal with,
Mjoy said. Even if there is a team that can take this position, the position is still very poor, and it will be criticized by the Seogwa team. I know this is the case, but there will definitely be people coming up in this Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Den. If you want to enter this circle from the northeast side, enemies from all directions can attack the entire circle. Only the narrow side of the Seogwa team and the narrow side of the Norwegian team on the other side can enter the circle. The strategies of the 2 teams are also very similar. Let the enemy in. Otherwise, once there is a firefight, the team above will turn around, and they will not have enough firepower to resist. And they will easily be killed by the flanking group from both sides. In this circle, the good thing is that the teams on the mountain are relatively comfortable. But the teams at the bottom of the mountain have a big problem if they figure it out. The gunshots kept ringing. Smoke bombs also began to fill the air. The shooting range breakout battle has officially begun. Safe zone. Half fight. Half comfort. The cutaway circle is just that. Some teams that were originally on the east side began to break through to the Seogwa team. The number of survivors on the field is also decreasing rapidly.
Okay. The lone wolf of the Lithuanian team here has been eliminated. And there are still 2 teams on the Seogwa team. Yes.
Mjoy is not very worried about this side. There are 2 3-man teams, Belgium and Ukraine. Even if the safe zone is refreshed and a team comes up, it will not have a big impact on the Seogwa team. The safe zone begins to refresh. The 6th circle finally started to shrink. The shooting range breakout battle has also entered a fierce stage. The number of teams on the field also increased to 8. The Ukrainian team also successfully eliminated the Belgian team. But they also lost a little time because of rescuing people and supplies. Mao Xiaomo has been observing the killing situation and the gunshots on their side of the circle.
Ukrainian team. 3. Quick victory,
Mao Xiaomo said to his teammates. This battle must be fought. Otherwise there is a knife behind you. And you don't know when the knife will come in. The American team is also waiting for the opportunity. They already know the position of Seogwa team when they started to clear the Danish team. Once there is a stalemate in the exchange of fire, they will definitely fight. But if the battle is resolved quickly, there is no need to fight to the death with the Seogwa team in this circle. Boom! Boom! The Seogwa team's grenade bombing has begun. But no kill information has appeared in the upper right corner. And the American team does not dare to act rashly. Chapter 742 The Final Decisive Battle. 28. 3 players from the Ukrainian team had just entered the circle when they were bombarded by the Seoul national team. Although the thunder continued, there was no gunfire. It was precisely because of this that the American team did not choose to forcefully clear the circle. The positions of these three members of the Ukrainian team are on the lower slopes. Xiaogua's team couldn't throw the thunder, but they had already pulled him over.
Okay. This wave of assault must be resolved quickly,
Msjoy said. The Xiaogua team played very decisively. On their slope, only the American team could steal their back. As long as they solved it quickly, the American team had no chance. Mao Xiaomo pulled directly to the flank. I saw a member of the Ukrainian team spraying medicine, and I shot him. CHN_MO used the M16A4 to knock out UKR_Simple. I also saw the wind and grass under another tree. Then he used the small slope as a cover and threw a thunderbolt over. When the Xi'an national team and the Ukrainian team are fighting, Team USA also takes action. But their attacking position is not the Xiaogua team on the southeast side of the circle. It's the remnants of the team on the top of the mountain, on the southwest side of the circle. Because the Xi'an national team is bound to win, and there is no possibility of failure. The Xi'an national team's OB is also paying close attention to the situation of the American team. At the last moment, when the new safety zone was refreshed, the American team also cleared away the remaining teams on the mountain and successfully occupied the commanding heights of the safety zone, controlled the entire southwest to south side of the safety zone. And the Xi'an national team also successfully eliminated the Ukrainian team.
Okay. Both the American team and the Xi'an national team have eliminated their opponents. There are 5 teams left. 17 to survive.
Msjoy reported the information on the field. Currently, there are 3 teams on the mountain. The Xiaogua team occupies the southeast side. The American team occupies the southwest side. The Norwegian team occupies the west side. And the Portuguese team and the German team are the 2 remaining teams, both of which have experienced varying degrees of attrition. Now at the edge of the shooting range. It was also within the safety zone. But for the next circle, they had to go up the mountain.
It seems like this set will be the turning point in the final,
Msjoy said seriously. Yihao nods.
Yes. Looking at the situation in this game, maybe the team that wins the chicken will be among the 3 teams of Xia Kingdom, the United States, and Norway. And no matter which team wins the chicken, it will have a great impact on the situation. Influence. Yes. If Team Xiao wins the game, the 3 teams will be back on the same starting line. If any team from the United States or Team Norway wins, they will get the match point for the finals. This one is a little behind,
Msjoy said. In the third set, no one expected that it would reach this point. It was these 3 teams again. Although the Xiaogua team had not won the championship yet, their performance had already ranked them among the top teams.
Right now, the US team is still in the best position. The Xi'an national team and the Norwegian team are both on a lower ground. But if the Xi'an national team and the Norwegian team move up at the same time, the US team will be attacked from both sides. But nothing can be said. Let's take a look at the next circle.
Safe zone refresh. This is the 7th circle.
Okay. Concentric circles. In fact, this circle does not have a great impact on the 3 teams on the mountain. Will the American team choose to work in this circle?
It's easy to say. The American team is now at a high point. Either the Xiaogua team or the Norwegian team. They can choose to break through in any direction. However, the difficulty is that the staffing of the 3 teams is relatively complete now. And there is no certainty that each other can defeat any of them. A team. The 3 teams also restrict each other. If there is a fierce exchange of fire between 2 teams, the other team will definitely get involved.
The 2 teams at the foot of this concentric circle mountain are basically gone. Yes, there will definitely be internal friction between each other. There is a Norwegian team holding them up on the mountain. If the American team does not move in this circle, then I estimate that after the circle is over, there may be 3 teams with 12 people. If the American team wants if we fight, it's hard to say,
Msjoy analyzed. There is a bit of a stalemate on the scene now. The key is that all 3 teams from Xia Kingdom, the United States and Norway are full, making it difficult for anyone to handle.
Look, it seems that the American team is leaning towards Xiaogua's team.
The Xiaogua team also formed its formation and was ready. Mao Xiaoma also thought about it from the perspective of the American team. If he was the commander of the American team, how would this wave be handled? If he was James, how should the Norwegian team move? The safe zone begins to refresh. Mao Xiaomo's first point. I saw the members of Team USA directly.
Coming! 30 meters in front of me. Clear!
Mao Xiaomo shouted. The Xia Kingdom and the United States are at war in an instant.
This is Team USA. What a great opportunity!
Yihao shouted.
Yes. The Norwegian team is dealing with the Portuguese team. Even if they hear the gunshots, they can't rush to the battlefield immediately. The American team has seized a very correct time. Once it is delayed, it is likely to be in a very embarrassing situation. Just look at the front. This wave is a fair 4 versus 4. And the American team's terrain doesn't give them any advantage. Although the American team was on a high-slope terrain, they gave up their terrain advantage because of their proactive attack. This duel was also a 50-50 matchup. The first point of Mao Xiaomo and nothing. Mao Xiaomo had the advantage. Although he wasn't killed, he shot nothing in the head and disabled him. Superb marksmanship. Almost made nothing recognize it directly. When the American team pulled away, Mao Xiaomo did not choose to fight his opponent on the spot. There is still a slight gap between his teammates and the American team on the front. And Mao Xiaomo knows this very well. He knows Wang Hao's level. And he also knows Iron's level very well. This is undeniable. He must break through from the front and give his teammates some help. This way. It's all unfolded. Then it all depends on personal ability, Mstoy said seriously. This may be the most worrying battle for the Xiaogui team so far. It is also a battle with no retreat. This set is crucial for the Xiaogui team. Nothing was lying on the ground and applying medicine. And there was no trace of Mao Xiaomo. Wait until he hears it. It's too late. Mao Xiaomo knew the approximate location of nothing and rushed over along the slope. At the same time, Wang Hao's right side was also broken through by Iron. Facing the world's top assaulter, Wang Hao was completely suppressed. He was killed without even raising the gun. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down USA_nothing. USA_Iron used M416 headshot to knock down CHN_45AI. USA_Iron used M416 to kill CHN_45AI with a headshot. Although everyone was well prepared, when a member of the Xiaogui team fell to the ground and was covered, they still felt heartbroken. Every time someone falls, the Xiaogui team's chance of winning the chicken will decrease by 1 point. But when you are facing a super strong team like the United States, it is too difficult to defeat your opponent without any damage. At the same time, the Norwegian team also finished processing all the teams at the shooting range. However, the Portuguese team also made a great contribution, knocking down 2 members of the Norwegian team, which delayed the Norwegian team's rescue for a lot of time. Otherwise, the Norwegian team would have been reckless immediately. After seeing the news about the Norwegian team's team up with the United States and Portugal, both the Xi'an national team and the American team also looked serious. It was faster than they thought. But fortunately, the Norwegian team was also knocked down by 2 members. They supported people plus sprayed medicine plus press closer. This time is about 40 seconds. Support the person plus apply medicine. 10 seconds. Press to the nearest point for 20 seconds. But even so, the Xi'an national team and the American team will not be in full condition. No. No. Both the Xi'an national team and the American team will be eaten up if we continue to fight like this. Although in the fierce battle, Mstoy still said, but now that the matter has come to this, it is difficult to look back. If the US team retreats, the Xiaogui team will definitely not miss this opportunity to play in vain. They would rather play Norway 3-on-4 than have the US team have any role in it. And vice versa. After Mao Xiaomo killed nothing, he turned directly to help him see. Wang Hao's side has been breached. And Zhou Lili is also retreating. Try to maintain a relatively complete formation. If you lose one more person, you really have no chance to win the chicken. The current situation, whether it is the American team winning the chicken or the Norwegian team winning the chicken, will be a huge blow to the Xiaogui team. Iron and another American team member also joined together, trying to deal with the team members who were double-teamed by Xiaogui's team. But Mao Xiaomo is very decisive and extremely confident. Just pull it out and beat him hard. While the members of the American team fought back, they were directly shot away by Zhou Lili. CHN_211 used M416 headshot to knock down USA_automatic. The player fell to the ground, and the last 2 members of the American team did not choose to force the Xia team. It was completely meaningless, whether they won or lost. It was the success of the Norwegian team, and the gain outweighed the loss. The American team has no intention of attacking here, and the Norwegian team is also coming. Xiaogui's team stopped fighting and walked directly down the mountain, trying to get away from the front battlefield, Mstoy explained. In this brief confrontation between the Xi'an national team and the American team, the Xi'an national team really took advantage. 1 for 2. But for the current Xi'an national team and the American team, this is an outcome they do not want to see. The Norwegian team was fully equipped and pulled directly from the mountain. The American team has no place to retreat. The scene was changing rapidly. The Norwegian team did not expect that the Sion national team and the American team suddenly stopped playing in the middle of the game. And they could not stop their steps for a while. He was pulled out by Iron and knocked down a player directly. Then Matthew made a tacit grenade. Take the opponent away directly. USA_Iron used M416 headshot to knock down Nor_8C. USA_Matthew used a frag grenade to kill Nor_8C. Beautiful! Mjoy's praise is for Iron. Only if the Norwegian team reduces its members can the Siagwa team have a chance. We were originally at a numerical disadvantage. But now we had a terrain disadvantage after taking the initiative to go down the mountain. There are now 3 teams on the field and 8 survive. The Siagwa team and the Norwegian team both have 3 people. And the American team has 2 people. This game also ended in an endgame. Look at Siagwa team's choice. Oh! We must fight back. Under the excited explanations of the commentators, the Siagwa team made another comeback. The American team and the Norwegian team are in a stalemate. And this is the best time for them to attack. The Norwegian team's terrain was not on the edge of the circle. And there was no guarantee that there would be no one on the flanks. So they still chose the direction of the American team. The safe zone is reached. It was still a mountaintop circle, which meant that Siagwa team had to break through from the bottom of the mountain no matter what. Team Siagwa is touching upwards. We should quickly deal with the American team, and then go head-to-head with the Norwegian team. Boom. Boom. Nor_James used a frag grenade to knock down USA_Iron. The Norwegian team's grenade array suddenly received good news. It blew up Iron directly. It's about to rush. As soon as this information came out, Mjoy knew that the Siagwa team had waited for the right time. While the Siagwa team was charging, the Norwegian team was also very smart. 3 people directly opened up and guarded the edge of the 8th circle in advance. The American team will be left to the Siagwa team to handle. They only need to hold on to this circle to win the chicken. This thunder also directly broke the balance on the field. Team Siagwa also pulled up decisively. Matthew responded very quickly. I didn't choose to recruit people. I just sealed the cigarettes where I was. Then hold the small slope that Siagwa team is going to climb up. Mao Xiaoma just showed up. Headshot instantly. USA_Matthew used an M416 headshot to knock down CHN_MO. Oops. It's okay, no problem. The Norwegian team doesn't dare to pounce. Mjoy shouted. This wave of Matthew's marksmanship was so accurate. With his scalp marksmanship, Mao Xiaoma just showed his scalp and was killed without anyone seeing it. But the Siagwa team's cooperation has been flawless so far. The moment Mao Xiaoma was shot in the head, MC pinched a thunderbolt. Throw it right over. Matthew saves people from smoke. I didn't see this thunder at all. NC's thunder also fell accurately at the feet of Matthew and Iron. Explode directly. Boom. Pretty. This thunder. Mjoy shouted. A double kill with 1 thunder. CHN_MC used a frag grenade to knock down USA_Matthew. CHN_MC used a frag grenade to knock down USA_Iron. Survival on the field. 6. The Sion national team saved people, but the Norwegian team directly suppressed them. It was beyond everyone's expectations, including the commentators and the audience. In the audience, everyone who was familiar with James screamed in surprise. Such a decisive charge. And a charge outside the circle without much cover. I know. Liquid analyst Alvin shouted out. Chris also instantly understood what James was thinking. The reason is simple. Because of that man. He fell to the ground. The Norwegian team directly pressed? This terrain is not easy to press. Mjoy never expected that James would make such a decision. The Norwegian team is now on the edge of the circle. And if they want to enter the circle from the Siagwa team's position, they have to pass through a small slope without any bunkers. Although they can block the smoke, they are absolutely passive. The probability of the Norwegian team successfully blocking it should be more than 80%. There is no need to take such a big risk and take the initiative. But James also has his own ideas. 3 versus 2. If the opponent was defeated by Joe Lilly or MC, he would not choose to press. But the person who fell to the ground was Mao Xiaoma. If Mao Xiaoma gets up and smokes, James and the others will definitely have an advantage. But it will definitely not be as big as 80%. Instead of doing this, it would be better to take advantage of the time Mao Xiaoma falls to the ground and directly press over him. Even without a bunker, Rain is holding a gun from behind. And it's also a 2-on-2 situation. Without Mao Xiaoma, James doesn't think they will lose. Zhou Lily is holding a gun. Suddenly I saw the Norwegian team launching a charge directly. Duh. They charged. Zhou Lily dodged and fired a few shots before lowering her head. And Rain's bullet floated directly over Zhou Lily's head. MC gave up saving people immediately. The other side dared to charge like this, which looked down upon them. But Rain's gun placement is perfect. MC and Zhou Lily can't stand it at all, being pushed closer by James and another team member. All the fans of Xiaogua team hold their breath. From 4 against 4, to 3 against 3, to 2 against 2. The situation is always changing. But if Zhou Lily and MC can win this 2-on-2, Xiaogua team will basically win the game. MC! The first point! MC reacted quickly. The moment Zhou Lily reported the information, he moved around the position and directly opened the gun line without giving the opponent a chance to directly draw the gun for a double kill. A firefight with Ultraster had the upper hand. MC is in great condition now, facing a player whose strength has not yet reached SSS. He almost crushed him. On the other side, Zhou Lily was in the same situation. CHN_MC used M416 to knock out Nor_Ultraster. Nor_James used M416 headshot to knock down CHN_211. Another wave of 1-for-1. But now it's different from the last one. This is not another one-on-one between MC and James. Rain, the Norwegian team shooter, also pulled over from the front. Hear your opponent's footsteps. MC almost blended into the character on the screen. And he pulled out a dodge gun directly. This time, the preview point was directly moved to the headshot position. He can't make any mistakes. That state. A state that all esports players are familiar with. MC's concentration has been raised to the highest level. Xiaogua's team also said nothing, giving MC room to play. This pull sideways. Directly kill Rain, who is slowly approaching. This man is known as the God of Rain. Didn't even react. CHN_MC used M416 headshot to knock down Nor_Rain. 1v1. CHN_MC vs Nor_James. The Norwegian team thought they had knocked down a monster, but unexpectedly they awakened another one. Chapter 743, the final decisive battle. 29. But his opponent is also a monster. A monster no weaker than Mao Xiaoma. All eyes were on James and MC. This battle directly affects the direction of the game. If the Norwegian team eats chicken, it will have 2 chickens in hand and get the match point. The last game was a battle between the still healthy MC and the still healthy James. This time, both sides are in full condition. MC didn't think much at all. He focused on looking at the screen. Everyone in the Xiaogua team's commentary box held their breath. The importance of this set to the Xiaogua team is self-evident. Take a look! After holding it in for a long time, Msjoy could only say these 3 words. All the spectators at the scene were also silent, quietly watching this battle. Split-screen perspectives were given to James and MC. A slope. Both sides discovered their opponents at the same time. Only one scalp is exposed. But for MC and James now, any dynamic changes are very clear in their eyes. A wave of scalp shots. The winner was instantly determined amidst the exclamations of the audience. Nor_James used M416 to kill CHN_MC with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, Nor. Why? Xiaogua's commentator also sighed with regret and disappointment. This wave is just a hair away. The reactions from both sides were extremely fast. Before anyone could react, both sides fired their guns almost at the same time. When MC fell to the ground, James had only a trace of blood left. Whether they are Xiaogua fans at the scene or fans far away in Xiaogua who are watching the Xiaogua team's game, they are all eroded by an emotion called despair and fear. Lens to the Norwegian team. The 4 of them were very excited to celebrate their second cock. James also rubbed his eyes. Apart from Mao Xiaoma, this player named MC was the opponent he had faced the most pressure on since the Olympics. This battle was only a narrow victory. The situation in the previous set was finally restored in this set. Otherwise, the headline of tomorrow's news might be, Xiaogua team's young player double kills James. MC lost. He also clenched his fists and looked at the ranking of 2 of 16. He knew that the Xiaogua team once again fell short of victory. And this time, he didn't seize the opportunity. Suddenly, a hand was placed on MC's shoulder. Fine. The game has just begun, Mao Xiaoma said to MC with a smile. He was the one who selected MC into the national team.
And he always felt that his decision was the right one. Even when MC was criticized. MC is a little afraid to look at the current rankings. Because of his failure. The Norwegian team now has 2 chickens in hand, and is only 1 step away from the championship. This step is not difficult for the Norwegian team.
Take a break. Mark what I said. The game has just begun.
Mao Xiaomao said, holding MC's head. Although Zhou Yang is only a 19-year-old boy, he must understand that he is now wearing the jersey of the national team and fighting for the country.
Okay. Although it is a bit hard to accept, we still want to tell everyone that the winner of the 3rd set is still the Norwegian team. In this case, the Norwegian team still got 2 chickens. For other teams, it has sounded the alarm. If the Norwegian team has 1 more chicken, the whole game will be over.
Mstoy said seriously. The Norwegian team already had match point. Within 3 sets. This is something that no one expected before the game.
It can only be said that the Norwegian team's last charge was too decisive.
Yehao shook his head.
Yes. The Norwegian team fought with the Seogwa team to seize the moment when Mao Xiaomao fell to the ground. It can only be described as decisive.
The results prove that the Norwegian team's charge was correct. On the consequentialist theory, Norway wins. Yuwen continued.
After the 3 sets, there will be a 15-minute intermission. These 15 minutes are also very critical for the players of the Seogwa team. We must seize this opportunity to adjust. Okay, let's take a look at the rankings first and take a short break. In 15 minutes, there will be 3 games in the 2nd stage of the PUBG Olympic Finals.
At this time, Mstoy and Yehao quickly withdrew from the commentary table. As members of the coaching staff, they wanted to take a look at the situation of the Seogwa team. The ranking list has also been published. Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals Ranking 1. Norway/Nor, 2 times chicken, 17 kill. 2. USA/USA, 1 times chicken, 19 kill. 3. Seogwa/CHN, 0 times chicken, 27 kill. 4. Lithuania/LTU, 0 times chicken, 14 kill. 5. Colombia/COL, 0 times chicken, 13 kill. 6. Denmark/DN, 0 times chicken, 12 kill. There is a very big change in the rankings. That is, the Norwegian team has obtained the match point. 1 more chicken, and this game will be all over. The scene also entered the intermission time. 16 teams and 64 players all walked along the rest channel to the lounge. There was constant noise at the scene, and everyone felt a little heavy. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Mao Xiaomao seemed to be able to hear the cheers of his friends. Chung Yao, Mu Yun, as well as their parents and classmates have always supported their fans. They were all silently cheering for the Seogwa team.
I won't lose. I won't lose.
Mao Xiaomao's eyes were calm and firm. The most important thing now is to boost the morale of the Seogwa team members. These 3 sets were too demoralizing. They were 3rd in 1 set and 2nd in the 2nd set. They all fell before victory. They were only 1 step away. Mstoy and Yehao also appeared in the lounge. And coaches from various countries also came to give a summary to the players. However, Seogwa's team didn't need it. They played without any problems. And the lack of something in the end couldn't be made up for by the coach in a few words.
How about it?
Yehao has a good relationship with everyone. So he came over and asked cautiously.
No problem. No problem.
Mao Xiaomao and Zhou Lily answered in unison.
That's good. Come on, everyone. Don't think so much,
Mstoy said to everyone. But there were many things he didn't say because he was afraid of affecting the players. Such as MC. Don't care about the last set. Don't let down the fans who support you. And people all over the country are cheering for you. These words are likely to put heavy pressure on the players invisibly. Fortunately, I discussed it with Mstoy on the way here. Mao Xiaomao drank some water and took a deep breath.
Rest assured. Just tell them. Mao Xiaomao will not lose. The game has just begun.
Mao Xiaomao is still the same Mao Xiaomao. When he said these words, both Mstoy and Yehao could feel that the gunman, who was feared by the whole world, was going to fight for his life. This sentence also made MC stand up again.
Damn it! Fight! Team Xia! Come on!
For hungry wolves. Back on the field again. Before the players took the stage, both Mstoy and Yehao returned to the commentary booth. The scene cuts to the CCTV studio.
CCTV. CCTV. What you are watching now is the final of the Tokyo Olympics esports event PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I am Yuwen. I'm Joy. It's okay that I am. In the 3 games in the first stage, the Norwegian team won 2 chickens, and the American team got 1 chicken. The Xiaohua team has not won a game for the time being, and is temporarily ranked 3rd in the rankings with a head count advantage.
Yuan introduced it to everyone. The time in Tokyo is already 10:10. The game also raged until midnight, but the intensity of the game kept everyone from feeling sleepy. It was only 9:10 in Xia Kingdom time, which was golden time. However, the current situation of Xiaohua team is not optimistic.
Yes, the next step is the second stage of the competition.
Yihao nods.
I just had a simple exchange with the Xiaohua team members in the lounge. The 4 members of the Xiaohua team are still in very good condition, and Emotion is very confident.
Joy continued.
That's what Emotion said. The game has just begun. He will not lose, and the Xiaohua team will not lose.
As soon as Joy said this, many people laughed. This is not what Mao Xiaomo said. This must be what Mao Xiaomo said. I won't lose. These 4 words. Fans who are familiar with Mao Xiaomo should know that this is Mao Xiaomo's explanation to himself and to all fans. Since he said he would not lose, he would not lose. As a fan, just trust him. But can the current situation really be reversed? All Xiaohua team fans dare not speak out on this issue. As long as there is a little accident, the Norwegian team can take away this precious gold medal.
The only thing we can do, just cheering for the guys on the field and believing in them.
Joy told the truth. Everyone who is not on the court is now just a spectator.
Okay. Players from various countries and regions have started to enter again. In this case, the second phase of the competition should start immediately. Yes.
On site. Cheers again. The award ceremony of the Dota 2 project.
Stand up. People who don't want to be slaves.
The national anthem of the champion sounds. All the Xia people did the paying attention ceremony. At the end, I also gave the warmest cheers to this group of Dota 2 players. Chapter 744 The Final Decisive Battle. 30. Maybe in his Xiaohua team. Biting into this piece of pure gold. This is the result of their efforts as a team. At the same time, it is also a support and encouragement to the PUBG national team.
Do not worry. I won't let you down.
Mao Xiaomo looked at Maybe standing on the highest podium and said secretly in his heart. The award ceremony is over, and the second phase of PUBG has officially begun. All players enter. They all have a completely different mood than the first time they entered the venue. The first time was uneasy. And the second time, the moods of each team were very different. Some are disappointed. Some are excited. Some are cautious. And some are ready to give it a go. The live game prompt also sounded.
The second stage of the Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals will officially start in 3 minutes.
Sitting on the seats, Xiaohua fans at the scene were also shouting at the risk of their lives. Contribute your own strength to the Xiaohua team. Once you put on the headphones, the Xiaohua team cannot hear any outside sounds. Everyone's account is in the match room. The staff checked everyone's headphones and peripherals. After confirming that they were correct, they started to confirm in order from number 1. It took a short time for everyone to be ready. All players also adjusted to their best condition. The 4th game has officially begun.
Okay. I have heard the roar of the plane at the scene. The game is about to officially begin. Yes. This is the 4th set of the game. It is worth noting that the Norwegian team has already obtained the match point. This set is crucial for all teams.
Joy said. In this set, everyone should not watch the game with the mentality of the previous sets. They should also pay attention to the situation of the Norwegian team at all times. Maybe the Norwegian team will make another move, and the game will end immediately. Cut to the game screen.
Okay. The 4th set of the game officially started with a diagonal route from upper right to lower left. However, after the Xiaohua team's jump point was changed to our city, the impact of the route on the Xiaohua team was very small. Yes. Unless it is the desperate orphan route in the south. The Xiaohua team can fly directly to all other routes. This route should be an acceptable route for all teams. It just depends on how the circles are cleared.
Circle has become a point of concern for everyone again. The first safe zone refreshed. Fans from all over the world. Everyone screamed.
Ouch! Another airport circle. It's a bit troublesome.
Joy and Yehao shouted at the same time.
There are only 2 teams that are happy now. The Korean team and the Russian team. But we are not paying much attention to it. Now I just want to know what kind of strategy and playing style Xiaohua team will adopt in this set.
This circle is a complete airport circle. The land in the north only accounts for about 20% of the area. The next circle will probably be all at the airport, so there is no possibility of any accidents. The center of the circle is still near the airport elevated road, and is a circle slightly to the left. As soon as this happened, all the players in the game felt their hearts skip a beat. Airport circle. It is a circle whose position cannot be predicted. Mao Xiaomao thought so. If you brush it in the center of the map, you can judge and predict the position of each team based on their usual jump points and transfer positions. However, this is not possible in the airport circle, and you cannot predict the status of the east-west bridge. Moreover, in the airport circle, the team that advanced to the airport island must have an advantage, while the team that advanced to the airport island was at a disadvantage. However, Mao Xiaomao also has some ideas about the shape of this circle. This circle is a little different from the previous airport circle. That airport circle is a circle in the mountains to the west of the airport. It is a mountain battle at the end. This circle is not very good. The probability in the west is not particularly high. In this case, can we try to enter the circle late? Wang Hao. Go to Quoto. Don't die. This is a late entry. Wang Hao instantly understood what Mao Xiaomao meant. To be honest, the other three team members were a little surprised for a moment. In the airport circle, Xiaodhua team's regular playing style should have entered the circle early. They did the same in the first set and achieved good results. But they could only believe in Mao Xiaomao's command unconditionally. The tacit understanding between Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomao made Wang Hao know what he was going to do. To observe the information. And they were hiding in the house to secretly observe the information. If there was a team blocking the bridge or there was a battle at the bridge, the Xiaodhua team might choose other tactics. Soon after landing, many teams have begun to move. The Western teams, Portugal and Colombia, are all moving one after another. This time is very early. It is also very different from their previous transfer time. Obviously, the rest time just now allowed them to have a deeper plan for their respective teams' tactics. Completely different from the first set. What matters is rhythm and time. The Portuguese and Colombian teams here are starting to move. Where's the Xiaodhua team? Wang Hao is the only one driving. Which means that the Ningxia national team is not in a hurry to enter the airport island this time. Isn't it a bit risky? It's easy to say. Joy shook his head and said, in fact, it is a risk whether entering the airport island or not. Emotion's plan for this game is to let Wang Hao go to the bridge to wait and see and get a spot. As long as Wang Hao doesn't die, he can get a lot of information. The airport circle itself is a risk for teams outside the airport. Wang Hao drove a motorcycle directly to Port F, a two-story house in the fishing village. He hid the car and went to the second floor, secretly observing the conditions of the bridge head and bridge deck through the cracks in the window. Shortly after Wang Hao arrived, the Portuguese team drove across the bridge. There was no obstruction. Next up is Colombia. They are all extremely fast transfers. And this kind of transfer is achieved by giving up a lot of resources. Is it worth it? If it is not a mountain battle, it may not be worth it. If you want to eat chicken, the throwing objects on your body are not available. This is the thing that can really reverse the situation. Except for the Xiaodhua team. Almost all the teams started to move. It was rare that there was no fighting between the east and west bridges. And they passed very smoothly. It is obvious that in the fourth set, each team played more carefully. But the positions on the east side were much less than those on the west side. And there was no place to go around. After crossing the east bridge, there was still a small-scale battle. No team on the west bridge that Xiaodhua team observed wanted to cause trouble. And they were all crossing the bridge safely. In this way, Xiaodhua team's situation was relatively less uncomfortable. The safe zone began to refresh. And except for the Xiaodhua team, all teams were close to the white circle. Chapter 745 The Final Decisive Battle 31. Xiaodhua's team is still searching our city and Water City, and is now also searching the wild areas outside. The search area is still relatively large. Joy and Yehao are both a little worried when they talk now. After all, the Norwegian team has already got the match point. The Xiaodhua team search area is already large, with 2 resource points, our city plus Water City. Wang Hao moved ahead of schedule, and the search efficiency of the remaining 3 people will definitely be affected. However, the Xiaodhua team made it clear that they had to collect enough equipment before leaving. Even the outer gardens and jungle areas were not spared. Yes, I have already taken poison. But the first poison was not very painful. Wang Hao is still observing at the end of the bridge. There will be no danger in this position. And judging from the big map, both the west bridge and the east bridge are relatively smooth, Joy said. In this game, All teams were very cautious. Whether they were crossing the West Bridge or the East Bridge, they all chose to cross the bridge directly. It was rare to see the airport circle, and 64 people still survived in the early stage. The second circle refreshes. The second circle is a concentric circle, which has no impact. The center of the airport island is within the safety zone, and there is still a little bit of land on the north side. It is equivalent to a circle to the north of the airport. Yes. The camera turned to Team Xia. The remaining 3 people have already begun to gather and prepare to transfer. Xiaogua's team is going to enter the circle directly, Yi Hao said in surprise. Based on the tactic of entering the airport circle late, you will usually wait until the 3rd or even 4th circle before choosing to cross the bridge. But this time, the Xiaogua team was ready to enter the circle in the 2nd circle. And the time was also very early. There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that Wang Hao has been observing the bridge at this point. Team Xiaogua must know the news about the safety of the West Bridge. The second reason is that if you look at the equipment of Xiaogua team, it is already very complete. Everyone has enough medicine and throwing objects. In this case, it is not very meaningful to continue searching, Joy explained. After the Xiaogua team entered the blue circle directly, they took a dose of medicine and then rushed all the way from the wheat field to meet Wang Hao near Port F. There are not many teams that have not crossed the West Bridge yet. There is only the Dutch team in the west. Observing from the Zodiac, it was a normal transfer time for them to come from uptown, and it had just arrived. After giving some things to Wang Hao, the Xiaogua team began to move. Okay, the Xiaogua team here has already started to move. The Dutch team has seen it, but no one is blocking the bridge. The Dutch team should follow the Xiaogua team across. Yes, Joy just finished speaking. After the Xiaogua team crossed the bridge, they stopped at a familiar place. Will the Xiaogua team still choose to block the bridge? Everyone found it a bit incredible, even a bit ridiculous. Forehead? Xiaogua's team probably didn't want to block the bridge. They just wanted to occupy a circle, Joy analyzed. Xiaogua's team will gain little benefit from blocking the bridge now, and it cannot be for the purpose of blocking the bridge. The Xiaogua team stopped at the top of a familiar hill, also on one side of the circle. Their current location is directly west of the white circle. What does the west side mean? It means that you can directly enter the circle from the mountains, or you can go north or south. This is a point where you can choose a route. Moreover, in the second circle, the Xiaogua team entered the circle late. It was impossible to go to the center of the circle. They only had this place. The point in the second lap is not particularly important. It still depends on the refresh in the next 2 laps. But the Xia national team stopped like this. The Dutch team saw it. Joy is right. The Dutch team completely watched the Xiaogua team stop at the West Bridge. Freeze instantly. No matter whether the opponent has the intention to block the bridge or not, they cannot cross the bridge. The Dutch team is very decisive. Go straight into the sea and swim, Joy said. This decision is definitely the most correct decision. If it is an airport area like this, the presence or absence of cars does not have a big impact. And they know that no one is on the bridge. If there is no one on the West Bridge, no one will affect their swimming. It's easy to analyze. There is currently no team stationed in this small fishing village under the West Bridge of the airport island. The Dutch team can log in from this small fishing village. The Xiaogua team did not discover the Dutch team, but although their location was very close to the small fishing village, it was on a high and low slope, and no one could affect anyone. In this way, the situation in the entire western region will be relatively stable. The Xiaogua team's strategy of entering the circle late has also achieved relatively large profits. To be honest, the center of the circle is not necessarily easy to grab. Yes, and even if you grab it, it won't be an advantageous position. Joy and Yehao are in harmony, and the judgment of this advantageous position is very different from before. In the past, if you could hit the target and move, it was an advantageous position. But now, it is easy to defend but difficult to attack. A good position is a position that can be defended. If you don't provoke others, you must defend your position. If there is a way to enter the center of the circle, it is a good position. Airport Island, especially the northern part of Airport Island, does not have such advantageous terrain. The safe zone starts to refresh. The second poisonous circle begins to shrink. Attrition also began to appear on the field, mostly at the position where the East Bridge entered the circle. Those positions must go up the mountain, and there will definitely be friction. Although the Eastern team has little to do with the Xiaogua team now, the death information is still firmly in everyone's mind. During the game, Everyone was fully focused. But everyone never forgot one thing. That means the Norwegian team has got the match point. Even the battle-hardened James. My heart is beating much faster than usual now. With one hand on the gold medal. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Although they have won countless championships and stood on countless podiums. This stage is too high. And the gold medal means too much to them. A gold medal is enough to make him a god. Doesn't he have ambition? Impossible. To be able to reach this height is even a professional player's ambition. James took a deep breath and entered the center of the circle. It has to be said that the Norwegian team's route into the circle was also perfectly planned, avoiding all the teams on the route. On the other side, another overrated strong team, Brazil, also became the first team to be wiped out in the competition. Although the level of marksmanship is extremely high, it is obviously difficult for the Brazilian team to adapt to the rhythm of this level of competition, making mistakes again and again.
The third circle. Take a look,
Joy said. The third safe zone is refreshed. Chapter 746, The Final Decisive Battle. 32.
Okay. A northern cutaway. In this case, Siogwa's team's position is okay, and they are still on the edge of the circle,
Joy analyzed. This circle has a northern corner. About 20 to 30% of the area is sea area. The interior of the airport is still on the southern circle. The distance from the airport to the sea area is the entire safety zone. The Siogwa team is now the location is still on the west side of the circle. And the location is good. The Dutch team's small fishing village is also close to the circle.
This position of the Siogwa team is relatively easy to move. You can hit it directly along the mountain range. In this case, the circle should not move. Yes.
Joy's prediction was correct. Mao Xiaomao did not choose to move in this circle. The next circle was the attrition circle. It was basically impossible for them to stay in the center of the circle and guard the edge. They would definitely have to break through from the west. However, for the current Siogwa team, they are not afraid of any enemies in this 50-50 terrain. Among the teams that attracted more attention, the Russian team also came out of the airport and went directly to the mountains on the north side, while the Norwegian team actually entered the center of the circle again, and the American team was on the northern coast near the East Bridge.
This circle is going to be very competitive for the edge of your east circle and the southeast corner of your circle. Yes,
Joy predicted. The camera shows a panoramic map, and you can completely see the current distribution of teams on the field. There are 2 teams inside the airport island, 2 teams from Siak Kingdom and the Netherlands at the western bridgehead, 2 teams from the wild area on the south side of the shore, 2 teams are swimming in the sea, 2 teams from Norway and Portugal in the center of the circle, and the American team is on the shore. The remaining teams are all fighting for the edge of the circle. The camera showed the mountains below the power plant at the commanding heights of Dongqiao. And the Korean team also fought with the Finnish team.
How come the Korean team is in this position? It shouldn't be,
Joy said. As the only 2 natives on the airport island, the Korean team should be in a good central position. However, they did not expect that after a quick operation, the Korean team was still on the edge of the circle, and even had a head-on battle with the Finnish team. But now the Korean team's dilemma is that while they can't find their rhythm, they can't beat the enemy head-on. No one on the Korean team can handle the impact of 2 SSS-level players, Jumbi and Sambi. After the first wave of firefights, it became a wave of 1 for 3. The Korean team's lone wolf was also eliminated, and the Finnish team showed no mercy and successfully defeated South Korea. In the third round, there are still 14 teams left. The team on the west side chose to retreat after half the battle. Now is not the time to fight for their lives. Maybe they can cut corners in the next circle, and neither team needs to move.
Attrition circle. If nothing else, it's a southern cutaway circle or a concentric circle,
Joy predicted. Uncle Xiaoliao is responsible for updating and predicting this circle within the coaching staff of the Siogwa team. From the perspective of big data, this circle is most likely to be a southern corner or a concentric circle. But no matter how this circle is refreshed, the Dutch team is a hidden danger that must be eliminated.
I wonder if the Xia team has discovered the Dutch team now. Wang Hao is walking back.
Because the Siogwa team's OB perspective has not always been locked on the Siogwa team. It is not known whether the Siogwa team has captured the information about the Dutch team in the small fishing village. However, from the current position of the Dutch team and the Siogwa teams as for the location, I probably don't know. But the Siogwa team was very smart. Wang Hao retreated directly from the mountain and touched the west side of the West Bridge.
Wang Hao is observing here. He should be able to see the Dutch team. The Dutch team just needs to show off a little bit.
Joy was also a little anxious and wanted to drag the Dutch team out of the house. Finally, Wang Hao, who had a 4x lens, finally saw the Dutch team in a window.
There is a team. The number is uncertain.
Wang Hao reported the information calmly. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and said,
Let's see how to clear the next circle. Cut the corner in the south and go directly. Clear them in the center of the circle first, so we can win quickly.
Clear. Team Siog was thinking is very clear. Their current position is actually a bit awkward with the Dutch team. If they want to clear the Dutch team, they must either forcefully touch the Dutch team or wait for the Dutch team to come out. In fact, they are relatively passive. If it is a southern corner circle, they can enter the circle directly. No team will hinder the Siogwa team on their way forward. However, if it is a central circle, there is a high probability that there will be teams around the circle. In this case, if the Siogwa team, regardless of whether the Dutch team enters the circle, the Dutch team will definitely enter the circle from behind the Siogwa team. No matter how strong the team is, it cannot deal with two enemies in opposite directions at the same time. Not to mention that there is no mediocre team on the field now. They had to clear out the Dutch team before they could get into the circle. From the perspective of God, Joy and Yehao can see that if Xia Kingdom wants to enter the center directly from the mountains, there will be a Portuguese team. Although the terrain of the Portuguese team is not very good, it will definitely bring some trouble to the Xia Kingdom team.
Okay. The fourth circle. This is the most critical circle. Yes.
Joy and Yehao both looked serious. They could no longer laugh. Team Siogwa was now in a desperate situation. The Norwegian team is only one step away from the championship, and the Siogwa team has not yet taken that step.
Take a look.
New save zone refreshed. The fourth circle. Swipe this circle. The Siogwa team immediately made the OK transfer.
Pretty. It's a southern cutaway. In that case, the Siogwa team has moved directly. The target should be the southwest side of the circle. All the positions here have been observed by the Siogwa team. There is absolutely no team. The Dutch team didn't dare to score from here. They must have used the route that Siogwa team just entered to beat the Portuguese team.
Joy and Yehao analyzed the possible situation in the next circle in an instant. Sure enough, the Siogwa team moved directly to the southwest side of the circle. Although this location is on a low slope, you can go uphill at any time. Strictly speaking, the mountains outside the airport island cannot be called mountains because the altitude is not high enough. They are just slopes. However, when you fight to the back, it is indeed a mountain battle. The Siogwa team has a car, so the transfer speed is very fast. The team inside the airport island did not choose to move because the inside of the airport is still around the circle. They don't have to move at all. In fact, this circle does not have a great impact on the teams on the entire south side and the airport mountains. The biggest impact should be on the northern swimming team and the American team.
Okay. Then once this circle is cleared, the Siogwa team should be safer. Yes.
There is no other team near the Siogwa team. One team occupies the edge of the circle. Their position can be observed from the previous position. The Dutch team also chose to cross the road directly and go up the mountain, forcing them to enter the circle from the west. 3 directions. Almost simultaneous firefights. The screen is flying. The Dutch team attacked the Portuguese team on the west side, and then landed in the north. The Ukrainian team also wiped out the Danish team, and the American team was also advancing from the northeast side of the circle. However, at this point in the game, many teams were feeling increasingly heavy. These teams are teams with championship aspirations, because there is no news about the Norwegian team until now, which means that the Norwegian team is still on this field. There is always the possibility of being taken away directly by a game.
Okay. The Portuguese team and the Dutch team here have completed a wave of exchanges. The Dutch team charged directly. They can even save people when they rush down.
Ibiza led the Dutch team to charge directly. After a wave of head-on shots, Ibiza knocked down 3 people in a row. Complete the team elimination of the Portuguese team. The only pity is that the Dutch team was replaced by 1 player from the Portuguese team. Although the Portuguese team was defeated and occupied the west side of the circle, the loss of 1 player also greatly reduced the Dutch team's combat effectiveness. Their next battle may have to change. Be very cautious. Just at this time, suddenly, the killing information of the American team and the Norwegian team came from the field. The Xia team was far away from them and did not hear the gunshots. But the Russian team in the center of the circle and the nearby teams all heard the gunshots clearly. The American team defeated the Belgian team and forced themselves into the circle. And the Norwegian team was shooting at a high point. Nor_James used M416 to knock down UKR_Simple. Nor_James used M416 to kill UKR_Simple. All teams have focused their attention on the direction of the Norwegian team. The Norwegian team has no choice. They must clear out the enemies entering the circle from the north. Otherwise the Ukrainian team will still attack them when they come up from the north. It is better to take advantage of this opportunity when the Ukrainian team cannot fight back and destroy the Ukrainian team. Although the Norwegian team's guns kept ringing, but no team came close. One is because the Norwegian team is indeed strong, and the other is because no matter which team wants to play the Norwegian team, the benefits will be too small, and it will not make any sense to themselves to benefit others. Several teams just watched the Norwegian team shooting group destroy the Ukrainian team. There is not a lot of information about the Siagwa team, but Mao Xiaoma can predict the distribution of the players in the circle. They know the news about the 3 members of the Dutch team in the Western Circle. There is almost no information about the positions of other teams. But the Norwegian team still has being on the court is a kind of pressure for all teams. The Norwegian team was a little excited. And during the target shooting process of the Ukrainian team, a carbine that did not usually appeared. Although this type of carbine has been seen many times in the finals. This is the first time James has appeared with a carbine. However, the Ukrainian team's position was too poor, and they were shot to death by the Norwegian team during the process of entering the circle. Chapter 747 The Final Decisive Battle 33. The teams on the field began to lose members. But relatively speaking, the teams that were eliminated were all teams that everyone could expect. For example, the Belgian team was attacked by the American team, and the Ukrainian team was targeted by the Norwegian team. If you want to swim across the bridge in the airport circle, you must swim early and choose a suitable landing location. Because once you swim late, the circle is relatively small, and the teams around the circle are aware of the enemies outside the circle. In this case, it is impossible not to be discovered. Siagwa's team is still in a relatively safe position. There are no teams on the entire southwest side. The only ones to pay attention to are the 2 teams inside the airport. However, with the tactical quality of the professional team, it is impossible to be touched by the opponent in this situation. Okay, there are still 10 teams in this attrition circle. Yes! Now the territories of each team have actually been clearly divided. Yes! Mstoy and Yahoo analyzed. Now there are teams in all directions on the field. It can be said that all available space in the circle has been occupied. And this circle is also a mountain circle. Another mountain battle. Team Siagwa should be ready to fight. But there should be no need to move in the 5th circle, Mstoy said. The refresh rate in the 5th circle is very small. And there are no teams around the Siagwa team. So even a corner circle will have no impact on the Siagwa team. The result is really just a corner cut circle. Oh! This circle is a cut angle circle on the northwest side. In this case, the teams on the east side and the teams on the southeast side will have to move. Yes. And will the airport island team be completely blocked by the Siag Kingdom team? Yehao looked at the map and said, this corner cut circle on the northwest side swept out the entire interior of the airport at once. In other words, the 2 teams inside the airport had to leave the airport if they wanted to enter the circle. But the slope of the Siagwa team was just right to block them. Unless these 2 teams go east up the mountain, there is still a certain chance. Yes! In this position, even if it's Feng Yen, at least 2 people will be defeated by Siagwa team. If it were an old format, it would be possible to enter directly, and the probability of team annihilation is still small. But there is no point in this competition system if you don't win the chicken. I would rather take the risk of being wiped out and fight a head-on battle with the opponent. I don't want to give it to 2 people for nothing, Mstoy analyzed. The Siagwa team currently occupies a view of the small slope that can only see the distance from the airport to the north of the airport, which is a perfect shooting position. Once the enemy in this position comes out, the Siagwa team will definitely have to target. Clearing the south side of the circle will be very helpful for the Siagwa team in the next battle. Team Denmark and Team Sweden. The fight started. Take a look. The Danish team and the Swedish team, 2 teams inside the airport, were bound to have a battle. There was no quarrel between the 2 sides, and the winner was decided in almost 10 seconds. After the Swedish team defeated Denmark, they still maintained a full roster. If nothing else, we'll have to go east. The Swedish team is led by Haxit, face commander, and there is no doubt about his commanding level. Sure enough, they had no choice but to provoke the Siagwa team and could only forcefully go around to the right.
But the Finnish team also came to the east side of the circle early. A free-for-all between three teams. Team Siagwa was also harassing him. Now Siagwa's team's position is very safe. And it can weaken the opponent's strength, which is still good for Siagwa's team. The camera shows the Norwegian team, still firmly occupying the northern hilltop. SWE_Haxi used AKM to kill FIN_Jembi with a headshot. The Finnish team was also wiped out at the edge of the circle. There are now 8 teams left. Oh, okay. The German team has also been wiped out. Only 7 teams left. The 5th circle has not been refreshed yet. And there are only 7 teams left on the field. The summer team of the Netherlands, Russia and Norway, the United States, Sweden and Colombia. 7 familiar teams, Mstoy said seriously. The Norwegian team is still on the list. Everyone has discovered that under this competition system, the strong seem to be stronger, and the weak cannot enter the finals. I don't know if it is a coincidence or it is true. For 4 consecutive sets, the teams that entered the finals were all these familiar teams. Now the Netherlands and Colombia teams have 3 players, and all other teams have 4 players. This circle is also very fast, Mstoy said. Under the new competition system, each lap is played very fast, and it is important to win quickly and occupy positions. Before the 5th circle was refreshed, all the battles on the field came to an end, and the field became silent. All teams stuck to their positions and did not dare to act rashly. The safe zone begins to refresh. The 5th circle started to refresh, and the field seemed to be still, without any gunshots or movement tracks of any team. The next lap will be crucial, because many teams are on the edge of this circle. A quarter circle can be fatal. If it's concentric circles, everyone should be able to accept it. The 6 teams on the field, except for the Norwegian team, began to pay careful attention to the Norwegian team's movement route. No matter how hard you try, you still have to stop the Norwegian team from winning the championship. This play can be given to anyone, except the Norwegian team. Surviving teams, 7. Number of survivors, 26. Circle 6. You can see that the players at the scene are a little nervous. Yes. Whether it is the team still on the field or the 9 teams that have been eliminated, they are all staring at the screen nervously. They don't know when the game will end. Maybe the game will end suddenly in the next moment. The white circle and the blue circle meet, and this crucial 6th safety zone is refreshed. Circle 6. Take a look. Wow. Pretty. This circle is okay. The 3 people in the commentary box breathed a sigh of relief. This circle is a cutaway circle, but it's a northwest cutaway circle. The Dutch team is still in a destiny circle position, but there are only 3 of them. This also made the Siagwa team a little bit ready to make a move. Siagwa team now has 2 options. The first option is to touch the foot of the Dutch team, which is the edge of the circle. This option is a bit conservative and can easily be stolen by the Swedish team on the right. The second option is to beat the Dutch team from the narrow side. The Sja national team should know the information about the Dutch team's missing players. Mstoy gave her own opinion. And that's exactly what happened. Swipe this circle. Siagwa team abandoned the car immediately. Really? Siagwa's team came up from the bottom of the mountain. They want to play this position in the Dutch team. The Dutch team also knows very well what Siagwa team thinks. Chapter 748 The Final Decisive Battle. 34. The Dutch team knew that there was a full formation at the foot of the mountain, but they did not know that this team was the Siagwa team. It should be that the Siagwa team did not kill anyone, although there was a burst of gunfire when targeting the Swedish team. The Siagwa team knew the completeness of the Dutch team. Information. 4 on 3. The Siagwa team had no reason not to play. And the Dutch team also knew that once the circle was cleared, the team at the foot of the mountain had no reason not to come up and beat them. The Dutch team is also setting up their guns. Yes, but Siagwa should not be defeated. Judging from the Siagwa team's tactical quality, it is unlikely that the opponent will take the lead and then be immediately defeated. And in the Siagwa team, Wang Hao had already described the terrain above the Dutch team, and then marked 3 bunkers where the Dutch team members might appear. Because the Siagwa team touched the circle as soon as the circle was cleared, the Dutch team did not have the opportunity and time to pull the gun line unless it was done at the beginning. But the probability was not very high. Wang Hao's prompts also completely correspond to reality. The members of the Siagwa team know the terrain above well. Wang Hao estimated the distance. Then he blindly pinched a thunder. Wang Hao is a thunderbolt. Do you want to explore the way? It's strange from Stoy and Yahao. After all, the Siagwa team has no vision of the Dutch team.
What's the point of this thunder? Isn't it to expose information in advance? But the reality made them all scream out. Wang Hao's instant thunder. Throw it directly into Ibiza's face behind the tree. Ibiza can't react at all. This mine is as if it was activated and guided with precision. Boom.
Pretty. This thunder is too strong.
CHN_45AI used the frag grenade to knock down MD_Ibiza. I was about to blurt out the word awesome on my lips. But suddenly I thought it was a CCTV live broadcast and quickly took it back. However, Wang Hao's failure in Ibiza will definitely be included in the highlights of the finals. The explosion knocked down one person. And 4 Xia people rushed forward. 4 against 2. An absolute advantage. The players of the Dutch team simply couldn't resist. He only took 3 shots and was locked in by the Xiagua team. The positions of these 2 people were exactly as Wang Hao guessed.
Okay. Emotion is pulling to the flank. It's very stable. There's no chance of mistakes,
Mstoy said confidently. Mao Zayamura's flank was still a 4-on-2. And the Dutch team's only strong point, Ibiza, was also blown down. It was completely impossible to rely on others to break through the Xiagua team. Boom. Boom. With 2 thunders as cover. Xiagua team started charging directly. Duh. Mao Xiaoma was the first to hit his opponent's head with a headshot. The last enemy, Mao Xiaoma, did not wait for his teammates and confidently pulled out the gun. Double kill headshot. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill NED_Mista with a headshot. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill NED_Lockwood with a headshot.
Pretty. This guy is very confident when shooting. Yes.
Mstoy and Yehao were also frightened into a cold sweat. And Mao Xiaomo himself was maimed. But the feeling when they watch it is definitely different from the feeling when Mao Xiaomo fights. When Mao Xiaomo is on the court. Except for the extreme reaction gun duel. In other gun duels, the outcome is known as soon as the shot is fired. This is the quality of a top shooter. The Dutch team is destroyed. Another team was destroyed on the field.
Okay. Now the situation in the entire west and southwest of the circle is controlled by the Xiagua team. To be honest, the advantages are huge. Yes. At least there is no team on Xiagua's side that can harass Xiagua's team,
Mstoy and Yehao analyzed. Although the Xiagua team is not in the center of the circle, there are no teams around it. On the other side, Team USA enters the circle. The opponent is Team Norway. The camera cuts to the northeast side of the circle after Xiagua's team defeated the Dutch team. Team USA chooses to attack Team Norway.
At this position of the American team, we can beat the Norwegian team,
Mstoy thought for a while and said, in fact, it is a pretty good position. The disadvantage of the terrain is not that big. And although the Swedish team is on the edge of the circle, the American team and the Norwegian team are fighting. And they may not necessarily participate.
Yes. The US team is very decisive and will go directly,
Yehao exclaimed. Iron and Matthew led the team. And 4 people directly pulled the 2 wings. These are the 2 players that Team USA trusts most. The whole world's attention is on this battle. James is at the front, ready to fight. Both sides know each other's positions. The advantages and disadvantages of this mountain battle terrain are not very obvious. The advantages and disadvantages of positions have not started to be refreshed yet. So the impact is not great. James heard 2 footsteps. Call your teammates for support immediately.
Pretty. Matthew and Iron knocked on the door.
James is so awesome. Facing 2 people, there is no strength to parry. This time the American team changed their tactics. The 2 strongest players directly broke through one side.
This tactic of the American team is so beautiful. The 2 strongest players started to break through from the right wing. The Norwegian team felt a little unstoppable,
Mstoy said excitedly. See the moment USA_Matthew knocked down Nor_James with a headshot from the M416. All the players' eyes lit up. The current Norwegian team is everyone's goal.
Beautiful. Pour another one. The Norwegian team played a little conservatively.
Mstoy Kanzuya is very thorough. And he explained the problem of the Norwegian team in one sentence. This plate. The Norwegian team is too conservative. The American team attacked. But the Norwegian team was too conservative in front and did not open the gun line. Moreover, the Norwegian team did not expect the changes in the American team. James was too confident and was directly defeated by Matthew and Iron in a 2-on-1 attack. As a result, the Norwegian team, which had obvious advantages and disadvantages, suddenly lost its strongest point. In addition, another flank was breached, and the scene instantly became 2-on-4. The American team is also very calm. This wave of nothing was perfectly directed and executed very well. The remaining 2 members of the Norwegian team can't leave now even if they want to. If it were normal times, the American team might let them go. After all, chasing people rashly can easily lead to accidents. But this time is different. It was the Norwegian team that escaped. Any team, faced with this situation, will 100% choose to chase. The 4 members of the American team ran with all their might. And nothing, who was lagging behind, even put away his gun and chased after him. The white circle was so big that the 2 members of the Norwegian team were at their wits' end and were directly shot to death. USA_Iron used M16 to kill Nor_Rain with a headshot. The Norwegian team was destroyed. After the Norwegian team was eliminated, all the teams breathed a sigh of relief. Mstoy said truthfully, this team annihilation is too critical. And it is also an opportunity for the Seogwa team. Otherwise, even if the Norwegian team does not make any big moves on the court, it will cause huge psychological pressure on other teams. This was indeed the case. Team Seoul was secretly relieved when they saw that the Norwegian team was wiped out by the American team. This means that the game will continue. In this set, the Seogwa team could not afford to lose. This is an opportunity for the Seogwa team. Yes, it depends on whether you can grasp it. The American team and the Swedish team successfully entered the circle. The Dutch team and the Norwegian team were wiped out. And there were only 5 teams left on the field. The positions of these 5 teams are relatively scattered. The Seogwa team is on the west side of the circle. The American team is on the northeast side. The Swedish team is on the southeast side. And the Colombian team and the Russian team are in the center of the circle. There are only 5 teams left, except for the Colombian team, which only has 3 players. The remaining 4 teams are all in full formation. And it is not certain who will win. The safe area begins to refresh. The 6th circle finally started to refresh. But the number of people in this circle was not very large. And the positions of each team were pretty good. So there was no big problem. Then it's time to fight the bayonet. To be honest, Mstoy said, in this kind of finals, except for the teams in the Destiny Circle, all other teams have to fight with bayonets. Shoot it in with a gun. But fortunately, this is a mountain battle, and it is relatively fair. From an overall perspective, the Russian team is in the best position, but there is a risk of being flanked by the team. Survival on the field, 19. The remaining 5 teams continue to wait for the safety zone to be refreshed. Seogwa team once again entered the finals. In 4 games, all of them entered the top 5. And even all of them entered the top 3. What kind of stability is this? It's a pity that there is no if. Otherwise the Seogwa team's points in the old competition system would definitely be far ahead. Look at the circle. Hope it's not too outrageous. Yes, as long as it's not in the eastern corner circle, I'll accept it, Mstoy said. In this position of the Seogwa team, even if they draw a concentric circle, they can still get in. At most, they will encounter a 3-man Colombian team. Judging from the current state of the Seogwa team, the full Colombian team is not a great threat to the Seogwa team, let alone the Colombian team with only 3 players. After the exchange of fire just now, the information about the Seogwa team was actually relatively clear. The American team is on the northeast side of the circle, and they know the position of the Colombian team. And they have been counting the eliminated teams. In other words, except for the 3-person Colombian team, the other teams are all in full formation. And they also know the position of the Swedish team. In this case, almost all the information in the entire circle has been mastered by Seogwa team without even guessing. Circle 7. Take a look. All Seogwa team fans swallowed their saliva. New save zone refreshed. The 7th circle. I'm coming. Finally come. In my impression, this is the first circle that can be called the Destiny Circle of Seogwa team. Yes. The 7th circle. Western Cutaway. Chapter 749, the final. 35. Seogwa team finally ushered in their Destiny Circle. All the commentators in the world say so. In all the games of the Olympic Games, Team Seo's lap luck was surprisingly poor. This time, a Western corner circle directly gave Team Seo a real Destiny Circle. Team Seo needs to pay attention to the American team. After Mstoy said that, the Seogwa team also found a suitable reverse slope to station down. The current Eastern Circle is occupied by the 3-man Colombian team. The Russian team and the Swedish team all have to enter the circle from this side. The American team probably chooses to enter from the narrow side.
But the Siagwa team occupies the terrain and position with the advantage. The chance of defeating the American team as a team should be quite high. From the perspective of the normal development of the game, Siagwa's team should be the most advantageous team now. But they are afraid of any accidents. Okay, the Xi'an national team is around the circle here, and the American team is also around. On the other side, the Colombian team is also at the strong card circle. The field is divided into two parts. The Siagwa team does not have the manpower to manage the east side of the circle. The fight on that side will definitely be very fierce. And the circle is not close to them. So there will definitely be attrition. As long as they successfully win the American team. This round just got half of it. The safe zone begins to refresh. The American team also chose to ban cigarettes. The American team is throwing out all the cigarettes. Yes, Mstoy explained. The American team here also knows the importance of this circle. If they win this circle, they may win half the battle. However, the Siagwa team had an advantage in both terrain and position. So they could only see if they could open a gap with throwing objects. The American team destroyed several teams due to teamwork. And they had enough throwing objects. They probably know the position of Siagwa team. And they are the attacking party. So they can only forcefully seal it in Siagwa team's face. In an instant, the circle was filled with smoke. Nearly 30 cigarettes were thrown out at once. God knows how many cigarettes the American team lost. Every player keeps taking out cigarettes. Team Xia's line of sight was mostly blocked in an instant. It's okay. Siagwa team doesn't move. They still have an advantage, Mstoy said. The positions of the 4 members of the Siagwa team have not been exposed. If the United States cannot fly up, they will definitely make steps. At that time, it will only be Siagwa's team who discovers the American team first. If they go first, they should have an advantage. On the other side, the Swedish team and the Russian team also exchanged fire while entering the circle. Although the Russian team had a positive advantage, they were constantly harassed by the Colombian team, who had already opened the line of fire and suffered heavy losses. 1 person died, 2 fell down, and only Shade 1 was spraying medicine in the cigarette. After the safety zone here began to refresh, the American team also began to quietly move up and touch it. In order to ensure their own safety, they all entered the smoke. Although we are walking quietly, in this environment, even the smallest sound should be captured. Take a look. The American team is moving here. The American team was also very cautious, almost moving into the safe zone. Fortunately, they have a lot of smoke, which can support their strategy. Of the 4 members of the Siagwa team, 2 have already stood up silently. This is also to be able to have sufficient position to shoot as soon as you hear the enemy. Neither Mao Xiaomao nor MC chose to stay behind the bunker. Yes, although it is in the smoke, it will not be blown up, Mstoy explained. If the opponent can guess the approximate location, it is very likely that Lei Qing will be positioned next to the bunker at the edge of the circle. So Mao Xiaomao and MC did not take any risks. As the 2 players with the strongest personal abilities in the Siagwa team, Mao Xiaomao and MC also shoulder important responsibilities. The smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone was staring at the screen. Once someone is knocked down, Mao Xiaomao and MC will immediately hide behind the bunker. The further they hit the back, the more panicked the American team became. They know that this is the Xi'an national team, a team that can destroy them head-on. But so far, they don't have any information about the Xi'an national team. But what is certain is that the Siagwa team will definitely block them in this circle. The smoke is about to dissipate. The American team has no choice but to give it a try. Not far from MC, nothing pulled a thunder. But in MC's current state, the sound of this pull tab is as loud as thunder. Just like what Mao Xiaomao said to him before the game. Confidence. Be confident. MC's almost subconscious reaction. Shoot directly into the smoke. Ta 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 ta. No one reacted. Nothing was shot directly in the head. Duh. CHN_MC used M416 to knock down USA_nothing. When? Nothing just pulled the rings grenade off. It rolled directly down the slope. And underneath nothing is automatic. Another player from the American team, Automatic, also heard the sound of thunder rolling down, and had no time to fight back at MC. Forced to avoid this distance, MC heard it clearly. Pulled a gun like a conditioned reflex. Knocked down the moving automatic again. Pretty. Nice. MC. Beautiful. The 3 commentators from Siagwa team all shouted. CHN_MC used M416 to knock down USA_automatic. 2 down.
MC has adapted to this huge stage. As a newcomer, he has already shouldered a heavy responsibility. As Mao Xiaomo said, if you focus on the game, you will forget what stage this is. Forget all the nervousness. Believe in yourself, and trust your own judgment at all times. Although 2 members of the American team have fallen to the ground, it is not the time to be truly happy yet.
Don't worry. There are 2 more.
Mao Xiaomo kept reminding his teammates. Matthew and Iron froze instantly. Originally, they wanted to repeat the same tactics they had just played against the Norwegian team. But the unexpected appearance of the 2 people on the front also caught them off guard. Without the attraction of the 2 people on the front, Matthew and Iron did not dare to act rashly. But the smoke is about to clear. When the smoke clears, the Xia national team will see the American team, naked swimming. The poisonous circle has been refreshed on Team USA. The 2 of them had no choice but to force their way up. Wang Hao was the first to hear it, but he didn't rush to fight, but called his teammates.
My side. The last 2.
Fighting now is certainly a good choice. But in order to maintain a full complement, Wang Hao still chooses to call his teammates first. Chapter 750, The Final Decisive Battle. 36. Other teammates receive the message. Directly towards the members of the American team. The smoke dissipates. The 2 talented players of the American team faced 4 guns. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill USA_Iron. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill USA_Matthew.
Pretty! The American team is destroyed here.
Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. In this battle, MC is the main contributor. The decisive attack directly disrupted the deployment of the American team. He also knocked down 2 enemies, instantly turning the situation into a 10-0 situation. Win this battle. While the Xiaodui team defeated the American team, they themselves did not suffer any losses, and the durability of their armor was not lost. And the other side, the Colombian team also showed great strength. After helping the Swedish team destroy the Russian team, with a strong card in the circle, a 3-on-4 team destroyed the Swedish team, became the winner with the last laugh. However, what they have to face now is a fully staffed Xiaodui team. Still a Xiaodui team with all their armor intact. Surviving teams 2. Number of survivors 7.
Team Xia. Hold on. Hold on.
Msjoy and Yehao's hearts are beating fast. The number 1 chicken belonging to the Xiaodui team. It's likely to come. Now the Xiaodui team is far ahead of the Colombian team in terms of numbers, status, and armor throws. But in this project of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, 1 person has 1 gun, and nothing can be said too fully until the last moment.
Hold still.
All Xiaodui team fans. Even if they knew this situation, the Xiaodui team had a 95% chance of winning. But I still feel uncontrollably nervous.
The 8th circle. A concentric circle. The winner should be determined in this circle. Team Xiaodui should know that there is only 1 team.
Msjoy analyzed. The Xiaodui team also started to pull towards both sides. Mao Xiaomo and MC, who are in great condition now, directly pull the 2 wings over. The Xiaodui team now has more people and fewer people, so they can't play too conservatively and give their opponents a chance to break through. Zhou Lili and Wang Hao are on top. In fact, in this formation, the result of Mao Xiaomo and MC's battles will directly affect their decision-making. They have many choices in this position. They can attack from the front, set up guns, and support teammates on both sides.
Okay, we're pulling over here, but the Colombian team is also pulling in. Very decisive. Yes.
Msjoy and Yehao analyzed. Xiaodui's team now has a numerical advantage, so they don't have to compete with the Colombian team on the flanks. They can directly rely on their numerical advantage to fight hard. After the 4 people were in place, they went out directly. Both Mao Xiaomo and MC reacted very quickly. Under the direct pressure from Wang Hao and Zhou Lili, he was pulled out. Even if someone fell to the ground while facing a gun in this position, it would be difficult for the Colombian team to rush over if someone was holding a gun. But the Colombian team's current armor condition is completely unable to support such a high-intensity gun battle. 2 headless Colombian warriors. He was directly knocked down by Mao Xiaomo and MC. CHN_MO used an M16A for headshot to knock down COL_J. CHN_MC used an M416 headshot to knock down COL_Martin.
Pretty. 4 against 1. The number 1 chicken in the Xia Kingdom team. Coming soon.
If you are not confident at this time that the Xiaodui team will win, then don't talk about winning the championship. The 4 members of the Siagwa team locked in the last member of the Colombian team. Directly pulled sideways. The audience at the scene also reached the highest climax since the start of the final. Countless Siagwa team fans were present. Everyone saw the hope of a comeback. Everyone is shouting crazily. Cheer for the Siagwa team. When winner, CHN. The moment it appears on the big screen. All the 5-star red flags were held high in the sky. Pre! Pre! Mjoy shouted 2 beautiful words. The members of the Colombian team finally gave up their resistance and were taken away directly by Mao Xiaomo. Team Siagwa. Chicken in the 4th set. This is also the first chicken of Siagwa team. With this chicken base, everyone can look forward to better results. Looking forward to a great comeback. Team Siagwa won the first set of the final. In this way, we also narrow the gap with the Norwegian team. At least there is hope, Mjoy said excitedly. In the final, they always thought it would be a game where every team would win, and it would last a very long time. In the end, when the real fight started, it was still a few players from a few strong teams. Under this competition system, strong teams will never give up victory. The camera showed Team Xia. And Mao Xiaomo also patted MC on the shoulder and said many words of encouragement. For such a young player, I don't know if this will be his peak stage. After all, whether esports can remain in the Olympics is still a big question. Don't regret it and fight with all your strength. Okay. It was hard to contain my excitement. And so were the audience, Yuwen said. The camera is given to the audience at the scene. Tens of thousands of people cheered. There are also many familiar figures among them. On the bench of Siagwa team, Sho and the Little Lion were also very excited. Although they can't play, what Mao Xiaomo and the others represent is the highest FPS level in Xia country. Okay, now look at the rankings. Siagwa team should be promoted to 2nd place if nothing else happens. Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals ranking. 1. Norway/Nor 2 times chicken 21 kill. 2. Siagwa/CHN 1 times chicken 37 kill. 3. USA/USA 1 times chicken 32 kill. 4. Colombia/COL 0 times chicken 20 kill. 5. Netherlands/NED 0 times chicken 15 kill. 6. Ukraine/UKR 0 times chicken 13 kill. The rankings are not as expected. The Xia national team surpassed the American team and temporarily ranked 2nd by virtue of its head count advantage. The Norwegian team still ranks 1st with 2 chickens. The American team also has a lot of players. Yes, the tactics of these 2 teams are actually somewhat similar, Mjoy said. Team Xia and the United States both work in circles and will not blindly enter the center of the circle, and will encounter more battles. After a 5-minute break, the 5th game will begin. I hope that while the Siagwa team is pursuing victory, they should not forget that they are still on the edge of the cliff. Chapter 751 The Final Decisive Battle. 37. This chicken from the Siagwa team did not go beyond the expectations of the Norwegian team. After they were wiped out by the American team, they turned to the perspective of the Xia national team and the American team. They would rather let the Xia national team eat chicken. After all, the Xia national team has not eaten chicken yet. And once the American team eats chicken, there will be 2 chickens in hand. So there will be a lot of variables. Moreover, as soon as the circle was cleared, as long as the Siagwa team did not make any mistakes, there was more than 90% probability of winning the chicken. The result was not as James expected. The Siagwa team won the chicken. But what the Norwegian team needs to adjust most now is their mentality. James and his teammates continue to discuss and encourage each other. They played too conservatively in the last set and lost their previous style. After all, with the championship in front of them, it is impossible for you to say that there is no fluctuation in their hearts. Okay, after the break, the 5th game of the finals will begin soon. Every battle is a life and death battle. Yes. Yihao nods. The Norwegian team still has 2 chickens in hand and is also the biggest competitor of the Siagwa team. This chicken should also be of great help to the Siagwa team's mentality. At least we see the possibility of a comeback. Yes, Mjoy also said. In this kind of FPS game where victory or defeat is decided by a hair's breadth, even the slightest hesitation may become the cause of failure. Shots were given to 3 teams. The Siagwa team led by Mao Xiaomo, the Norwegian team led by James, and the American team, where all the stars gathered together. 3 teams most likely to win the championship. Judging from the current situation on the court, no team should be able to shake their position.
It seems that what Godemo said before the game is right. The game will definitely be over within 8 games,
Mjoy predicted. Judging from the current situation, the winner in the next few games will probably be between the Seon national team, the American team, and the Norwegian team.
Hopefully there will be a good outcome.
Everyone off the court can only silently cheer for the players.
Team Seon! Come on! Team Seon! Come on!
After shouting for several hours, these fans are still enthusiastic. Mao Xiaoma's relatives and lovers also shouted with all their strength. Decisive battle will come. Boom, 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 boom. Game 5 plane takes off. Another extremely crucial game. Whether it is for the Norwegian team that currently has 2 chickens in hand, and the American team Siagwa that is struggling to catch up, or for strong teams like Russia and Brazil that are unwilling to give up.
Good. Game 5 begins.
Game 5 officially begins.
This is a route from north to south. The problem is not big. It depends on the circle. As long as the Siagwa team has good luck in the circle, there is still a great chance. Yes, the Siagwa team is in good shape now,
Mjoy said. Today, both Mao Xiaomo and MC are at their best. Wang Hao and Zhou Lily are supporting them. The whole team is in good order. It's just that the Norwegian team's progress was too fast. They got 2 chickens in 3 games, which may be a bit beyond everyone's expectations. All teams are still familiar with their starting points, and there cannot be any changes. If you need to fight to the death under the old competition system, many teams will come to the opponent's resource points for a decisive battle. There is still a chance to win, but it is unlikely under the new competition system, because even if you destroy the opponent team, you will still have a chance to win. If you don't eat chicken, you still won't gain much. Therefore, before the first lap, there was much less competition for cars on the field, and everyone's positions were clearly divided. In the early stage, there was only a 3-word goal. No reduction in personnel. No one among the 16 teams dared to play tricks at this time. They all began to stay within their own limits, and did not dare to run around. Siagwa's team is still in our city, and they control 2 vehicles. Although it is a bit less, it is enough. 3 vehicles is actually the best state. Even if one is destroyed, there are still 2 that can be used.
Okay, first lap. Take a look.
After all teams land, the first safe zone is refreshed.
Again,
all the audience exclaimed. Hiss.
Another Twilight Circle. This is a yin and yang circle centered on the sea view room on the East Bridge.
Mjoy also said seriously. This yin and yang circle is really a bit troublesome.
In this circle, the northern area should account for 50%. The sea area should account for 10%. And the airport island should account for 40%. Basically, it's impossible to tell in which direction the brush is going. Siagwa's team strategy for entering the circle should still be no more than a bridge. Teams like the Russian team on the airport island should not move, because they naturally occupy advantageous terrain. And this circle is located in the south. I'm afraid it will take until the 3rd circle to fully reach the airport island. And the area is not very large,
Mjoy said. Mjoy's analysis is not unreasonable. The camera was shown to the Siagwa team, and everyone was also curious about what strategy the Siagwa team would choose in this yin and yang circle. Mao Xiaomo took a look at the circle, and had a strong feeling in his heart that the circle would still be in the north, and would not cut into the airport island. However, up to this point in the game, he could not play the game based on intuition. However, the team's tactics are not static, and the one that has the greatest impact should be the team's material search. If a team wants to move, materials are actually very important. At least it must have the most basic combat effectiveness. Otherwise, even if UP9 reaches the mid to late stage, even if you can enter the finals, it will be difficult to compete head-on with other teams. Take advantage and get the chicken.
I can go. Do you want to occupy a spot?
Wang Hao searched for a set of equipment that can be used in combat. AKM plus level 2 head and level 1 armor are already considered combat effective.
No. We'll take some points together later,
Mao Xiaomo said. What specific points will be taken up depends on the situation. But this time, Siagwa team's search speed was still very fast. And the 2 resource points also allowed Siagwa team to take shape quickly. When all members have basic combat strength, the transfer begins.
Siagwa team's transfer speed is still very fast. Yes, they are going straight to the south now, to see which point they will choose to occupy. There are not many teams in the circle now,
Mjoy analyzed. Neither the P-City team nor the Western team came out. Since the Xiagua team did not choose to go from the east, they might choose to occupy the southern point. The Xiagua team headed south and rushed over at full speed. Wang Hao still reached the fastest speed on his motorcycle. After hard vehicle training at the Liquid Youth Training Camp, his motorcycle was unlikely to have any accidents without the influence of others. Chapter 752 The Final Decisive Battle 38.
Oh! Xiagua team chose the barn?
Joy looked at the direction of the Xiagua team and said, all players of this barn are familiar with it. On the right side of the zodiac, there are two wild areas with barns. Players often call them barns. Behind them is a cliff. There is a small toilet on the edge of the cliff. Below is sea areas. Wang Hao rode around in a circle to make sure that this jungle area had not been attacked before he confirmed it to his teammates. If the door of this place has never been opened, the probability of anyone being there is still very small.
Look! This barn is unoccupied. But the Xiagua team should take inventory first.
Joy analyzed. With the Xiagua team's rigorous play style, all members will definitely choose to count after occupying this position. But to everyone's surprise, the Xiagua team made a very strange move. Wang Hao was the first to park. But it was at the toilet. The remaining 3 people are even weirder. Instead of stopping at the barn, they drove through the barn door and headed straight for the coast. And Wang Hao's position looks like a gun position.
Team Xia is going to Airport Island?
Forehead.
Let's take a look. I don't quite believe that God Mo would choose to enter the Airport Island. There won't be much benefit,
Joy said, based on his understanding of Mao Xiaomao. It is absolutely impossible for this circle to choose to enter the Airport Island. If he does, it may not be a wise choice. Mao Xiaomao, MC, Zhou Lily, 3 people in a car, driving on the coast. There were still boats on the coast. After all, no team passed by. MC drove directly to a boat and jumped out. The vehicle then continued to move forward.
All
the Xiagua team spectators were a little confused. What was the Xiagua team doing? You can't control the ship like this. It doesn't make sense. Mao Xiaomao carried Zhou Lily forward. At this time, it was impossible for any team to compete with the Xiagua team for the ship. The Xiagua team was still going very smoothly. Under the confusion of viewers around the world, Mao Xiaomao drove Zhou Lily directly to the next boat in the distance. Then Zhou Lily jumped off the boat, and Mao Xiaomao drove the jeep back to the original route. The audience of the Xiagua team were also discussing crazily, speculating on what the Xiagua team would do. But the most common sentence is, don't ask, just learn. Their level is not yet high enough to complain about the world's best conductor. Don't ask, just learn. They had questioned emotions, tactics, and details, but without exception, they were all slapped in the face. So they just learned it. I only saw Wang Hao setting up his gun at a high point in the toilet to prevent accidents. And Zhou Lily and MC were driving a boat towards the toilet. And Mao Xiaomao drove his jeep back the same way.
Do you want to bring the 2 ships to us?
Joy also saw some clues, but he still didn't think thoroughly. The 2 boats of MC and Zhou Lily drove directly along the coast towards the reef. This location has lost its boarding position. Wrong. Joy and Yehao suddenly understood what Team Xia was thinking.
I know it too. Indeed. This detail has never appeared in PUBG professional games for so many years. Genius.
Joy could only shake his head and sigh. MC and Zhou Lily drove the boat to the bottom of the cliff. From the north, these 2 ships cannot be seen at all. MC and Zhou Lily parked the boat casually under the cliff, then jumped off the boat and swam towards the shore. Mao Xiaomao also kept driving around in his car. It was impossible for anyone to shoot from such a long distance. Kill him! At this time, Joy and Yehao were already explaining the significance of Xiagua team's move.
The details of the Xiagua team are indeed a bit exquisite. Yes! Let me tell you the results of this detail first. If the circle is set on the southern airport island, Team Xia will directly drive off the cliff, or jump directly from the cliff, directly sail the boat, and cross the river. And the most important thing about this position is that you won't be harassed by any team when you get on the ship.
Joy analyzed this detail clearly. If this detail is not done, if the circle is painted on the airport island, the attention of all teams will definitely be on the ship on the coast. At this position, eyes from all directions are watching. The Xiagua team is indeed far away from the ship, the closest team. But so what? Does the Xiagua team dare to board the ship? Once on the boat, maybe the team will not be wiped out, but people will definitely be beaten down. But if you do it and hide the boat under the cliff, It will not be visible from other places except the other side of the river. Even if there is a team on the cliff, they will not notice that there are two ships hidden by the Siagwa team under the cliff. The team on the airport island is even less likely to harass the Siawan national team ships. The team on the airport island is already small, and it is too late to get a good position. Who will focus on the north and wait for them to kill each other? According to probability theory, the probability of this circle brushing at the airport is not very high. But even with this small probability, Mao Xiaomo also made a perfect detail. MC and Zhou Lili swam for a while and landed smoothly, then got into Mao Xiaomo's car. Wang Hao also rushed directly to the bottom of the barn. The other three members of the Siagwa team also rushed over and were not attacked. At this point in time, the vast majority of teams are still in the process of transferring. The four members of the Siagwa team parked directly under the barn and started counting. In fact, it is certain that there is no one at this time, because if there is someone in this position, the team will definitely come to support after such a long time, and will not sell off teammates. The attrition in this competition system is too hurtful. However, for the sake of safety, he still cleared all the points, and Wang Hao drove his motorcycle back to the small toilet. He was in a position where he could fight each other with the Siagwa team members in the barn.
Okay. In this case, the Siagwa team circle should not move. Yes, the poisonous circle has also begun to refresh.
The safe zone begins to refresh. Almost all the teams started moving. In the west, the Colombian team still chose to go to the airport island and wait and see. In this way, even if they brushed back, they could still come back from the uninhabited West Bridge. Many teams chose a location near the farm, close to the center of the circle, and most teams had the same idea. And when they chose this location, they were bound to observe the situation of ships on the sea, and concluded that there were no ships in this set. Chapter 753, The Final Decisive Battle. 39. Although everyone knows that the probability of this circle being placed on the airport island is not high, but now that Siagwa team has done this, they actually want an airport circle. If the airport is used in this circle, the Siagwa team can safely cross the bridge with the help of two boats that have been hidden. The other northern teams will be very uncomfortable.
If this is the circle, now I feel that it is more beneficial for Siagwa team to build a southern circle,
Joy said. In the first safe zone, there was only one person left on the field, but it was this person who once again excited all the players and the audience. BRA_Koldzera used M416 to knock out Nora_Rain.
Pretty! The Norwegian team was knocked down alone. Really give me a chance. Just to see if Team Sia can seize it,
Joy said. This shot, neither the live shot nor the Siagwa team shot was given. After Rain is patched out, the scene replays. The Norwegian team was shot by Koldzera on a hill during the transfer. Rain was also shot down while traveling at high speed. And these shots were also extremely accurate.
Koldzera's shots are amazing.
Yihao smacked his tongue.
Yes, don't forget, he is also one of the 5-star SSS players,
Joy reminded, known as the 5 strongest players in the world. In addition to Mao Xiaomo and James, the Brazilian team's Koldzera, and the Russian team Shade 1 and Flamey. Each of them is different. However, for players who have transitioned from CSGO, point-and-shoot shooting is usually not their strong point, because it is different from their usual fighting methods. Their advantage lies in mid to close-range gunfights. But in this game, there seems to be a kind of power that cannot be used. A feeling of teams like the Brazilian team, which is dominated by CSGO professional players, don't seem to have achieved any good results. However, Lungshan shots are indeed good. And the most important thing is that the Norwegian team is missing. In this case, maybe in the following games, once a team finds traces of the Norwegian team, they may fight hard. It may be a bit difficult for them to beat the Norwegian team with a full roster, but having one more person is completely different.
Okay, the second safe zone is about to be refreshed. Look what a circle it is.
The second safe zone is refreshed. Fans of Team Sia are praying for a southern cutaway circle that will play to their ship's strengths. But it backfired.
It's a northwest cutaway circle. In this case, this circle may be a pure mountain battle,
Joy said seriously. In this circle, more than 80% of the area is on mountains. Almost certainly a pure mountain battle.
The Siagwa team doesn't know if they will move.
Joy is still not sure about Emotion's transfer idea. Going up the mountain is not a very good choice now, because their barn is likely to be occupied by the subsequent team.
Okay, it's still moving. Look at the direction the Seogwa team is moving.
The 4 members of Team Seog got on the bus directly. Head north. And the direction of this transfer.
Seogwa's team chose a circle. Very beautiful. This transfer is so beautiful.
Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. This is a God's perspective transfer. The Seogwa team set off directly from the barn and circled towards the hills outside P City. This long-distance transfer is absolutely a perfect transfer from God's perspective. Because the center of the first circle is near the bottom of the farm. Most of the teams are around the center of the circle. As soon as the circle was cleared, although there were still many teams in the center of the circle, the entire northwest mountain range was deserted. The Seogwa team also officially took a fancy to this and bypassed P City directly. I rushed directly to a nice hillside inside the circle.
Okay. Although this point is not in the center of the circle, because there is still sea area in the south within the safety zone. The next circle should be a northern circle.
Msjoy analyzed.
Yes.
After the Seogwa team arrived at this position, the Colombian team behind them also passed by. The Seogwa team showed its head to the Colombian team, but did not shoot to expose its position. However, the enemy on the hillside was discovered by the Colombian team, and they could only continue to circle to the north. Fortunately, there were almost no teams in the north. As the last team to enter the circle, the Dutch team also went directly to P City to wait and see the situation. This was also the only team behind the Seogwa team. Judging from the panoramic map, almost all teams are now gathered near the center of the circle. Almost all the housing areas and slopes in the center of the circle are occupied. The dense crowd of people made it impossible for everyone to see the specific situation clearly.
In this circle, the teams from the south are also starting to move. But we don't need to pay too much attention. It should be difficult to encounter the Seogwa team in the finals. Yes, it's completely 2 directions.
The commentators and fans of the Seon national team only focused on the Seon national team, the Norwegian team, and the American team. These are the 3 teams with the best chance of winning the championship. The American team is now located in the room area in the center of the circle, while the Norwegian team is in a mountain range in the northeast of the circle, and has lost 1 person. There were still 63 people on the field until the Korean team was reduced. The Korean team and the Russian team were from the airport and had always been the team from Port Inn. They did not choose to cross the bridge at the beginning. As soon as the circle was moved, the 2 sides collided with each other when they were moving. The Russian team was also very decisive and got off the bridge directly. After a strong fight, 2 people were mopped down, and the remaining 2 Korean team members had no choice but to drive away. The state of the team is like this. Some are getting better as they play, and some are getting worse. After the Seogwa team reached this high point, they did not encounter any harassment again, and they were fully aware of the movements of the Dutch team behind them. The Dutch team also discovered the position of the Seogwa team and had no choice but to drive around to the north and then enter the circle. Fortunately, the north was still uninhabited.
Okay, the 3rd circle is about to be refreshed. This circle is very critical for the teams around the circle. The length of movement without a car represents the degree of danger of the team's movement.
In the 2nd circle, the team still maintained a relatively peaceful state. Judging from the current positions of the teams in the circle, the 3rd circle may still be very peaceful. Chapter 754 The Final Decisive Battle 40. In the 2nd circle, each team is almost in the center of the safety zone, and the distance is very close. There are almost no people in the entire back circle and the northwest circle, as long as the 3rd circle is not too extreme. I am afraid that only the teams in the east or the teams outside my city in the southeast and near the farm will have some competition.
The 3rd safe zone is about to be refreshed. Take a look.
After Msjoy said that, the 3rd safe zone was refreshed. It didn't surprise everyone again. This is a concentric circle. It's also a relatively peaceful circle.
Okay. This circle is a concentric circle slightly to the west, and it will not have a great impact on the Seogwa team.
Yes.
Msjoy and Yehao analyzed. The Seogwa team is still in a circle, on a hillside near the northwest side of the circle. You can enter the circle at any time, and there are many bunkers. But it's not necessary now, and they can't be sure that there's no one behind them.
If the Norwegian team is about to enter this circle, the director can show the Norwegian team the camera. Seogwa team will not take any action in this circle,
Msjoy said firmly. Although some are not good. Now both Msjoy and Yehao hope that the Norwegian team will die quickly. The competition for the entire southeastern side of the circle was also very fierce. 4 teams, namely Finland, Belgium, South Korea and Russia, also started driving for the circle. However, because the teams in the circle were too dense, none of the 4 teams had a suitable place for them to stop, and there were varying degrees of casualties.
The Norwegian team here is going to play a fully staffed Brazilian team. All I can say is that 3-on-4 is at a huge disadvantage.
Mjoy was slightly excited as she spoke. He knows what it means to play 3-on-4 or face a strong team like Brazil. If the Norwegian team is destroyed, it will give Sjogwa team opportunities again and again.
Have a look. Brazil team.
Everyone is a little nervous. Except the Norwegian team. The 3 members of the Norwegian team, even though Rain died first, let their hands and feet go to fight. After throwing 2 cigarettes up, he rushed forward.
Front. The Brazilian team wants to win.
Yes. Mjoy is more anxious than fans of the Brazilian team. The key is that the Brazilian team did not know that this was the Norwegian team, and they still adopted the normal play style when they saw the player, James, as a breakthrough player with a difficult task, rushed up from the left wing without hesitation. At this time, whether the Brazilian team is supporting the left wing or attacking from the front, it is a very good choice, because the Norwegian team has a numerical disadvantage. And when there is output space, it is difficult for 3 guns to beat 4 guns. Moreover, the Brazilian team's frontal strength is very strong, but subconsciously, the Brazilian team chose to defend, which also gave the Norwegian team a chance to attack. James pulled up confidently and saw a scalp. 2 headshots. Then I couldn't even breathe. Then walked towards the hillside. James used M16 headshot to knock down Fair. James just built an attack here. The remaining 2 members of the Norwegian team also rushed up from the other side.
I won't lose. I want to win.
James has been hinting to himself in his heart. It's this kind of emotion that directly drives the team members. If we purely look at TPJ overall evaluation and marksmanship level, the Brazilian team has every advantage. With 1 5-star SSS, 1 4-star SSS, 1 3-star SSS, 1 1-star SSS, and 4 SSS level professionals, players, and the 3 members of the Norwegian team. Except for James, the other 2 are only 1-star SSS and SS levels. But be confident, decisive. It plays a very important role in the competition. The other side of the Norwegian team is blossoming too. Perfect gun and line coordination between the 2.
Directly knocking down 2 Brazilian team members. Nor_8C uses AKM headshot to knock down BRA_Fallen. Nor_8C used AKM headshot to knock down BRA_Lucas. Brazil. In a 4-on-3 situation, 3 people were knocked down by 1 face-to-face. It is conceivable how not only the viewers and fans of Team Sia, but also all PUBG fans in the world will view the Brazilian team. Even the Brazilian team themselves feel a little shameless. He was literally eaten alive by 3 against 4. The last one, the cold god of the Brazilian team, could not defeat the 4 hands with 2 fists, and was taken away directly by James with a thunder. Brazil. The group is destroyed. The Norwegian team also successfully entered the circle. When the Brazilian team was wiped out, fans from all over the world sighed. The Norwegian team is now like a big devil. Fans from all other countries, except their own country, want them to die. No one could have imagined before the game that the Norwegian team would become the ultimate devil. Mjoy and Yehao also sighed silently in their hearts. The Brazilian team did not destroy the Norwegian team. In fact, they were very disappointed in their hearts.
Why? I can only say that the entire Brazilian team has problems now, and it is basically impossible to make any achievements in the finals.
Mjoy said. The spirit shown by the Brazilian team is not the spirit to win the championship. The Sia national team, the Norwegian team, even the American team, the Finnish team that didn't give up, the Dutch team. Each team had fire in their eyes. I wish I could eat all my enemies alive. If there is a most disappointing team after the game, this team will undoubtedly be Brazil. Brazil team. Team Norway. Malshamo opened the map and thought about the locations of each team. The Norwegian team still has a chicken in hand. Although it is possible to end the game, preventing the Norwegian team from eating the chicken is the top priority. And judging from the current competitive state of the Norwegian team, there is a good chance of annihilating a team in a 3-on-4 group. Although Mao Xiaomao does not think that there is a team that can annihilate the Sia national team in a 3-on-4 group. This is also a possibility. An absolute confidence. While discussions continued within the Sjogwa team, the battles in various circles also came to an end. The Korean team here became the second team to be eliminated. 2 teams also came around the North Circle. After a face-to-face meeting, They were calmly waiting for the refresh of the next circle, on the southeast side of the circle, except for the Russian team, which is still intact. Several other teams have suffered varying degrees of casualties. Now in the entire circle, the most stable places are near the center room area of the US team and the hillside of the Xi'an national team. They are both absolutely safe areas. Chapter 755 The Final Decisive Battle. 41.
Okay. The next circle may become a more critical one. Yes.
Msjoy and Yehao said seriously. The fourth circle is a large attrition circle. There are still a lot of teams on the field. And there are teams from all directions. No matter what the shape of this circle is, there will be large-scale attrition.
The fourth circle. Look at it.
The fourth safe zone is refreshed. Tokyo Stadium received a wave of cheers.
Pretty. It's a northwest cutaway circle. In this case, Xiaogua's team is right in the center of the circle. Destiny circle. It's just the right time,
Msjoy said excitedly. This destiny circle comes at the perfect time. In such a crucial game. This circle not only placed the Xiaogua team in the center of the circle, but most importantly, it also placed the Norwegian team at the easternmost edge of the circle. This three-man team might die on the way into the circle.
Now the Xi'an national team is in the center of the safe zone. And then the American team is on the eastern edge of the safe zone. The room area where the American team is currently located is just on the east side of the safe zone. Many teams may come, but the American team is also very smart. Once the circle is cleared, they will abandon the car.
They don't want this housing area that can attract a lot of people. And whoever wants it wants it.
The American team is very smart. They go straight up the mountain. This is already a 100% mountain battle. Yes,
Msjoy said. The American team is very decisive. And the Xiaogua team is also adjusting its position.
Xiaogua's team here also retreated slightly.
Mao Xiaomao didn't squeeze the Eastern team's survival space too much. It would be good for the Eastern team to try to mess up the situation as much as possible. And it was impossible to seal the victory in this circle. The Xiaogua team and the American team both adopt a no-kill style of play. Their two positions are the two best shooting positions in this circle. Because almost all teams have to move. In this case, this position is an invincible shooting position. But it has little meaning under this competition system. So the two teams also chose other different playing styles. The Xiaogua team firmly occupies the hillside in the center of the circle. And no nearby team has a chance to get close. It is a relatively peaceful area. And the entire Eastern team also began their great migration. The camera showed the Norwegian team. And the three people touched the circle directly along the narrow edge. There are not many roads for the Norwegian team now. The distance from the white circle to the blue circle is about 500 meters. It will definitely be too late to wait for the circle to refresh before moving. The Norwegian team moves directly, which means that they are likely to have to fight with other teams met on the road. When everyone is paying attention to the movements of the Norwegian team, a fight broke out between another concerned team on the field. Ned_Ibiza used AKM headshot to knock down USA_Matthew. Two strong teams, the Netherlands and the United States, are fighting. The camera immediately cut away, judging from the position where Matthew fell to the ground. The American team should have been discovered by the Dutch team during the transfer process. They are now in a very embarrassing stage.
Ibiza is a thunderbolt. It's very possible to make a meritorious service,
Msjoy said. Iron's position has been locked. And Rain has a gun. Iron didn't dare to show his head at all. The other two members of Team USA are also a little out of touch and can't come directly to help Iron. Ibiza was also in charge of the team. But the American team was allowed to slip away. The other two team members did not rush forward, but chose to set up their guns on the spot. Ibiza directly pulled out a position and threw an instant thunderbolt. Iron really has no choice. Boom! Ned_Ibiza used a frag grenade to knock down USA_Iron.
Pretty!
The fans of the Xi'an national team were very happy that the American team was down by 2 players. In this set, the Norwegian team was in a bad situation, and there were not many ways to do it. Part of their focus was on the American team. The positions of the remaining 2 American team members were also locked. And after Ibiza cleared the left side, he directly pulled over with Rain. Nothing can only choose to be reckless. But under the premise that the opponent has already set up his gun, Nothing and his teammates didn't create miracles either. He was beaten by the other 2 players of the Dutch team and completed a double play. Thus, because of this wave of transfers, the American team was directly wiped out.
The Xiaogua team should have heard the gunshots here. The Dutch team did not choose to stay on this narrow side, but plan to go as far to the northwest as possible. There is no one in that direction,
Mstoy analyzed. The US team's team wipeout was a bit unexpected, but all teams still focused on their own games. In this way, the Norwegian team died suddenly in the last set, and the American team was also wiped out early in this set. The Seogwa team should be the most stable team in the 5 sets. If nothing happens in this set, it will be safe. Entered the finals. Moreover, the American team was wiped out. The Norwegian team was reduced in number, and the Brazilian team was wiped out. There is still a lot of room for Seogwa's team to perform. The American team was wiped out, and the camera cut to the Norwegian team again. The rapid battle just now prevented everyone from noticing the movements of the Norwegian team. When the camera came over, the Norwegian team was about to touch the east side of the white circle.
The Norwegian team has also arrived at the east circle. Now the Lithuanian team is also exchanging fire with the enemy in front. This is an opportunity for the Norwegian team,
Mstoy analyzed. Although the Norwegian team is not behind the Lithuanian team, if they can clear the Lithuanian team from behind and then play forward, there will be a way to enter the circle. As expected by Mstoy, the current Norwegian team is very aggressive and will hit anyone they meet on the road. Have completely let go. The first time he heard the gunfire of the Lithuanian team, James also leaned forward with 2 teammates. The Lithuanian team originally had players watching behind them, but it happened that one player was knocked down, so he watched the players behind him help him. The other 2 players also had positions to fight, giving the Norwegian team a chance to catch up. The moment the Lithuanian team members were rescued, the fierce firepower of the Norwegian team poured directly onto the Lithuanian team. James burst gun. Once again, everyone was impressed. After 2 gun heads, he pulled the gun on another enemy, and another 2 gun heads. Just like cheating.
James' current state is a bit crazy.
A backup instantly knocked down 3 Lithuanian players. The Norwegian team also used grenades to clear the way and rushed over. Chapter 756, The Final Decisive Battle. 42. James led the team directly to the face of the last Lithuanian player, and with a wave of blood exchanges, he also took the opponent away. The current Norwegian team looks a bit unstoppable. James takes a shot. 3 people happily licked the Lithuanian team's box. After sorting out the situation for a while, I started to smoke and prepared to forcefully enter the circle.
The Norwegian team is a bit unstoppable now,
Mstoy said seriously. Normally, you might praise the Norwegian team, but now the Norwegian team is the biggest opponent of the Seogwa team. Moreover, the Norwegian team can directly enter the circle as long as it clears the German team in front of it. And from the edge of the circle to the center of the circle, no team will be an obstacle.
The German team only needs 3 people. Feels a bit.
Even if Mstoy and Yihao didn't talk about it, everyone could feel it. The 3-man German team may not be able to stop the Norwegian team's impact. The Seogwa team is still very calm. They are almost in the center of the circle, only about 400 meters away from the Dutch and Norwegian teams. They can still hear the gunfire from the edge of the circle. But their current position, I can't control the Norwegian team. If the Seogwa team doesn't have many opportunities to win, they may forcefully block a wave of the Norwegian team. But now that the Seogwa team has full strength and advantageous terrain, there is no need to take such a risky move. However, the Seogwa team does not want to deal with the Norwegian team, and some teams want to deal with the Norwegian team. The team in the East Room also heard the gunshots of the Norwegian team not far away, and then saw the news that the Norwegian team had destroyed Lithuania. The Danish team also got involved. They are a team that wants to win the championship. They want to lock the Norwegian team here, so they have a chance. This is also an aspect that no one thought of before the game. After one team gets the match point, all the teams on the field will target you. On this side, the Norwegian team also used the cover of smoke bombs to successfully rush to the German team. A close firefight between James and the enemy. Another victory.
James is a bit unstoppable. Pull it out and get a headshot. This is the state of the world's strongest players going crazy,
Mstoy said helplessly. Fortunately, the Norwegian team lost 1 person. Otherwise, even the Seogwa team would have been hard-pressed to fight in a mountain battle in this state. They are being punished all the way, coming all the way from the east side, and they make no sense at all. James opens the way, and the other 2 team members are always ready to pull out and replenish the gun when James' health is low. The German team is already scared. When there are only 2 people left, I want to retreat and let the Norwegian team enter the circle. But at this time, the Danish team happened to get involved. just right in the face with the German team. This wave. Neither side thought of it. Facing the sudden opponent, both sides reacted very quickly. The enemy has not been seen yet, so he hears his footsteps first. So both sides still have time to react. The two German team members had no cover and fought very decisively. A face-to-face meeting. When all two duels knocked down two members of the Danish team. The Danish team really didn't expect that they would bump into ghosts, bump into two enemies, and lose to their opponents in a gun battle. However, two members of the German team had also been disabled, and they were taken over by the remaining two members of the Danish team before they had time to react. But this sudden advance of the Danish team, stealing the chicken will lose the rice. The Norwegian team took advantage of the time when the two sides were fighting and pressed directly over. Even with only 3 members of the Norwegian team, it puts tremendous pressure on the opponent. The Danish team's fighting spirit, which had just reached its peak, disappeared in an instant after the unexpected incident. Boom! Boom! Nor_James used a frag grenade to knock down Dean_Devies. In this case, James has also locked in the last member of the Danish team. This position is really stiff, Mstoy said helplessly. The Danish team never expected that they would be blocked halfway. In this terrain, there was no way to fight back. After one player was knocked down by the Norwegian team, another player also pulled the gun line to death for the Norwegian team. James gets 2 more heads. The situation in the entire northeast was completely cleared up by the 3 members of the Norwegian team. From the eastern Scourge Circle, I walked 500 meters on the mountainous terrain and reached the finals. There is no way. World-class teams like the United States and Norway have the ability to change their fate against the odds. Everyone will never forget that the US team's game of chicken also started from the circle of punishment. Broke into my city, fought out, and finally won the chicken. Even though fans of the Siadwa team keep hinting to themselves that the Siadwa team's destiny circle is full. But seeing the number of heads and momentum of the Norwegian team now in double figures, they are a little uneasy. The Norwegian team will still be the biggest hidden danger on the court. Everyone focused all their attention on the northeastern edge of the circle and ignored other directions. This set is completely different from all previous games. Only the 4th lap was refreshed, and there were only 6 teams left on the field. Surviving teams, 6. Number of survivors, 21. This circle is definitely the most tragic attrition circle in the history of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Mstoy said. In the past, after the 4th lap, the remaining 16 teams appeared, and the remaining 12 to 14 was normal, especially in this kind of mountain battle. But this one, at the end of the 4th circle, there were only 6 teams and 21 players left on the field. This number of people is not much different from that of a passerby game. Yes, there are a lot of surprises. The northeastern part was completely eaten by the Norwegian team, and the enemy in the south was almost completely eaten by the Russian team. This situation is too rare. Yes, the Danish team took the initiative to find the Norwegian team. In fact, their housing area is pretty good, and there is no team stationed there now. It's easy to analyze. The room area occupied by the Danish team is exactly the room area occupied by the American team before, which is within the safe zone. However, the two teams that had already occupied the room area, the American team and the Danish team, both chose to leave the room area. But the results are tragic. The camera shows a panoramic view. The 5th circle is still a northwest corner, but because the refresh rate is very small, and there are very few teams on the field, the space is very huge. All teams have to move a few steps to stabilize. Enter the circle. There are still 6 teams on the field. The Dutch team is on the northwest side of the circle, with 4 people, and the Norwegian team is on the northeast side of the circle with 3 people. Then the Xia team is in the center of the circle, and the Russian team is on the south side, near the southwest side, and it is also in full formation. The other 2 teams are Finland and Sweden. Both teams also have 3 people. Chapter 757, Fight to the Death. This set was because the Norwegian team entered the finals. The other 15 teams are also paying special attention. No one can win the chicken in this plate. But the Norwegian team cannot win the chicken. Although the Norwegian team now only has 3 people left. Everyone saw the wave of slaughter just now. The 5th circle is about to be refreshed. Another crucial circle has come. The 6th circle. This circle is so critical. Yes. Mstoy and Yehao were both a little nervous and sweating for the players. Although the Siadwa team is in good shape now, the Norwegian team is a huge hidden danger. The best case scenario is to keep the Siadwa team on the edge. If it were concentric circles,
the Xiaogua team would be a little stiff.
Yes, Mstoy analyzed. The further the game goes, the teams want to be as close to the center as possible, because they can safely pass the attrition circle. But the further the game goes, all the teams definitely want to be on the edge of the circle, because the position on the edge of the circle can guarantee their rear. That is, the poison is safe. In mountain fighting, being in the center of the circle means being attacked by firepower from all directions.
Look, this is a relatively fair final round. According to the terrain, the Xiaogua team has a slight advantage.
The scene was a little quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the circle to be refreshed. Safe area refreshed. Circle 6. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on it.
Oh, it's still a concentric circle. In this case, the Xiaogua team will take the initiative to retreat,
Mstoy suggested. This also means that the Xiaogua team must give up the advantageous terrain in the center of the circle. Mao Xiaoma's decision-making is also very decisive. Get back. Jam the Dutch team and forcefully occupy the edge of the circle. All the Xiaogua team spectators paid no attention to the enemies in other directions. In fact, the most profitable team in this circle is undoubtedly the Norwegian team. The Xia national team had to take the initiative to withdraw to play the Dutch team. The three teams in the entire south, the Russian team, the Finnish team, and the Swedish team, also had to compete. Only the Norwegian team could enter the circle without any obstacles. Jean said it was impossible not to be excited. Basically, they already had all the information on the field. After fighting all the way from the east, I also saw the hope of eating chicken. At this time, the Xiaogua team's commentators focused on the two teams, Xiaogua team and the Dutch team. The Dutch team was also very decisive. As soon as this circle was brushed, they wanted to force their way to the edge of the circle, because they know that the Xia national team must withdraw from this circle.
Both sides are very fast. This is a positive wave,
Mstoy said nervously. In fact, he didn't say anything. Just be careful of the Norwegian team on the right. As long as the Xia national team and the Dutch team play against each other, there is an 80% chance that the Norwegian team will come over. But the Xiaogua team had no choice. If they didn't withdraw, they would wait until the Dutch team touched their backs and deal with them casually. Ibiza and FC's first point. The hearts of Xiaogua team fans instantly sank. Ta-ta-ta-ta. After all, Ibiza is Ibiza, one of the 4 monsters of liquid battleship. In one confrontation, MC was directly shot in the head. Xiaogua team's wave. It's also absolute confidence in MC. But, after several successful duels, MC finally faced failure. Net_Ibiza used AKM to knock down CHN_MC with a headshot. After Ibiza knocked down MC, he didn't rush to make up for it. It didn't matter if there was no head score. He just pulled to the left. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Mao Xiaomo's mind. Whether to retreat or fight. You can imagine without looking at the screen that the Norwegian team is approaching, waiting for the Xiaogua team and the Dutch team to reach the end of the game. But this situation, Mao Xiaomo hesitated for a moment. The first hesitation in the entire Olympic Games. He can't control himself.
Mao Xiaomo!
Wang Hao saw that Mao Xiaomo was a little dazed at such a critical moment, and shouted with the loudest voice. Mao Xiaomo woke up instantly.
Oh shit! Fight! Lily! Set up the gun! Wang Hao! Pull me!
Mao Xiaomo also knew that he could no longer hesitate. Just yelled. The staff behind me jumped back in fright. The fully committed Xiaogua team. Fight to the death. Zhou Lily also knew that his position might be unlucky. But for the sake of his teammates and the Xiaogua team, he could only force himself to take the position. Forcibly hold the entire north side of Xiaogua team. Don't let a member of the Dutch or Norwegian team rush over. Drag it if you can. All they can do now is trust each other. Then fight to the death. Mao Xiaomo knew how difficult this set was. I also know what it means to lose this time. Above are the 3 members of the Norwegian team. As long as they defeat the Dutch team or the Xiaogua team, there are still 3 teams fighting each other in the south. This plate. The Xiaogua team cannot let him become the last game. Absolutely not.
Team Xiaogua can only make quick decisions now. There's nothing we can do. Emotion and Wang Hao keep pulling in the direction of Ibiza. They are going to force a breakout. There is a chance,
Mstoy shouted. The Dutch team's positioning is not very dense. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao were both extremely focused. The two of them have also entered peak mode. It's as if you and the character on the computer are integrated. They knew they couldn't delay,
because the Norwegian team might press down from directly above at any time. Because it was a slope, Seogwa team did not cover any steps, just rushed over. While Ibiza was setting up his gun, he was also calling his teammates. Crazy call for teammates to support. But Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo played in perfect synchrony. At the same time, he appeared in front of Ibiza's field of vision. Almost a face-to-face. Ibiza fell instantly. The situation was turned around instantly. CHN_45AI used M416 headshot to knock down MD_Ibiza. Ibiza is down! Rush! Mao Xiaomo saw that it was Ibiza who fell to the ground and became even more decisive. The enemy's strongest player has been knocked down. Even if it's 2 against 3, Mao Xiaomo is not afraid at all. At this time, it was the Dutch team that panicked. Ibiza fell to the ground, and the entire Dutch team seemed to be double-teamed. But Ibiza's thinking is still very clear. While commanding 3 teammates to seal off the smoke on the mountain, the 3 team members also instantly pointed their guns towards the south, the slope where Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao are. Not good! The Norwegian team was also very decisive and suppressed it. Mstoy said anxiously. There is no way the Norwegian team would let this golden opportunity pass by. Just spread it out from the top and pull it down. Each team in the circle has too much time to take care of itself. And no team has the ability to manage the Norwegian team. Chapter 758 Give it all. Both the Dutch team and the Seogwa team kept throwing props to block the Norwegian team's offensive route and vision. In their position, once they are suppressed by the Norwegian team, it will be a disaster. The safe zone begins to refresh. The entire south has also reached a stage of intense heat. This circle is so tragic that it can be recorded in history. All 6 teams in the circle are fighting. 2 of the Russian team fell to the ground and were still pulling people. 1 player on the Finnish team had already died. Only 2 brothers, Jembi and Sambi, were left, stuck at the edge of the circle and unable to move. The Swedish team also lost 1 person. But with the help of smoke bombs, they have moved towards the eastern edge again. In every game in the past, even if it was a snakeskin circle, the commentators had a way of predicting which team would have the best chance of winning, or what the situation would be like after the circle. But in this game, no one can predict the course of the game. The Seoul national team and the Dutch team are fighting fiercely, and the Norwegian team in the north is pressing in. After the Russian team enters the circle, they may have to drive straight from below into Sweden and enter the circle from the east side. If they want to eat chicken, they may have to go around the Norwegian team's circle. No one can know what will happen after the circle ends. At the same time that the Seoul national team and the Dutch team were fighting, the Finnish team was not willing to give up. The final charge begins. They saw Sweden's back up the hill. The Swedish team also saw the Finnish team charging, but neither side fired. Perhaps not firing was the best result for both sides. It makes no sense for the Swedish team to play against the Finnish team. They just have to quickly walk through this road and then climb the mountain. It makes no sense for the Finnish team to play against the Swedish team. What they have to deal with is the Russian team. Even if the team destroys the Swedish team, what will happen? Woolen cloth? They will still be stuck by Russia. So as long as both parties don't want to be divided, this choice is definitely the right one. In this case, the Russian team still chose a double rescue, so that once rescued, it would be a 4-on-2 situation. But they didn't expect it. 2 grenades were thrown directly over. Unexpectedly, the Finnish team still has grenades left after the game. Mir is saving people. A grenade was thrown directly at your feet. Exploded instantly, while blowing up your own teammates. He also blew himself up. Boom. FIN_Jempi used a frag grenade to kill Russ_Doja. FIN_Jempi used a frag grenade to knock down Russ_Mir. But the other side, Shade 1 was rescued by Flaney. He didn't choose to use medicine and was pulled out from the right side. Absolute confidence. It also made Sam be completely unexpected. While raising the gun, he was directly shot in the head by Shade 1. Even the commentary didn't cut it. But whether it is Xia Kingdom, Norway, the Netherlands, or Finland, they all showed their strongest strength. The most peak state. On this supreme stage, with the cheers of the entire audience, emotions can be aroused in an instant. A wave of swaps. Jimty's reaction speed is also scary. Instantly knocking Shade 1 to the ground with residual health. Russ_Shade 1 used M416 headshot to knock down FIN_Sambi. FIN_Jempi used an M416 headshot to knock down Russ_Shade 1. It instantly turned into a 1v1 duel. The safe zone has begun to refresh. If both sides fight quickly, there is still a chance to save people. Jimmy and Flamey didn't choose to drag down either. Instead, try to be positive. Decide the winner. Flamey is one of the 5 strongest players in the world. The overall state of the person is definitely not comparable to Jimmy. A face-to-face encounter and a successful kill. The Finnish team is destroyed. The safe zone also refreshed behind the Russian team. And they could only choose to save one person. Flamey didn't hesitate at all and pressed rescue directly on Shade 1. Although he fell to the ground twice, Shade 1 still survived because the rescue time was very fast. The other Russian team member, who was blown down, was not so lucky and died directly in the poison. However, before dying, all the useful things on the body were taken off beside Shade 1 and Flamey. Then silently crawl away. So that after being rescued, you can drag your things as soon as possible and walk into the circle. This team, and these 2 people, are also the last hope for the Russian team. The situation in the south has been decided. And the Russian duo, 2 5-star SSS-level super players, are also heading behind the Xi'an national team. All the teams noticed the gunshot. Mao Xiaomel and Wang Hao also rushed directly towards the Dutch team's position. Mao Xiaomel dodged and knocked down an opponent at the same time. He was also beaten to a pulp. CHN_MO used M16A for headshot to knock down ND_Mista. Pour another one. Steady. Steady. Be sure to hold still. Msjoy and Yehao were already a little incoherent. In this intense situation, which could fall into the abyss at any time, all the fans of the Xiagua team couldn't help themselves. With their hearts beating fast, they could only clasp their hands and say silently, "Pray." They suddenly realized that they are not ready yet. I was not prepared for the decisive moment. It seemed that the game would end suddenly in the next moment. You know, this was only the 5th game, and the finals that everyone usually sees. 16 sets. 20 sets. The gap in 24 sets is too big. Mao Xiaomel laid down and sprayed medicine. But the other 2 members of the Dutch team have already rushed over. They knew that Mao Xiaomel was still alive. And Zhou Lili sighed. After a gambling-style 98K empty gun, instantly killed by James 4x scope and 2 gun heads. Nor_James used M416 headshot to knock down CHN_211. Xiagua team's OB did not cut to Zhou Lili's perspective. But all Xiagua team fans paid attention. And many timid girls had already closed their eyes. When Mao Xiaomel heard the footsteps of the Dutch team, he gave up the medicine. He and Wang Hao rushed forward from left to right. At the same time, the Norwegian team also saw the Russian team stealing past Xiagua's team. James took a look. Didn't choose to shoot. The Russian team touched Xiagua's back, which was exactly the result they wanted to see. Chapter 759, Murder and Heartbreaking. James took a look at the number of people on the field. 13. We have 3 people. The Xia team has 3 people. The Netherlands team has 3 people. And the Russian team has 2 people. James calculated in his mind for a moment. The Xiagua team fell to the ground with 2 players left, as did the Dutch team. And Russia also had 2 players left, counting their own 3 players. That is, 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2. 11 players. They knew it before the Swedish team was wiped out. As for the terrain, the Swedish team didn't have to guess, and they knew it was coming from the direction they just came from. If nothing else, it's 2 people. It's a huge hidden danger. Once a stalemate occurs, the Swedish team and a team from the Western Circle are likely to form a 2-sided attack on the Norwegian team. The Norwegian team is very calm. Didn't lose his mind in front of the champion. Withdrew directly from the mountain. They want to destroy Sweden first. The battle between Xiagua team here has also entered a fever pitch. Even Xiagua team's commentary was so nervous that there was nothing to add. But Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomel on the court were completely focused on the game. While seeing the Dutch team members, Mao Xiaomel's New Year's greeting shooting skills. Although it didn't hit the opponent, it creates sufficient output space for Wang Hao. Wang Hao fired in a wave. Directly shot the headshot of the team member who was aiming at Mao Xiaomel. Then just pull the gun. For shooting. When Mao Xiaomel is still alive. Wang Hao stood up. Instantly killed 2 members of the Dutch team. And the bullet from the Dutch team member hit Wang Hao. He was also beaten to a bloody pulp. CHN_45AI used M416 to kill NED_Lockwood with a headshot. CHN_45AI used M416 to kill NED_Oj with a headshot. There was total silence, including Xiagua team's commentary.
It was originally a very beautiful group wipeout. But now, neither fans, friends, nor viewers can shout out. Because the Russian team's double killer has already pulled up. Everyone. There is despair in his eyes. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao's health has bottomed out, and they can't fight at all. Totally unbeatable. Moreover, the opponent was so close that they did not give the Xiaogui team members a chance to seal their cigarettes. The Russian team, Flaney and Shade 1, the two killers, are in full condition. As for Team Xia, Mao Xiaomo's headgear was completely torn. Wang Hao's headgear was all torn. And more importantly, both of them had residual health. Everything is silent. But the Xiaogui team did not give up. Wang Hao! Mao Xiaomo shouted. Receive! Wang Hao didn't spray medicine. He doesn't have time. In other words, he must buy time for Mao Xiaomo. In a battle with residual blood, Xiaogui team will lose. Facing two of the world's top players, Wang Hao and Mao Xiaomo both had low health and had no chance of winning. At this time, Mao Xiaomo roared. Wang Hao instantly understood what he should do. He wants to fight hard. He would use his own life to help Mao Xiaomo buy time to apply medicine. So Wang Hao squatted down and pinched a thunderbolt. Calculate the time and rush over. The footsteps were not covered at all. And the Russian team members subconsciously raised their guns. But the sound of pulling the bolt just now made Shade 1 realize something. Get out of the way! Thunder! Shade 1 shouted towards Flaney, who was closer. But Flaney reacted subconsciously, and shot Wang Hao directly in the head. But this thunder, it rolled directly down the slope, exploded between Wang Hao and Flaney. Boom! The tragic Xiaogui team. But in a professional game, it is impossible to complete this kind of operation. Flaney ducks out of the way. The grenade exploded. Wang Hao blew himself up. It also blasted Flaney to ashes. This is enough. Russ_Flaney used M416 to kill CHN_45 AI with a headshot. Even though it was covered up by his own mine. The head count was still counted on top of the Russian team members. Damn it! Leave it to you. Mao Xiaomo! Wang Hao cursed angrily. He did everything he could. He saved the fate of the Xia national team once. Next, all the hopes of the Xia kingdom are pinned on Mao Xiaomo. With Wang Hao's attraction, Mao Xiaomo also took medicine and stood up. Emotion returns with almost full blood. Eyes are red. Killed him without thinking. Fans of Xiaogui team see hope again. As long as emotion is here, as long as their killer is there is still hope for the game. The Xiaogui team's commentator came out of the abyss just now and calmed down. Msjoy said slowly. Stay steady. Believe in God Mo. Believe in God Mo. Msjoy and Yahao said. It was Mao Xiaomo who led Xiaogui FPS to the world. Standing on this stage, the only thing they can do now is to believe in Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo pulled directly along the edge of the circle. Collide directly with Shade 1. The response from both sides was very fast. It's all about dodging. Nothing accomplished. But the next moment, there are differences in the decision-making of both parties. Shade 1 wants to quit. Mao Xiaomo chased after him directly. Mao Xiaomo could tell from the first shot of Shade 1 that he didn't want to fight. He wants to wait for Flaney to take the medicine. If it becomes 2 versus 1, the Russian team will almost win surely. Mao Xiaomo calculated Shade 1's psychology in advance. The first shot is over. He rushed straight up. This move would definitely be a very dangerous move in normal times. But at this time, Mao Xiaomo could only choose to take a gamble. This gamble also achieved victory. Shade 1's character retreats after closing the scene. What was originally a very short journey has become the burial place of Shade 1. Mao Xiaomo pulled him out directly. The M16A4 in my hand is shaking extremely fast. Mao Xiaomo's 3-shot M16. All of them hit Shade 1's body accurately. It's also an instant kill. CHN_MO used M16A4 to knock down Russ_Shade 1. Pretty! Pretty! All the Xiaogui team's commentators shouted loudly. Mao Xiaomo's eyes were still sharp. Just as Wang Hao said. Xiaogui team. It all depends on him. Mao Xiaomo knows that Flaney is still alive. I won't give him the space to apply medicine. At this point in time, we should be on the verge of getting the medicine ready. Mao Xiaomo poked out. Although it didn't hit Flaney's side directly. But the opponent's position is locked. Just take out a grenade. He threw it away without pinching it. Then directly used the gun to hold the opponent. This style of play is even more heart-wrenching. I just throw a thunder at your feet. Can't you get out? Chapter 760 Mao Xiaomo. The moment Shade 1 fell to the ground,
Flamey felt in his heart that he might be a little sinister. The opponent may be the best player in the world. Facing him with residual health, he can easily lock the position. Mao Xiaomao threw the thunder to Flamey's right side. If Flamey had a teammate, he would definitely pull out from the right and shoot at Mao Xiaomao. Because in most cases, if the opponent throws the thunder seal position and throws to the right, he will definitely set up the left. At this time, pulling out from the right side must catch the opponent off guard and force the opponent to pull the gun, regardless of whether there is a mistake or not. This process will definitely take a little time. But it is this little time that makes the difference in a master duel. Already able to see the outcome. But not this time. Absolutely not. Because Shade One has been knocked down. The Russian team has only Flamey. The last member left. He pulls out from the right side. Even if he can knock down Mao Xiaomao and wipe out the Xia team, he will definitely be killed by this thunder. To them, Russia for the team, it's meaningless. Moreover, the team they most want to destroy is not the Xiagua team. And there is no need to die with the Xiagua team. So Flamey chose the left side. And the result? There weren't any surprises. Just one shot. Mao Xiaomao's M16A4 instantly headshots his opponent. Complete the annihilation of the Russian team. Xiagua team. Killed out of the pool of blood. Pretty. Beautiful. So beautiful. Xiagua's team fought out of a desperate situation. We still have hope. There is still hope for Xiagua's team. Msjoy and Yehao have now entered a period of lack of vocabulary. The two of them have always been known for their humorous commentary. But in this arena, they are even incoherent. The audience at the scene was also cheering. But, next moment, the whole place was quiet. Really are. From the thundering din, turned into dead silence. It only took about 0.5 seconds. Because the camera was given to the Norwegian team. I also saw the huge kill message in the upper right corner. Nor_James used M416 to kill SW_JW with a headshot. Nor_James used M416 to kill SW_Haxi with a headshot. Team Sweden. Under the attack of the three members of the Norwegian team. They resisted tenaciously for a long time. But he was still destroyed by the group. Thus, teams on the field 2. Survival on the field 4. Fans of the Norwegian team have already jumped to their feet. While fans of the Xi'an national team seem to have lost their voice in the world. And they themselves also lost their voices. No one expected that this game would be the 5th game. It's about to become the end. Tens of thousands of people were present. Except for the fans of the Norwegian team, who were cheering. Everyone seemed to have lost their strength. Staring at the screen blankly. Looking at the lonely CHN_MO. In the Norwegian team. The hearts of the 4 team members were beating fast. Definitely the fastest they have danced in their lives. Thump 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 thump. James touched his heart and forced himself to calm down. They know what kind of situation their team is in now. You can already see it out of the corner of your eye. There are already many cameras pointed at this way. Be ready to capture their moment at any time. Don't! Wait. James is battle-hardened. But at this moment, let the team members stay where they are. All the Norwegian team members began to adjust their breathing. They know who they are going to face. That man. Even with 3 people, the advantage is infinite. James still needs to adjust his team members to adjust their breathing. James has no doubt that if he rushes over in this state, Mao Xiaomao will accomplish a miracle. The caution of the Norwegian team also left Msjoy and Yehao speechless. Truly speechless. There are only 4 people left on the field. CHN_MO. There are also 3 members of the Norwegian team. The situation is simple. Very simple. Everyone can see it at a glance. Come on! God MO. Msjoy also knows that facing a strong team like Norway, 1 versus 3, the odds will be as low as freezing point. But all they can do is these 4 words. Believing God MO. From other participating teams, there are already players with their heads raised, covering their faces and crying. They lost. Some players have already taken off their headphones and are waiting for the game to end. There were only 2 people. From beginning to end, keep your eyes glued to the screen. MD_Ibiza. USA_Iron. Liquid's 2 monsters. They know how strong Mao Xiaomao and James are. If a miracle happens in the world, these 2 people will definitely be the protagonists. Within the Xiagua team, the moment Mao Xiaomao destroyed the Russian team, the Norwegian team's kill information also appears in the upper right corner. The Swedish team was wiped out. Survival on the field 4. No doubt. There are 3 people in the Norwegian team. The Norwegian team won again in this set. And the game will be completely over.
The Norwegian team will win the championship, and the Siagwa team should be the runner-up. The silver medal should also be a very good result for Siagwa FPS. But who will be satisfied? You want to ask everyone? Who will be satisfied? Mao Xiaomo looked at the screen and took a deep breath. My thoughts went back to 1 year ago. That's his eternal pain. 1.5 years ago. PCI final set. ISCD can achieve a miraculous comeback by eating chicken. Mao Xiaomo at that time. I saw my teammates around me. Wang Hao, Gu, and Cheng Yao, falling down one after another. It was like a hammer, driving him into the boundless darkness. At that time, he was looking at the computer screen blankly. Cheng Yao's shout was still in his ears. Mao Xiaomo! Mao Xiaomo! You can win! But for Mao Xiaomo at that time, he seemed to be losing everything. Champion. Lover. Until the end, Mao Xiaomo did not raise his gun and gave up resistance. At the last moment of the game, 1 versus 3, Mao Xiaomo did not raise his gun. Then, Mao Xiaomo's world seemed to suddenly quiet down, and he looked at the standings on the big screen in a daze. Phase first. IFCD second. This ranking was like a sharp thorn that pierced into Mao Xiaomo's heart and could never be pulled out. I lost! The competition room was all opened, and Mao Xiaomo also heard the cheers from the scene. But this became the last straw for him. No one wants that championship more than him. Mao Xiaomo seemed to wake up from a dream and glanced at Cheng Yao in the distance. Even from a distance, Mao Xiaomo could still clearly see Cheng Yao's tears, although I couldn't hear clearly what Cheng Yao was shouting. But this time, I really never give up. Mao Xiaomo tightened his grip on the mouse. At the scene, in deathly silence, a beautiful woman, with tears and tears, screamed at Mao Xiaomo on the field with all her strength. Mao Xiaomo! Countless people burst into tears instantly. Cheng Yao's cry. It resounded in the arena. Everyone looked in this direction. Cheng Yao, who was in tears, shouted Mao Xiaomo's name over and over again. Whether it's a man or a woman, a boy or a girl, tears are pouring out. Chapter 761 I heard it all. Cheng Yao cried out in tears, awakening all desperate Xia Kingdom fans. Mao Xiaomo! Don't lose to me! Good's voice also penetrated the entire venue. Mao Xiaomo! Muyun also exhausted all his strength. Cheng Yao on the side has already become hoarse. The game is not over yet. It's not over yet. Come on! God Mo! Don't give up! Team Xia! Come on! Come on! God Mo! When the Norwegian team paused on the court, all the fans of the Siagwa team were present. Everyone started shouting. All fans from abroad have never seen such a scene. All Siagwa fans present used all their strength and roared. No matter whether his voice is hoarse or he has started coughing violently, he is still shouting the name of the captain of the Xia national team over and over again. Inside the Xia kingdom, countless people clenched their fists and shouted Mao Xiaomo's name across the country. Former classmates and friends, or maybe a fan or a passerby. They are all supporting Mao Xiaomo from all over the Xia kingdom. The principal of Changchengda looked at the Siagwa team members, who were fighting on the field with tears in his eyes. He had never regarded the CD as a tool. They were just children. And they had always been Changchun's children. At the foot of Huangshan Mountain, the couple in the restaurant also clasped their hands in front of the TV. Many married families stay in front of the TV. And there are even many men who roar at home regardless of their image. I heard it all. Mao Xiaomo sat on his seat and calmed down after taking a deep breath. They didn't lose. He was still on the court. He is stronger now than he was at PCI. Seeing the crazy look of the audience, even though they were separated by headphones, countless energy was injected into Mao Xiaomo's heart. The whole country is watching him and supporting him. He would never forgive himself for falling down in such a place. Are you going to let me, Mao Xiaomo, live my life? There is a regret. Do you want another regret? Mao Xiaomo's eyes are focused. Back on the field in an instant. Even if it is difficult, there is no chance. All members of the Siagwa team did not give up. Whether it's Zhou Lily, Wang Hao or MC, all glued to the screen. Mao Xiaomo led them over mountains one after another, and broke out of desperate situations one after another. Even if the chance is slim, they will fight together until the last moment. They firmly believe it. I firmly believe that Siagwa team will continue to win. We can hear the roar of the live audience. Tears are already welling up in my eyes. This is the charm of esports and the charm of this Siagwa team. As a woman,
Yuan would experience this scene for the first time. Countless people cheered and shouted. Even when they thought it was impossible, they still tried their best to cheer for the Xiaogui team. In other sports, it is difficult to see the scene. We can only believe in God Mo. Believe in God Mo. Joy and Yahao. The current tone is completely different from the previous tone. Now Xiaogui team is fighting to the death. Believe Mao Xiaomo. Emotion's position is still good now. There is a lot of room for maneuver. After all, it is a mountain battle. The Norwegian team here is also slowing down. They must be very excited now. This is also an opportunity. Yes. Joy and Yahao start analyzing the situation again. There is no second place in esports. Second place is meaningless to the Xiaogui team. This mountain battle is not without opportunities for Mao Xiaomo. But the members of the Norwegian team, after locking Mao Xiaomo's position, will definitely pounce on him one after another, and will not give him a chance to knock down one and then use medicine. Moreover, in this mountain battle, Mao Xiaomo may not be easy to fight to death if he has enough room to move. At that time, the synchronization of the Norwegian team will be tested. If the synchronization is very good, Mao Xiaomo will not have many opportunities. After all, it is 3 versus 1. An ordinary game understanding. This is a must-win situation. But until now, the player's mentality may also become one of the factors that determine the game. Okay, the 7th circle is on the side close to the Xiaogui team. Let's see how Emotion will deal with it. The 7th lap is not a corner cut, but it is still acceptable for the Xiaogui team. Mao Xiaomo steps into the circle. At this position, Mao Xiaomo still has a lot of slopes to take advantage of. Mao Xiaomo still had throwing objects in his hand. And Mao Xiaomo also threw all his cigarettes. Oh, Emotion phone yen. This. Go ahead and do it. Joy and Yahao both exclaimed. You can see it in every move of Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo didn't give up. And Team Xia didn't give up. Even if this is the last game, we must die gloriously on the field. Mao Xiaomo threw away all the cigarettes he picked up on the mini corpses. 10 smoke bombs on you. Mao Xiaomo's backup list also attracted attention. 40/60ths. I brought 100 rounds with me. 100 rounds of bullets are completely enough to fight in this finals. 1 versus 3. There is no chance for him to penetrate the smoke or do crazy output. He must find the right time to attack. Because once he attacks, his biggest advantage, which is mobility, will be completely gone. He must rely on this wave of smoke to find an opportunity to take the lead. If this wave of attacks does not yield results, there will be no chance of a comeback. He now wants to create an opportunity to disappear on the court. The Norwegian team, after adjustments, although the team members' hearts were still beating, their condition was much better. They also know that if they don't win, they won't win in the end. And James kept reminding his teammates that his opponent was Mao Xiaomo. The vigilance of the entire Norwegian team was also raised to the highest level. No team would make such a low-level mistake on such an occasion. This is a player with 1-on-3 ability. Hiss. Hiss. The smoke began to disperse from the field. The view in front of the Norwegian team is blocked. And Mao Xiaomo has disappeared from the Norwegian team's sight. The Norwegian team is smart. In this case, there was no option to take the risk and pull the trigger. In this terrain, they can't help each other perfectly position their guns. The 3 of them are very close. Once they are attacked first or the enemy is discovered, the other 2 will be able to support them immediately. The Norwegian team is in a position that doesn't give Emotion a chance. But God Mo has already touched me. The Norwegian team probably didn't expect that. In a 1 versus 3 situation, take the initiative. Chapter 762, Cutting Formation. But the Norwegian team should be wary. Yes, in this case, it is impossible for them to relax at all before winning the championship. It is difficult. It is really difficult to find a chance to make a comeback in this situation, Joy said, unless Mao Xiaomo opens his eyes. Seeing the position of the Norwegian team, a thunderbolt passed by. But this thunder will directly expose Mao Xiaomo's position. Once the position is exposed, it is impossible to give Mao Xiaomo any chance with the Norwegian team's tactical quality. Mao Xiaomo doesn't have a clairvoyance. Once he shows up to observe, he will definitely be discovered by the Norwegian team. This thunder should be lost or not. Take a gamble. I can only take a gamble, Wang Hao said in Mao Xiaomo's ear. 1 versus 3. If you don't bet, you're waiting to die. Mao Xiaomo nodded. Wang Hao looked at the map and marked a point. This point, Mao Xiaomo opened the small map and took a look. And he understood clearly. He must believe Wang Hao. The point marked by Wang Hao is not the best position for the Norwegian team. But this point is the most likely position for the Norwegian team. Mao Xiaomo judged the terrain and determined that this attack would have to knock down at least one person before he would have a chance. Msjoy and Yehao are still nervous. And Mao Xiaomo took out a grenade under the cheers of the audience. Only in this way can a gap be opened in the Norwegian team's impregnable defense. Thunder is about to be thrown. This thunder. It is very likely to be related to the fate of the Xi'an national team. But it's too difficult. Msjoy shook his head. Even if the opponent's position is determined, this distance may not necessarily take him away. Mao Xiaomo took out the thunder. Pull the bolt. Everyone swallowed their saliva. This grenade carries the hope of all Xia Kingdom fans. Draw an arc in the sky. And Mao Xiaomo also pulled it out directly. The entire screen is in Mao Xiaomo's mind. Just like a picture. Any disharmonious factors in the picture will be instantly transmitted to Mao Xiaomo's mind. James and Mao Xiaomo's reactions were both at a speed that ordinary people could never imagine. Both of them saw their opponents instantly. A wave of guns. No one took advantage. James' helmet was instantly blown off. Mao Xiaomo's helmet was also instantly red. This thunder. It also exploded directly in front of James' tree. Boom. Whether it's Xia team's commentators or fans. The word hack almost came out. This thunder. It's just a little short of blowing up James. The core of the Norwegian team. It was because the slope rolled a bit. Exploded in front of James' tree. A huge tree. Perfectly helped James block this wave of impact. It also made Xiagwa team fans a little desperate again. But since I choose to live and die with the Xiagwa team, they are desperate. But still didn't give up. Remaining blood. Rush. James yelled crazily in the team. He hit Mao Xiaomo in the head. He was also shot in the head. Both of them have residual blood now. But the pressures on both sides are completely different. Mao Xiaomo only has one person, while the Norwegian team has three. The three team members knew that Mao Xiaomo would spray medicine at this time. James didn't even care about his health. And the three of them started the final charge. Mao Xiaomo didn't panic at all. While applying the medicine, he was also calculating the time and distance for the Norwegian team to rush over. The medicine tube is inserted into the body. Mao Xiaomo's breathing was very even now. Like an emotionless machine. Constantly thinking about a way out in his mind. The Norwegian team was overwhelmed by three people. The 8th circle is on Mao Xiaomo's side. They will hit this wave no matter what. Come on! God mo! Msjoy and Yehao also shouted. Halfway through, James chooses to set up his gun on the spot. Prevent Mao Xiaomo from shooting with his head. There are two members of the Norwegian team left. One on the left and one on the right. Pulled it over directly. Mao Xiaomo's position has reached a desperate situation. The medicine tube was pulled out from his body. And Mao Xiaomo's blood volume returned to 75%. With this amount of HP, my level 2 head can withstand a shot from James M416. So Mao Xiaomo didn't panic. In Mao Xiaomo's mind, the enemy's route is all in his mind, including speed, distance, location, and time. James will choose to shoot regardless of whether he rushes or not. In this case, Mao Xiaomo has a chance. Until now, both Mao Xiaomo and James have been very calm. Both sides know that this is by no means a battle without suspense. Mao Xiaomo has already thought about how he is going to fight. Take out 2 incendiary bombs. Throw it directly to the left. Seal the opponent's gun position on the left. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to pull out and beat the opponent on the right. Norwegian team. 3 people. Because of James' residual health and this incendiary bomb. A moment. The Norwegian team seemed to be cut into 3 parts in an instant. Already out of touch. But now, except for a few top players, no one else is aware of it. Iron, Ibiza, including James on the field, have all noticed it. The Norwegian team's formation has been cut open by Mao Xiaomo invisibly. James was just about to call his teammates. Let him not move on. Mao Xiaomo pulled it out. James 4x scope shooting. One shot blew up the helmet. But at this moment, the melee advantage of the M16 A4 gun was fully realized. 3 consecutive shots. In pursuit of speed, Mao Xiaomo did not press his gun. But 3 shots hit in a row. The last shot floated directly to the helmet. Mao Xiaomo's time calculation is very accurate. The moment the helmet exploded, he took back his body in an instant. Really? Another residual blood? Narrowly escaped being killed by James. 1. Joy and Yehao shouted crazily. The cheers from the audience at the scene were even more shocking. CHN_MO used an M16A4 to kill Nor_8C with a headshot. Mao Xiaomo knocked down one person first. The situation on the court has undergone a subtle change. Mao Xiaomo threw a thunderbolt at a low price. Just make up for 8C. Then I saw a member of the Norwegian team on the left, pulling down around the fire. Bet. Must bet. Mao Xiaomo's thinking is very clear. A wave of early shots. Pulled it out directly. Hit James on the sides of the trees. But James was applying medicine at the moment. And he also realized that the situation seemed to be a little out of control. He had to fill up the medicine and cooperate with his teammates. Oops. Emotion has no more minds. Otherwise, he should be able to take away James. Just when Joy and Yehao were beating their chests, Mao Xiaomo made a move that shocked the whole world. Chapter 763. Because he is stronger. Mao Xiaomo rushed out of the slope and quickly ran to the package of the Norwegian team members. Want to lick the bag? If James sticks his head in now, the championship will be theirs. In these few seconds, all the fans and players of the Xiaogui team were so excited that they didn't dare to express their anger. Mao Xiaomo, who is still full of health, can stand up to any player from the Norwegian team. The game will end without any suspense. For a few seconds, no one knew what was going on in their heads. In FPP mode, James is spraying medicine behind the tree. And another member of the Norwegian team, Ultraster, is also pulling down. Mao Xiaomo happened to be in a blind spot. Mao Xiaomo must pick this up. Without this helmet, he had no chance of winning. The Norwegian team was already close, and his position was basically locked. 1v2 without a helmet was too difficult. He was not sure. He knew that James didn't have a helmet, and his teammates didn't. Give him time. And if he has a helmet, he has a chance of winning this fight. Mao Xiaomo's strategizing made everyone feel a little numb. In a completely incredible move, with the world's audience stunned, he ran into the package and licked the helmet, then returned to his original position instantly and wrapped it with a first aid bandage. It's true that a talented artist is brave. Joy doesn't even know what to say. In this case, the remaining blood is licking the bag. The game they were playing didn't seem to be the same game that the players were playing. Mao Xiaomo also took a gamble. He has no choice. In his mind, he now has a judgment on the actions and thoughts of the Norwegian team. Not to mention the audience. Even the players on the field felt a little incredible when they saw Mao Xiaomo's move. Many people put on their headphones again because of this move. This situation once again became suspenseful. Now the hearts of the two members of the Norwegian team have completely calmed down. This situation has changed. James calls his teammates. He also started to smoke in the direction of Mao Xiaomo. He also wants to enter the circle to join his teammates. But Mao Xiaomo is one step ahead of him. By the time he reacted, his teammates were already shouting again. He came! James! He's coming! A super team of 3 people was manipulated by Mao Xiaomo alone. Mao Xiaomo pulled him directly down the slope. He must take the initiative to find the enemy. If you kill him, you still have a chance. James didn't dare to go in directly. He would definitely seal the cigarette. And this was the time for him to take action. Mao Xiaomo's thinking was very clear. By the time the Norwegian team members reacted, it was already too late. We can only go up to Mao Xiaomo. Emotion's thinking is very clear. Have the opportunity. There is a real chance. Joy and Yehao shouted excitedly, but the two of them didn't dare to shout too loudly. This situation was still difficult, so we could only say that there was a chance. Every action of Mao Xiaomo has a very clear purpose. But if you don't think carefully about this purpose, you will not be able to understand Mao Xiaomo's intention. Mao Xiaomo is very calm and understands his current situation. We went directly down the slope to the bottom of Ultraster. Both sides heard the opponent's position. And from the perspective of position, Ultraster's position is much better than Mao Xiaomo's. High slopes and low slopes. He didn't expect Mao Xiaomo to come to his slope so decisively. High slopes and low slopes. He must take the initiative. This wave! Take a look! Joy shouted. This wave is so critical. Winning this round is a 1v1 situation. But in terms of location, Ultraster has an absolute advantage. Mao Xiaomo just has arrogant self-confidence. His opponent is not James. He can win in such terrain. In terms of ability, Ultraster is the worst member of the Norwegian team. According to TPJ's overall review, he is also the only Norwegian player who has not reached SSS. He is not timid in this situation. Pull out the first wave. Directly shot in advance. The peak was taken back instantly. Mao Xiaomo's helmet exploded instantly. The blood volume is also disabled. But Mao Xiaomo's reaction was too fast. It's also a headshot. Also explode the already red helmet. Until now, the armor condition of both teams has been very miserable. Mao Xiaomo has no head and no armor. Ultraster has no head and no armor. And James only has a red-blooded level 2 armor. Ultraster originally wanted to drag him out to drink with Mao Xiaomo. But the shouts of James reached my ears. There was some hesitation for a moment. Just this brief hesitation ruined Ultraster's life. Mao Xiaomo came up from close range and made a direct impact on his face. Ultraster subconsciously retreated without raising his gun. He was directly shot in the head by Mao Xiaomo. CHN_MO knocked down Ultraster with an M16A4 headshot. Kill this man. The scene was about to be overturned. Pre! Emotion is applying medicine. Mjoy's heart is beating fast. There are only 2 players left on the field. They are also the 2 team members that everyone is most familiar with. CHN_MO. Nor_James. The 2 are members of the club and opponents of the national team. Without a doubt. 2 of the strongest players in the world. Join us again in the finals. This set. The stage is infinite. Mao Xiaomo and James both entered the circle. And judging from the shape of the circle, it was a close-faced mountain battle. There were no helmets on either side. It was all one shot. It's fair and just. And it's a duel with no advantage for both teams. Emotion turned the situation around by himself. Fortunately, I still can't believe it. From a desperate situation to a 50-50 situation. It is also a huge impact on the Norwegian team's mentality. The teams that had been eliminated were all fascinated watching Mao Xiaomo's game. Too strong. Even though Mao Xiaomo led the Xi'an national team to win the game from the Norwegian team against Fate. At this moment, they still had no desire to fight. They don't know who is Yu and who is Liang. Between Mao Xiaomo and James. But in this era, their light will be overshadowed by these 2 talented players. Fans of the Xiaogui team did not dare to be overly happy. The game was not completely over yet. They did not want to laugh one moment and cry the next. Iron, who do you think will win? Nothing asked in the US team. Iron said without hesitation. Mo. Why? Because he is stronger. Chapter 764 Miracle. The strongest player. The camera shows James and Mao Xiaomo at the same time. 2 talented players were standing on both sides of the small slope at this moment. This battle is likely to determine the championship. Is there something wrong with the Norwegian team's last wave? At least on the surface. There is absolutely no problem. If James is given the choice 10 times or 100 times, he can't think of a better way to play. But in this wave, the Norwegian team was completely out of touch with Mao Xiaomo. The 2 teammates were forced by Mao Xiaomo to find an opportunity to eat alone. James took a deep breath. His team members had told him that Mao Xiaomo was in a headless state. In fact, James already knew this news. But James didn't know that Mao Xiaomo had licked a head and used this helmet to forcefully eat it. Dropped his teammates. Mao Xiaomo. James is focused on the screen. On this hillside lies what may be his biggest enemy in his life. Maybe you are a better commander than me and have better tactical decisions. But I'm a better catcher than you. A very crucial one-on-one. 2 of the best PUBG players from the planet. Mjoy said. But in the eyes of Xia people, Mao Xiaomo is the strongest one. Neither party had helmets on them. For players of their level, it's just a matter of one shot. In this case, it is actually more difficult to use the M16's melee advantage. It's easy to say. The M16A4 gun has a great advantage at close range because its rate of fire is faster than the M416 in James' hand. But neither side was wearing a helmet. And both sides must have known this information. The next thing to fight is pure reaction and marksmanship. As for James' extra level 2 armor, it was automatically ignored by everyone. In this duel, it was definitely aimed at the head. And whether it had armor or not actually didn't matter. The whole audience held their breath. Both James and Mao Xiaomo were slowly touching each other. The finals were also played in the center of the circle, setting the stage for the battle of the century. At this distance, both parties can hear the slightest movement clearly. Everyone, including the Xiaogui team's commentator, was silent, looking at Mao Xiaomo's perspective. With the sustenance of all Xia people, with roars and cheers from all my friends, Mao Xiaomo slowly touched James. This is definitely the most serious time that Mao Xiaomo and James have played professionally in such a long time. And it is also the most immersive time. The match between the two in the club can be said to be evenly matched. And whoever wins this time may be determined by those few tenths of a second. 2 players. Step quietly, and touch the direction of your opponent step by step. Knowing who their opponents were, neither player dared to stand up hastily. Gudong. Gudong. Countless people were swallowing their saliva and looking nervously at the arena. Whether you are a fan of the Seogwa team or a fan of the Norwegian team. Trouble. No one knows what happened. 2 people suddenly burst out of their respective bushes. Sound. Both heard each other's voices. Almost at the same time. Confident and arrogant. The 2 talented players stood up directly from the grass. It was also the first time I saw my opponent. Can't tell who raised the gun first. Who shoots first. Fast as lightning. But? Clatter. CHN_MO used M16A4 to kill Nor_James with a headshot. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. Winner, CHN. No one recovered. The next moment, I saw the word CHN behind winner. On site. In the studio. In the entire Seog kingdom. They have all gone completely crazy. Oh! Ah! Awesome! Awesome! Emotion! Ah! Yee. There were tens of thousands of Seogwa fans present. Roaring. Shouting. Crying. Soar into the sky. Chung Yao had already burst into tears and covered her mouth. Look at the man on the stage with his right fist raised high. Countless tears. At this point, all given to Mao Xiaomo. This man who changed his fate against fate. Good and Muyun's eyes were also a little wet. They looked at each other and smiled at the members of the Seogwa team who were celebrating crazily on the stage. Pre! Studio. Msjoy. Yi Hao and Yuan also jumped up from their chairs. Hug each other and cry. Although it only saved a match point. But they know. The entire Seog kingdom knows how difficult and precious this match point is. A comeback from a desperate situation. Mao Xiaomo. He did it. The other 3 players of the Seogwa team were eating chicken at that moment. He also hammered the table directly and forcefully. Ah! Awesome! Wang Hao's eyes were red, and he roared. Big comeback. They didn't lose. Didn't lose. Mao Xiaomo took off his headphones. Looked to the sky. What he couldn't do before. He did now. Hearing the tens of thousands of people in the audience shouting. Emotion is awesome. Come on Team Seog. Mao Xiaomo's closed eyes suddenly opened. He shouted with a roar that could be heard by the whole audience. I said it! I won't hacking lose! Did you hear that? This roar. It also made the audience at the scene burst into another cry of terror. Let some viewers from abroad shout that it is incredible. This is the Seogwa team. This is the Seogwa people. The situation on the Seogwa team side is completely opposite to the dead silence of the Norwegian team and the Norwegian team's fan base. The fans of the Norwegian team all held their heads in their hands. Some of them couldn't believe what happened. The moment they touched the champion with their hands, they were chopped off by the man named Mao Xiaomo. James took off the headphones and held his head with both hands. The other 3 team members were also silent. No one can understand their current mood. No one can understand it. James couldn't tell what he was feeling right now. But the peak battle just now seemed to drain him of all his energy. Now he wants to return home. And even wants to give up the next game. The other 3 players didn't know what words to use to comfort their captain. The captain is the soul of a team. When James falls, the Norwegian team truly falls. In the electric confrontation, no one could see clearly what happened. Only one shot was fired on both sides. However, the final result speaks for itself. The cameras behind the Norwegian team also gradually moved away. Iron shrugged and put his headphones back on. Ready to compete. Nothing said. Team USA didn't give up either. He is the best PUBG player in the world. Bar none. He is the strongest. Iron seemed to be talking to his teammates. Or to himself. Chapter 765, Tokyo Jihad. Since Iron started playing professionally, Mao Xiaomo has always been his idol, and it has never changed. Step by step, Iron was catching up with Mao Xiaomo. But he found that the distance between the 2 people was getting farther and farther. Even now, Iron will never feel that he has the ability to defeat Mao Xiaomo. It was Mao Xiaomo who brought him out. Now, it's his turn to challenge him. Ibiza glanced at James, who still had his head lowered, and raised his eyebrows. He spends much longer time with James than with Mao Xiaomo. And James is also one of his best friends. To be able to reach this level, it goes without saying that James is very competitive. He couldn't understand this blow.
But now, he is representing his country. After the 5th game, Ibiza also silently put on headphones with his teammates. You know, this is the 5th game, not the 6th game, and there is only a 5-minute break in between. After 5 minutes, a new game will start again. Now, all teams still have opportunities. James was watched by all the viewers around the world, and the whole audience cheered for the Siagwa team. He slowly raised his head. They didn't lose. There's still a chance. There's still a chance. With cold eyes, James entered the room for the next game, pressed his temples, and took a deep breath. Rain saw James' state. As a national teammate who had trained with James for a long time, Rain's heart sank. James lost a breath. This is the momentum of a player reaching his peak state. This momentum disappeared after Mao Xiaomao defeated James. James now. I still don't know if I can regain my kingly aura.
Brothers! Damn! We survived such a difficult situation. Not even heaven can destroy us. Winning the championship with all your strength.
Mao Xiaomao shouted in the team. Siagwa team's momentum now, already soaring to the sky. Above the Siagwa team, there seemed to be a 5-clawed golden dragon roaring and circling above.
No problem. No problem. Team Xia! Come on!
4 Siagwa team members shouted. The 6th game will definitely become a key battle that will go down in history. Tokyo Jihad.
Viewers, please forgive us for our current excitement.
Joy and Yehao said one after another. The two of them were still immersed in the unexpected comeback just now. So excited that they couldn't help themselves. On the CCTV live broadcast stage, everyone choked. After all, Yu11 is a professional CCTV commentator, he said with excitement.
Team Siagwa saved this match point. This battle was too difficult. Well done to the boys of Siagwa team. The 5th game just ended, which means that the 6th game will be continued soon. Let's take a look at the standings first. If nothing unexpected happens, Siagwa team has now risen to the 1st place.
After Yu11 said that, the standings were played. Siagwa team jumped to 1st place with 2 chickens and 48 kills in 5 games. Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals Ranking 1. Siagwa/CHN 2 times chicken 48 kill. 2. Norway/Nor 2 times chicken 36 kill. 3. USA/USA 1 times chicken 32 kill. 4. Colombia/COL 0 times chicken 24 kill. 5. Netherlands/NED 0 times chicken 21 kill. 6. Russia/Rus 0 times chicken 17 kill.
Okay, Siagwa's team also got the match point. But it's not the time for Team Xia to be truly happy yet. It can be said that the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team are still on the same starting line.
Yu11 said rationally. Joy shook his head and said,
whether it is traditional sports or esports, state and momentum are very important parts. The current state and momentum of the Xia national team is completely different from that of the Norwegian team.
The camera happened to show the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team. The match just now wiped out all the momentum of the Norwegian team. A crucial game. The best chance to win the championship. The Norwegian team just lost.
But PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Everything is possible. In fact, the circle is a very important factor. In this game, I hope that the Siagwa team will have a better circle. At least a circle that the Siagwa team can perform. I don't think any team can beat the current Siagwa team.
Yihao said it seriously. In the last set, the Siagwa team was surrounded by 3 super strong teams, Russia, the Netherlands, and Norway. In the end, they made a miraculous comeback, which boosted their morale.
Yes, but we still can't be happy too early. Contest. It's not over yet. The current Xia national team is still on the same starting line as the Norwegian team.
Joy and Yehao reminded me. Now Siagwa team has no advantage. They want to bring the intensity of the game to the last minute. The noise at the scene lasted for a long time. This is definitely PUBG history. The most important and classic game. Maybe the next championship battle will not be so exciting. Whether they are fans of the Siagwa team or other teams. As long as they are fans who truly love esports, they will definitely be excited about it. Countless Xia Kingdom lovers who came to watch the battle were all wiping tears for each other. Every move and every roar of Mao Xiaomao touches the hearts of Siagwa fans. A new set is about to begin. And Mao Xiaomao also takes a deep breath. After the end of the 3rd game, the Siagwa team also reversed the situation with 2 chickens. with one more chicken. The championship belongs to Siagwa. Just as they say. Win the game. When everyone still feels that there is still something unfinished to say. The scene is noisy. Take off. Game 6 of the Tokyo Olympics PUBG Finals. Officially begin. Tokyo time 23:38. Beijing time 22:38. Okay. Game 6 has officially begun. Both Mjoy and Yehao have sorted out their mentality. Tokyo Jihad. In Game 6. They had a hunch that this would be the last game. Siagwa team will win. All Siagwa team fans think so. Siagwa team will win. Siagwa team's momentum is like a rainbow. It's finally time to put the other teams to the test. Chapter 766 Game 6. Game 6. The current state of all teams is different from the previous game. Many teams even thought the game was over when the last set was about to end. But Mao Xiaoma's incredible performance brought the game back. With only a 5-minute break. Many teams haven't had time to adjust their mentality. Facing the powerful Siagwa team. All teams can only re-energize themselves. Okay. The 6th game has begun. Siagwa team won consecutively after the 4th and 5th games. Got the match point. Mjoy still can't calm down her inner excitement. Yehao also said, this 6th game is actually very critical. Because although the Norwegian team now has 2 chickens in hand, after the wave of championships that were within reach just now was forcibly eliminated by Mao Xiaoma, I am sure of their mentality. It will have a certain impact. Yes. Mjoy nodded. Players are human beings too. After experiencing such a big comeback, it is difficult to maintain their own mentality. The key is that once their own momentum is defeated, the entire team will completely change. In esports, there are many factors that affect the status of players, and the overall mood of the team is one of them. Emotions directly affect the team's confidence and the players' confidence. Siagwa's team is still starting in our city. Come on Team Xia! Win the game in this round! Mjoy said loudly. This set is the best opportunity for Siagwa team. If the game is not over after this set, there will be a 15-minute break at the end of the 2nd stage. It is also a very valuable rest time for other teams. So this set is crucial. All teams still return to their familiar jump points. Start a new game. Okay. Let's sort out the excitement first and focus on the 6th game. Now the Siagwa team and the Norwegian team are still on the same starting line. Mjoy constantly reminded everyone of this fact. Even though the Siagwa team is now in full swing. In terms of results, there is still a chance that the Norwegian team will end the game at any time. Let's take a look at the refresh of the first circle. Everyone's eyes are on the map. Game 6. The first safe zone is refreshed. Oh well. This is a circle west of the center of the map. It should be said to be very friendly to the Siagwa team. Yes. Mjoy said. The first lap of the 6th game was painted west of the center of the map, with the approximate ruins as the center, going up to the northern coast and down to the western bridgehead. In this circle, the Siagwa team should be the team closest to the center of the circle. The Siagwa team had good luck in this set. Yes, it seems that God is also on the side of Siagwa team. And the resource search is also very fast. Mjoy said. Siagwa team's resource search was much faster than usual, and they quickly collected basic equipment. However, the Siagwa team was not in a hurry to move. They continued to search in our city and Shuicheng to replenish their resources. Actually, the Xi'an national team's equipment can already be transferred. But it seems that the Xi'an national team has no intention of transferring it. Yes. After all, Shuicheng is also close to the center of a circle. Mjoy analyzed. There was absolutely no problem with the decision-making of the Siagwa team. After the search in our city, the Siagwa team also successfully met in Shuicheng. Each team has also begun its own journey into the circle. Our focus is still mainly on Team USA and Team Norway. Yes, these are the 2 teams that pose a greater threat to us. The US team didn't choose to move. They are still in school. They probably thought of going together with the Xi'an national team. The Norwegian team's Y city is not within the circle. It has been moved to a location where the Xi'an national team often goes to eat chicken. On the panoramic map, the movements of each team are also clear. In the 6th game, they still played very cautiously in the early stage, and 64 players were still alive. But in this circle, once the 2nd circle is cleared, there may be some attrition. Mjoy continued her analysis. This circle is different from mountain battles. The terrain in the center of the circle is complicated. There may be teams competing for some positions in the center of the circle. It's up to you to see how you play the 2nd circle. seeing each team entering the circle one after another. Mao Xiaoma also felt a little confused. If this circle is cut to the southeast where there are many people, how should the Xiaodui team move?
Okay. The Xiaodui team is already on the bus here, and the second safety zone is about to be refreshed.
The first lap passed smoothly, and the Xiaodui team also started the vehicle. Once this circle is refreshed, Team Xiaodui will definitely make a move immediately. The blue and white circles come into contact, and the second safe zone is refreshed. Sometimes he will do whatever he is afraid of. This
is a southeast corner circle. Yes. This position in the Xiaodui team is very difficult to move,
Mstoy said seriously. The center of the circle is now located at the Widow Village and Long Men Inn next to the school. And there are teams at these 2 points. And our city has also joined the team. There are also teams on the school side, including the ruins area on the west side. And there are also 2 teams. The Xiaodui team can be said to be surrounded at all levels. On the contrary, it was the Norwegian team. When the southeast corner circle was brushed, they were still in the circle.
Although the position of the Xiaodui team is in the safe zone, it is close to the northern edge of the circle. And if you are in this position, you must find a way to enter the center of the circle. Otherwise, if the circle is smaller, the Great Plains from Shuicheng to the Widow Village is too sad. Xiaodui team still did not choose to move in this circle. I hope Godemo can find a way to deal with it.
Mstoy can only pray like this. But, from God's perspective, he doesn't even know how to get into the circle. Could Mao Xiaoma think of it during the game? Xiaodui team did not choose to continue the transfer. When Mao Xiaoma was in the circle, he was thinking about how to deal with the Xiaodui team in the event of a southeast corner cut. But he ruled out several options. The first option is to storm the Widow's Village. But with this option, when the school has a team, it will be difficult for them to safely dock at the edge of the Widow Village housing area. Even if they actively ask for a fight, they will not have this opportunity. The second option is to force around the edge. This choice took too long and was completely unacceptable. If Xiaodui team wants to go around the circle, they can only go out from the north, then circle outside Wise City, all the way around to the east, the prison air raid shelter, the farm, and finally have a chance to enter the circle from the south. It is equivalent to going around half of the map. It is feasible. Sex is not very high either. The last option is the tactic Xiaodui team will implement. Chapter 767. The Norwegian team was wiped out early. The only option is to hit Long Men Inn. This is the only way to get into the center of the circle. Moreover, the timing of entering the circle is also very particular. It must be done when the Dragon Gate Inn is exchanging fire. Otherwise, even if there is terrain cover, if a team comes to block their side, they will basically have nothing to do. In this circle, the Xiaodui team shrank to the vicinity of the fake garage on the outskirts of Shuicheng.
Xiaodui's team chose this spot to circle around,
Mstoy analyzed. The Xiaodui team's perspective is outside the circle. That is, in the northwest direction.
Yes. No matter what the choice is, this Circle Xia national team still wants to try its best to clean up the teams in the northern part of the river bank, so that the next move will not be affected. It seems that the Xiaodui team will not move in the second circle and is still within the circle.
Yi Hao Yi Dao. Just as the Xiaodui team commentator was waiting for the third circle to be refreshed, the scene changes, coming to the Norwegian team.
Oh! Norway and Brazil meet. It's hard to get around from this location.
The scene screamed. The first wave between Norway and Brazil. It's 1-for-1. But the Norwegian team member who fell to the ground was James. There were no problems with James shooting this time. But Brazilian team Coldzera's reaction was faster. Take down James first. And one of his team members was also knocked down by Rain on the flank. In fact, Coldzera and Rain are old friends. Both are former CSGO professional players. Even after James fell to the ground, he didn't say a word. And the Brazilian team is in a better position. Press right up. The captain's mood directly affects the mood of the team members. There a string of two consecutive headshots at close range opened up the situation. BRA_Fair knocked down Nor_8C with an AKM headshot. BRA_Fair knocked down Nor_Ultraster with an AKM headshot.
Pretty!
Mstoy and Yehao almost stood up. But in order to maintain his grace, he still restrained himself. To be honest, the fans of the Xiaodui team are more excited than the fans of the Brazilian team right now. If the Norwegian team is eliminated early in this set, then the Xiaodui team will at least be in an invincible position. This will be an excellent situation for both the players on the court and the fans. 3 against 1. The 3 members of the Brazilian team were not in a hurry. After a little rectification, I chose to rush forward directly. Rain responded very quickly though. 1 on 3 to kill 1. Still, he was taken away by the Brazilian team without any suspense. BRA_fair used a game to kill Nor_Rain with a headshot. Team Norway. When the game reached the second safe zone, the team was wiped out.
In this way, the Brazilian team will defeat the Norwegian team. Except for a small number of Brazilian team fans. Those cheering at the scene should all be fans of the Siagwa team.
It's also funny.
Yes, the Norwegian team was wiped out. So even if the Siagwa team doesn't win this game, there is no risk. But I still hope that Siagwa team can win the game in this set. Yes,
Msjoy and Yahao said. At the scene, the Norwegian team was eliminated. Fans of Siagwa team are all smiling. As the biggest opponent, the Norwegian team is frightened every second they are on the court. The Siagwa team fans who were so excited that they cried in the last game now all have eyes full of expectation and excitement. Look at the Siagwa team, who is still on the court.
Team Sia! Come on! Team Sia! Come on!
When the news came that the Norwegian team was wiped out, Mao Xiaomo was actually a little surprised. This good news comes too suddenly.
The Norwegian team is destroyed.
Wang Hao said expressionlessly. MC and Zhou Lily both nodded. The 2 staff behind the Siagwa team were actually very surprised. The elimination of the Norwegian team should be great news for the Siagwa team. But within the Siagwa team, it did not cause any waves. Moreover, the Siagwa team communicated much less than they imagined. This is not their first time working as a staff member for a PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds competition. Most teams are constantly communicating, encouraging each other's teammates, and even using some swear words to boost the team's morale. But the Siagwa team is different. There was not much communication. The 4 team members were all focused on the game. The captain Mao Xiaomo, also known as the legendary God Imo, was sitting in the middle, and there was no big disturbance.
Take this plate.
Mao Xiaomo's words were filled with absolute confidence.
No problem. No problem.
The demise of the Norwegian team will definitely have an impact on the Siagwa team. Less stress. This plate is done. The Norwegian team's team wipeout was actually an unexpected gain for the other teams on the field. In this way, they have one less threat. But the Siagwa team has not shown up yet.
Okay. The 3rd circle is about to be refreshed. This circle is very critical for the Siagwa team. It is unrealistic to keep cutting corners. We still pray for a circle to the west or northwest.
Mjoy said. All eyes are on this circle. The blue and white circles meet. The 3rd safe zone is refreshed.
The 3rd circle. Take a look. A northwest cutaway circle. It can only be said that the Siagwa team is a bit lucky.
While Mjoy shouted, the audience also started cheering. This destiny circle is simply tailor-made for the Siagwa team. Even Team Xia was a little surprised. The center of this circle is on the mountain range between our city and Shuicheng. However, the team cannot stay in this mountain range. If you are on the north side, the team on the north side will attack you. On the south side, the team on the south side will attack you, beat you. Therefore, in this circle, many positions around the circle will definitely be robbed. But fortunately, this is the 3rd circle. There are more positions in the circle. Longmen Inn and Widow's Village are still in the safe zone.
In this circle, we should analyze the Siagwa team first, and then look at the foreign teams.
Mjoy said.
In this circle, Siagwa team should choose to enter Shuicheng. Yes, because there are no teams in the entire northern coast. But it is actually unrealistic to completely block other teams from entering the water city. Yes,
Mjoy and Yihao said. The Siagwa team began to move. And in line with the predictions of the 2 Siagwa team commentators, they came directly to the east and south sides of the entire water city. Chapter 768, Don't Die.
Now for the Siagwa team. Although it is located near the edge of the circle, there is no place for the team to stay in the center of the circle. So the Siagwa team's position is still very good.
Mjoy analyzed. Now all the teams on the south side are starting to enter the circle. But because the terrain of the mountains on the south side of the circle is not very good and is downhill, the competition is very fierce.
The 4th lap is really the key.
Yihao Yidao. The 4th circle is the attrition circle. And because the center of the circle makes it difficult for the team to stay, the space is very small.
Yes. Look at Siagwa team's side. You should know that the Danish and Swedish teams are entering the city. Yes,
Mjoy said.
On the Xiaogua team side, two teams rushed in from the direction of Shuicheng, Sweden and Denmark. The two teams also had a brief exchange of fire, but there were no casualties. They both entered the water city, and each guarded one side of the water city. The movement of the two teams was relatively loud, and the Xiaogua team naturally heard the sound. In this way, Shuicheng has entered 3 teams. If you figure it out, there will definitely be a battle. Yes, Msjoy nodded. The teams on the south side are playing happily, but the fans of the Xia Kingdom team don't care. The American team is not moving in the school now, and the Xia Kingdom team is not moving in Shuicheng. The other teams are basically out of the sight of the Xia Kingdom fans. The fourth circle is refreshed. Look at the fourth circle! Wow! It's an eastern cutaway circle. Look at the Xia national team. They are moving very fast. This circle is brushed on the eastern cut corner. This circle is definitely a circle of divine punishment for Team Xiaogua. That's the thing about PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. You never know what the shape of the next circle will be. But the Xiaogua team is too fast. Hurry up, Denmark and Sweden. He rushed out of Shuicheng directly. Yes! We need to enter the southern housing area of our city. But there's a team! Msjoy and Yehao shouted at the same time. The destination of this wave of transfers of the Xiaogua team is stationed by a team. A full Colombian team. But Team Xia was very smart and drove directly from the right side of the hillside to the commanding heights of the water tower outside our city. Then it fell from the other direction. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Xiaogua team's vehicles also sparkled with lightning all the way. However, there were no casualties, and they made it down successfully. This house has won. There are 3 on the left. Wang Hao judged instantly. Hacking done it! Mao Xiaomo shouted. For people dared to divide their forces at this time. Who are they looking down on? Although 2 of the 4 members of the Xiaogua team are half-blooded. But he rushed directly into the Colombian team member's house. It's just a 1-story room. Wang Hao took the lead, and Mao Xiaomo followed up with a follow-up shot. In order to save time, Wang Hao rushed in directly. He was knocked down directly by the enemy. But before the enemy could hit the second one, Mao Xiaomo rushed in and killed him with a headshot. 1 for 1. But Team Xiaogua definitely made money. COL_Martin used AKM to knock down CHN_45AI. CHN_MO used an M16A4 to kill COL_Martin with a headshot. 1 for 1. But the Colombian team members here are coming over. Lily Zhou. Save people. MC and M16 were pulled out directly. We're going to fight this time, Msjoy said. Xiaogua team was very decisive this time. They rushed into her city and directly killed a Colombian team member. Then 2 people rushed out and faced 3 Colombian team members. Will the Colombian team withdraw? Msjoy doesn't know. If it was a normal game, the Colombian team would definitely withdraw now. After all, one of the team members is dead and cannot be saved. But this is the Xiaogua team. It is a team that has got the match point. The Colombian team members also knew that someone from the Xiaogua team was helping their teammates. It was when the firepower was weak. So they rushed over. Don't die, Mao Xiaomo said to MC. It is also a teaching for newcomers. MC also understands what Mao Xiaomo means, which is don't die. Even if you can't knock down the enemy on the opposite side, don't die. Otherwise, it's impossible to save people in this position. If you die, you will die immediately. At this stage, Xiaogua team's reduction in numbers feels it's a very hurtful thing. MC was prepared and suddenly saw 2 members of the Colombian team rushing towards him. 2. Clear. When Mao Xiaomo heard MC talking about the 2 on his side, he immediately pulled them out. 1 versus 1. Even though James has left the field, he will not lose against anyone. He has this absolute confidence. Captain J of Colombia raised his gun the moment he saw Mao Xiaomo. But his health bar disappeared instantly. Directly killed. CHN_MO used the M16A4 to knock out COL_J. The M16's melee advantage, coupled with Mao Xiaomo's super fast reaction, makes the opponent almost completely powerless in mid to close range battles. On the other side, MC is also a quick peek. After dodging the gun, he directly chose to retreat and set up the gun. The last 2 members of the Colombian team were also determined to fight to the death. The 2 of them had a beautiful synchronization and pulled it out. The moment MC saw the enemy, he immediately took it back. 4 on 2. There is no need for him to choose to fight with his opponent. This is also a mature performance. At this time, Mao Xiaomo also pulled the 2 enemies on their flanks. Zhou Lily and Wang Hao also provided support. Rush. Mao Xiaomao gave the order. The other 3 members of the Xiaogui team were pulled out directly. Mao Xiaomao also directly pulled out from the flank and exchanged blood with the Colombian team members. Wang Hao was at the front, facing 2 enemies with low health without making any mistakes. A wave of gunshots kills 2 people instantly. CHN_45 AI used M416 to kill CL_Arturo. CHN_45 AI used M416 to kill CL_Benitez with a headshot. Pretty nice. Mjoy and Yehao shook their fists fiercely. Didn't give Colombia any chance. Now the Xiaogui team is in great shape. Thus, the Swedish team also rushed over. Mjoy was just about to say that the Xiaogui team successfully occupied the southern housing area of our city. When the camera turned, the Swedish team rushed over. They also seized an opportunity. The opportunity for a fierce battle between the Xiaogui team and the Colombian team. But they never expected it. This battle between Xiaogui team and Colombia will end so quickly. Chapter 769, 4 against 8. When they rushed closer, all members of the Xiaogui team also dared to move this way. Xiaogui's team played very proactively, Mjoy shouted. In fact, strictly speaking, there is absolutely no need for the Xiao national team to compete with the Swedish team this time. But what Mao Xiaomao thought was very simple. This was a huge hidden danger. If he were on the Swedish team, he would know that Xiaogui was on one side. Not to mention playing hard. But he would always be remembered. As the saying goes, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of being missed. And Xiaogui team has an advantage in this position. The Swedish team members rushed directly to the wall. But the members of the Xiaogui team are already approaching. Although the Swedish team successfully reached the edge of the housing area. But the Xiaogui team has already come closer. This wave of Swedish team's guns cannot be opened, Mjoy shouted. This wave of Swedish team's decision-making made mistakes. The correct way to play is actually to send 2 people to the high slope near the water tower to set up guns. However, the Swedish team was also afraid of sneak attacks from the enemies behind them. So they played more conservatively. But this conservative approach completely caused trouble. Mao Xiaomao also exchanged 2 shots with an opponent from the Swedish team. But the opponent's physical skills were still relatively superb and did not give Mao Xiaomao a chance to get a headshot. At this time, there was no need for the Xiaogui team to take action. The Dutch team in our city saw the Swedish team coming sideways. Crazy target shooting. With a complete sideways look, the Dutch team could see clearly in room 3 below the warehouse. All 4 team members got off the car. It also gives the Dutch team room to output. Clatter, 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 clatter. Ned_Ibiza used M416 headshot to knock down SWE_JW. Ned_Ibiza used M416 headshot to knock down SWE_Hackseat. In the upper right corner, the Dutch team made no mistakes in their target practice. Ibiza's 6x lens M416 accurately shot the head. Although Ibiza's lens was not given, there was absolutely no mistake. The Swedish team wants to forcibly ban cigarettes. But Mao Xiaomao and MC also pulled up from the left side. Boom. Mao Xiaomao reacted very quickly to the first wave of firefights. After taking down a team member at your feet, shoot directly to knock down another enemy. And MC also came out from this side, without giving the Swedish team any chance. Destroy them directly. Of these 4 heads, the Xiaogui team also successfully captured 3 of them. Card. Mao Xiaomao said to the team members. They want to jam the edge of the circle on this side. The Dutch team can actually enter the circle now. After all, there is still a little room area in the north of our city in the safe zone. But the next circle will be more difficult for the Dutch team, Mjoy said. If I knew this was the Xi'an national team, I don't know what choice Ibiza would have made. Yihao Yidao. If it were normal, with Ibiza's character and understanding of Mao Xiaomao, he would definitely choose to go around to the other side of the circle. But now that the Xiaogui team has got the match point, as the Dutch team that still has the dream of winning the championship, it is a good idea to it is not impossible for Yin to risk a wave of Xiaogui team's defense. Mao Xiaomao took a medicine. The Xiaogui team also returned to their respective positions. They are still on the edge of a northern circle. But the Dutch team has also entered the circle. Now there is a team in the northwest of the Xiaogui team. And there is a Dutch team in our city. This is information that the Xiaogui team already knows, Mjoy said. The Danish team is now in the deserted northwest circle, on the other side of the hillside of the Xi'an national team. But they don't have much space, so they can only stay in it.
but it is quite safe, and no team can pose a threat to them. The Dutch team is on the northernmost side of the white circle, in the few remaining housing areas in the north of our city in the safe zone. The safe zone begins to refresh. The attrition circle is officially refreshed. In this circle, all the longmen and team will have to leave. But now in the circle, there are still many places where the team can keep up. The American team firmly occupies most of the school, and a small part of the place has also entered the rented team. The school district room is also in the safe zone. The Southern Mountains and the Widow Village has also become the goal of each team. This wave of closing circles will cripple countless full formations. In this circle, there are not many chances to be completely wiped out, because even if the defensive team knocks down your players during the defense, they will not dare to come out to clean up your remaining players, because other teams will be waiting for the opportunity, and they will take care of themselves first, and then block other players. Team.
The teams that enter the school district are all teams without dreams,
Ms. Joy said. This sentence is also a joke, but the situation is quite clear. Once you enter the school district room, first of all, you will be surrounded by the circle, and secondly, it will be difficult to get out. Even if you get out, there will still be teams from the school blocking you, and teams from the Southern Mountains for target practice. Even if you can enter the circle, it is basically impossible to win the chicken. Therefore, Ms. Joy said that entering the school district is a way to enter the circle without dreams. But for teams that do not have a route to enter the circle, this is also a fluke. It is much better for the remaining team to enter the circle than to be directly wiped out. Hiss. Hiss. The camera cuts to the Dutch team's side. When the fourth lap was refreshed, the whole team started to smoke.
Oh! The Dutch team has banned cigarettes. I want to fight this time. But the terrain of Siagwa team is very good,
Ms. Joy analyzed.
For members of the Siagwa team are currently observing both sides. If only the Dutch team attacks the Siagwa team's defense. The Siagwa team is not very afraid. They are afraid of the Danish team waiting for an opportunity. This is a huge hidden danger,
Ms. Joy said seriously. The Siagwa team is not afraid of the Dutch team's attack at all. After all, they have the upper hand. And the Dutch team can only throw defensive smoke. That is, the smoke to cover their whereabouts. And can only throw it on the road. In this case, the Siagwa team basically cannot possible mistakes. Even if the Dutch team comes to attack 100 times, they may not be able to attack once. But on the other side of the Sia national team is the Danish team lying on the ground, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. This is hard to say.
This wave is 4 against 8. The two teams will fight in a tacit understanding. Lily and Wang Hao will hold off the Dutch team, while MC and I will handle the team here,
Mao Xiaomo said calmly. In this wave, the Dutch team's offense, even if the Danish team saw it, they would not harass it. It's not a violation of the rules. This tacit understanding of the gun is aimed at the Siagwa team, who got the match point. Really, after the Dutch team laid out their smoke, they fired several shots in the direction of the Siagwa team. The Danish team also got the news. Wang Hao and Zhou Lily will be under great pressure. Even though they were in a defensive position with advantageous terrain, they were facing a fully staffed Dutch team. The same goes for Mao Xiaomo and MC. Even tougher.
It depends on the situation. I can come and help you,
Mao Xiaomo said to Zhou Lily and Wang Hao. Chapter 770, 15 seconds. Mao Xiaomo, in this corner, can not only support Zhou Lily and Wang Hao's side, but also can directly turn around and snipe the Danish team. It is a very flexible position, and there is huge pressure on both sides.
The Danish team is also getting up here. Want to fight? They all know this is the Sia national team. Team Siagwa must have mental expectations and anticipate this situation,
Ms. Joy reminded. The Norwegian team on the upper plate was also targeted by various teams during the process of entering the circle. The Siagwa team should be able to foresee such a situation. If the Norwegian team is not destroyed, the situation is not easy to say. But the Norwegian team all was wiped out, and all the focus was on the Siagwa team. Now the Danish team and the Dutch team, even if they see each other sideways, they probably won't shoot. Siagwa team has no other choice. No retreat. They can only fight hard.
This is a real 4-on-8 wave. Siagwa team must resist.
Boom. Boom.
Don't worry. The two teams won't be in a hurry,
Mao Xiaomo said to his teammates. Although it is said that it is 4 against 8, the Dutch team and the Danish team will play tacitly. But after all, the two teams are enemies. Only one team in this northern circle is destined to survive. The Danish team and the Dutch team. While they are cooperating, they must have Xiao Jiujiu in their hearts. I will do my best. But when and how much I do depends on the team's decision. Will the Dutch team foolishly rush over and exchange with Xiaogua team? They made a swap. When the Danish team comes to wipe out the Xiaogua team, will they let the Dutch team go? Clearly unlikely. Vice versa is also true.
Can you call me aside?
Wang Hao said to Mao Xiaomo while observing the situation of the Dutch team.
I can't fight. I can't get out.
It depends on the situation, and you make your own judgment.
Clear.
It is impossible for the Xiaogua team to rush out from this position. If they rush out, there is a high probability that they can destroy the other team. But there is a high probability that the other team will also seize the opportunity and eat up both teams. The only thing that the Xiaogua team can take advantage of now is the terrain and the ability of opponents to keep each other in check. There is no need to throw away these two advantages.
Take a look. The Dutch and Danish teams are starting to move here. It's just that the Dutch team is not in a hurry to smoke. Xiaogua's team's firepower is a bit fierce.
Joy said in surprise. The Dutch team's charge. Because I stayed in the cigarette for a long time. One of them was directly killed by Wang Hao. CHN_45 AI used M416 headshot to knock down NG_Lockwood. When they saw the news of the knockout, the Danish team finally couldn't help it anymore. The Dutch team took the lead, and they were pulled directly from the slope. The moment the Danish team pulled out, Mao Xiaomo shot sideways and shot out. At the same time, he was also shot in the head. Because Mao Xiaomo closed these two shots very quickly. He only hit the enemy once.
Don't fall in love with that person. Everyone come and fight Denmark.
Mao Xiaomo shouted to Wang Hao and Zhou Lili. In a flash of lightning, Wang Hao and Zhou Lili rushed out of their bunker without hesitation. Head directly to the west. Zhou Lili didn't know why Mao Xiaomo commanded like this. If it had been when the team was just established, Zhou Lili might have questions. But now, Xiaogua team's execution ability can be said to be the strongest in the world. When Mao Xiaomo gives an order, no matter whether it is right or wrong, the team members will absolutely execute it. Zhou Lili didn't understand. But Wang Hao could guess Mao Xiaomo's thoughts. He also didn't choose to make up for the enemy, who was knocked down by the smoke. If Wang Hao wanted to, he could shoot through smoke or even throw thunder towards the place where he knocked down the enemy. But once the opponent is eliminated, this is equivalent to forcing the remaining three members of the Dutch team to charge directly. The Danish team and the Dutch team are attacking from both sides. The possibility of Xiaogua team winning is too low. But if you don't kill this enemy, the Dutch team will definitely choose to save people and will not launch a charge immediately. Killing Xiaogua's team is important. But what's more important is your own team. There is no need for the Dutch team to choose to give up this teammate lying in the middle of the road for another enemy, or charge with two people. It is too much of a threat to themselves. Sure enough, after discovering that the Xiaogua team did not choose to make up for someone, the Dutch team went directly into the smoke to save someone. And the situation here has been successfully stalled.
15 seconds. Rush out. Destroy them.
Mao Xiaomo shouted to everyone. This wave can probably cost the Dutch team 15 seconds. The Dutch team will definitely charge as soon as they rescue the person. But these 15 seconds may very well become the key to victory or defeat. No one in the world thought of it. The Xiaogua team will empty the Dutch team's offensive side at this critical moment. Everyone charges towards the Danish team. At this time, the three members of the Danish team also rushed to the close point of the Xiaogua team, leaving only one person standing on the hillside with a gun.
Lily! Kill the one on the slope!
Mao Xiaomo shouted. Jump down from the window at the same time. Xiaogua team. Everyone returns to their positions.
No problem.
Zhou Lili responded.
Rush.
Mao Xiaomo gave the order. MC. Mao Xiaomo, who had already taken the medicine, and Wang Hao, who was coming over, rushed out. Devies, who was holding a gun from the Danish team, saw three people from the Xia team rushing out. On one side, he was reminding his teammates, and on the other side, he was just about to shoot. I saw a 98K gun pole sticking out from the corner. FXCK. Devies had no time to do anything. Zhou Lili's shot cost 98K and was thrown out directly. Boom! The Kar 98K bullet that I haven't seen for a long time pierced the sky. Directly penetrated Devies' level 2 head.
CHN underscore 211 uses car 98K to knock down DN underscore Davies with a headshot. Joe Lilly didn't shout at the team. No credit is given either. He directly picked up the rifle and rushed towards the front battlefield. All teammates also have great trust in this Xia Kingdom's #1 sniper. The moment I heard the 98K gunshot, 3 members of the Xiagua team were pulled out directly. Close combat. The firepower of 6 people was instantly intertwined. I can't see what's going on the screen, but judging from the results, Xiagua team completed a wave of 1 for 3. Only MC was defeated. Mao Xiaomo and Wang Hao's firepower is very fierce. Directly destroy the Danish team that has not yet deployed its gun line. It only took less than 10 seconds. CHN underscore MO killed DN underscore Dupree with M16A4. CHN underscore MO used M16A4 to kill DN underscore Turdy. DN underscore Balak used AKM headshot to knock down CHN underscore MC. CHN underscore MO used M16A4 to kill DN underscore Balak. Danish team. The group is destroyed. No one has realized what happened. In just a few seconds, the Danish team went from full strength to annihilated in an instant.